Chapter 391, Outside Mission. Devil's Hand. This matter is the information I got when I asked the captain of the Thrust Sword Pirates last time. Let Philippa try to find out. It seems that some information was obtained. Tell me about it. The Devil's Hand Pirates is one of the old pirate groups in the Emerald Sea. The leader is called the Bib, a 4th level professional whose level is 16 or 17, and he has many high-level professionals under him. Level 16 or 17, this strength is already very high. Level 18 professionals will also be pardoned by various forces. This is already a top pirate group. There is also news that this captain is related to the devil himself, and can use the power of the devil himself, and can quickly repair the ship and revive the crew even if surrounded. Damn, the power of the devil resurrecting the crew. Is it so awesome? I can also perform resurrection, but there is a time limit. He can also repair the ship. This is a bit exaggerated. Thinking carefully, it feels like it may be exaggerated. Pirates like to exaggerate things to show their ferocity and strength. But it is undeniable that this pirate group is very different from ordinary pirate groups. The association also has some information about the Devil's Hand. The captain is ruthless and active in the eastern waters of the Emerald Sea. The pirate group has a very strange style of operation. They rob ships and never leave anyone alive, let alone pay for ransom. The crew also has a fanatical loyalty to the leader. It is difficult to place spies, and it is also difficult to arrange for people to join this pirate group. The entire Devil's Hand is like a brainwashed fleet. Very sick. Do they have any information against me? Wu Hung continued to ask. It seems that there are rumors in this regard, but I haven't received any specific information. After a slight pause, Philippa said, moreover, all pirate teams are watching you. 500 gold coins. Who wouldn't be tempted? It's not surprising that the Devil's Hand is targeting you. What you said makes sense. Wu Hung continued to ask, anything else? No, I'll tell you when I have any information, Philippa said. Okay. Have you recorded the information about the poison crocodile pirates? Whether I can enter the squinting eyes depends on you. Secret Whisperer, I've recorded it in your file, don't worry. Oh, that's good. Keep working hard. And be safe. Understood. Hang up the phone. Walk out of the radio room, and go directly back to the study on the 4th floor. Sitting in a chair, I began to think about the next plan. After reaching level 15, the pace of the two worlds suddenly slowed down. In the zombie world, the military left, and other shelters were also preparing for the winter, and all entered a stable development stage. I arranged for Kalima to clean up the scattered zombies around, and shared a large part of the work. The main zombie groups in the city were almost cleaned up, and the remaining ones were scattered, and it was estimated that they were not enough to upgrade to level 18. The next step is to find a new location. Do I also go to the province, or find another remote city? If I go to the province, will Yang Long and the others think that I followed them here? Wu Hung frowned and thought. Here on Treasure Island, be careful of some pirate wanted orders. It is still relatively safe on the island. Use the characteristics of the two worlds. Continue to exchange food for gold. Develop steadily. Pay attention to the blank envelope. Other dangers are not big. There is also the advanced alchemy skeleton. Develop the level 3 corpse core potion. There is still no clue about the blank envelope. The best way to deal with this matter is to upgrade. To reach level 18, the envelope and the pirate bounty will be solved. Thinking for a while. The most direct way to solve the problem is to upgrade. Sooner or later, we have to find a new city and continue to kill zombies. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. Minnie shouted. Master, Sister Wire and I are back. Do you want to take a shower together? Yes. Okay. Wu Hung didn't think about it anymore. He opened the door and walked towards the bathroom. The next day, Wu Hung rode a bicycle, and Andre Wire sat sideways on the front beam. They pedaled all the way towards the association, attracting countless people's attention along the way. The technological development of this world is actually not low. Trains and passenger ships have been developed. But in the system of this world, various machines are still very unpopular systems. Even though the principle of bicycles is not complicated, it is the first time that they appear in this world. All the way to the entrance of the association. Put away the bicycle, and pick the fox white hair that floated into his mouth. Soon, Karanmu, Skull Crusher and Blood Axe, who were following behind the two, followed closely. After entering the association, Wu Hung went directly to the front desk. The staff saluted and said, Mr. Deputy Deacon. Well, I have a third-level reward for killing the poisonous crocodile pirates, and let's settle it, Wu Hung said. Please wait. The staff began to look through the records. Wu Hung now has 2 meritorious rewards. One is the captain of the Thorn Sword Pirates, and the other is the captain of the poisonous crocodile pirates. Since the Thorn Sword needed to be kept secret for a while, it has not been announced to the public that it has died, so the reward has not been issued. The poisonous crocodile pirates are still relatively fast. You can claim it now. I checked. The bounty is 450 silver coins, a third-level item reward. You can choose one. Wu Hung put away his purse, and his eyes fell on a skill book. Lightning Beam. Lightning Beam, description, release a linear lightning bolt in any direction you point. In the skill book, there is nothing I like very much. I remember that when I fought with Kalima, the other party released a similar skill. I don't know if it is this one. But judging from the description, it should not be much different. As for lightning skills, they can be transmitted on iron armor. And they should also have a good effect against some heavily armored warriors. I want this one, Wu Hung said. The staff nodded. Okay. It has been recorded for you here. Wu Hung put away the skill book and walked towards his office study. As soon as he entered the room, Anweir told him that the deacon asked him to go to the study. Then he went directly to the deacon's study. The deacon's study. In addition to Imolo, the deputy deacon Shilagui was also sitting in the study. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, Imolo said directly, yesterday, there was a message from Lopez City requesting assistance. You two should each choose a team to go and help. Wu Hung has a pirate bounty on him. Be careful to conceal your identity when leaving the port. Shilagui frowned slightly and asked, Deacon, did they say what the case is? It's related to the cult. This time it feels a little special. You should be careful. If you have any questions, you can directly refuse to act. I will handle the rest, Imolo said in a serious tone. Wu Hung and Shilagui looked at each other and nodded in response. Yes. Deacon. Chapter 392, Travel. Walk out of the study. The two walked out along the corridor. Wu Hung asked, the deacon said there might be special circumstances. What does that mean? It's not strange that the association mobilized to support the neighboring areas. But listening to the tone of Imi Luo in assigning the task, I always feel that there is something else going on. Shilagui said, I heard from Sister Moya that a high-level professional landed on the island yesterday. Maybe I felt that the time when the other party landed on the island was so coincidental with this mission, so I suspect there is something wrong. Any tricks? Shilagui shook her head and said, it's unlikely. This kind of help is sent by the local association in person. There should be nothing wrong. If we have problems, it will be difficult for them to shirk their responsibilities. Wu Hung felt right. If the local association is implicated, even if the address is a real name system, the association will directly investigate you if you spread a false message. At that time, various interrogations and lie detectors will be used, and problems will not be concealed. Then we should be careful. Yes. Shilagui nodded, and then asked, which team are you going to take? Team 11. Shilagui frowned slightly, glanced at him. The latest team? Do you know them? When I was a member of the team, we were in the same team. She was not taken seriously outside, so I suggested that she be transferred here. Wu Hung explained. Shilagui said, your team has improved very quickly. 1 deputy deacon. 1 captain. The people in this team have improved very quickly. Not bad. Shilagui thought for a moment, and then said, Team 11 is short of people. You also know that this mission may be dangerous. It is best to take a team with sufficient people to attack. I am just suggesting that you choose it yourself. Wu Hung also understood what she meant. I will see the situation on her side then. Shilagui nodded. Gather at the door at noon. It will take about 2 days on the road. Prepare food and fresh water. Okay. Shilagui walked into her study. Wu Hung went directly to the morgue and transformed the corpse of Captain Poison Crocodile. A level 13 skeleton warrior stood up from the ground. Wu Hung named him Poison Crocodile, asked him to put on a set of protective gear to cover the bones, and took him back to his office. In the study, Anweir was combing the feathers of the little owl. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, she smiled and called him master. Wu Hung returned to the desk and sat down, saying, Wire, the deacon has arranged a field investigation mission, which will take a few days. You and Minnie will stay on the island. When you go back and forth to the association, this skeleton warrior will also be responsible for protecting you. Underwire was stunned. frowning slightly. Field mission? How about I go with you? So I can take care of you on the way. There are also Zalagwi and 2 other teams. It would be ridiculous to bring someone to take care of you. No way. They envy you so much. I'll go with you. Underwire came over and said coquettishly. I'll be back in 2 days. You still need to keep an eye on the family, especially Minnie. When I'm not around, keep an eye on her so she doesn't run around. Wu Hung said. Going out on a mission and bringing a maid with you, this is a bit too strange. Besides, I'm a deputy deacon after all. I still have to pay attention to the impact when I'm out. Anvir felt that she really shouldn't follow, so she could only nod and agree. Okay, when I'm at a higher level, you can take me with you when I go out. Okay. Wu Hung nodded and continued, we'll leave here at noon wire. Go to the tavern and order some food, and prepare it according to the 2-day journey. Okay. Master. Anvir put on her coat and prepared to go out. Before leaving, Wu Hung added, by the way, let Kavina come over. Okay. Anvir answered, opened the door and walked out. Not long after, the door was knocked again, and Kavina walked in directly. She glanced at the skeleton servant standing in the room and asked curiously, what do you want to talk to me about? Wu Hung motioned her to sit down and asked, have you adapted to this place these 2 days? Kavina smiled. Everything is fine. The weather and scenery here are very good. Much more beautiful than Blackstone Town. Tell me if you need anything. I'll ask you to prepare it. Well, thank you. Everyone is very friendly. It's good to have a backer, Kavina said with emotion. Wu Hung nodded, and then asked, did the deacon recommend any team members to you? 2 people have joined the team. One is a dwarf shield warrior, and the other is a human ranger. They are still getting used to each other. Are dwarves also suitable for the profession of shield warriors? The professional characteristics of shield warriors are defense and protection. The height of dwarves gives people a feeling that they are not suitable for shield warriors. Kavina smiled and said, it's not bad. The physical strength of dwarves is not worse than that of humans. Well, that's good. Wu Hung continued, I have a mission. I need to go out. There may be some dangers. Do you want to go with me? With almost no hesitation, Kavina said directly, I am willing to go, as long as you don't mind that we are few in number. Wu Hung nodded. Then you go and prepare. Bring your team members to my place at noon to gather. Keep it confidential. Before leaving, tell your team members the real mission. Understood. Kavina nodded seriously. By the way, do you have a space ring? No, Kavina said. The level of personnel in different associations is different. In Blackstone Town, Slater doesn't have a space ring, let alone a captain like Kavina. And on Treasure Island, you can get a space ring from any pirate who is more than level 10 by killing him. Of course, the level of pirate captains is often higher than that of deacons in small places. Wu Hung took out a ring and handed it to her. 5 cubic meters. Prepare some food and fresh water. These things are necessities at sea. Kavina looked at the space ring, somewhat unsure whether to take it. I have already taken advantage of the other party by coming to him. Now I feel a little embarrassed to take his things. No need. I will prepare a package when the time comes. I will sell it to you. Pay me when you have money. Hearing what he said, Kavina said no more. She thanked him and took the space ring and put it on her hand. Then I will prepare it first. Okay. Meet at the door at noon. Don't be late. Understood. Kavina left, and Wu Hung began to organize the items in his space ring. Put all the props that might be used into a ring, so that they can be used when needed. Soon, Anvir also came back. She took out all the food and drinks that were ordered. Wu Hung put them all away. At noon, Wu Hung and Kavina's team waited for a while, and Kavina came with the first team. They took the carriage and headed to the port. They boarded the ship directly and left the port. In the cabin, the light stone above their heads swayed gently with the ship. All the members sat around in the cabin, and there was silence. Zalagwi said, this mission is to go to Lopez City to investigate the cult in the local village and ask for help from Treasure Island. This also means that this incident is beyond the scope of local investigation. Everyone must be careful and cautious. At the same time, we must also pay attention to the external image of the association, and must not use the identity of the association to oppress and kill local residents. Chapter 393. Strange Village. Until leaving the island, he then mentioned the mission to everyone. Even though the 2 deputy deacons led the team this time, the rest of the team was still a little nervous. Yes, The team members nodded in response. Okay. Everyone go, and do your own things. The two teams will allocate patrol time, and be responsible for the safety of the ship. Zalogwi continued. Yes. The two team leaders nodded again, and left the cabin. The navigation of the ship is handled by a special person. However, the association team still needs to pay attention to safety issues at sea. After the team members left, Wu Heng said, Any news about the evil sword? Zalogwi leaned back lazily, and her exaggerated chest seemed to break the armor. She said, There is news. It is said that the last user had a strange item in his hand, which could resist an attack. Now I don't know where this item is. Oh, no wonder. Wu Heng nodded. In other words, the previous user used another rare item to resist the attack of the evil sword. And the rare item that can resist the attack is probably very valuable. It is also difficult to obtain. Have you ever been in contact with a cult? Zalogwi asked again, holding her chin. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, I killed a wanted criminal, an elder of the Divine Punishment Church. The Divine Punishment Church should not be considered a cult. At least it is not wanted by the association. The elder you killed must have done something to be wanted, Zalogwi said. At that time, he had no idea why Bodong was wanted. It was the captain at that time, Otluk, who mentioned a cult, which he wrote down. I don't know, but it's pretty powerful anyway, Zalogwi continued. When we get there, we will only be responsible for investigating. If there is really a cult or danger, it will be handed over to the local city guards to deal with. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll just accompany you. The strongest companion? How is that possible? The two chatted for a while, and then they came out of the meeting room. Each returned to their own cabin, entered the assigned cabin. Two skeleton attendants stood guard at the door. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao and Glinda. The two ghosts looked at the narrow and shaking space curiously. Glinda asked, Why are you out to sea again? Xiao Xiao also said, This room is so simple. The association has arranged a task for me to investigate in other places, about the cult. Wu Heng told them about the task, and then said, You will work harder, help me investigate the situation. Glinda nodded. Okay. Xiao Xiao also floated in the air, said, Finally we are out of the island. I also want to see what it is like outside. You can walk around the ship. Remember to be invisible. Don't let others see you. Wu Heng sat down at the table. The two ghosts agreed, and then disappeared and wandered around. Wu Heng took out the skill Lightning Beam that he exchanged today, and began to read it. Lightning Beam is a skill of shaping energy. Through the transformation and shaping of energy, it can burst out lightning in a specified direction. It can hurt the enemy and cause lightning damage. It is a direct and effective way to hurt the enemy. He read carefully page by page. When he finished the last page, the system prompt also appeared. Unlock skill, Lightning Beam. Wu Heng was delighted. Not only did he learn a new skill, it also meant that his ability to unlock skills by reading books was not invalid. Mansion technique, it was not successful. There must be other problems. I will find a solution later. As night approached, Xiao Xiao and Glinda also flew back. One was reading a book in the air, and the other was watching the animation on the tablet opposite Wu Heng's desk. Wu Heng also went to bed to rest. 2 days later in the morning, the ship docked at the port of Lopez City. The team members took a carriage and went directly to the local association. They met with the local deacon, who briefly introduced the situation. They arranged for a deputy deacon named Endel and 2 investigators from the association to take them to the village they needed to investigate. The road leading to the village was rugged, and there were dense jungles on both sides. The carriage moved forward slowly. Endel was a man in his 40s, with a full beard, and judging from his weapons and armor, his profession should be a warrior. It's not as prosperous as your treasure island. It's not as prosperous here. The roads are all dirt roads, Endel said with a smile, and continued, about 5 days ago, in a house in the village, an altar and a dead human body were found. Preliminary examination suspected that it was a human sacrifice. Human sacrifice? Wu Heng frowned slightly. There are gods in this world. When Yazd in Blackstone Town wanted to take over his body, the power he used was related to the evil god. But these gods, it seems, are not as powerful as the rumors say, or they cannot directly affect this world. Because of this incident, he specially checked some relevant information. According to some archives of the association, most of the cults are fake churches fabricated by some eloquent people. They are just trying to deceive some people and achieve their own goals. What gods? Zalagwi asked. Indel shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't found out yet. Zalagwi nodded and glanced at Wu Hung beside him. It's easy to say if there is a corpse. He also has a necromancer on his side. It's hard to say about other aspects. But he is quite professional in treating corpses. Let's go into the village and take a look. Yes. The carriage moved forward and could see the village in the distance. It seemed that the village was not as backward as imagined. The houses were made of stone and wood. And the clothes hung out to dry were all made of good fabrics. The carriage slowly approached. An old man with a long beard came over and glanced at the people. He smiled and said, Welcome, everyone. Indel introduced. This is the village chief. People in the village rarely come into contact with outsiders. If you talk to the village chief, things will go more smoothly. Yes. Zalagwi nodded. Let's go. Take us to the altar and see the corpse. Okay. Please come this way. The village chief gestured to the people and led them into the village. Entering the village. Gradually going away. From the entrance of the village. Several figures immediately rushed out. They walked to the carriage tied to the side. Got into the carriage directly. And began to search. Wu Hung saw all this with his eagle-eye technique. He walked without stopping. But his brows slightly frowned. These people actually went directly to search the association's carriage. It didn't seem like they were stealing. But more like they were checking something. In Blackstone Town, ordinary residents would call the members of the association team master when they saw them. Even in the chaotic Rentam city, the gang leaders would not provoke the people of the association. And here, these villagers are not as respectful to the association as they seem. The cult's house is located on the left side of the village. The room is empty, leaving only a clay statue in the middle, which vaguely shows a human figure, and looks like melted hot wax. The air is filled with a rotten and fishy smell, as if it has not been ventilated for a long time. The statue is surrounded by black iron chains full of rust, and there are dark red bloodstains on the ground, and a series of round wax marks. It seems that candles were lit at that time. All the evidence at the scene indicates that this is an altar. Check around and record the situation, Zalagwi said. The team members began to disperse and check the room. Wu Hung didn't have anything to check, so he just looked around. Zalagwi looked at the village chief again. Where is the body? The body was burned, the village chief said. Indel frowned. Burned? Didn't I tell you to keep it well? My lord. What kind of weather is this? We can't keep it. It stinks and rots. We are afraid of attracting plague, so we burned it first. The village chief explained anxiously. Zalagwi looked at Wu Hung beside him, felt a little helpless. If there is a corpse, Wu Hung can directly ask the corpse. Then, who killed it can be found out at once. Now, I am afraid it will be a bit troublesome. Zalagwi signaled the village chief to leave first, and the others continued to stay to check. How is it? Did you find anything? Zalagwi came over and asked. Although she was the one who showed up all the way. But in the whole team, the strongest one is still Wu Hung. Not to mention his own strength. The skeleton attended behind him, Karanmu, is level 17. The highest level in the team. Wu Hung shook his head and said softly, nothing was found. Be careful of the people in the village. Zalagwi's eyes condensed. And then nodded. The two investigators also began to record the situation they found. But there was still not much to gain. My lords. The village chief came back and said, we have prepared dinner and empty rooms. If it doesn't work, you can rest for a night. It's not too late to investigate tomorrow. Although the matter is serious, it has not caused any harm to the village. So there is no rush. Okay. Zalagwi thought about it, looked at the sky and could only nod in agreement. Several people walked out. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from one side. A disheveled figure rushed out screaming and ran to the other side. Stand there. I'll beat you to death. Several figures followed closely behind, chasing after him with sticks in their hands. Chapter 394. Pirate Village. On one side of the road, several people rushed out one after another. The disheveled beggar fell to the ground, screaming. For men holding wooden sticks followed him out of the alley. They approached quickly, cursing. Fuck. I'm going to beat you to death. Break your legs. And see how you can run away. The beggar curled up, backing away little by little, saying, Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The men who chased him breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he stopped running. Still cursing, he quickly stepped forward, wanting to teach the beggar a lesson. He just raised the stick in his hand. A voice came from behind. "Stop! What are you doing here?" A few people turned around and saw the association team coming over. Village chief. The leader pointed at the beggar and was about to explain. The village chief had a gloomy face, and he signaled behind him with his eyes and said, "What are you doing here with a fool? Send him home." "Oh, yes." The beggar wanted to rush over, but was held down by several people and dragged away. "My lords, he is just a fool. His brain was broken before. Please don't be surprised," the village chief said. Zalogwi glanced at the figure being dragged away. "Why is he so stupid? Don't mention it. A few years ago, the village was attacked by pirates. All his family members died. He was the only one left. Then he became like this," the village chief explained. Zalogwi didn't say much. Several people continued to follow the village chief and walked away. A courtyard. Several people pushed the beggar down and hit him hard with the sticks in their hands. After a few curses, he dragged the beggar, who was in a mess, into a semi-underground cell and threw him in. The man locked the door with an iron chain and cursed. "When those lackeys from the association leave, I will peel off your skin." After cursing, he turned and left. The beggar was still curled up on the ground, without any movement. Wait until the others walked away. A translucent ghost slowly emerged from the iron cage. "Are you still alive?" The beggar on the ground moved slightly, but did not get up. The ghost circled in the air, and then went directly into the beggar's body. He made 2 self-rescue moves, and then sat up against the wall. After separating from the body again, the beggar opened his eyes and smiled foolishly, facing the ghost. He did not show the fear of a living being. The ghost asked, "What's going on in this village? Tell me what you know." The beggar still kept smiling foolishly. There was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The ghost looked at the beggar and began to guess in his heart. Did he guess wrong? This beggar? Didn't he want to say something when he rushed to the association? Just running around. The ghost continued to try. Cult? Sacrificial ceremony? Lies and murders in the village? Pirates! 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 The beggar's body choked. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted loudly, "Pirates! Association!" Shouting, he crawled to the corner of the iron cage like a dog, on the ground covered with straw and mud. He grabbed a cloth bag and held it in his hand. Then, as if he was having a seizure, he smashed the cloth bag against the wall. "Kill the pirates!" The beggar's eyes widened, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was crazy. The ghost floated to the cloth bag. He pulled it outside, and controlled his power to open it layer by layer. A rolled-up piece of cloth was revealed inside, and the words written in blood said, "Pirates massacred the village, and all men, women, old and weak were massacred." The ghost's translucent body trembled. The village was massacred. Who are the villagers in this village? The beggar in front of him must know a lot of things. Why he was not killed, but kept in a cage like a dog. They asked the association to come. What is the purpose? The ghost thought, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing the angry beggar again, said, "Someone will come to save you." After saying that, turned around and left. Outside the village, in a wooden house, the door was knocked, and the village chief walked in carefully. In the small room, there were many people crowded. The village chief bowed his head, saluted and said, "Chief, they have been settled." The man wearing a religious robe, sitting in the main seat, asked, "Did they find anything?" "No. Their people only went to the arranged altar room. And then it was getting dark, and they didn't go anywhere to check." The village chief replied. The man in the religious robe nodded. "How many people did they come? Is there anything special?" The village chief recalled. "A total of 13 people, including the 2 deputy deacons of Treasure Island that you asked to pay attention to." The man raised his eyebrows and praised, "Well, you did a good job. Don't worry about the rest. We will take care of it." "Yes, Chief. Go back first." The village chief saluted again and retreated directly. The man cast his eyes down. He said solemnly, "Follow the plan? For people will deal with the Necromancer. Be careful of his undead servants. It's not difficult to kill him at close range. The rest of you will follow me to deal with the other 2 deputy deacons and the rest of the team members." "Okay." Everyone nodded. "Let's get ready. We will start when it gets darker. We must clean up the scene before dawn." Everyone stood up and began to prepare the accommodation arranged by the village. The members of the association simply ate some of the food they brought with them, and began to arrange for people to take turns to watch the night. Even though there was rest time on the boat, I still felt tired from the journey. Wu Heng sat in the room and began to recheck his weapons and props. From the moment he entered the village, he felt an indescribable sense of disharmony. The village looked simple, with scarce arable land, and the living conditions of every household were pretty good. The village was barbaric, and although there were many people in the village, there were few middle-aged men. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, and Zalagui opened the door and walked in. She glanced at the room and said, "What did you find? Just tell me." Just when Wu Heng was about to say that he hadn't made any major discoveries, he felt that Glinda had flown back invisibly and went directly into his body. Then, a picture was shared in his mind. After receiving the information, Wu Heng's eyes suddenly widened, and he was a little surprised and unbelievable, seeing the change in his expression as he looked at her. Zalagui drew her sword and alerted the surroundings. Seeing that there was still no danger, she frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" This expression, Wu Heng sorted out the information transmitted in his mind, released Granda again, and scouted the surroundings. Then he said to Zalagui, "We may be in trouble." "What do you mean? Are you talking about the cult?" Wu Heng shook his head. "No. There is no cult here at all. This is a pirate village. The cult just let us in." Zalagui's pupil shrank, and her expression was also surprised. She knew what the pirate village meant. The previous treasure island was a pirate island, inhabited by pirates and their families. The women who were captured would also be distributed to the people on the island, forming an area to replenish their own personnel and maintain their lives. To put it more clearly, it was a bandit village. It was just that these were pirates, and they were of the same type. In other words, it was all a conspiracy. It was to lure them out of the treasure island. No wonder when they left, Deacon Imolo suspected that there was something wrong. Many things just happened to happen at the same time. After being surprised, Zalagui said again, "The cult does not exist. They let us in for the 500 gold coins on you. They really killed you. The pirates don't want this village anymore? Aren't they afraid that the association will come to investigate? It's not clear how to deal with it later." Zalagui continued to ask, "What should we do next?" "Inform everyone about this matter first. They should take action soon." Zalagui nodded and was about to get up and leave. The ghost was small and flew back from outside, drilled into the body, and shared the outside scene. "I saw a group of figures running quickly, surrounding the courtyard where I lived. They are coming. Get ready to fight." As he spoke, a white bone armor began to appear on Wu Heng's body, covering his whole body. Zalagui's face also changed instantly. Realizing that the other party had already taken action, he drew his sword and rushed out of the courtyard, shouting, "The enemy is coming. Fight accurately." Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Countless alchemical thunders were thrown in from outside the courtyard, landing around the courtyard. Chapter 395, Besiege the Association. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion sounded. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, thunder, which kept exploding in the courtyard. The members dodged everywhere, in a mess. Then, several figures appeared in sight. Looking at the members of the association from afar, Hillary held a sword in one hand, looking at the opposite side with cold eyes, but her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. A large group of pirates stood on the opposite side, surrounding the entire farmyard, and her eyes swept over. You can see the wanted criminals on the association's wanted list. 6 level 15 professionals, and the rest were wanted criminals ranked around 10 on the wanted list. What a luxurious lineup. How much hatred is there? They united so many pirates, just to ambush them? Is it worth it? The pirates swept the front. Finally, they landed behind 2 skeleton servants, wrapped in bone armor. The man in a religious robe, holding a book, smiled and said softly, "Kill them. Leave no one alive." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows were shot out, and many pirates rushed to their targets. The division of labor was clear, and the goal was clear. In the blink of an eye, they fought with the members of the association team. Among them, 4 level 15 professionals rushed towards Wu Heng in an instant. "You really think highly of me." Wu Heng looked at the target rushing towards him, and the current surged in front of him. Z! A silver-white lightning snake suddenly rushed out and hit the leading silver-armored pirate. The opponent's body flew backwards instantly and hit the low wall behind him. The spreading current made his whole body twitch. With his other hand, he held a submachine gun and was about to fire, when he saw several burning rolling thunders thrown from a distance. He quickly retreated, and his original position was engulfed by the fire of the rolling thunders again. He stood firm and glanced around. Among the pirates, a short dwarf was holding a pipe, puffing hard twice, and lighting the rolling thunder in his hand. He was short, holding 2 black rolling thunders on his left and right. Damn! A bomber! Wu Hung raised the muzzle of his gun and fired 2 shots at the distance. The bomber held the rolling thunder, like a clever monkey, dodging quickly. At the same time, several other figures ran towards him quickly. The boxer with the tiger finger, holding 2 daggers, the agile thief, and a ranger with a bow in the distance, who kept shooting arrows. The arrows whistled, covering the 2 melee fighters approaching quickly. You really think highly of me. Dang dang. The skeleton swung out the long sword of the cron wood, separating the 2 arrows. He and the broken skull looked at the thief and boxer, who were rushing towards him. Wu Heng's peripheral vision quickly swept across the battlefield. The warriors knocked down by the lightning beam stood up again, and the bombers began to light the fuse, and kept throwing rolling thunders of various effects around. The roar and smoke rose up, and the wind and fire were mixed. The pirates had calculated everything. If they continued to stay, they would only drag everyone to death. By then, even if he could go back alive, Zalagwi, Kavina, and others would be in danger. To break the situation, jump out of the range they set. The thought flashed through his mind. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the figure rushing towards him, and the ranger shooting arrows in the distance. And he quickly fired. The bullets were fired with a crackle, forcing the opponent to retreat. Then, he turned around and retreated, taking 2 skeleton servants with him, and distanced himself from the battle area. As he moved, the pirates changed instantly. The pirates, who targeted him, exchanged glances with each other and followed him. As for Zalagwi, she looked at the disappearing Wu Hung and several pirates, and her face changed drastically. She naturally didn't think Wu Hung would escape. The pirates had originally targeted him. If they were to retreat now, they would more likely lead the main force of the pirates away. That was indeed the case on the scene. 5 level 15 pirates were missing in an instant. This gave everyone in the association a chance to catch their breath. However, even with 2 skeleton servants, they were not equal to the number of pirates. Once the mage lost the safe environment for casting spells, he would become as fragile as a lamb. You retreat, I'll go help him. Saragwi said, the halo under her feet lit up, and her figure instantly jumped up from the ground. Just as she was about to follow him, she saw a figure in her peripheral vision, crashing towards her like a cannonball. Zalagwi swept her sword, and the 2 collided, pulling away again. The man in the religious robe looked at her, and said with a smile, Deputy Deacon Zalagwi, worry about your own situation first. Zalagwi narrowed her eyes slightly. Captain of the Devil's Hand. It's me. Wu Hung adjusted his breathing, and his 30 points of agility allowed him to keep running fast. Even the thieves and rangers following closely behind him were unable to catch up for a while. Only the ranger pirates' tamed beasts followed closely in the air, maintaining the surveillance range. Seeing that they were getting farther away from the battle zone, Wu Hung also gradually slowed down his running speed, waiting for the pirates to approach. When he was sure that the enemy in the dark was these pirates, he actually felt much calmer in his heart. It was not like the enemy was hiding in the dark, and he was making random guesses and getting worried, as long as he handled it well. With the trump cards he had accumulated, it should not be a problem to deal with him. Swoosh! 2 arrows whizzed in from the roof behind. Wu Hung paused slightly, and while dodging, turned around and fired his submachine gun. The ranger quickly crouched down, avoiding his sight. Then, the muzzle turned again, and swept towards the bomb dwarf. The bomb dwarf dodged sideways into the alley, and the unlit rolling thunder in his hand also fell to the ground. Looking at the bullet hole that broke the stone, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this time, the other 3 figures appeared on both sides of the alley one after another, and surrounded Wu Hung in the middle. The silver-armored warrior, with a face full of flesh and a blackened chest from the electric shock, exhaled twice. You are quite a runner. I am the murderer of your father? Why do you have to go to such great lengths to plot against a deputy deacon like me? I can't help it. Your head is valuable, the silver-armored warrior said. It's only 500 gold coins. I'll give you 500 gold coins and forgive your past crimes. How about we just say goodbye? Wu Hung adjusted the muzzle of the gun and said directly. As he was talking, the ranger appeared on the roof. The bomb dwarf picked up his pipe again and took 2 deep puffs. Humph. Do you think we are stupid? The silver-armored warrior snorted coldly, then turned his head and said, Follow me to kill him, and make a quick decision. After that, holding the heavy sword in his hand, the warrior took the lead. The boxer followed behind, and the thief came from behind. The ranger drew the bow, and the dwarf lit the fuse. To deal with himself, he was not sparing any effort. Wu Hung also made a move instantly. He raised his hand to release death breath, and the dark clouds formed by negative energy covered the dim moonlight in the sky. The submachine gun hung on his neck and swung back. 2 more grenades appeared in his hand, opened the pull ring, and threw them forward. Unlike lighting the fuse, this detonation only takes a few seconds. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the shrapnel of the grenade flew everywhere. The warrior who rushed over was blown away again, spitting blood. Skull Karanmu supported the ground with one hand. Cloud mist covered his body. The figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind the ranger in the blink of an eye. The ranger was instantly alert, hastily ducked, and a strand of hair on his head was cut off by the long sword. He rolled over quickly on the spot. 2 daggers appeared in his hands, and he killed the skeleton servant. The skeleton's head was crushed, and he held up the warhammer, and he killed the boxer who was attacking him. Every time the warhammer fell, the bricks and stones exploded, and the electric snakes scattered. The bomber in the distance laughed loudly, and just after throwing the ignited rolling thunder, he saw the grenade stopped in midair. A ghost slowly appeared in front of him. Ghost? How come there is such a ghost thing? The bomb dwarf said in a shrill voice. Then he saw the ghost controlling the thrown rolling thunder to float back. The fuse burned quickly. Damned undead. After cursing, he turned and ran. The ghost, still holding the rolling thunder and chasing. Dang. Wu Hung entered the explosive potential state, his veins bulged, his eyes were bloodshot. He kicked his feet, like a mad bull, and instantly rushed towards the thief behind him. The thief, who was also rushing over, frowned. The mage rushed towards the thief with a sword. This was the first time he saw it. But he was also happy in his heart. If he killed him himself, he would have more say when the spoils were divided. Thinking of this, the speed of his feet increased again. The distance between them was getting closer. He jumped up and stabbed the opponent's throat with the dagger. Dang! The next second, the sound of metal clashing sounded. The thief's face changed drastically, and a huge force came from the dagger in his hand, and the weapon almost fell out of his hand. What's going on, mage? Such a strong force. Chapter 396, according to the plan, kill the mage. The thief adjusted his body shape, and swung his weapon again and again. The sword moves were flexible and varied, trying to break through the opponent's defense and attack the vital parts of the body. And Wu Hung, who had practiced swordsmanship for a long time, at this moment, also showed his skilled responsibility. The sword moves continuously. While defending, he made a quick counterattack. Dang dang dang. The weapons of the two kept colliding. The dense metal clashes resounded through the night sky, and sparks flew everywhere. The thief became more and more frightened, his eyes widened, and his expression became more and more unbelievable. At the beginning of the battle, perhaps the opponent used some method to increase his strength. But as the battle continued, the opponent's strength and melee responsibility were not inferior to melee professions at all. Damn it. Are the candidates for the association's deputy deacon so perverted now? Z. The sound of electricity sounded, and the silver-white lightning gathered again, bursting out. It hit the thief's body and flew backwards. It's really a mage, compared with the frequent psychological fluctuations of the thief. Wu Hung held the sword tightly, with only the desire to fight in his heart. Explosive potential is an ability unlocked from the corpse core. As the 3 attributes of physique, strength, and agility are enhanced, the heart becomes more and more irritable. Only by forcibly suppressing the urge to fight will you remember to use spells or firearms to attack. The thief was knocked away. The corner of his eye quickly scanned the entire battlefield. The battles in various places are still going on. The skeleton servants and ghosts are also entangled with each other. It seems that the target cannot be killed in a short time. We must find a breakthrough as soon as possible. Break the current stalemate. The longer the time drags on, the more dangerous the other members of the association will be, and when they fail, if all the pirates come over, their situation will become even more dangerous. Bang, 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 the submachine gun on his back. turned around and shot at the position where the thief flew out again. The thief was horrified, turned over to avoid the bullets, and tore open 2 scrolls in his hands. The earth wall rose from the ground, covering his figure, and the green light enveloped his body, recovering from his injuries. Seeing the other party shooting strange ammunition, while rushing over, the thief became even more anxious, and shouted, "How long do you want to delay? If I die, you will not live either." On the roof, the ranger who was entangled by the Kramu also shouted, "Bregow! What are you doing? Ta 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 ta!" A charred figure ran out of the alley. A shrill voice said, "Here we come. According to the plan. Kill the mage." The ranger shouted loudly. While speaking, the ranger and the boxer tore the scroll almost at the same time. Vines grew on the ground, restricting the crushed skull. Black tentacles flew out from the scroll, entwining the cramwood. And the dwarf bomber ran quickly to the nearby area. Placing a huge human-faced vertical coffin in front of him, the coffin lid opened horizontally. Countless iron chains flew out. The others dodged quickly, and the chains instantly entangled the 2 skeleton attendants. The iron chains contracted, and the 2 figures were pulled into the vertical coffin in the blink of an eye. With a bang, the coffin lid closed tightly. Seeing the scene appear, several pirates sighed a sigh of relief at the same time. They looked at each other and rushed towards Wu Heng's position. The scene in front of them made Wu Heng's face change instantly. These pirates really made sufficient preparations, and they also made plans to limit the skeleton servants and kill themselves first. The silver-armored warrior took the brunt of the attack. The boxer was a little slower. The ranger rushed on the roof, and the thief waited for the opportunity. The dwarf bomber, with a charred body, kept his distance and was at the back. A standard 5-man team. 3 close combat, 1 ranged, 1 scout and ranged output. The tactical formation created by the association, the pirates used it to deal with him. Damn it, Wu Heng thought quickly about countermeasures. His own props, hot weapons, or should he also play the role of bomber and throw all the grenades in the space ring? If he delays like this, it will still be disadvantageous to him. There is an alley on the left. Glinda flew back and said in a low voice. Wu Heng turned around and went directly into the alley on the side. 5 pirates gathered quickly and rushed in. They had just been delayed for a long time. Now they were 5 against 1. Naturally they had to get back all the humiliation they had suffered before. Just rushed in. Gulyulu. Several grenades were thrown out from inside. Dodge! The soldier shouted. Several people scattered instantly. Explosions sounded. Smoke and dust filled the alley. Here, stop him! A villager holding a machete shouted. Then, 2 more people with weapons came over. Bang bang bang. Wu Heng raised his hand and fired. The 3 people who tried to block the way fell to the ground instantly. Dead skeleton battlefield release. 3 skeletons slowly stood up. Wu Heng took out a long sword and handed it to one of the skeletons, while saying, "Glinda, control me to retreat." Understood. The spiritual consciousness separated. Glinda took over the physical body and quickly distanced himself. The 2 skeletons rushed towards the pirates in the alley. They were smashed directly by the pirates. 5 figures quickly chased out. Wu Heng controlled the skeletons, aimed at the positions of the 5 people, and jumped onto the wall. Quickly drew out the long sword, and stood still. Swish, swish, 2 silver-white sword beams flashed. A silver-white sword beam flashed. The ranger who drew his bow and aimed, the warrior who ran wildly with a sword, had their necks slashed by the cold beam. Gulyulu. A head rolled down from the roof, and another fell to the ground. The pupils of the remaining people shrank, and they stopped moving instantly. They only looked at the long sword in the hands of the skeleton opposite with horror. The evil sword of the static blade. Damn, it was the man who bought the things at the auction. The consciousness returned. Wu Heng turned around and took a look. Only 2 of the 5 people who chased him died. Such a quick reaction? Immediately realized that the characteristic of the weapon is to be stationary. Uncle, the old man who threw the bomb, was not fixed, and he was going to escape. Xiao Xiao, who was in charge of reconnaissance, flew over and said quickly, "The dwarf is not in the range of the weapon." "Where is it? Show it to me." Wu Heng avoided the position of the weapon, jumped onto a roof, and took out a sniper rifle. This kind of long-distance killing of enemies is what he is best at. There. A small finger. In the dark night, a short figure was running away in panic. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The dwarf, who was running wildly, felt a pain in his back, and his whole body was pushed forward by a force. Then, there was a severe pain. The body fell to the ground instantly, and blood oozed out of the wound. Bang! Before he could take out the potion, there were 2 more explosions. His body and the back of his head exploded, and he instantly fell into darkness. He jumped off the roof, and his eyes fell back to the alley. In the alley, there were only the boxer and the thief left. The 2 of them were already feeling regretful. They never thought that a vice-deacon of Treasure Island would lead the battle to this point. The prey that was brought into the village with all kinds of calculations suddenly became the hunter. 3 of the 5 people were already dead. There was no thought of fighting in his mind, and his eyes were wandering. Seeing Wu Hung appear again, the thief said solemnly, "Wu Hung, we are wrong in this matter. I am willing to pay enough compensation to buy my own life. We are also a large pirate group and can give you a lot of money." Wu Hung exited the explosive potential state, and the feeling of weakness and fatigue spread all over his body instantly. He sat down opposite and said, "Is there no cult here?" The thief shut up instantly. Wu Hung raised his hand. Bang bang, 2 bullets were fired, and instantly hit the thief's body. The body shook violently. The cold light of the evil sword flashed, and the head fell to the ground. Wu Hung looked at the pirate boxer again, and asked, "Is there no evil cult here?" The boxer's face was full of doubt, and he gritted his teeth and answered, "No. You set up such a trap, just to lure me out and kill me?" Wu Hung asked again. The boxer's eyes were erratic. "Yes. It was all organized by the devil's hand. I was also attracted by the bounty. And I have no hatred with you. So the local association also has your arrangements. And only then will it ask for support from the Treasure Island Association? I don't know this. It was all arranged by the devil's hand." The boxer continued, "I know. I have told you everything. You can let me go now. When did I say I would let you go?" The submachine gun in his hand was raised. Bang, bang, bang. The whistling bullet shot out, and the man was startled. He dodged quickly. The sword flashed, and the head fell to the ground. All 5 pirates died, and their bodies covered the alley. "Put away the sword." The skeleton in the distance put away the sword. The cold light flashed, and the skull fell, and the body scattered into bones. The battle was over. The ground was in a mess. Wu Hung raised his head and took 2 sips of the potion, and his physical and mental fatigue was slightly relieved. "Glinda, go and see how the team is doing, Xiao Xiao. Continue to help me guard the surroundings," Wu Hung said. "Understood." The 2 ghosts dispersed. One flew back to where they lived before. The other climbed higher, to be alert to the surroundings. Wu Hung also stood up, and dragged all the corpses in front of him. The battle was not over yet, and I didn't know what was going on with Zalagui and the others. He took off the space ring and the evil sword of the static blade, and put them away together, and then released Bone Service in succession. The 5 corpses slowly stood up. Skeleton Warrior, level 16. Skeleton Ranger, level 15. Skeleton Boxer, level 16. Skeleton Thief, level 15. Skeleton Alchemist, level 15. Chapter 397, Who are you? All 5 skeletons have reached level 15. These pirates really value themselves. He scanned several professions at a glance, and finally landed on the short skeleton. The dwarf bomber turned out to be a level 15 alchemist. For the alchemists he had come into contact with, they did not have much combat ability, and were more of an extension of a scientific research profession. They could make antidotes, poisons, and various potions with amplifying effects. Now, a short alchemist not only became a pirate captain, but also participated in the battle. It's really unbelievable. He took out 2 more bottles of potion and drank them, and took a look at the attributes of the alchemical skeleton. Skeleton Alchemist, level 15. Attributes: Constitution 22, Strength 15, Agility 25, Intelligence 28, Perception 22, Charisma 12. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Flexible Mind. Expertise: Leather Armor Expertise, Proficient, Throwing Expertise, Proficient, Bomb Science, Expert. Abilities: Alchemy Scholar, Formula Thin, Explosives, Alchemical Bomb Research, Gunpowder Material Preparation. Flexible Mind: This unit is born with a flexible mind. Explosives: This unit is proficient in the alchemical subject of explosives, and studies various types of blasting and splash mines. Alchemical Bomb Research: Able to develop new alchemical bombs according to requirements. Gunpowder Material Preparation: With regard to gunpowder and special materials, it has flexible application and preparation, and can make a variety of bombs. Checking the attributes: The advantages of the bomber are also revealed. The agility and intelligence are higher in the whole body. And in the alchemical subject, it belongs to the category of bomb science. It also includes the research of alchemical bombs and the preparation of gunpowder materials. It seems to be a relatively unpopular alchemical discipline, and it is developing quite well. He took a general look. Wu Heng did not have time to stay. He walked directly to the upright iron coffin in the distance. The broken skull and the Karen wood were trapped in it. It is not clear whether it is a prop or a strange object, and whether there is any danger. He asked a skeleton to test it. After confirming that there is no danger, just walked over. Iron Maiden vertical coffin rare item. Category, rare item. Effect, control up to 3 fixed targets within range, and lock them in the iron coffin. Side effect, feed with blood. Description, a torture instrument stained with sin, which can trap sinners in it, and torture them with endless loneliness and pain. A rare item. It is also a torture instrument, which looks a bit like the underworld. It can lock sinners in it, and torture them with endless loneliness and pain. It doesn't seem to kill people. Wu Heng looked around the iron coffin, and applied a little force on the lid. The heavy lid was opened directly. 2 skeletons were revealed. They were not dead, and the soul fire in their eye sockets was still strong. There were no iron chains shot out from the vertical coffin. It seemed that in order to achieve the effect, blood was needed. The 2 skeletons were released. Wu Heng also put the vertical coffin into the space ring. After returning, he would study it carefully. At this time, Grenda also flew back from a distance. Said, the people of the association have lost, only the elf deputy deacon is holding on. If it delays for too long, it may be dangerous. Wu Heng took a deep breath, and handed a sniper rifle to the skeleton ranger. Then he stood up and said, let's go. The location of the village courtyard. The courtyard wall collapsed, and the house behind him also collapsed. The core members of the pirates held torches, and stood in the courtyard that looked like a ruin. In addition to the fatigue after the war, their faces were more fanatical and excited. A pirate stabbed the seriously injured member of the association with his sword, and blood flowed out. The members of Team 1 and Team 11 fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and their eyes were blurred. Now they realized that all this was the pirates' calculation. Isn't your association crazy? Maintaining order and searching us everywhere. Have you ever thought about today? This woman looks good. Much better than those in the tavern. Don't kill her when the time comes. Keep her like that dog. When the captain is done, it will be our turn. For today's victory. The pirates were somewhat relieved. After hiding for so many years, they finally let the people of the other association fall into their hands. Outside the village, Zalagwi was covered in blood, and her golden hair was dyed dark red by the blood. She looked a little decadent, with her head down and eyes slanted, staring coldly at the opposite side. Her originally fair and childlike face was a kind of sickly paleness. On the side was the local deputy deacon, who was also seriously injured and holding on with his teeth. His chest was a bloody mess, and the whole person looked like he had been fished out of blood. Unlike Wu Heng and Zalagwi, he could also infer that the situation in the village was related to pirates. This deputy deacon, from the beginning of the battle until now, when he was seriously injured and dying, was also confused. He didn't know how so many pirates would rush out for an ordinary patrol mission. Moreover, the villagers were so familiar with the village that they stayed at home and no one came out. Zalagwi looked forward coldly and said in a deep voice, the Devil's Hand will be hunted down endlessly by the association. Even if you escape from the Emerald Sea, you will die. As you know the attitude of Deacon Yamilo. On the opposite side, the captain of the Devil's Hand in religious robes had the rapier of Zalagwi stuck in his chest. The bright red blood stained the collar of his shirt red. But his body was still straight, and his face showed no signs of fatigue after the battle. When he heard the threat from the other party, he pulled out a smile. He casually pulled out the rapier from his chest and threw it aside, said with a smile, if we don't kill you, the association won't come to kill us. Little deputy deacon, you should be more sober. If you kill the pirates can kill you naturally. Wu Heng has already escaped. If we die, it doesn't mean that your plan has succeeded. Saragwi said. The local deputy deacon swallowed his saliva, and then heard some information. These pirates designed such a thing to catch the person who just escaped? Along the way, it was Zalagwi who handled things and issued orders, and she really didn't pay attention to the other person. The captain of the Devil's Hand whispered. 5 level 15 pirates. Do you think you can't kill a deputy deacon? Of course, Zalogli said. Then you die first, so that you can have a companion when the time comes. As soon as the voice fell, the captain of the Devil's Hand turned into a black stream of light and suddenly rushed over. Inside the village courtyard. Except for these two women, kill everyone else. The core pirate shouted loudly. The rest of them drew their weapons. With fierceness on their faces, they swung their weapons at the team members, who had no strength to resist. Killing these people from Treasure Island today, I can brag about it for the rest of my life on the ship. Kavina, holding the dagger tightly in her hand, pressed it against her throat. I just got here, I'm so annoyed. Even if these pirates didn't kill me, I'm afraid it would be worse than death. It would be better to have a quick death. Wu Hung will definitely avenge him in the future. He took a deep breath and was about to pierce his throat. Bang! A familiar explosion suddenly sounded. He opened his eyes and saw an ugly pirate, whose expression was frozen, whose head suddenly exploded. His body fell forward. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Then, intensive gunfire sounded, and several pirate backbones fell one after another. In Kavina's hazy vision, she saw two skeletons running quickly, protecting the wounded behind them. He didn't run away. He killed those pirates and came back. Whoosh! A flash of fire came with a tail flame. It instantly hit the captain of the Devil's Hand. The fire exploded, and his body was blown away several meters. His whole body was charred, and half of his shoulder disappeared. Wu Hung threw down the empty rocket launcher, and walked out with a few skeletons. The captain of the Devil's Hand frowned, gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and looked suspicious and unbelievable. Why is it you? Where are they? As he spoke, his eyes kept sweeping to the darkness behind him. Several skeletons followed and appeared in his sight. The familiar weapons and armor also made him understand what happened in an instant. Who are you? Chapter 398, The Consequences of Stimulating the Necromancer. I spent a lot of effort to arrange today's plan. 5 level 15 pirates, but in the end, they still failed to kill the opponent. On the contrary, the pirates, who were arranged to go out, all turned into the opponent's skeleton servants. This is definitely not something an ordinary deputy deacon can do. Moreover, according to the intelligence, this is a newly promoted professional. Wu Hung did not answer, but looked at the embarrassed pirate captain with one shoulder missing with vigilance. The power of the rocket can blow up a vehicle. But the other party was not killed directly. Just for the bounty of 500 gold coins? I want to say it. I don't believe it. There are so many of you. How to divide it? Wu Hung replied. I will tell you when you die. The pirate captain shouted angrily. And his figure suddenly jumped up. He turned into a black figure and rushed towards Wu Hung's position. Wu Hung raised his gun and fired. And the bullet penetrated the black air and shot into the night sky. Skullbreaker took a step forward. He swung the hammer in his hand suddenly and smashed it towards the black gas. Bang, ziz, electricity flashed, and the figure of the pirate captain dissipated like smoke. He ran away, over there, Grenda reminded. Turning around, he saw the figure of the pirate captain hidden in the black fog, looming, and quickly running towards the outside of the village. Escaped? Kill him! Wu Hung ordered. The skeletons around him rushed out instantly, chasing the figure in the distance. Wu Hung also took out a rocket launcher from his space ring, and drew it towards the figure in front. After aiming at the position, he pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! The rocket flew forward with a tail flame. The pirate captain, who was running wildly, became alert, turned back suddenly, concentrated his mind, and waved his hand casually. And the black beam flew towards the rocket. At the moment of contact, the flying rocket instantly disintegrated. It turned into materials all over the sky, and flew forward. Whoosh! Behind him, clouds rose. Karenmu's figure appeared behind the captain and slashed his neck. The pirate captain turned his body on the spot, dodging the attack, and his mouth turned into a huge jaw full of sharp teeth. Biting behind him, Karenmu bent his legs and kicked the opponent's chest, using the force to retreat backwards. The skeleton thief holding a double-edged sword also came close at this time. Both swords came out, directly attacking the lower ribs. The captain dodged quickly, his body expanded again, while fighting with the skeleton. He retreated to the outside of the village. He really has some skills. Wu Hung stood in the distance, also looked at the fighting position with some surprise. The fighting power of this captain of the Devil's Hand is stronger than the previous 5 pirates, and his fighting style is also extremely strange and unpredictable. The fighting method is also close combat and magic. Seeing that the opponent was blocked, Wu Hung took out the barret again and pointed it far ahead. Seeing the right moment, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Like a thunder. The left rib of the pirate captain in the distance exploded instantly and disappeared. Karama kicked fiercely, and his swollen body was kicked out instantly. His body hit the wall on one side like a sandbag, and bricks and stones rolled down. Two skeletons followed again, and their weapons were frequently swung. Bones broke, and the sound of chopping meat rang out. Maybe he sensed danger and death. Under the courtyard wall, the pirate captain screamed, "I'll go back with you, I plead guilty. If you kill me, the Devil's Hand pirates will avenge all of you, and more people will die." Wu Hung, the blank envelope told me to do it. It told me that the promise was not a bounty. You can't kill me. The heart-wrenching cry resounded throughout the area. Sheila Rose and other people in the association all looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The notorious Devil's Hand of the Emerald Sea, the leader of the pirate group that no one has been able to provoke for decades. He was beaten against the wall and kept begging for mercy, trying to stop. Countless footsteps sounded. The shouts attracted the villagers. They gathered here from all directions, holding torches in one hand and swords and various weapons in the other hand, surrounding everyone in the middle. They approached little by little. The people in the association who originally thought they had won looked even uglier. Apparently, things have changed again. "Release the captain and leave the village," the village chief said. "Release the captain and leave the village." Hundreds of villagers shouted in unison, and their footsteps moved forward. Hundreds of people, and the association dared to kill them all. Even if they did it directly, these people could only leave the village and avoid the anger of the villagers. "Don't be impulsive, this man is a pirate, don't be impulsive." The local deputy deacon who came with them shouted loudly, trying to appease the villagers. But every shout made the villagers walk faster. Wu Hung glanced at the villagers who gathered around him and asked the other members to move closer to him. He warned in a cold voice, "The association is arresting pirates, wanted criminals. Those who block them will be treated as accomplices." The villagers who were gradually narrowing the range paused, looking at the other party's indifferent expression, and hesitated. The people in this association can even defeat the captain. If they really fight, many people may die. The village chief stood in the crowd, glanced and said, "They are all seriously injured. Kill them." Hula la. The villagers around no longer hesitated. Raising his weapon, he ran towards Wu Hung, and also towards other seriously injured association members. Wu Hung did not say much. He raised the muzzle of the submachine gun hanging on his shoulder, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle instantly spurted out flames. Bullets whizzed out, and a group of villagers were pierced through the body and slowly fell down. Then, the villagers on the other side fell to the ground in the deafening sound of gunfire. At the same time, the village chief's body began to twist, and in a terrified expression, his neck twisted like a twist, and he also fell to the ground. Seeing the village chief and the villagers in front of him, they died tragically one after another. The remaining villagers all stopped, fearing, and subconsciously took a few steps back. The association really dared to kill the villagers. Crazy. While Zalagui and the other team members were surprised that Wu Hung killed people, they also felt that he would do this. Provoking a necromancer is not a wise move. At that time, even if you die, he can continue to torment you. As if to verify this idea, a gray-white light circle spread out, and all the fallen bodies turned into skeletons, slowly stood up, and picked up the weapons on the ground again, towards the villagers around. The skeletons suddenly stood up. The villagers' faces changed drastically. They subconsciously took a few steps back again, their scalps tingling. Undead. They could actually summon undead. Even though they were used to seeing dead people, they still felt a little terrified at this moment. Puff. In the distance, an unusually obvious sound of a blade entering flesh sounded. The pirate captain's head fell to the ground. It rolled out of the corner, and appeared in everyone's sight. Then two skeleton attendants, one holding the head, and the other dragging the body, walked back from a distance. The pirate captain's body was twisted and broken, with missing limbs. This level of missing limbs makes it very difficult to transform. Wu Hung bent down and glanced at the corpse. There was only one arm left, and it was still wearing a space ring. He took off the space ring and took out the straw mat. Wrap it up. The skeleton wrapped the corpse with a straw mat. Wu Hung put it directly into the space ring. His eyes fell on the villagers with confused eyes and stunned expressions. He said directly, "No one is allowed to leave the village. If anyone escapes or resists, they will be killed on the spot." Hula la! The many skeletons that had just been transformed instantly dispersed and surrounded all the villagers. When some villagers reacted and tried to escape, they found themselves surrounded by skeletons. They missed the best opportunity. In the early morning, in a small farmyard, the door was opened, and Zalagwi, with her hair loose and a weak breath, walked in directly. Last night's battle had caused everyone to suffer serious injuries. Even if they took medicine, they would not be able to recover in a short time. "Are you okay?" Zalagwi asked with concern. "No. What about the others?" Zalagwi sat down on a chair nearby. "The others are fine, too." The two investigators were seriously injured. After all, they are not combat professionals, and their health is not good. After that, she looked at Wu Hung again and asked directly, "How are you so powerful?" Chapter 399, 5 years of raising and 5 years of tormenting. They are both deputy deacons. But the fighting power shown by Wu Hung is far beyond the level that ordinary deputy deacons can achieve. "It's still relying on my kind of weapons, you have seen it," Wu Hung said directly, when participating in the Battle of Zalagwi. More importantly, it is the use of hot weapons. Zalagwi did not ask too much, looking at him and said, "Thank you, you saved me again." Facing the trap set by the pirates in advance, anyone who feels that there is no chance of winning, leaves in the name of delivering a message, then they will all die here. The association had no reason to say anything. When Wu Hung left, Zalagwi and other team members also thought that Wu Hung had escaped. But the facts were different from what they thought. Wu Hung not only killed the 5 level 15 pirates, but also fought back directly. He pulled everyone back from the brink of death, and killed all the pirates. One person killed 6 level 15, several level 10 pirates. If it spread, it would be enough to become the biggest news in the Emerald Sea. Later, in addition to Imolo expelling the Treasure Island pirates, there was another rumor. "Why are you being polite? We agreed to help each other, and never abandon each other," Wu Hung said with a smile. Zalagwi also smiled, gathered her hair, tied it into a ponytail, and said, "That's true. When there is danger next time, I will try my best to save you." Wu Hung was stunned. "I appreciate your kindness, but I still hope there will be no danger." "I didn't say it well. We are all safe." "Yes." Zalagwi continued to ask, "What should we do next? You killed so many villagers. Even if it was a pirate village. If you can't explain it clearly, there may be problems. The association has a strict system. The purpose is to avoid, using the name of the association, doing things indiscriminately. Wu Heng's profession itself carries some bad prejudices. If this matter is reported back to the association, it is very likely to have a serious impact. There was no other way at the time. You saw the situation. If some people don't die, we will die in their hands," Wu Hung said. "I know that too. So come over and discuss it, see how to explain it better." She Logwi supported her chin and continued. Wu Hung thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "Let's go. I have evidence. Let's go out." "What evidence?" "Let's go see the others first, and then take everyone with us." Wu Hung walked out. Zalagwi followed behind him, complaining, "So mysterious," walked out of the room. There were a lot of skeletons standing in the courtyard, as well as several association members. Without waiting for others to speak, the local deputy deacon came over first and said hurriedly, "Deputy Deacon Wu Hung, there is something wrong with these villagers. Please give the association some time." The massacre of the villagers really scared the accompanying deputy deacon. Today, he has been guarding outside, fearing that the Necromancer deputy deacon, whose hatred has not subsided, will show some cruel means again. "What do you think is wrong with him?" Wu Hung looked at him. The other party hesitated, and said directly, "It is obvious that they are colluding with pirates. But the specific reason and the connection need to be investigated in detail." Wu Hung nodded, and continued, "Follow us, and we will give you an explanation." "Oh, good." Hearing that no one was killed, he was relieved. Following behind, they walked towards another house together. The door opened. 2 investigators were lying on the bed on the left and right. This kind of job is really not suitable for fighting. The aftermath could hurt them. "I have met several deputy deacons," the 2 investigators said stiffly. Wu Hung stepped forward and sat down beside the bed. "How are your injuries?" "It's okay, just some bone injuries. Wu Hung sighed. You are injured because we didn't protect you well. I will submit a report to the association after I go back and keep the files for you. Thank you, Deputy Deacon. The two looked a little grateful. Can you still move? Wu Hung continued to ask. Maybe he can't get out of bed. Here are some clues. You need to record them. I'll have someone carry you over. Wu Hung said again. Come on. Carry them. Let's go to the east. Two team members carried the investigators on their backs. The large team followed them to the east of the village. All the villagers were under surveillance, and the village seemed empty. They came to the iron cage where the beggars were imprisoned. The stench was overwhelming. In the iron cage, the beggar was still sleeping, and he paid no attention to the crowd outside. Is he the beggar I met yesterday? Shilagui asked. He seems to be related to the association. Wu Hung explained, and then said, open the iron cage, and search inside. Squeak! The iron cage was opened, and the beggar woke up. He rushed out screaming and yelling, and was subdued and controlled by a small team of people. Kavina led the others, entered the iron cage, and simply searched, and found the piece of cloth that the ghost Glinda saw. Kavina came out. She shook off the dirt on the cloth and read, Pirates massacred the village, killing all men, women, old and weak. As soon as she finished speaking, her body shuddered. The rest of the people, their eyes widened instantly, filled with surprise. All the people in this village were killed, and the people living in the village were pirates. If this cloth had been found before last night, perhaps not many people would have believed it. After all, a village, which is connected to the outside world, how could it be replaced just because it was killed? But last night, the villagers surrounded the association members, shouting, Captain, one has to believe this. Swish. The investigator took out the notebook, began to record, and save the strips. This incident was too shocking. Even looking at the text, it was frightening. He rushed to us. Is he going to tell us about this? Zalagui looked at the crazy beggar. It's possible. Or it could just be a coincidence. The others also looked at the beggar, being treated like this, and keeping the information he wanted to send out. He was not an ordinary person. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and continued, pull him over. I can try. Two members of the association pulled the man over. Wu Hung took out a round wooden stick and held it in his hand. A strange object that can make people sober. I'm not sure if it will work for this. The others nodded to show that they understood. Wu Hung also hit the beggars, but directly. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The beggar's body jumped forward and howled in pain. After two more hits, the beggar did not shout or scream, but stared at the people outside with his eyes through the long hair covering his face. Zalagui said directly, We are from the association. Who are you? She stared at the few people coldly under her long hair. A voice like a split throat sounded. The Whisperer. Wilhelm. The Whisperer. Sure enough, the message was passed to the association, but it was not sent out. Why are you here? Zalagui asked. Where are the people of the Devil's Hand? The beggar asked back. Dead. We captured this place, and the villagers were also controlled. Ha ha! The beggar laughed up to the sky, and the sound was extremely harsh. After he finished laughing, he continued to squat on the ground, saying nothing. Zalagui continued to ask again, What's wrong with you? After a moment of silence, the beggar lowered his head and said, I joined the Devil's Hand, and was later discovered by them. They locked me up for 5 years, and tortured me for 5 years. You said the village was massacred. Is that true? Really? The investigator recorded again. Wu Hung interrupted Zalagui, who continued to ask questions. The beggar's emotions were not stable. The strange object could restore people to normal. This effect was already a medical miracle. If you ask more questions, it will be difficult to deal with. Come on. Come back with us. When we punish these pirates, we will need you to testify. Okay. The beggar nodded. Everyone began to return. The local deputy deacon drove a carriage back to the Lopez City Association to ask for support. In the room, Wu Hung took out the body of the captain of the Devil's Hand. A fishy smell filled the air instantly. What is his profession? Does the association have a record? Zalagui shook her head. The beggar said, Warlock. Demon blood. Chapter 400, Preaching Book. Beggars sometimes still go crazy, but most of the time, they can still communicate normally. Seeing the broken corpse that Wu Hung brought out, while gritting his teeth, he said the other party's profession. Warlock, demon blood. Born, or acquired later? Wu Hung asked. As he walked out of Blackstone Town, he came into contact with more professions. He also got a better understanding of the profession of warlock. The magic power of warlocks comes from blood, which can be the inspiration of the ancestors' divine power, or the fusion of ancestors and powerful creatures, or it can be a powerful ritual that changed the bloodline. The way to become a warlock is not just blood awakening. Of course, this does not mean that after becoming a warlock, you will have powerful power directly. You also need to reflect and practice to refine the existing magic skills, or discover your own more powerful abilities. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Becoming a warlock also means that your development is fixed within a framework. You cannot study a variety of spells like a wizard, or even develop new schools. The beggar thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. When I was in the pirate group, I only knew that he was a warlock. Some captured captives would hold a similar sacrifice ceremony. Wu Hung nodded and said to the member of Team 11 beside him, "Go find a wooden barrel and bleed this corpse." The room suddenly became quiet. Kavina turned her head and looked at the dwarves and human thieves. They immediately went down to prepare the barrels. It was really the style of a necromancer. The body was carried down. Wu Hung continued to look at the beggar and asked, "Do you know any other bases or locations of the demon pirates?" "I knew some before. But 5 years have passed. Treasure Island has expelled pirates. I am not sure if it will still exist," the beggar said. "In 5 years, many things have changed. Especially the pirates. Every day, fleets disappear or new pirates are established. Write me the location you know. I will make arrangements later, and the credit will be yours." Wu Hung looked at him and said, "Okay." The beggar stood up, went to the side, and began to recall the information in his mind. He began to write it down. Shilagwi said again, "When will we go back?" "When the local association takes over here. We will go back." The appearance of the beggar can prove that everyone in the village is a pirate. This is very important to Wu Hung. Killing villagers and killing pirates, who disguise themselves as villagers, are two different things. After returning, there will be a legitimate reason to explain. There is a problem with this village. Can we leave it to them? Zalagwi continued to ask. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "It is difficult for us to investigate anything. Let's go back and tell the deacon about this matter and let the headquarters handle it." Okay. Near noon, the local association and the guards arrived at the village. It should be the deputy deacon who accompanied them yesterday, who told them about the battle last night. The local deacon and the guard commander were very polite. After learning about the situation at that time, they were shocked and angry about the pirate ambush. But they did not mention the pirate village. Wu Hung and others did not ask each other why there was a pirate ambush. They exchanged information on the surface, and planned to return to the port of Lopez City, and take a boat back to Treasure Island. They walked out of the village together. A large group of villagers gathered in the central area, and everyone had a very ugly face. Many of them were holding sticks. The guards in the city negotiated loudly with the villagers, and sweat beads oozed from their foreheads and necks. Tap, tap, tap. Wu Hung and the others came out, turned their heads, and looked at the noisy location. Shwa! In an instant, the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. The villagers lowered their heads one after another, no longer making too many movements. Last night these people may still be able to debate with the guards, but the one in the distance still made them a little scared. The group of skeletons following behind them are all their former companions. It's hard to say, if they provoke the other party again, whether they will kill them all. "Deputy Deacon, we will take care of it," the commander on the side said. Wu Hung nodded, and led everyone away. Before dusk, the carriage arrived at the port. They got back on the ship of the Treasure Island Association, and slowly left the port, and entered the route back to Treasure Island. When they really left the area of Lopez City, everyone slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Zalagwi took another look at the ship, and said, "2 teams should strengthen patrols, and be careful of subsequent dangers." "Yes, Deputy Deacon." The 2 captains nodded. "Arrange the patrol work." Everyone returned to the assigned room to rest. In the cabin, Wu Hung released the 2 ghosts. Glinda glanced at the cabin. "Starting to return? We were in this cabin when we came, and we are still here now. Obviously we are going back to Treasure Island." "Well, I will go back, and report the remaining matters to the headquarters, and then we will deal with them," Wu Hung said. "That's good." Glinda nodded. Xiao Shupio was on the side, hesitated for a moment, but still shouted, "Uncle." "What's wrong?" Wu Hung looked up at her. Xiao Xiao floated to another location and said, "Next time I fight, I don't want to fight with a bird. It's so low." Last night, when dealing with 5 chasing pirates, Skull Crusher, Karama dealt with a pirate, Granda entangled with the bomber, and Xiao Xiao interfered with the ranger's animal training. Maybe he thought that he was not very useful, and he felt a little resistant. Wu Heng smiled and said, "That's animal training. The division of labor is different, but the goal is the same. I don't want it. Anyway, I don't want to fight with a bird next time." Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "I'll look through the information when I go back and see how you can upgrade. Once the level is raised, you can also participate in the battle." Okay. After chatting for a while, Xiao Xiao went to the opposite side to watch cartoons. Granda flew out, responsible for monitoring the safety of the nearby sea area. Once you enter the sea, you must also be careful of the dangers of pirates. Wu Heng took out all the spoils from last night. There were 9 space rings in total, the largest of which was 20 cubic meters, and the smallest was only 2 cubic meters. They were all taken from the pirate captain and several pirate backbones. Each ring carried a lot of fresh water, food, and some daily necessities. People who stayed at sea for a long time paid more attention to carrying these things. In addition, there are a large number of gold and silver coins, some magic scrolls, potions of various effects, and some magic props. There are many kinds, especially one of the space rings. It should be the bomb dwarfs. The 20 cubic meters of space inside are mostly alchemical grenades of various effects. If they are all taken out and detonated, I am afraid that the ship under my feet will be sunk. After reading it once, I put it back into the space ring. Only a thick book was left in my hand. Missionary book, wonderful item. Effect, increased charm. More contagious words. Easier to achieve the goal, need to face the target. And the lower the target's perception, the more obvious the effect. Side effects, every time you use the prop, you must sincerely repent within 24 hours. Otherwise you will be cursed with aphasia within 3 days. Description, pray for God's forgiveness. It seems to be a very good wonder. It can improve one's own charm and language appeal, and it is easier to achieve the goal. This effect can be used in many occasions, and the side effects do not seem to be serious. Repent sincerely within 24 hours. Otherwise you will be cursed with aphasia for 3 days. Aphasia. Wu Heng has really seen it. Last time, the side effect of Kalima using the sincerity clay sculpture was aphasia, which simply means that the mouth cannot be opened and speech cannot be spoken. This will be more serious, and you will not be able to speak for 3 days. But 24 hours, I will have a chance to repent after all. In short, it is a very good item. After Wu Heng put it away, he continued to check the other items. They were all common, and there was nothing too unusual. It was late at night. Wu Heng went out and walked around the deck. Then he returned to the cabin to rest. The next afternoon, the ship returned to Treasure Island. Everyone called a few carriages and went straight to the association. Wu Heng took a few people to the morgue, and Zalagui went to the study to ask the deacon Yimi Luo. Soon, footsteps and the voice of Zalagui were heard from the direction of the stairs. Imolo and others walked down directly. After looking at the people present, he asked directly, "Where is the body?" The team members lifted the white cloth on an iron bed, revealing the pirate's body with a broken body and blood drained. "Let's start," Imolo said. Wu Heng released talking to the dead, and the corpse sat up from the iron bed and turned to look over. Behind, the 2 investigators who followed Imolo down also opened the record book and began to prepare to record. Blank envelope. What promise did you make to design a plan to lure out the Deputy Deacon Wu Heng of Treasure Island? Chapter 401, The Pirate's Insider. The corpse spoke. Pardon the crime, and build a self-made island. As soon as these words came out, the scene was instantly quiet. This promise was indeed a bit too exaggerated. It was no longer an exaggerated amount of bounty, but an indescribable shock. Who dares to promise to pardon crimes and build a self-made island? The last person who got this privilege was the owner of Treasure Island, Occam, a pirate leader who reached level 18 and was pardoned by the association and various countries. Related to the association? Otherwise, why would you say this? Everyone's eyes turned to Imolo, who put his hands behind his back and fell into thought, but his expression did not change. Then, Imolo continued to ask, "Why do you believe that the blank envelope will fulfill its promise?" The corpse replied, The message delivered by the blank envelope is very accurate every time, and based on the thinking at the time, the assassination could not fail. I have no reason not to believe it. Based on the situation in the pirate village at that time, the pirates were fully prepared. If Wu Hung hadn't had too many tricks. If it had been any of the deputy deacons, the pirates would not have failed. From the perspective of the captain of the Devil's Hand, there was indeed no reason to refuse. Imolo paused for a few seconds, waited for the investigator behind him to record, and then continued to ask, "Who is behind the blank envelope? Do you have any clues?" The corpse was silent for a moment, and continued to answer. "The letter will appear in the hands of the old pirate group, and the new pirates will not get the letter, and in the pirate legend, there is a saying that the Pirate King can control all the pirates in the sea area, and many people believe that the Pirate King has reappeared, and is commanding the pirates to retake the sea area." Old Pirate Group, the legend of the Pirate King. Wu Hung seemed to have heard this story from Philippa before, but he couldn't remember if the content was similar. If he had a chance, he would ask Philippa again. Imolo looked at Wu Hung and Zalagui. "Do you have any questions?" There were only 2 questions left. "I don't have any questions," Wu Hung said. Imolo had just asked about the 2 things he was most concerned about. Zalagui also shook her head. Imolo looked at the corpse again. "Who else cooperated with you in the assassination of the deputy deacon of Treasure Island, the protector of the Divine Punishment Church, Viola, and the assistant deacon of the Lopez City Association, Then Smoke?" Hearing these 2 names, Wu Hung and Zalagui both narrowed their eyes. Wu Hung had heard the name of the Divine Punishment Church. The Bodong killed in Blackstone Town was the local elder of the Divine Punishment Church. How could there be another one to protect the church? Zalagui was surprised by what happened in Lopez City. Everyone had some guesses, suspecting that someone in the association was cooperating with the pirates. They guessed the deputy deacon and the deacon. Now the responsibility fell on the assistant, a profession that did not belong to the association, but controlled important local matters. The last question. "Tell me all the pirate bases you know." Then, the pirates began to name the pirate bases one by one. Moya and the investigators began to record quickly. 5 questions were over. The body fell back onto the iron bed. Imolo's face looked a little ugly, as if he was suppressing his anger. He said to Wu Hung and others, "You go back and rest first. If there is anything, we will talk tomorrow." Then he looked at Assistant Moya. "Prepare the carriage, and go to Lighthouse Street." "Yes." Moya turned and left. Imolo was also leaving. Wu Hung immediately said, "Deacon." Imolo turned around. "Is there anything else?" "I also killed 5 pirate captains, but the battle was intense at the time, and they were directly transformed into skeletons." Imolo glanced at the skeletons behind him, and said directly, "Let the coroner check the bones and characteristics, and you determine the corresponding wanted order, and calculate the merits normally." "Thank you, Deacon." Wu Hung thanked him. Imolo turned and left. In the morgue, there were still a few people left. The coroner began to check the identities of several skeletons. In fact, after death, verifying through bones is much more difficult than verifying through corpses. Comparing a rough comparison, the rest depends on what the person who provided the clues says. "Verification here," Wu Hung said. "Everyone go back and rest." The 2 teams nodded and walked upstairs together. For the 2 teams, this operation was dangerous, but after the incident, the gains were equally huge. Even if Wu Hung killed the pirates himself, they also had a share of the merit reward. 6 level 15 pirate leaders. A huge fortune. Zalagui glanced at him, and said, "You should go back soon after verification." "Yeah, by the way, who is the protector of the Divine Punishment Church that the corpse just mentioned? Is he also among the bodies killed?" Wu Hung asked. "Should not be here. I have seen these pirates on the wanted list." Zalagui thought for a while, and said, "I remember, before we left, we said that a strong man went to the island, and the deacon should pay more attention to him. It might be this person." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly, and nodded. "Oh, so he went to the island." "Yeah, it's very likely. Be careful on the island, and pay attention to safety." "I understand." Wu Hung smiled. Zalagui also smiled. "I'm leaving first. Let's talk tomorrow if there's anything." "Okay." Zalagui left. Wu Hung sat aside, and waited for the other party to verify his identity. Then he compared them with the people on the wanted list, and confirmed them. After confirming them one by one, the coroner said there was no problem and recorded it directly. Wu Hung took the skeleton attendants and went upstairs again. Returned to his office study. Several skeleton attendants followed in. and scared Envier. When she saw Wu Heng coming in, her alert face immediately turned into joy, and she pushed the little owl aside. She quickly rushed over and whispered, "Master, you are back." Wu Heng hugged the little fox's waist and turned half a circle, then put it down again and said, "You are back. Did you miss me? I missed you so much." Envier's face was slightly red. "Where is so good? Is everything okay at home?" "No. Everything is fine. Sister Chanella came twice. And there is nothing else." Envier replied. "Well, wait for me for a moment, and we'll go home together later." "Okay." Wu Heng sat down at the desk, took out the letter paper from the drawer, and spread it on the table. He began to write. Lilith and Beshmet. The leader, Wu Heng, the deputy deacon of Treasure Island, encountered the pirates' design and ambush while supporting the investigation of the cult incident in the village of Lopez City, and killed the pirate leader and several pirate backbones, as well as the pirate accomplices who participated in it and disguised as villagers. In the village, we rescued the missing Whisperer member Wilhelm, who was imprisoned by pirates for 5 years and tortured. Although he was insane, he still used blood and cloth to try to spread the pirates' crimes. Hereby, I wrote a letter to justify the deeds of Wilhelm. I also thank the Whisperers for their silent contribution to the association. Treasure Island Vice Deacon, Wu Heng. After scribbling and revising, I finally wrote a satisfactory one. After checking it, I put it in an envelope. The Whisperers members, who were rescued, did make great contributions, which was also very touching. The second point was to pass on my own experience and the events to the association headquarters, in order to prevent any discrepancies in the information transmitted from Lopez City. It can be regarded as an indirect guarantee for myself, although I only wrote to Lilith unilaterally. But in the previous letters, the other party still believed me more. Every time the letter was sent, the other party would make some responses. For example, the investigation of the secret society and the nobles who sucked blood was carried out after writing to Lilith. Seal the letter, hand it to Underwire. Wire. Send it to the front desk and mail it out. Okay, Master. Underwire sent it back directly. Not long after, Envier returned again. Wu Heng also packed up his things and left the association with many skeleton attendants. Walking towards the residence, Lighthouse Street, Imolo sat in the carriage. Outside the door, a member of the association team walked over quickly. He said softly, "Deacon, the person has left. I asked the tavern owner in the port. He left on a cargo ship in the afternoon. He left the island. He was really fast." Imolo glanced at the port and waved his hand. "Okay, let's pack up and go back." "Yes, Deacon." The team packed up. The carriage also slowly returned to the association. The night was deep. Wu Heng opened his eyes, pulled out his arms, which were resting on the 2 little maids' heads, one on the left and one on the right. He covered the 2 maids with a quilt and walked out of the room carefully. As soon as he opened the door and went out, he saw a beautiful figure coming down from the roof. She was wearing a pink nightgown, with a white and delicate face, with a faint smile. She walked forward quickly and threw herself into his arms, and whispered, "Did the mission go well?" "It went well. I'm sorry to have worried you." "Are you not injured?" Wu Heng lifted her chin, looking straight into her gem-like eyes. "Do you want to check it out?" Sanara's face turned red. "What do you want to check? You always talk nonsense." Wu Heng picked her up. "Hold me." "Oh!" Sanara was wrapped around him. Wu Heng smiled, reached out to take off her shoulder straps, and the silk nightgown slid down and hung around her waist. The whole person revealed her plump and white figure. Wu Heng dragged her to the side. Sanara hugged him tightly, pillowed her head on his shoulder, and said in a soft voice, "Aren't you going to the bedroom? Where are you going?" "To the study." Kicked the door of the study open with his foot, and laid Sanara flat on the desk. The falling nightgown swayed gently at the edge. The next day. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door, and Wu Heng and Sanara woke up from the bare skin spread on the ground. "Master, are you in the study? Breakfast is ready." Wu Heng coughed lightly and shouted, "Go down right away." "Oh, okay." Minnie's voice gradually faded away. The golden sunlight shone through the window. Wu Heng looked at the figure beside him, pulled her into his arms again, and kissed her red lips. Chanella also responded, and then said, "Okay, I'm going back. It would be bad if Minnie and the others found out. I'll take you down. They'll know sooner or later." "No." Chanela said, got up and put on her nightgown. It'll take a while. I'm not ready yet. Wu Heng didn't force it, and nodded in agreement. After getting dressed, Wu Heng opened the door and looked at the corridor, helped Chanera to the roof, and returned to the next door. Wu Heng also went downstairs to eat with the two girls. After breakfast, Wu Heng went to the alchemy laboratory and looked at the shelf next to it. There were several bottles of first-level corpse core potion and second-level corpse core potion. After putting them all away, he opened the door in the study and went to the zombie world. In the village, he spent one night, but the round trip took 4 days. In fact, it is still a bit long. Walking out of the manager's office, there was a chill. Looking out through the window, the dim sky with snowflakes floating. Wu Heng picked up the intercom that was charging beside him and said directly, "Is Chi Honkai here?" "Yes, please wait." Soon, footsteps sounded. Chi Honkai, wearing a long black down jacket, walked up quickly. "My king." Wu Heng motioned her to sit down, and then asked, "How is the development here?" Chi Honkai talked about the changes in the past few days. Basically, it was the cleanup of the surrounding area, and the arrangement of materials needed by the survivors to survive the winter. After the introduction, he added, "Yesterday, the provincial rescue team contacted us, asking if gold can still be exchanged for food now." Chapter 402. Exaggerated Bounty. Provinces also want to exchange food? The news of exchanging gold has always been carried out in the local channel. The province got the news, which should be the former military shelter, and told them the situation here. In the current situation, gold has no value, but food is a necessity for survival. Such a long distance. Did they say how to exchange? Wu Heng continued to ask. The amount of local gold exchange will only decrease, and it is still necessary to expand the trading market outward. I said that when the military evacuated, they left by rail. If both sides want to trade, they can also do it by rail. Chi Honkai replied. Railways are built on the edge of the city, so there will definitely not be many zombies. And it is also convenient for long-distance transportation. If this route is safe, it will not only be a trade between the two sides. If I want to clean up the zombies in the provinces ahead, I can also go there by rail. What did you tell them? Chi Honkai said. I didn't give a direct answer. I said I would tell them after we have discussed it. Wu Heng thought for a while and said directly, it is possible to exchange, but they must also sell some advanced weapons and equipment. It is not okay to just think about exchanging gold for food. Okay. I will communicate with them again at that time. Food is hard currency, and there is basically no worry about selling it abroad. Chi Honkai replied. Wu Heng added, we could also try to contact the surrounding cities. Those who are capable can come to exchange food. We mainly collect gold and corpse cores. We started trading with provinces and surrounding areas. Chi Honkai's eyes were a little erratic. The shelter has grown from a small place at the beginning to what it is now. It is very likely that it will become the main exchange area for nearby cities. If we announce it, we have to consider two things. Chi Honkai leaned forward, paused, and then said, the consumption of food will increase, and the supply may be several times more stressful than it is now. The second point is that other shelters will gather here. Everyone knows that we have food here, and the land is safe. People may gather here in various ways. Safety will be a problem at that time. Wu Heng nodded slightly, feeling that the analysis was reasonable. The announcement of a piece of news will cause a certain chain reaction. After thinking for a while, he said, food is not a problem. You don't have to worry about this when you manage it. There may be some gatherings in the shelters, but there are still zombies everywhere. It is difficult to come here. We have enough time to improve this matter. Possible problems still exist, but it can't stop the expansion outward. Well, we will make some arrangements in advance. Chi Honkai nodded to show that he understood. The main problem is food. As long as there is no problem with food, with the current strength of the shelter, other shelters will gather here, and there will only be some troubles, and there will not be any great danger. By the way, has Li Yang come recently? Wu Heng asked. Chi Honkai smiled and said, Sister Yang is here today. Do you need her to come up? That's perfect. Let her come up. I have something to tell you. Oh, okay. Chi Honkai changed the frequency of the intercom and said a few words to it. Soon, Li Yang came in wearing a short white down jacket and carrying a backpack. She glanced at Wu Heng and then walked in directly. She put the backpack in her hand on the table with a dong sound. During this period, The gold and corpse cores exchanged between the mall and the bus station. It has been a while since I came here to get gold and corpse cores. Wu Hung opened the backpack and took a look. There were about 30 kilograms of gold. And the corpse cores were packed in plastic bags. Looking at the cool air on them, they should have just been taken out of the refrigerator or freezer. 12 first-level corpse cores. 2 second-level corpse cores. As the market develops, the gold that can be exchanged is getting less and less. And the number of corpse cores is increasing. Wu Hung put away the gold and corpse cores, took out a few bottles of medicine and handed them to the two. 2 bottles for each of you. And the remaining bottle, Chi Han Kai, you can give it to Xiaoxiu's mother. Seeing the medicine distributed, both of them were happy. This kind of medicine that can directly change the physique is comparable to a magic pill. Others may catch a cold and get sick, but they have never had a cold. Thank you. The two took the potion and put it away. Wu Hung continued, after you go back, select some trustworthy people. Recommend one each first. And tell me next time. The corpse cores are increasing. Chi Han Kai and Li Yong have also taken it many times. According to previous experience, the effect of the potion should have weakened. We should also support some trustworthy people. The two were stunned at first, but immediately understood the idea behind the words. Nodded and agreed. Okay. The matter was discussed. Chi Han Kai continued, I recorded 2 locations where the corpses gathered, which need to be cleaned up. Wu Hung stood up. Let's go. Let's go there today. Okay. The two stood up and walked out together. Although it was snowing outside, the snowflakes were not big, and it was not to the extent of closing the road. The vehicles were prepared, and they rushed to the recorded corpse area together. Night fell. In a dormitory building that was cleaned up next to the mall, in the spacious bathtub, the warm water rippled gently like silk. Li Yong leaned tightly in Wu Heng's arms. Immersed in the water, their bodies pressed together. Her wet hair was covered with water droplets, dancing up and down in the water. After a sigh of relief, Li Yong's face flushed, and her body gradually slumped. Do you remember Ma Jiyong? Li Yong half closed her eyes and said, I remember the disaster relief commander in the county. Well, it seems that they did not leave with the military here, Li Yong said directly. Wu Hung frowned slightly. Ma Jiyong is definitely related to the military. From the equipment he carries and his knowledge of weapons, you can tell. Why hasn't he left yet? Why? Not sure. Li Yong shook her head, thought for a moment, and said, maybe there are some things that have not been negotiated. At that time, the entire road had been opened by Wu Hung. There was no situation where the road was blocked. There must be a problem between them. It has nothing to do with us. When we trade with a provincial region later, we may meet again. Wu Hung said. Yeah. Li Yong nodded. Then she felt herself being lifted up slightly, and then put down again. She snorted softly, and tilted her head back and complained, why is it endless? Wu Hung held up her cheek, and leaned down. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yong led the convoy back to the county, and Wu Hung also returned to Treasure Island through the boundary gate. The sky here was already bright. The sound of the skeleton chef cooking came from downstairs. Wu Hung sent the corpse core to the alchemy room, and then returned to the study. He took out all 5 bottles of level 2 corpse core potions from the space ring. 2 of them were high-efficiency intelligence enhancement potion, and 3 were high-efficiency strengthening potion. The intelligence enhancement potion was made from the corpse core of the big-headed zombie, and the strengthening potion was the name of the potion made from the corpse cores of the big-headed zombie and the crawler zombie. Without much hesitation, he took out a bottle of high-efficiency intelligence enhancement potion and drank it. A sour taste flowed down his throat into his stomach. Then, his heartbeat began to accelerate rapidly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Then I had difficulty breathing, my head was splitting, it felt like countless needles were stirring in my brain, and I felt dizzy. It lasted for about 3 or 2 minutes. The strange feeling gradually disappeared. The system prompt also appeared in my ear. Intelligence +2, Perception +1, Charm +1. Wu Hung stood up and exhaled heavily. The amplification positions of intelligence enhancement potion and strengthening potion are obviously different. The strengthening potion is for muscle and bone pain, and this potion is more like a brain enhancement. It was even more uncomfortable. After a short rest, I continued to take the second bottle. I still had a splitting headache, and tinnitus and dizziness. Intelligence +2, Perception +2. The attribute remained at 4 points. After drinking 2 bottles of intelligence enhancement potion, I continued to pick up a bottle of high-efficiency strengthening potion and drank it with my head tilted back. The tingling in muscles and bones immediately spread throughout the body. It was not much better than before. Strength +1, agility +1. This time it only increased by 2 points. Level 2 Corpse Core, this reduction is too serious. Wu Heng wiped the sweat off his forehead. 2 attributes, this is too low. Wu Heng did not continue to drink the remaining 2 bottles of medicine. He only took 3 bottles a day, otherwise it would be a burden on his body. Secondly, the effect was a bit too poor, considering whether to improve the strength of his 2 mates first. After all, the enemies he faced were becoming more and more dangerous. Minnie and the others would be safer if their strength was improved. He opened the attributes and took a look. Attributes, Strength 41, Agility 31, Constitution 44, Intelligence 43, Perception 28, Charm 29. Intelligence once again exceeded strength. I am a mage. Knock. 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 The door was knocked. Minnie's voice came in. Master, it's time for dinner. Wu Heng opened the door and walked downstairs. Is it hot? Why are you sweating so much? Master? Minnie asked. The room is a little stuffy, it's okay. Oh! They went downstairs together and started to eat breakfast. After breakfast, and we were packed up and took the little owl to the association. Wu Heng went upstairs and went to the radio room. During the meal, Minnie said that when she woke up in the morning, she saw Miss Pirate had something to talk to him about. Then she went upstairs directly. She looked at the records of the skeleton investigator. She picked up the microphone and asked, Philippa, you are looking for me. Damn. You scared me. Can you not talk so early in the morning next time? Philippa said angrily. The sun is out. And you are still sleeping. I'm in the cabin. Where can I see the sun? Philippa muttered. Wu Heng didn't want to talk nonsense with her, and asked directly, You have something to talk to me about? Yes. I have good news for you. Your bounty has increased again. Now your head is worth 1,000 gold coins. Are you excited? Chapter 403. Island Master Wu Heng frowned. His face turned ugly instantly. 500 gold coins had already made the pirates reckless. And now it has doubled. I am afraid it will be more troublesome. I'm kidding. You are on Treasure Island. It's okay. Don't worry. Philippa saw that the other side did not respond, thinking that he was angry, and said immediately, Wu Heng replied, When did you receive it? I found it yesterday. Besides the bounty, is there any other news? There was another one who went to rob the ship, but he didn't make it in time, so he didn't go. Philippa then asked, What did you do? Let the blank envelope directly double your head before you receive the message in the envelope. How many pirate leaders did our association kill? Wu Heng analyzed. Who is it? The Devil's Hand organized 5 pirate leaders, planning to surround and kill us. Some problems occurred in the plan, and we killed them in the end. This should be it, Wu Heng said. The other side was quiet for a few seconds, and then Philippa's exaggerated exclamation came. Wow, you killed the Devil's Hand, and there are 5 pirate leaders. Are you so powerful? They are also average, and we fought on land. Fought on land? Did you occupy the pirate ship? Wu Heng said, No, the situation was quite dangerous at the time, and we retreated to Treasure Island after killing them. Then where did they die? I'll go see if I can recruit their ships. The Devil's Hand, hey, is a very powerful pirate group. Philippa spoke excitedly. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and didn't want to stop her. So he said, near Lopez City. The association will also arrange people to investigate there during this period. You should be careful. Don't be blocked by the other party. Understood? No more. I'm going to go out to sea. I'll go see my mother when I have time. After saying that, he hung up the radio directly. Wu Heng put the microphone back and walked downstairs. Minnie was changing into training clothes and saw him coming down and asked, Master, are you going to the courtyard for training? No. I have to go to the association. Oh. Then I'll wait for you to come back for dinner tonight. Okay. Just pack up. Then he walked out of his residence with the skeleton attendant and rushed to the association. Association. Entering the hall, you can hear some discussions about the destruction of the Devil's Hand, a top pirate group that has been rampant for decades, plus several large pirate groups, disappeared from the wanted list at the same time, which still caused a lot of discussion. Each mercenary team Guess who killed these pirate groups? Or the association headquarters arranged people to come over to carry out the encirclement and suppression. Wu Heng listened to the discussion and went to the deacon's study. After knocking on the door, he walked in directly. Milo, dressed neatly, was standing in the study, looking at a colorful oil painting on the wall. He glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Deacon, my bounty has been increased to 1,000 gold coins," Wu Heng said directly. Milo raised his eyebrows. "Did your pirate lady tell you?" "Well, the information should be true. Every time I kill a pirate, the bounty increases." Milo sat back in his seat and pondered for a while, and said, "I will have people strengthen the inspection on the island. You should not leave the island yet. As long as you stay on the island, there will be no danger." Wu Heng nodded to show that he understood. "I mentioned it to Imalo, not because I want personal protection. There are many secrets around me, and it is not convenient to have someone following me. It is still necessary to strengthen the inspection of people who land on the island. If the pirates want to attack, it is impossible for them to swim to the shore. If you feel any danger, tell me in time. Treasure Island will protect you. There will be no problem," Imalo said confidently. "Thank you, Deacon, then I will go back first," Wu Heng said. Imalo said again, "Moya, give him the application file of the members of Team 11. Moya walked out from inside, with a stack of documents in his hand. Imalo said, "This is the file for applying to join Team 11. Didn't you introduce her? You can choose the personnel for her." "So many?" Moya said with a smile. "You have killed so many pirates. You are famous in the association. It is normal that many people want to join Team 11. "Oh, okay." Wu Heng took it. "Then I will go back first." Imalo nodded. Wu Heng left the study directly, returned to his office study. Wu Heng sat at the desk and waited for a while. Andweir walked in with Kavina. Wu Heng looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Kavina smiled bitterly and said, "The team lounge is full of people from other teams, all asking about killing pirates." Wu Heng smiled. "What's the big deal? If you want to talk, just chat with them. If you don't want to, just say a few perfunctory words." Kavina glanced at him unhappily. "Do you think I'm also a deputy deacon? I just came here. How can I offend people casually?" "It's okay. It will heal slowly." "How are your injuries?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "He's almost recovered. He wasn't seriously injured to begin with." Kavina smiled. Wu Heng nodded and handed her a pile of files. He said, "These are the reserve members that the deacon wants to join your 11th team. Please choose one yourself and see what profession is needed." "Ah, you can choose it yourself." Kavina's eyes widened, and she took it subconsciously. "This is a backdoor. Even the team members, you can choose them yourself. It's best to choose those recommended by the internal staff of the association. People recommended by outsiders will be very troublesome in the future." "Understood." Kavina began to look through them one by one. After reading it 2 or 3 times, I finally chose a ranger and a water warlock. In terms of the team structure, reconnaissance and long-range output were added. After handing it over again, Wu Heng took a pen and signed directly on the paper, which was considered to be allowing the 2 people to join. Then he asked Andweir to take them to the front desk for registration. Kavina looked up and said, "Thank you. Don't be polite, we are all family." "Yeah, that's right." Kavina sat in the study for a while, and then returned to her team's lounge. "The new members will probably come to report in the afternoon. We still have to wait in advance." When Wu Heng had nothing else to do, he said goodbye to Andweir. Then he left the association, called a carriage, and went to Lighthouse Street, Nautilus Tavern. Wu Heng changed into a woman's image and walked directly into the tavern. At this time, quite a few people gathered in the tavern. Miss Pirate's mother, Millicent, was smiling and greeting the guests. The tavern's business was much better than before. There were many customers, and the number of waiters increased. At the door, there were 2 burly men, who seemed to be guards responsible for maintaining order. The whole tavern was well managed. As soon as he entered the tavern, Millicent cast a glance, glanced upstairs, and Wu Heng went up directly, entered the room. Not long after, Millicent also came in, bowed. "Sir. Well, the tavern is well run. Being praised." Millicent looked a little happy. "Thank you. Sir. Any recent information?" "Please wait a moment." "Sir." Millicent immediately walked to the bed and searched for something inside. Exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, rounded hips facing outward. It makes people look at it several times unconsciously. Soon, Millicent took out a small book, opened it and said, 5 days ago, the port workers had a group fight, and the people in the Old Barrel Tavern were assassinated after they came out. As for the pirates, the number of letters received from Poseidon began to increase, and the looting missions were basically connected. There are also guests who said that the unconscious old king of the kingdom of Yeko, who didn't know what elixir he got, has a sign of waking up, and the situation in the kingdom has eased. Several people stayed at the inn yesterday and talked about pirates. Their appearance was not on the wanted list, so it is not certain whether they are pirates. Wu Heng sat aside and listened. He was a little surprised at the information recorded by the other party. Although the content was mixed, there were still many useful things in it. Places like taverns are indeed important places for collecting messy information. The number of blank envelopes received by pirates began to increase, which certainly led to more frequent pirate actions. This is not a good thing for the route. There is also information about the Yek kingdom. Last time I heard about the old king, he was said to have fallen into a coma, and there was a civil strife among the princes. In the end, the old king is still alive. It has been so long. He is rich and powerful, and he can survive in a coma. Wu Heng nodded. The intelligence collection is good, and some of them are important to me. I should do it. Wu Heng continued to take out 2 bottles of first-level potions and a space ring. Said, this is a 5-cubic space ring. You use it to store things. Don't expose it outside on weekdays, so as not to attract other people's attention. Yes, sir. Millicent should know about the space ring, and was a little excited, but did not ask how to use it. Wu Heng continued to introduce the potion. This is a potion for strengthening the body. You drink it now. I'll help you keep an eye on it. Millicent glanced at him carefully. She still walked over, picked up the potion and drank it. Then she covered her abdomen and groaned in pain. Wu Heng supported her, and said softly, it will be fine soon, hold on. After a minute or two, the pain disappeared. Millicent straightened up again. What do you feel? I seem to be becoming stronger, Millicent said after feeling it. This is the effect of the potion. You are not allowed to tell anyone about this. Understood, sir. Then, Millicent continued to drink the second bottle of potion. Feeling the strengthening of her body, she showed a smile of joy. Wu Heng looked at her and said, continue to collect information. For important matters, come to the association to find me. If there is nothing else, I will come to see you when I am free. Yes, sir. Millicent saluted again. Then the two walked out together. Millicent sent him out of the tavern. Leave Nautilus. Wu Heng was about to call a carriage to leave. He saw the crowd on the street, gathering towards the port. It was not a riot, but more like there was something exciting to watch. Wu Heng also rushed to the port. As soon as he approached, he saw a fleet of blue and gold ships parked at the port. On the masts of the ships, there was a blue pirate ship hanging. A man in a simple white robe, with a thick beard on his chin, was standing at the port, staring at the crowd below with a sharp gaze. He said loudly, these evil pirates will be punished as they should be. I will continue to lead the fleet to the sea and drive away the pirates who harass the route. As he spoke, he looked down with an expectant look, as if observing the reactions of the crowd. As the end came, the person above said again, let us work together to restore the order of the Emerald Sea. After that, a large number of silver-armored warriors came down from the ship behind, escorting the prisoners, who looked like pirates. Lord Occam said it very well. Drive away the pirates? It seems that Lord Occam has killed many pirate groups. If the pirates can be driven away, our merchant group can go out to sea normally. Amid the warm applause and cheers, Wu Heng also heard some discussions. Occam? The pardoned pirate leader? Chapter 404, Come for Supper. As the pirates were escorted down, cheers rang out again in the port. Occam was dressed simply, his eyes were steady, and he was smiling, while the soldiers behind him were in shining armor, and their steps were steady. They looked like elite troops with sharp armor. Wu Heng stood in the crowd, watching everything that happened before his eyes. A pirate who had just been pardoned turned around and led the fleet to kill other pirates. This kid is a little ungrateful. I looked at him from a distance, and felt that it had nothing to do with me. Called a carriage, returned to the residence. Pushed open the gate. Minnie was training in the yard. Seeing Wu Heng coming back, she trotted and pounced, and hung on him and acted like a spoiled child. Wu Heng held her, walked inside, and said, what is the stone house in the yard used for now? Minnie turned her head, looked at the stone house on one side of the yard, and said, it's used to store some sundries for cleaning the yard. What's wrong? Let the skeletons clean it up, and arrange other uses in it. Oh, okay. Minnie jumped down, and asked a few skeletons to move all the tools inside out. The stone house was very big, with the floor made of ordinary bluestone slabs, and the walls made of original stone bricks. After the cleaning was completed, Wu Hung called the skeleton bomber in the yard over and said, "This will be your laboratory from now on. You can make rolling thunders with various effects. If you need any materials, you can write them down for me or give them to her." He pointed to Minnie beside him. The skeleton bomber did not respond, but walked directly into the stone house. He began to organize some of the arrangements in the room. Skeleton bomber is a level 15 alchemical bomb warlock. Can make alchemical bombs with various effects. Now that it has been transformed into a skeleton, Wu Hung does not plan to let it participate in any battle. Leave it here to make various rolling thunders. This kind of alchemical bomb, how to say it? The effect is still very good. The only disadvantage is that it needs to ignite the fuse, and the ignition time is very long. If the enemy is well prepared, you can even throw it back before the fuse burns out. In the future, you can consider combining it with a modern grenade triggering method, made into a new type of alchemical grenade. Minnie poked her head out from behind and asked, "Is it also an alchemist?" "Yes, an alchemical bomb." Minnie's eyes widened a little, and said doubtfully, "Then, is it safe? We rent this house." On the way to Treasure Island, Minnie had seen the alchemical bombs used by the pirates. They were windy and fire, and quite scary. Wu Hung rubbed her little head. "It's okay, it's not that powerful." "Oh, that's good." The two continued to set up the laboratory. After placing a workbench and several cabinets, they returned directly to the room. Tomorrow Minnie will buy items according to the material list, and the skeleton bomber will make bombs. At dusk, Envier came back from outside. The three of them sat at the dining table, eating dinner. Envier chewed the food gently, and said, "Master, you were not here in the afternoon. The owner of Treasure Island went to the association, and many people were watching." Wu Hung looked up, and asked curiously, "Why did he go to the association?" "I went to see the deacon, and I don't know what he came for." Envier's tone was slightly curious. "Isn't it said that he was born a pirate? He looks a little different from a pirate, and he has guards, which is more formal than the Iron Guard Knights of Rantam City." When he was at the port, Wu Hung had the same feeling. It's not that there's anything wrong with bringing guards. Rather, I always feel that the other party is trying to prove that he is not a pirate. Maybe he wants to get rid of the impression that he is a pirate. Wu Hung guessed. Well, it should be like this. And we are also agreed. Minnie sat aside and listened to the conversation between the two. After they finished talking, she asked, "Sister Wire, is this island owner a man or a woman?" "A man, looks to be in his 40s. "Oh!" The few of them had dinner. When the two girls were about to go to the yard for training, Wu Hung called them to the living room. He took out 2 bottles of potions, placed them on the table, and said, "The potion I gave you before continues to have no obvious effect. This is a higher level potion. Each of you will take 1 bottle." Hearing that it was a new potion, the two girls' eyes changed slightly. Minnie was full of joy at getting something good, while Envier was happy, but also a little surprised. Envier worked as an assistant in the association, although she has not participated in the battle directly. But sometimes, she also went to the training room to watch others train and fight. With her current ability to perceive the enemy's movements and reactions, she is definitely better than ordinary captains. Even when surrounded by 2 or 3 captains, she can find a way to deal with it and escape. This is largely due to the increase in potions. Now there are even higher levels, which will definitely improve strength more significantly. "Thank you, Master." Minnie took it happily, and Weir glanced at Minnie, and took it in her hand. "Thank you, Master." Wu Hung nodded and said, "If you take it, your body will feel tingling, which is a normal reaction. Don't worry too much. It will go away if you grit your teeth. Take it now. I'll help you watch it." The two girls looked at each other, opened the potion one after another, and drank it directly with their heads tilted back. The effects that Wu Hung had seen before also appeared on the two of them at the same time. Their skin turned red, and their veins bulged. They groaned in pain. After gritting her teeth and holding on for a while, Anweir calmed down a little, straightened her back, and felt the increase in her body with a little surprise. The first few times of taking the 2nd level potion, it can achieve the effect of the 3rd level increase. The improvement is still very significant. Wu Hung gestured for her to get familiar with her body, and his eyes fell on Minnie, who was still gritting her teeth and holding on. Perhaps because of her low level, she could withstand the effect of the potion for a longer time. When Wu Heng was worried that she would have problems, the blue veins on her body receded slightly. How is it? Wu Heng walked over and patted her back gently. Minnie took a deep breath. I thought I was going to die. Don't talk nonsense, how could I die? Wu Heng said. Then, Minnie raised her palm, and after staring at it in confusion for 2 seconds, with a whoosh, a ball of burning flames rose. Minnie looked at the flames, with disbelief in her eyes. Then she screamed, Ah, my hand is on fire, help! Wu Heng also looked at the scene in surprise. The same effect appeared on Ma Zhiyong in Yenshin Shelter. Awakened superpowers, what luck! Wu Heng opened the window, and said, Throw the fire out. Ah? Minnie was a little at a loss, but still made a throwing motion. The flame in her hand condensed into a fireball. It whizzed out through the window. It hit the flower bed in the distance with a bang, raising thick smoke. The explosion startled the skeletons around. He immediately ran to the flower bed, and then entered the room to check. Wu Heng let the skeletons disperse, and returned to his post. He looked at Minnie again, with tears in her eyes, and we are blue on her palm. Minnie asked, Master, what is this? Wu Heng asked the two to sit down, and explained, we call this a superpower. After taking the potion, there is a chance to stimulate the potential in the body, and show various abilities. So, this is a good thing for me. Good thing. A good thing that many people envy. Minnie, who was frightened, smiled again. There is no burning sensation when releasing superpowers. I was more shocked. Anweir pondered for a moment, and said softly, This ability sounds more like the feeling of a warlock awakening his bloodline. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Yeah, it is indeed somewhat similar. When he learned that there was a warlock profession in the other world, he also felt that it was very similar to awakening superpowers. They are all about stimulating the potential of the body, but the degree of expression is different. Warlocks have a complete system, and their abilities will also improve with practice. As for superpowers, survivors in the zombie world, the primary goal is to survive, and they don't have much time and opportunity to research and develop superpowers. Wu Heng talked to the two for a while. The sky gradually darkened. Let Minnie have time to practice more, and don't tell others. They went upstairs. Back to the study. Wu Heng sat down at the desk, poured himself a cup of tea. He began to plan the future development in his mind. The biggest threat at present is still the pirates' 1,000 gold bounty, an exaggerated number. So many pirates were targeting me for 500 gold, and now for 1,000 gold, I'm afraid some people will take the risk and go directly to the island. Blank envelope. Why did they target me? Why? Wu Heng couldn't figure out why the other party targeted him. He also guessed that it was the secret society, but their style of doing things was completely different. If the secret society wanted to take out 1,000 gold, they would definitely hire a killer to come to the island and kill him. They would never use this method to seduce pirates. Then I have no enemies. God's Punishment Church, last time. A member of the God's Punishment Church came to the island to protect the church, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with this matter. Take a deep breath. Said, let Philippa continue to investigate, I can't fall behind in level. If I reach level 18, no matter how much the other party raises the bounty, it won't be too dangerous for me, the association will protect me. There is also the development of level 3 potions, establishing trade with provinces and surrounding cities, and by the way, take time to go back and see Wen Meisha, Slater, and the others. In his mind, he quickly went over what he was going to do. I have a rough plan in mind. After coming to Treasure Island, my strength has improved significantly. My experience and development are not what Ratam City can achieve. I have to keep doing it. I will increase the complementary materials between the two worlds and make myself stronger. If I can really become a god, I may be able to completely solve the problem of zombies. Knock knock. The door of the study was knocked. I got up and opened the door, and saw Anweir standing at the door with her head down. Feeling something was wrong, Wu Heng asked, Wire. What's wrong? Anweir raised her head. Her eyes were a little lost, and she said softly, Master, will there be a chance for that kind of superpower in the future? Have I disappointed you? There will be a chance for superpowers in the future. And superpowers are not as strong as you think. Combat skills and comprehensive attributes are the most important. Awakening blood will make you stronger. This is still a little different from your blood awakening. And I drank many bottles of this potion before I awakened a temporary increase in strength. I'm sorry, Master. That's not what I meant. Wu Heng rubbed her hair and comforted her. It's okay. There will be a chance in the future. Even if superpowers don't appear. It's okay. Thank you. Master. Can I stay with you for a while? Wu Heng picked her up, put her on the desk, took off her nightgown, and felt the delicate and soft skin of the little fox. Knock knock. After a while, the door was knocked again, and it quietly opened a crack. Minnie poked her head in. Master, you haven't slept yet. Wu Heng paused for 2 seconds and said, she will be asleep soon. Sister Ware is asleep. I will accompany you to rest. Minnie said, and approached the desk, and saw Underwire kneeling under the desk, with her hands on Wu Heng's legs. With a frown, he said, Sister Ware hasn't slept either. Wu Heng gently stroked the face of the little fox under the table. Come out. You've been discovered. Underwire climbed out with some difficulty, and wiped her lips with her thumb. Why are you still not asleep? Can you get up to prepare breakfast tomorrow? Humph. You are only allowed to have a midnight snack. Nonsense. Wu Heng smiled and hugged the two of them, and walked towards the bedroom. Let's go. Go to the bedroom and rest. On the roof, Shannara patted her chest lightly. Then he tiptoed back to his residence. The next day, after breakfast, Minnie changed into her training clothes and was about to go out to practice. Wu Heng also packed up and went directly to the zombie world. The temperature here dropped sharply, and the whistling wind could be heard outside the window. He walked out of the room and went to the meeting room on the second floor of the mall and notified Chi Hankai to follow him. After waiting in the meeting room for a while, Chi Hankai, Li Yong, Jiangzi and Wang Chenggang, a total of 4 people came in. After sitting down, Chi Hankai said, Last time you asked me to recommend someone. I recommend Wang Chenggang. Li Yong recommends Jiangzi. Wu Heng was not surprised that Li Yong recommended Jiangzi. He was considered Li Yong's confidant. When there is something good, one naturally has to think of one's own people. But Chi Hankai's recommendation of Wang Chenggang was still a little unexpected. Chi Hankai had his own people, the ones he'd brought from the Dong'an shelter. Unexpectedly, he did not recommend anyone from there, but recommended Wang Chenggang instead. Wu Heng nodded, looked at the 2 people with some doubts in their eyes, and said directly, the base plans to train some trustworthy people, take corpse cores, and strengthen their physical fitness. My lord, the death rate of corpse cores is high, Jiangzi said. Li Yong went up and punched him on the shoulder. Listen, I can't hurt you. Jiangzi immediately shut up, indicating that he would not speak anymore. Wu Heng continued, you are all veterans of the base, so naturally you will be trained first. But this matter concerns the safety of the base, and I promise not to disclose it to the outside world. Level 1 is suitable for medicine, for ordinary people. After taking it several times, it will have an effect of about level 5. With Wu Heng's current strength and level, he is not worried that these people will pose any threat to him after taking it. As the zombie world expands, more trustworthy people are needed. He controls the troops and the corpse core potion. This means he controls all the power. He doesn't have to worry about any big problems. Wang Chenggang nodded. Don't worry, my king. Without you, we would have died long ago. We know what to say and what not to say. Jiangzi also said. Me too. This matter will never be disclosed. Wu Heng nodded. He took out 2 bottles of level 1 corpse core potion and handed them to them. 1 bottle per person. Just drink it directly. The 2 looked at each other with some doubt. He picked it up, thought about it and drank it. After a brief pain, both of them showed joy on their faces. No wonder. The other party asked them to keep it secret. A medicine without virus? It was amazing. Thank you, my king. We will never reveal it to the outside world, Wang Chenggang said. Me too. I promise not to tell anyone. Jiangzi also patted his chest vigorously. Wu Heng nodded. Well, I believe you. Go and do your own things first. Okay. The 2 of them left the room directly. In the meeting room, only 3 people were left. Chi Hankai said, I have contacted the provincial government, and they will arrive here in the afternoon. Chapter 405, with weapons and ammunition. Will arrive in the afternoon? So soon? They should have made preparations in advance, just waiting for our words. Chi Hankai took out another map, pointed to the next location. The trading location is set at the station where the military evacuated. Wu Heng glanced at the map. The trading location is a temporary station. It should be built by himself to avoid large-scale zombies. The exchange, I don't think there is a big problem. Okay, I'll go with you later. Chihonkai continued to ask. Do you want to bring more convoys? 5 trucks carry skeletons, and the rest are used to transport the exchanged food. We don't need too many survivors, and they can't help much if they go. Wu Hung said lightly. Understood, then we'll go down and prepare. The two said, and walked out of the room. Not long after, the sound of the team getting ready came from the intercom. Wu Hung went downstairs. He got on a familiar bus. Li Yong was in the driver's seat. It's been a long time since I took your bus. Wu Hung sat down, and the other skeletons behind him followed him up. Li Yong raised her eyebrows. Chihonkai's bus, isn't it comfortable? Just about to answer, I felt that this sentence was not right. I don't know, I think your bus is pretty good. Li Yong wanted to tease him a little, but Chihonkai's order to set off came from the intercom. The rest of the words were not said. He took the steering wheel, and the vehicle started slowly. The station was located at a small station on the edge of the city. There was nothing inside, only an empty building. After letting the ghosts investigate, the convoy drove directly in. The skeleton army was scattered with weapons and guns, surrounding the entire station. Chihonkai came over. Do you want to arrange for people to occupy this place? It will be more convenient for transactions in the future. Wu Hung looked around. Don't worry, see if there are many transactions. If there are many, arrange some skeletons to guard. If it's just 1 or 2, there's no need to pay attention to this place. Well, that's fine. Let's go back to the car first. It's a bit cold here. Okay. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a voice came from the car radio, calling the old factory shelter. Chihonkai picked up the microphone. Go ahead. We are the team responsible for transactions in the province, and we are about to arrive at the transaction location. We are already at the station. You can go directly to the station. Got it. Several people got off the car. Chihonkai took the skeleton to the platform. Wu Hung took his skeleton attendant and entered a room that was temporarily prepared. After waiting for a while, an exaggerated train came from a distance. The front end has a triangular ram, and the body is reinforced with exaggerated iron plates. The whole thing looks like a black giant python running on the rails. A train of this level, unless it encounters a third-level distorted zombie, or a large-scale zombie tide, a small wave of zombies, it is difficult to pose a threat to such a big guy. If the zombies can really tear the steel plate with their bare hands, there will be no survivors. Chihonkai stared at him. No wonder it is used for long-distance transportation. It can hit this way. Wang Chungang also nodded. Armed like this, it can indeed be traded. Our future trains can also be modified according to this idea. Yeah, several people whispered. The train slowly pulled into the station. The door opened, and several figures in down jackets walked down. The leader was a middle-aged man, followed by Yang Long, and another young man with sharp eyes. When they got off the train, they saw the platform full of people and the skeletons on the roof of the building. The eyes of several people changed slightly. Their expressions were full of horror. The whole platform was like a road to hell. Tap, tap, tap. Chihonkai walked over quickly. Welcome to the provincial rescue team. Yang Long smiled and introduced. This is the leader Chihonkai, who is responsible for the management of the old factory area. Then he introduced the middle-aged man next to him. This is Deputy Commander Liu of the provincial rescue team. Deputy Commander Liu. Please come in. Yes, please. The middle-aged deputy commander smiled and said politely. Together, they passed through the guard of the skeletons and walked into the station. Inside the room, Xiao flew back first and got into Wu Heng's body and transmitted the situation in the train back. The inside of the train was really like a mobile fortress. Food, supplies, and a certain amount of guns and ammunition. Footsteps were heard at the door. Wu Hung released the ghost again, monitored the trains entering the station, took out a book from the space ring, and held it in his hand. The door opened, and Chihonkai let a few people in. This is our leader. He then extended his hand to the side. Deputy Commander Liu of the province. Captain Yang Long. The remaining person was not introduced, and Chihonkai did not know his name or official position. Wu Hung stood up and shook hands with the other party. After the other party sat down, he got straight to the point. Deputy Commander Liu. How much gold did you bring this time? Deputy Commander Liu withdrew his gaze from the other party. Smiling, only more than 20 kilograms of gold were collected. The amount was indeed not much. First, the time was relatively short. And second, the other party might just come to verify the authenticity. In the end of the world, exchanging gold for food is still a bit exaggerated. Okay. You should know the market price. We will settle the bill by weight. No hurry, the deputy commander said, and asked casually, will this exchange continue? Wu Heng said, food is the hard currency now. If you want to continue the transaction later, it is not realistic to only take out gold. The deputy commander raised his eyebrows. I heard from Captain Yan Long that there were no other requirements before. It's naturally different in winter, Wu Heng emphasized. Then if I want to continue to exchange with you, what other conditions do I need to add? The other party asked seriously. Weapons and ammunition, as well as the design drawings of various military weapons and equipment. For every 10 kilograms of gold sold in the future, you must sell us the weapons or drawings we need. Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. The other party fell into silence, as if thinking about this matter. After a few seconds, he continued to speak. We can sell it to you. The number of guns and ammunition needs to be discussed. We will provide copies of the drawings to ensure the accuracy of the content. Well, when can I come to trade next time? I will come again within 5 days, and I will contact you in advance through the radio. Wu Heng continued to speak. Next time you come, I need machine guns and corresponding shells. The three people on the opposite side looked convinced, and their eyes were also a little surprised. Yan Long and others said that the city is almost recovered. Are you still in a hurry to get so many machine guns? I will fight for you. How much I can sell to you depends on the situation. Okay. Wu Heng agreed. After talking about these things, Chi Hon Kai took a few people to exchange gold and food. Bags of flour were loaded onto the train, and the people of the provincial rescue team had some excitement on their faces. After everything was exchanged, the train left. Wu Heng put away the gold and returned with the convoy. During the conversation, Wu Heng used the missionary manual. The effect was that his charm increased. His words became more contagious, and it was easier to achieve his goals during the negotiation. It was unclear how much of a role it played in this transaction, but it was indeed smoother than expected. The other party agreed to all the conditions he proposed, even if he wanted to exchange for more machine guns next time. The other party just said that he would go back to discuss it. It depends on how much of what he needs he can bring back next time. Return to the mall, Chi Hon Kai mentioned food issues. Wu Heng let her not have to worry. I will solve it myself. Back to your own room, return to Treasure Island. Nympho. Return to Treasure Island. Wu Heng took out the book again, put on the table. The side effects of this strange thing, after use, need piety. Since it is used, it is necessary to abide by the rules of strange things. Otherwise, within 3 days, it will be cursed by a state of dismissal. After a while, hold your hands, beginning to piously regret the book. I kept repeating to myself, I was wrong. I was wrong. I could clearly feel an invisible negative energy fading away from my body little by little. It seemed that this was right. About 20 minutes. About the same time as the negotiation, all the negative energy in my body disappeared. I put away the books and walked downstairs. Today's dinner was quite rich. Sitting at the dining table, we ate and talked about the association's affairs today. And Weir said, Master, today the island owner sent an invitation to invite you to a dance. Dance? Pirates also like to hold dances? Wu Heng took a sip from the wine glass. Minnie also agreed. That's right. He's a pirate. What kind of dance is he doing? I don't know. And Weir shook her head. Wu Heng continued to ask, who else did you send the invitation to? Well, the deacon and the deputy deacon Zalagwi received it. Chapter 406, Ghost Upgrade Method. Are they going? And Weir said softly, I heard they are not going. It is normal not to go. Imolo was assigned to Treasure Island, because the association did not trust the pardoned island owner. It has the function of surveillance and deterrence. It is impossible for them to get too close to each other. As for Zalagwi, with her personality, it is even more impossible for her to attend such a dance. Minnie filled a cup of fruit tea for him, and asked curiously, Master, are you going? Wu Heng took a sip of the water cup. If they don't go, we won't go either. I don't want to get too close to them, not to mention that I have a bounty of 1,000 gold on my back. Minnie nodded, glanced at Anderwire across from her, and said, That's right. What's the fun of their dance party? Let Sister Wire dance for you later. The kind without clothes. Really? Wire can dance. Anderwire wanted to refute Minnie, but seeing Wu Heng was quite interested. She nodded with a slightly red face. I can dance a little. If the master wants to watch, I will dance for you. Yeah. Wire knows a lot. The next day. Early in the morning. Shannara came over to eat. While eating breakfast, they talked about the dance party in the island owner's manor yesterday. Wu Heng did not attend, but Chanela, as the president of the merchant group that stayed on the island, still attended the dance party. The ones who attended the most were the representatives of the merchant groups that stayed on the island. Wu Heng asked curiously while eating, what is his purpose? Occam used the dance party to send a signal to the other merchant groups, intending to clear the pirates on the route and ensure that the merchant groups can trade through Treasure Island. Chanela looked at him and answered, clear the pirates on the route. This is a landing, so let's start with the other pirates. Minnie asked, then this island owner is a good person. Shannara shook her head. Not sure, but at present, his approach is beneficial to the merchant group. At the ball, all the merchant groups promised to support them. When I came, I saw a lot of carriages. Going to the manor, they should be delivering money. Wow, it's really convenient to make money as an island owner. Just say a few words, and someone will give you money. Minnie sighed. Shannara smiled and said nothing more. Her eyes fell on Wu Heng, who was leaning against the back of the chair and thinking. The goods you ordered arrived last night. We will go to the port to sign for them later. If you need to order anything else, please write it down in advance. I will arrange someone to buy it for you. Okay. The goods finally arrived. Because of the route problem, the transportation time was a bit long this time. Fortunately, it arrived. After breakfast, Wu Heng and Shannara took a carriage to the port. They put away all the goods and reordered a large amount of food, weapons and armor. As for weapons and armor, they were replaced with fine iron. The price is higher, but the quality is better and stronger. And the order quantity this time has doubled compared to the last time. You are now our biggest customer in Treasure Island. Shannara looked at the order quantity on the order with some emotion. I thought I found a little lover. Now it seems I found a sponsor. Wu Heng paid the deposit, and an idea flashed through his mind. He asked, can I order a train from you? Railway train? Yes. Can it be made to order? Shannara frowned at him. Why do you want to order a train? I have a friend. Doesn't he have a city there? It would be more convenient to have a train. Your friend? Is it you? Can it be made? Shannara handed the order to the butler beside her, and continued to say to Wu Heng, I can help you contact the corresponding strange machine maker organization. But it will take a long time, and it can be made within 1 or 2 years. It also requires that no one else has made a custom order before you. Otherwise it will be even slower. Strange machine maker. A profession similar to the current technological machinery. Forget it. It will take too long. Wu Heng gave up the idea. It would be more convenient and economical to find a train in the modern world and modify it by himself. Shannara rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said softly, take your time. I know. Then I'll go see the merchant group first, and we'll talk in the evening. Okay. Shannara left with the butler. Wu Heng also returned to his ship. He opened the gate and sent all the things he bought to another world. With the space sachet, 100 cubic meters cannot hold all the things. It also speeds up the transportation. There is no need for large-scale skeleton operations. After 3 or 4 round trips, all the materials have been transported. It saves a lot of time. After getting off the ship, I called a carriage and went to the association. Zalagwi's office study. Looking for me? Zalagwi cast a curious look. Come to see you. Wu Heng closed the door and sat down. Zalagwi put the documents in her hand aside, stood up and poured him a cup of fruit tea. Look. Wu Heng took it and took a sip. About ghosts, do you know? You are the necromancer. Wu Heng explained. I am a latecomer, and I rely on my own exploration, and I don't understand some things. There are some records in the Book of the Dead. After successfully contracting a ghost, the necromancer's necromancer energy will have a warming effect on the ghost. It can make the ghost less likely to disintegrate and live longer in the world. However, if the ghost is only nurtured by its own necromancer energy, its growth rate will be very slow, and its ability will not change. This is the case with Xiao Xiao and Glanda at this time. Glanda has learned the language and some characters of another world, but his level has not changed. Xiao Xiao is also the same. When fighting against the ranger's tamed beast, he is still somewhat defeated. The Book of the Dead only records the methods of contracting and driving. But there is no record of upgrading. The elves have a long lifespan, so they should know more. I thought of asking Zalagwi. Zalagwi stirred the silver spoon in the cup, pondered for a while, and then spoke. I remember that places with strong dead spirits are prone to forming ghosts. But most of them are not very intelligent. If you want to contract ghosts, you can look for these places. She didn't know that Wu Hung had ghosts. Here, she really didn't tell anyone. After getting a ghost, how do you upgrade it? Wu Hung followed up and continued to ask. I have heard of some methods, but I don't know if they are accurate. I will tell you about them for your reference. Okay. Zalagwi took a sip of tea and said, I know of 2 methods. One is for souls to devour each other, which is considered to absorb the energy from each other to improve themselves. The second is to sacrifice materials, which are sacrificed to the ghosts you have contracted, to increase their levels, or unlock other abilities. He glanced at Wu Hung opposite him and added, There are still a few necromancers who can't use rituals or magic experiments. That's true. Okay. I am one of the few. Zalagwi smiled. You should indeed contract a ghost. It will be of great help to you. Well, it should be difficult to meet one. Take your time. You will meet one sooner or later, Zalagwi said. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he would pay attention to this matter. Zalagwi put the teacup back on the table and said again, During the days we were away, Treasure Island had a big incident. Wu Hung leaned on the sofa and asked, What happened? Zalagwi leaned forward and said, You should know about the Old Barrel Tavern. I know. Zalagwi looked at him, leaned forward, and whispered, I heard that one day a riot broke out at the port, and Macintosh of the Old Barrel came out to mediate. When commemorating the dead who died in the chaos, a black snake sprang out of the corpse's stomach. After a few bites, Macintosh fell into a coma. It's hard to say whether he is alive or not now. Chapter 407, 6 for 1. The leader of the Old Barrel Tavern was assassinated. I got some information from Millicent, but the description was a bit vague at the time. After all, I heard a few words from the tavern guests, so it wasn't so detailed. Some details about the poisonous snakes appearing in the corpse were mentioned. He was a prophet, but he didn't expect that he was in danger at that time. This profession is not very good. He complained in his heart, and frowned again. How come the poisonous snakes appearing after death are so similar to the plague of the Necromancer? Plague insects can breed flies, poisonous spiders, poisonous snakes, etc. This can't be blamed on me again. On second thought, even if it was really plague insects, it has nothing to do with me. When it happened, they were still dealing with the pirate village. Who did it? Wu Hung asked curiously. Zalagwi shrugged. I don't know. How they handled it later. No detailed information has been sent. And now the Old Barrel Tavern is closed down. People like them actually have more enemies, and they are calculating against each other. Wu Hung nodded in agreement. When they were in Rentan City, the gangs might cooperate today and fight tomorrow, and it was even said that the city lord's mansion would deliberately instigate fights between gangs to restrict their development. In every circle where there is power and interests, there will be no shortage of fights. Dong dong dong. When the two were drinking tea and chatting, the door was knocked gently. Zalagwi responded, the door was pushed open, and a staff member looked in. When he saw the two of them, he said directly, Deputy Deacon Wu Hung, Deputy Deacon Zalagwi Deacon. Please come over. Do you know what's going on? Zalagwi took another sip and put down the teacup. Not sure. Well, let's go now. The staff saluted again, and then left directly. Zalagwi stood up, put on a coat, and said casually, Regarding the ghost matter, you can ask the butler to help you borrow some information. Not to mention the real treasure book secrets. Some relevant notes should be fine. Okay, I'll ask then. The two walked out of the room together, and went to the butler's study. Arrived at the butler's study. After knocking on the door, the two walked in directly. In the room, Imolo sat behind the desk, wearing a dark green embroidered noble dress, sitting upright, with a few pages of documents on the table in front of him. Moya was in the inner side of the study, and seemed to be making tea. How was your rest? Imolo looked at the two of them, and asked with concern. The matter of the pirate village was over, and they had rested for a few days. Nothing happened anymore, Zalagwi said. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that nothing happened either. Sit down. Imolo stood up, and walked out from behind the desk. Your merit rewards have come down. 6 second-level merit rewards for each person. 12 gold coins for each person, and 6 second-level props to choose. Without waiting for the two to speak, he added again, Treasure Island has several reserve props, but they are not enough for you two. You can choose from the existing props first, and then wait for the headquarters to send new props, or the opportunity to exchange for a first-level reward with the headquarters. The quality will be higher, but 6 items will become 1. After saying that, Imolo fell silent. Wu Hung and the others frowned. Now they have 2 choices. Either to choose 6 second-level props, and Treasure Island has insufficient reserves, and they will have to wait for the headquarters to transfer them later. The second choice is to exchange 6 items for 1 prop, the quality of which reaches the first-level reward. Zalagwi looked at Wu Hung. Wu Hung looked at Imolo. Deacon, can we take a look at the existing props first? Yes. Imolo waved his hand, and several props appeared on the coffee table in the middle. Bracelet, bamboo, headband, long sword and iron golem. 6 items in total. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the first item, and the data information appeared. Immortal Strength Bracelet, description, an oak bracelet etched with various runes, provides 3 times of replenishing strength per day. Moya, who was standing by, brought 2 cups of tea to the two of them, then picked up the document on the table beside him, and opened it, began to introduce. Strength Bracelet, made of ancient oak, it allows the user to restore strength to the best state in battle, can only be used 3 times a day. The best state of strength. This is indeed a good item. In battle, endurance is also an important condition for winning or losing, especially for melee professions, which need this item even more. Wu Hung has a similar item in his hand. Endurance Belt. The effect is that it can continuously replenish a certain amount of endurance. I haven't used it in battle many times, but I use it more often when I'm with the 2 mates. Moya continued to introduce. After use, you need to expose the bracelet to the sun. The time doesn't need to be too long, 1 or 2 hours is enough. Remember one thing, it only increases your strength. If you are seriously injured in battle, you lose too much blood, no matter how strong you are. It will be difficult to help you change the situation. Wu Hung continued to look down. Withered bamboo, special item. Effect, the area where it is planted, promotes the growth of green plants. Side effect, the bamboo forest in the area grows 3 times as many as normal green plants. Description, an ancient bamboo that has been handed down from ancient times, with a dry appearance, waiting for the right time to revive. God Guarding Headband, it has a certain degree of resistance to spiritual and conscious attacks, and keeps the mind clear. Wave Walking Boots, within 20 minutes, it allows the user to move forward on water. Discharge Sword, a long sword made of fine iron, etched with 2 runes. Sharp and Lightning which, after hitting the target, can produce a lightning effect. The effects appeared 1 by 1. The last Iron Golem, I had seen it last time, it was just a model. If you choose it, you will be given a tall all-metal construct, which can be driven and protected. Wait for Moya to finish the introduction. Zalagwi did not speak. Wu Hung continued to ask, Deacon, which reward method do you think is better? After all, the 2 of them are Imolo's men. It is impossible to give yourself a wrong answer. Imolo said lightly. If it were me, I would choose the first-level reward. It seems that Imolo prefers high-quality props, which is closely related to his own strength. After all, he didn't care about ordinary props, so he naturally had to choose props of higher levels. The 3rd-level bounty was for a wanted criminal of level 10. The 2nd-level bounty was for a wanted criminal of level 15. If we calculate it this way, the first level would be level 18, or a meritorious service of great contribution. There were still level 15 pirates on the bounty order of Treasure Island, but the bounty of level 18 was rare. Wu Hung thought for a few seconds, and said, Deacon, I choose the reward of the first-level props. Zalagwi was also hesitant, and seeing him say so, she also said, I also choose the reward of the first-level props. Yini Luo put away several props. When the props come down, I will notify you to come and pick them up. Then, he handed the bounty to the 2. Put away the bounty. And just wanted to leave. Imolo said again, tomorrow. Zalagwi, you will be responsible for following up on the matter in Lopez City. Wu Hung, there are also some problems at the Old Barrel Tavern. You go and see what's going on. Okay. The 2 nodded. Zalagwi took the lead and left. Wu Hung said before leaving, Deacon, I want to know something about cultivating ghosts. Can you borrow some books or materials? Imolo returned to the desk and sat down. Well, I will keep an eye on it for you and notify you when there is news. Thank you, Deacon. In the corridor. Zalogwi waited on the side. Did you say it? Yes, the deacon said he would notify me if there was any news. The two walked out together. We were just talking about the old barrel, and now it's your turn, Zalogwi said. Go and have a look. It's not clear what's going on. Stopping in front of her study. Zalogwi reminded again. Gang fights are common. Reason doesn't work there. Just follow and investigate. Understood. Wu Hung looked at her. Go to Lopez City. Do you want me to arrange a skeleton attendant for you? It's like a follower. It can protect you in danger. Zalogwi looked at him. Her eyes flickering. No. I will be careful. If anything happens, remember the hairband I left for you. Don't say unlucky words. He added. I'll keep the hairband. Zalogwi smiled and nodded. Then I'll leave. After that, he opened the door and entered the room. Chapter 408, Someone is dead. Return to the study. Envier is combing the feathers of her owl. Looking back, she smiled. Master. Wire, will you go see Kavina in the lounge? Okay, Master. Envier got up and left. When she came back, Kavina, who was wearing new armor, followed her. The equipment on her body was obviously a level higher than before. It seems that the reward has also been given to her. For tasks like Pirate Village, the accompanying team, if there is no special performance, the reward is different from that of the Deputy Deacon. In the file, it will be recorded as a second-level merit, and the reward will be lower. It will be issued according to the third level. After all, the accompanying mission is not a normal arrest mission. Even so, for an ordinary team, the 6 choices of third-level props are also a considerable income. Looking for me. Kavina's condition is much better than when she first came. She also smiled when she spoke. Wu Hung asked, Do you have a mission? No. I just returned to the association. Wu Hung said directly, Tomorrow morning, let your team gather at the door, and we will investigate a case. Okay. Do you need to prepare anything? Wu Hung thought for a while. No. It's just the island's affairs. If there is anything that needs to be done, I will come back to catch up. Well, okay. Kavina nodded. After leaving the study, Wu Hung packed up. He told Enwer to go home early, called a carriage, and returned to his residence. He pushed open the gate. He saw Minnie practicing her supernatural powers in the courtyard. Fireballs were thrown out one after another, hitting the stone pier in the distance and exploding. Flames were scattered all around. Unlike the beginning when he couldn't release or throw it, he was gradually becoming more proficient in using it, not to mention the more difficult control. There was no problem with the ordinary condensation of fireballs and then cold release. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, Minnie jumped and waved her hands. Master. Well, you practice. Don't get tired. Okay. Wu Hung first went to the bomber's bomb laboratory. Some gunpowder, alchemical powder, were placed on the table. The bomber skeleton was making rolling thunder. Wu Hung walked to the finished product shelf, on which were placed several finished rolling thunders. Poisonous smoke thunder. Wind and fire thunder. Poisonous smoke thunder is quite common, and can be seen in small towns. It should not be difficult to make. Wind, fire and thunder are higher level rolling thunder, and the effect is also quite exaggerated. Wu Hung put all of them into the space ring. He walked out of the room again and returned to his residence. Night fell. Wu Hung stood in the corridor on the 4th floor, helping Sanera, who was wearing a light blue nightgown, to come down little by little, tiptoeing like an unskilled thief. Your 2 maids didn't bother you. Sanera brushed the hem of her skirt. Wu Hung picked her up by the waist, walked to the bedroom and said, You'll be bothered today. Sanera opened her mouth, bit his chest lightly. I'll leave a mark on you, and see how you explain it later. It didn't hurt, but it was itchy. Then I will give you up. And then you can come here openly. Sanera lost her temper for a moment. I'm not ready yet. Let's talk about it later. The door opened. Sanera took off her clothes and lay on her back on the bed. Wu Hung pecked her neck, giving her pleasure. Then they embraced each other, enjoying the warmth and intimacy brought by each other. Sanera put her hands on his chest, moaned softly, and asked intermittently, Why is the port so chaotic recently? What happened? I saw several waves of workers fighting, which delayed the departure of many ships. Sanera said softly. The forces responsible for the workers at the port have some problems. Sanera nodded. Send your people to check and maintain order. Got it, I'll go tomorrow. The thin blanket was covered on the two of them, and they stopped talking, focusing on the current work. Lighthouse Street, Old Barrel Tavern. The carriage stopped in front of the tavern. Wu Hung led several people from Team 11, got off the carriage, and looked at the shop that had closed down. It was early morning, and there was a faint light from the torches on the side. At the entrance of the tavern, there were about 5 or 6 burly men standing. They glanced at the carriage and said unkindly, "The tavern is closed. Let's go somewhere else." Team 11 of the association. Kavina showed her emblem. The association asked us to help you investigate the situation here. Go and inform your leader. Hearing that they were from the association, the coldness in their eyes faded a little. One of them said, "Wait a minute." Then he turned and walked inside. Not long after, he came out with another bald man. This person Wu Hung knows. A close confidence around Makinch. Preach yourself a few times before, it's all him. Several people swept through the bald head. His eyes fell on Wu Hung. Take a step forward. Grown-ups. A few of the door guards. I didn't expect to be so respectful to the latter. Obviously not a member of the association. Also saluted with a little. What is the situation? Bald sigh. The situation is not very good. Talking. On the other side of the street, there was a footsteps. I saw a man on a horse, followed by a team of silver-armored soldiers, walking quickly over. This outfit was the same as the one worn by the guards the island owner brought with him when he came back last time. The bald man frowned slightly, stepped forward and saluted quickly. Commander Fulvio. The commander on the horse glanced at him, nodded, and then set his eyes on the people in front. Who are these people? Are they related to the port? Arrest them, and go back for interrogation. The guards behind him all moved. The bald man wiped his sweat and said hurriedly, Commander. Commander. The people from the association are here to help us investigate. Association? The commander stretched out his hand to stop the guards. Still looking at the few people. I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Wu Hung didn't bother to pay attention, and said to the bald man, Take us to see your leader. Fuck. You have a bad temper. The commander snorted coldly. You are lucky to be pardoned. Otherwise you will be in trouble. Kavina held the hilt of the sword and glanced at him. You should be lucky. Fuck. Little girl. I am not interested in you. The bald man saw that the atmosphere between the two parties was becoming more and more tense. And he was also afraid of trouble. He pushed open the door of the tavern and said, My lords. Let's talk inside. Then he led several people in. The two parties stopped bickering and went straight into the tavern to get down to business. The tavern was dead silent. In the corner, several figures could be seen sitting. Wu Hung and his friends came in and took a look. The bald man immediately said, My lords, please come this way. You will understand some things after you take a look. A group of people followed behind him, going down the stone steps, through the cellar, and into the semi-underground space. Entering the last door, when they saw the scene in front of them, their pupils shrank slightly. In the middle of the front, there was a coffin. Is Macintosh dead? Chapter 409, Investigating the Corpse. The lighting stone hung from the ceiling, illuminating the faces of several people. The whole room was deadly silent. Even the guards who kept talking stood there, looking at the coffin in the middle in disbelief. Macintosh is dead. The old barrel leader, who controlled all the workers in the port and had countless lovers, just lay there quietly, wearing the most familiar clothes, with flower petals scattered around. Wu Hung observed the guards, and judging from their unbelievable expressions, they had just learned that they were dead. When did it happen? Wu Hung asked. The bald man sighed softly and said, The day after the attack. The leader couldn't hold on any longer and asked us to prepare a coffin. Wu Hung looked at the corpse. What was the cause of death? Snake venom. Snake venom? No medicine. The research and development of medicines in this world has reached an exaggerated level. Even the zombie virus can be developed with an antidote. And snake venom can kill the opponent? And it is a professional of a high level. The body's resistance to abnormal conditions is also stronger. I took the potion and invited a famous alchemist on the island, but it still didn't work. The bald man said helplessly. It's solved, but can a person still lie in a coffin? The leader of the guard snorted coldly. Why didn't you say that Macintosh was dead before? The bald man replied. Old Barrel also has many enemies. Once the news of the leader's death spreads, it is very likely that someone will take some action. The leader of the guard nodded, and was quite satisfied with this answer. He walked straight into the room and looked around the body. Then, he took off his protective gloves, sniffed the body, and then lifted the clothes of the body, put his hand in, and held it on his chest. The bald man was shocked and wanted to stop him, but he still held back. He looked to the side. After a while, the commander took out his hand. "She's really dead." From the tone of his voice, the guards didn't quite believe that this woman would die. The guard commander took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands and walked back. "Macintosh and I have a good relationship. My old friend is dead, and I feel bad. What do you think? Old Barrel? Just say it directly." The bald man clenched his hands, looked at the people present, and said solemnly, "The poisonous snake in the body must have been done by someone. If you can help us find the murderer, Old Barrel is willing to take out 200 gold as a reward." Everyone present was shocked. This Old Barrel is really rich. Killing a pirate only earns a few hundred silver coins. Finding the murderer on the island will earn you 200 gold coins. According to the team led by Wu Hung, if they can find the murderer, everyone will get gold coins. It can also be seen that the people in this Old Barrel are really angry. The guards are the same. After being surprised, they are hot. The guard leader coughed lightly. "Tell us everything that happened, carefully, and find out who killed Macintosh. Your information is equally important." The bald man was silent for a while, and told us about the port. The cause was that two teams of workers had a dispute over the goods, which then gradually escalated and caused chaos, affecting the normal transportation of the port. Macintosh led his men over, and after mediation, when he checked the workers who died in the chaos, the bodies exploded, and the poisonous snake bit Macintosh. Even if he took the medicine quickly, after returning, the symptoms still did not disappear, and he finally died in the tavern. The commander continued to ask, "Who do you suspect?" "The people of Black Crow Nest have a grudge against us, and the Sea Dog Gang also wants to steal the port business. With the death of the leader, they benefit the most." The commander nodded. "Wait, I'll find out for you." After that, he waved his hand and left with several guards. The guards left, and the whole room became much quieter. Wu Hung led a few people to approach the coffin, and also looked at the state of the body from a close distance. It can be confirmed that there are no obvious signs of life. The somewhat arrogant female leader just lay stiffly in the coffin. After looking around, asked, "Why didn't you do an autopsy?" The leader's race has a tradition that the body must be kept intact after death. Before he died, he also told us that we can investigate the murderer in any way, but we must not destroy her body. The bald man followed and explained. "Ask the corpse? It's like a necromancer, asking questions about the body." The bald man shook his head, indicating that it was not possible. After all, it was not the body of a wanted criminal, so it was a bit unreasonable to insist on asking questions about the body. Wu Hung glanced at the other party, turned his head and said, "Kavina, check the body." Kavina stepped forward, unbuttoned the clothes of the corpse, and began to check. The several men present walked to a place not far away, continued to ask some questions. The bald man also cooperated, answered whatever was asked, and occasionally added some supplements. Not long after, Kavina came back. There are obvious signs of snake bites, but no other fatal injuries were found on the body. Wu Hung nodded and looked at the bald man again. "What about the bodies of the snakes you mentioned?" The bald man said, "We were afraid that they might contain some toxins, so we had them taken to the wasteland behind and buried them. If you need to check, I'll have someone take you there." "Okay, let's arrange someone." The few of them walked back up together. The bald man said a few words to the two equally strong men. The two came over and saluted. Wu Hung said, "Let's go, take us to the port first." The two nodded. They went out together, prepared a carriage, and went directly to the port. At the port, the two pointed out the location at that time, and also talked about some of the conditions at the scene. Because the death of Macintosh was not announced to the outside world, the entire port is still operating normally. There was no mention of protecting the scene, and even no bloodstains could be found. After a simple check, they continued to the burial site. Outside the city, there is an undeveloped wasteland. Two strong men and team members, holding shovels, dug out the bodies. The straw mat was opened, revealing 3 bodies with rotten intestines and stomachs. In the soil beside, some dead black poisonous snakes as thick as little fingers could be seen. "Sir, these 3 bodies, their stomachs exploded like balloons, And these poisonous snakes just jumped out. Not long after, these snakes died on their own, one person said. Wu Hung nodded, motioned for several people to step back, and released Talk to the Dead to the first body. The corpse suddenly sat up and looked over here. The two people in the tavern were startled, retreated in panic, and stood in the distance to watch. Wu Hung asked the corpse directly, "Why did you fight before you died?" The corpse replied, "They stole our job, and we fought without a good negotiation." Wu Hung asked again, "Your body was pre-embedded with a spell. Who did it?" "I don't know." "Before you died, did you have any contact with unfamiliar people?" "No." "At the scene, did you find anything suspicious? Anyone trying to get close to you?" "No." "In your opinion, who might have killed Macintosh that day?" "The people of Black Crow's Nest. They have a big feud with him." After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back on its back. From the first corpse, I didn't get any clues. There was no breakthrough on my side, and the corpse was clueless. As for the mention of Black Crow's Nest, it was just a personal guess, and it couldn't be considered as evidence pointing to the target. Continue to look at the second corpse, and release Talk to the Dead. Then, the corpse sat up. "Before you died, did you find any suspicious people trying to get close to you?" "No." After 5 questions in a row, the corpse still did not provide any useful information. All the attention was focused on the fight. Then the third corpse sat up. This corpse was dressed differently, and looked a bit like the manager. "Before you died, you found some suspicious people trying to approach you." The corpse was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "That morning, a dwarf came looking for work, and asked for less money, so I agreed to follow him." Chapter 410, It's useless to ask. Dwarf, the work at the port is not suitable for the dwarf race at all. Wu Hung continued to ask, "Did he do anything suspicious?" The corpse quickly answered, "Nothing was found." "Did he touch your body?" "Yes." "Tell me his appearance." "Middle-aged male, long hair, eyes always squinting, a thin scar at the corner of the lower lip, and a plain long coat." There was only one question left. Wu Hung thought for a moment. "Besides this person, who do you think wants to kill Macintosh the most?" "The Sea Dog Gang?" After the 5 questions, the body lay down again. Wu Hung waved his hand. "Wrap the body well." Several people stepped forward and wrapped the straw mat well again. Wu Hung put it directly into the space ring. Then he took the carriage back to the Old Barrel Tavern. Pushing the door and entering the tavern, more people gathered inside. They were wearing armor, and there were weapons on the table. The 2 who had led the way walked over quickly, and whispered something to the bald man. The latter's face became more gloomy. The bald man walked back directly. "Mr. Deputy Deacon." Wu Hung nodded and asked, "Did your people tell you?" "Yes. They mentioned a dwarf worker. When I asked about the corpse just now, I didn't let the 2 people avoid it. And they also heard some of the content. Well, I will take the 3 bodies back and ask the coroner to check the cause of death. It doesn't seem to be caused by fighting." After saying that, he glanced at the people in the tavern again and reminded them, "Wait for us to investigate. Once you act based on speculation, the party that is right will no longer be right." The bald man was silent for a while, but still spoke. "I know. I won't do anything wrong. Okay. Let's do this for today." "Okay." Guandu asked someone to prepare a carriage and took everyone away. The carriage went straight back to the association. After sending the body to the morgue, the 11th team also disbanded and went home to rest. They will continue to gather at the entrance of the association tomorrow morning to investigate this matter. Wu Hung also returned to the office study, called Andir, and went home together. Residents in the study. Wu Hung sorted out today's clues. He didn't have a good impression of the woman Macintosh, and he had never even met her twice. But her sudden death still made people feel a little sorry. She was assassinated by the Spider-Men because she provided accurate information and directly calculated the location of the other party. But this time, she was the only one who failed to calculate that she would be in danger. There are not many clues at present, or they can't be considered clues. The only place to check is the dwarf worker mentioned by the 3rd corpse. I can start from this aspect and check it out. Thinking in my heart, Grenda crawled in through the ceiling. She appeared in the room and said, "They went to the port first, then went to the Black Crow Nest to inquire about the situation. Took a bag of money from the boss, and went to the Sea Dog Gang and took away 2 bags of money. Good guy. These people made a lot of money every time they came out. Let me see what's going on." Glinda went directly into the body, and a scene was also shared in his mind. Black Crow's Nest Tavern. Glinda's perspective: follow the guards into the tavern. Drive the guests in the tavern out of the room, or drive them back to the room upstairs. The owner of the store then came out with a flattering face. First Mate Fulvio, you didn't even tell me in advance that you were coming, so I could prepare some good wine for you. I am the commander now. The commander patted his armor. Yes, I remember. The guard leader glanced around. Gather all the key members under your command. I want to investigate something. The boss wanted to say something, but seeing that the other party looked unfriendly, he nodded and called out several key members under his command. Register. Record your occupations and levels. And find a witness to what you were doing when the Old Barrel Tavern was attacked. The leader stepped on the chair with one leg and said directly. The guards behind him registered all the people. Then I gave it to him to check. After checking, I didn't find anything suspicious, but he still stayed in the tavern. The boss realized it, and asked someone to prepare a small bag of silver coins, and quietly stuffed it into the other party. The latter smiled again, and stood up and said, the people who are watching you, before the matter is investigated clearly, no one is allowed to leave the island. If anyone leaves, I will settle accounts with you. The boss nodded and agreed, and sent these people away. The Sea Dog Gang, the courtyard. The leader of the guard put his hands behind his back, paced back and forth, and said, the Old Barrel was assassinated in the port, and they suspected you did it, but he only suffered some minor injuries. Whoever did it, stand up now, and pay some money, and it's fine. If you don't admit it, let me find out, things won't be that simple. The other side still fell silent. The gang leader was a bearded dwarf. Beside him stood the backbone of the gang and some staff. There were humans, dwarves, gnomes, and the personnel were much more complicated than those in Black Crow Nest. The gang leader stepped forward to explain a few words, pulled out 2 bags of money from his bosom and handed them over. The latter's expression was like examining a prisoner, and it eased a little. For the time being, no one is allowed to leave the island. We will continue to investigate later. After that, he took everyone away. In the picture, Wu Hung, through Granda's perspective, focused on the records when asking about occupations. I didn't find any professions related to snakes. Several dwarves have long and short hair, more detailed appearance, no accurate perspective. Release Grenda again. Asked, what are they doing now? They took the money to eat, and they don't seem to care much about this matter. Grenda floated to one side. Gang fighting, it has no effect on them. They are definitely not very concerned, willing to go around and ask. It should be that the Old Barrel promised a bounty. That's right, a group of pirates, how can they investigate any case? Grenda floated to the other side again. Do you have any clues? Wu Hung moved his shoulders. I found news about a dwarf. Dwarf? Grenda floated to the other side. The Sea Dog Gang has dwarf backbones. If you only focus on these 2 places, you can go to the Sea Dog Gang to check. Wu Hung nodded. I'll go and see tomorrow. On the other side, in the tavern, a ranger walked in quickly and glanced around. Seeing the position of the guards, he walked over directly and sat down on the chair. Commander, they went back. Any clues? The ranger replied. They went to the port, and then checked the bodies of the workers where the venomous snakes appeared. The leader of the association should be the deputy deacon of the Necromancer, and he questioned the bodies. The commander slapped the table. Fuck, I forgot to check the body. Then he frowned again, looking at the ranger. You said he was the deputy deacon of the Necromancer? So young? It should be. For other professions, it is impossible to talk to the corpse. The commander narrowed his eyes slightly, and frowned and thought for a while. He spoke again. What did they find out? I don't know the details. They also have beasts that keep bothering me, but judging from their expressions, they seem quite disappointed. It's useless to ask. The commander sneered. Okay, let's eat, and we'll talk tomorrow. Chapter 411. Sea Dog Gang. After dinner. After sitting in the study, and waiting for a while, Sayonara walked in directly. Smiling and asking, looking for me? Wu Hung waved. I thought you would come for dinner. Sayonara came over, sat on one side of his legs, and whispered, you come in the evening, but I didn't think you would come for dinner. Wu Hung picked her up and sat on him. The skirt slipped gently, revealing her fair skin. Sayonara was suddenly picked up, and she put her arms around his neck in a panic, and complained in a soft voice. What are you doing? Wu Hung put his arms around her waist, and asked, have the workers at the port always been controlled by the Old Barrel Tavern? Not really, there are a few other ones, but more workers, occupy the port's work share. Sanera thought for a while and said. Wu Hung put his hand on her leg and felt along the hem of her skirt, asking, what about the Sea Dog Gang? The Sea Dog Gang? Well, it accounts for about a quarter of the port's business. Shaunaula said. What is the origin of this Sea Dog Gang? I heard they came from outside, and there are many people in the gang, but I don't know who they are, and I have basically no contact with them. Shaunaula explained in her ear. Which side do you prefer when your business group chooses workers? Are you talking about Starflower? Shannara spit out the other party's earlobe and said, Starflower is a large business association, and it also needs to take care of some other forces. Generally, 30% of the business will be divided and given to other forces to do, and it will be okay. Wu Hung thought about it in his mind, and then asked, do you think the Sea Dog Gang will kill Macintosh? It should be unlikely. Assassinating the leader of the Old Barrel means breaking the original rules, and the other party will retaliate in the same way, Shannara said, and her brows frowned again. You said Macintosh? Dead? Yes, I just saw the body today. It's good that you know about this. Don't tell anyone else. The funeral will be held in 2 days, and then everyone will know. Sanera still looked a little unbelievable. How did she die? Wu Hung answered. The people at the Old Barrel Tavern said it was snake venom. When the port was in chaos, a venomous snake jumped out of the body and bit her. Sanera hesitated and slowly spoke. How could this be possible? I also think it's unlikely. The association and the guards of Treasure Island are also investigating this matter. Wu Hung said. You mean the Sea Dog Gang did it? The other party is indeed within the scope of suspicion. Sanera held his face and whispered. Gang affairs are all about fighting and killing. Investigating is also an explanation to the association. Don't take it too seriously. There will be no danger. Okay. After talking about the matter, Wu Heng's hands began to move wantonly on the other party's body. Sanera, who was still surprised by the news of Macintosh's death, looked at the man's aggressive eyes at this time, and her breathing became a little rapid. Raise your hand. Sanera held the other's hand, and whispered, I told Minnie to teach her how to draw, and I'll accompany you tonight. Come over earlier. I know. The next day, association. Morgue. Wu Hung stood at the door and waited for a while, and the coroner came out with the records. Deacon, the body was examined last night, and the external injuries of the body were not fatal, and the cause of death should be caused by magic. The content of the autopsy was not much different from what Wu Hung thought. The worker's confusion was not the cause of death. It was more that someone cast magic on the seriously injured workers from the dark, causing their deaths and also serving as a vessel for the attack targets. Well, thank you for your hard work. Wu Hung nodded. It should be done. The coroner turned his head and looked at the corpse again. Does the corpse need to be preserved? Keep it for a few days, and I will notify you to destroy it when the time comes. Yes, Mr. Deputy Deacon. Wu Hung finished speaking and left the morgue. He returned to the office study. Several people from Team 11 were waiting in the room. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, they all stood up. Deputy Deacon. Mr. Deacon. Wu Hung nodded. Sit down. Several people sat down. Kavina asked directly, what did you find out about the body? The injuries left by the fight were not fatal. Someone must have used some means in the dark to kill people during the internal fight, and then released the spell to breed poisonous snakes. Wu Hung repeated what he heard from the coroner. So, it is very likely that it is the dwarf mentioned when questioning the corpse yesterday. Kavina said. Yes, it is very likely. Wu Hung nodded, and then asked, have you collected the information? Kavina took out 2 files and handed them over. This is the information of Black Crow Nest and Sea Dog Gang. The former runs a tavern and is involved in some gray industries. The Sea Dog Gang is a local gang and has been developing rapidly in the past 2 years. Wu Hung opened the information and looked down. The boss of Black Crow Nest is a human professional, and his level is recorded as level 12. He was one of the first people to come here with assets to do business after Treasure Island was pardoned. He has a lot of subordinates, dealing with some contraband, smuggled goods, and other black industries. Of course, these are not regulated in Treasure Island, and it is also a very suitable transit point. The Sea Dog Gang. The leader is level 14, and the area where the gang is located is the location where Millicent runs a tavern. The way to make money is quite special, and he touches everything, and steals food from here and there. He was aggressive and crazy in his work, and he expanded very quickly. After reading it, he put it away directly. Kavina asked. What should we do next? Let's go. Let's go to the Old Barrel first. And then see what happens next. The carriage arrived at the Old Barrel Tavern. As soon as it stopped, the two people who led the way yesterday came out. He approached the carriage and whispered, Deacon, we checked the information sent from the port during this period, and found a dwarf with a scar on his lower lip. The Old Barrel Tavern's information on the port is still very comprehensive. Yesterday, I asked for information from the corpse. Today, I found clues about the other party through this method. Wu Hung looked at the other party. Where is the person? The information said that he went to the territory of the Sea Dog Gang. The other party's tone became gloomy. Wu Hung nodded and said directly, Let's go to the Sea Dog Gang. The two people from the Old Wooden Barrel took over the position of the coachman. They drove the carriage towards the territory of the Sea Dog Gang. The carriage arrived at the territory of the Sea Dog Gang. As soon as it approached, several gang members immediately surrounded it. Holding the weapon tightly, he looked at the men driving the carriage with vigilance, and several carriages. Wu Hung and his companions got off the carriage and said directly, Association, I'm here to ask your leader something. The gang members who had gathered around were stunned, but still made way for them to go in. Soon, the dwarf leader, who appeared in the grand reconnaissance, came out from the back, looked at the few people, and said, What's the matter? Wu Hung glanced at the other party and said directly, You should know about Macintosh's affairs. Let your people come out for inspection. The dwarf narrowed his eyes slightly, with anger. What does Macintosh's affairs have to do with us? He came to me again and again. Do you really think that we can bully him casually? It's not just your family that will be checked. If you didn't do it, cooperate well. The dwarf stared at the few people indifferently, and finally said, This is the last time. Go and call the brothers over. Soon, some backbones and important members of the gang came over. There were quite a few people in total. Wu Hung sat aside and casually asked the dwarf leader about the port. Kavina led the team forward, looked at the gang leaders, and said solemnly, Dwarfs, step forward. The dwarfs present stepped forward, and the rest of them pulled away a little. There were 3 people in total. Look up, take off your helmet, and show your face. Kavina continued. Hearing this, the dwarf leader's movements froze slightly, but soon returned to normal, and continued to talk to Wu Hung about the recent situation at the port. Kavina and the others checked the dwarf, but still did not find anyone with a scar on his lip. After checking, he looked at Wu Hung and shook his head. Wu Hung said, The rest of you go down. The leader stays. The gang members who had just been called looked at each other and retreated. But they did not go far, all guarding the door. Wu Hung continued to look at the dwarf leader. A dwarf, with small eyes, a scar on his lower lip. Where is he? The dwarf thought for a while, shook his head. I haven't seen him. There should be a lot of gang members. I can't remember everyone's appearance. Ordinary members. But they can't kill Macintosh. The matter of the Old Barrel has alarmed the association and the guards. If we let this person out, there is still room for easing the situation. If it is found out in the end, it will be difficult to end the matter. Wu Hung reminded. Whether it ends or not, it really has nothing to do with us. If it is really done by our Sea Dog Gang, we will admit it. The dwarf stroked his beard. While speaking, 2 ghosts flew back from the backyard and drilled into the body. The following scenes were also shared in the mind. The 2 ghosts flew over the entire gang station. There are many people hiding in the dark, but there are not many dwarves. And there are even fewer people who match the appearance. Are they really not from here? The information is wrong? The dwarf glanced at the few people and spoke again. Okay. I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you. If you really have evidence, you can come and arrest me directly. If you don't have it, please don't bother us anymore. After that, he signaled a few people to leave. The 2 people from the Old Barrel wanted to go up and argue. They were stopped by the gang members around them. Okay, let's go back, Wu Hung said directly. Several people walked out of the gang station together. They got on the carriage and drove slowly out. Mr. Deputy Deacon, our intelligence must be accurate. Even if the dwarf is not one of them, he is related to them, the man from the Old Wooden Barrel said. Wu Hung said, I will continue to investigate. Wait for my news. Okay. The man sighed. The 2 returned to the Old Wooden Barrel. Wu Hung also returned to the association with his people. Chapter 412 found. The carriage returned. They separated. Wu Hung changed his face in the association, got on the carriage and returned to Lighthouse Street. Entered the Nautilus Tavern. At this time, the tavern was busy. People came and went, the whole tavern was full of people. When Wu Hung entered the door, Millicent looked up, still glanced upstairs. Then he continued to greet the guests. Wu Hung went upstairs and entered the room inside. The room was very clean, except for changing some bedding. The whole layout was no different from the last time. Wu Hung released the two ghosts. Didn't you find anyone? Glinda said. Xiao Xiao added. Why don't you arrest all the gang members and lock them up to feed the zombies? Aren't you afraid they won't tell? Ah, is it so cruel? Wu Hung looked at her. We are bad guys, so we should act like bad guys. Wu Hung glanced at her unhappily. This is a line from a movie, I've seen it, and you don't act like a bad guy at all. Really? How is that possible? I won an award in kindergarten. Wu Hung didn't continue to discuss kindergarten matters with her, and said directly, go monitor the Sea Dog Gang. Now that things have become like this, the Sea Dog Gang will definitely arrange for him to leave Treasure Island, find him out. The two ghosts also understood what he meant. Glinda asked. The facial features you mentioned are too vague, maybe you can't recognize them. Don't bother, you just need to remember who met the dwarf leader. Wu Hung said. The two ghosts nodded, and flew through the wall directly. Disappeared in the night sky. Wu Hung stood in front of the window, and looked at the position of the Sea Dog Gang. If everything goes well, this matter can be finished today. The sky gradually darkened. Millicent came up from downstairs. Gently closed the door, bowed. Mr. Deputy Deacon. Are you done? Yes, there are not so many customers. The clerks can just look after the store. Millicent said softly. Do you know about the Sea Dog Gang? Wu Hung asked directly. Millicent nodded and said immediately, I know. They are the gang in this area. The tavern has to pay them 12 silver coins for management fees every month. The business in the tavern has been good recently, and they are planning to increase it. When a gang manages an area, it will collect some protection fees. Part of this money will be sent to the guards or the city lord's mansion. It is also a reason for the city to let it develop. What do you know about this gang? Millicent pondered for a moment. I don't know much, and its reputation is not good. There is a dwarf with a scar on his lower lip. What impression do you have? Millicent thought about it, and shook his head. No impression. Gangs usually keep some people to do things that are not easy to show up. Wu Hung nodded, and did not expect the other party to provide any useful clues. He continued, I prepared a room. I'll stay here tonight. Okay. Wait a moment. Millicent nodded and left, without saying anything more. Millicent returned again. He brought a set of bedding, took a careful look, and said, Sir, the room is full. If you don't mind, you can stay in my room tonight. The room is full? Yes. Several stores have closed down recently, and the rooms here have been booked. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll sleep in the kitchen. Millicent explained. You should take a rest. I'll sit aside for a while. There may be some action later. Wu Hung didn't say much. Oh. Okay. Sir. Millicent still spread the new mattress on the bed. His own set was spread on the ground. Wu Hung didn't say much, just sat aside and waited. Then, Millicent went out again. When he came back, he was holding a wooden basin in his hand, with a timid and evasive look in his eyes. Sir, there is no bathtub prepared. I will help you wash your feet. Wu Hung frowned at him. Millicent, you don't have to do this. I'll sit for a while and go back. Millicent took a deep breath, looked up. Sir, if you don't mind, sit down. I'll help you wash. You've been tired all day. Wu Hung looked at Millicent, and sat down on the bed beside him. Millicent placed the basin on the ground and gently rubbed his feet. Her long hair fell to both sides, swaying slightly with her movements. Her shoulders were round, and her lines were smooth, showing her mature charm. Millicent, are you used to life here? Wu Hung didn't know what to say, so he spoke a little uncomfortably. Millicent looked up and smiled. Very good. We eat well and dress well, and we don't have to worry about being kidnapped by pirates one day. It's a dream life. Don't you want to go back to the village? No. If the adults don't need us one day, we will go back. Millicent spoke softly. Wu Hung nodded. Be careful of yourself. Collect more information, and things will get better in the future. Thank you, sir. Millicent wiped his feet gently with a rag, and continued, Sir, lie down. I will help you. Wu Hung lay on the bed. Millicent sat down on the edge of the bed. raised a hand and placed it on his legs, gently helping him to press his arm. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside the window. Two ghosts, in the invisible state, flew back and forth, and directly drilled into the body. Two images came into his mind at the same time. The Sea Dog gang did intend to send the people away, but it was not only Wu Hung who was staring at them, but also the people in the Old Barrel Tavern. Wu Hung sat up directly, walked to the window, and looked into the distance. At the end of the road on one side, a dense array of torches formed a long dragon. It filled the entire street. Countless people holding torches and weapons gathered in the direction of the Sea Dog gang on various streets. Old Barrel did not choose to wait any longer. In other words, finding the association and the guards was also a legitimate reason to prove his side. When gangs do things, they still rely on fighting to solve problems. The number of torches is increasing, and they are gathering closer and closer to the location of the Sea Dog gang. Revenge the leader. Suddenly, a shout came from a distance. Revenge the leader. Everyone followed the shout. The sound was like a wave, passing back layer by layer. Then, everyone rushed forward with weapons in hand. The fight began. Shouts and sounds of fighting filled the entire area. Millicent ran out of the room, directing the shop assistants to block the door, to avoid being affected by the melee. And Wu Hung could only stand in the room, watching what was happening in the distance. The battle began, and no one could intervene. Unless one side lost, it would not stop. The next morning, the shouting and killing stopped, and the whole area was filled with the smell of blood. Wu Hung changed his face in a hidden alley and walked towards the battle area. The guards and the association team all arrived here, looking at the bodies and blood on the ground in the distance. The bald man in the Old Barrel Tavern, his whole body was stained with blood. He brought a few people and dragged a half-dead dwarf over. On the dwarf's lower lip, there was a scar. The bald man wiped the blood off his face. The person was found, a member of the Sea Dog gang. Chapter 413. Funeral. The bald man pulled the dwarf's hair and raised his face. On his blood-stained face, there was a centipede-shaped scar at the corner of his lower lip, found in the Sea Dog gang. A sorcerer, and his level is also above level 10. The bald man in the Old Barrel Tavern said. The association and the guards all frowned. The guard leader looked at the dwarf. Are you sure it was this dwarf who did it? The bald man glanced to the side and replied. Yes. The leader followed his gaze and looked at the location of Wu Hung and Team 11. It seems that Old Barrel and the association have some information that he doesn't know. He glanced at the chaotic scene again, and the workers standing in the alley. He said again, leave some people to clean up and move forward. And the rest of you all disperse. You take this dwarf back with me. If it is really him who did it, just pay some compensation. Yes, Commander. The bald man turned around and explained a few words. The thugs of Old Barrel with weapons gradually dispersed. The bald man also walked over and said, thank you for the investigation, Deputy Deacon. I will have someone send the promised bounty to the association. Wu Hung glanced at him, and did not mention that he was ready to catch the other party. Just nodded, watching the bald man walk towards the guards. Take the half-dead dwarf, and leave. Kavina asked, what to do next? Let's go back, the rest has nothing to do with us. Wu Hung turned around, and walked out with a few people. Whether it was a gang fight, or the Old Barrel killing people, it didn't have much to do with the association. These were things that the guards needed to deal with. In other words, it didn't involve the safety of the association members, it didn't appear on the wanted list, and there was no legitimate reason to arrest people. Now, we have found the murderer who killed Macintosh, and the mission has been completed. Several people walked out of the area. They called a carriage and returned to the association. After returning to the association, Team 11 returned to the lounge first, and Wu Hung also went to the deacon's study to tell Imolo the result of the incident. Imolo did not say much. He just said that the port would be in chaos for a while, and asked each team to strengthen the monitoring of the port. In the afternoon, Macintosh held a funeral. The coffin was quietly placed in front of the tombstone, and white flowers were scattered around it. Until this time, all forces knew that Macintosh was dead, and the battle last night was related to this incident. Yini Luo and Wu Hung attended the funeral on behalf of the association. There was not much sadness, but some emotion. A leader who dominated the port for so many years died so triflingly in his own territory. The funeral was relatively simple. After completing the whole process, people talked about this matter in a low voice, and left one after another. after returning to the association together. Pick up Anweer and go home together. The sky gradually darkened. When Wu Heng walked out of the room, he saw Chanela coming down carefully. I saw you at the funeral. Chanela jumped down and said softly, I saw you too. Wu Heng took her hand and walked towards the bedroom. Pulling up the hem of her skirt, Chanela raised her arms consciously. It was convenient to take off her nightgown. She covered her important parts with her hands and got into the quilt. I went to the port to take a look in the afternoon. Work there has basically stopped. Many fleets will probably be stranded for a few days. Wu Heng hugged the soft body into his arms and said, Old Wooden Barrel took a whole night to destroy the Sea Dog gang. Chanela frowned. So fast? Well, faster than you think, basically just a few hours. It was beyond his expectation that a gang could mobilize such a large force. Even though the roads in the city here are not as wide as those in the modern world, the streets are full of people, and the torches are connected into a long line. In addition to the gang members, there are more workers who work at the port and make a living with the old barrels. It's a place where you have to work hard. The level may not be very high, but the physical fitness is definitely not bad. The Sea Dog gang, which was said to be a gang that was stealing business everywhere and was like a mad dog, was completely wiped out overnight. Who will be in charge of the port from now on? Chanera continued to ask. I don't know. Now that Macintosh is dead, it's hard to say whether the old barrel can maintain its prestige in the future. Yes. I hope it won't affect the operation of the port. Chanela was worried. Wu Heng smiled. Okay. It's just a matter of changing the management. Nothing bad will happen. Yeah. You're right. Chanela pecked the other's lips lightly. Wu Heng hugged her slightly and turned her soft body over. Chanela sat on his waist, looking at him. You are lazy again. The initiative is in your hands today. Hate. The two interlocked their fingers, and Chanela swayed her waist. The next day, in the morning, Chanera left. Wu Heng had breakfast and went from the study to the zombie world. Walked out of the boundary gate. This is still the manager's office. Looked out of the window. The cold wind was howling, and the treetops and roofs were covered with white snow. The convoys that came to exchange supplies were much less than before. At a glance, there were only two modified off-road vehicles, which seemed to be from outside. Picked up the walkie-talkie next to him, and called Chi Honkai directly. Not long after, Chi Honkai came up in a long black down jacket and black marten boots. Sitting down, he took out a plastic bag from his pocket. There were some gold and silver jewelry in it. The road is not easy to walk on, and there are not many shelters that come to exchange. They are all exchanged in small quantities. Wait until the spring. Wu Heng put away the jewelry. What happened recently? Chi Honkai took out a small book from his pocket and said, The military was very satisfied with the first transaction, and praised us for considering the overall situation and sharing materials. Then, the second transaction is being prepared. They will sell us 2 machine guns and 2,000 shells according to the requirements. The drawings will be based on the type, and the price will be discussed later. In this environment, gold is really exchanged for food. It is conceivable how surprised the other side will be. They will definitely find ways to maintain this kind of transaction in the future, especially in winter. They continue to prepare gold, and they agreed to sell machine guns and shells to me, which is what I really need. On the treasure island, my bounty is getting higher and higher. Even if I have no intention of leaving the island, Treasure Island seems to be shrouded in a haze. Be careful, and prepare more means of self-protection, which is still necessary. What are the prices for machine guns and shells? Wu Heng looked at the other party. It's still based on the previous price in the military market. They should have discussed it, and have no intention of changing it. Chi Honkai replied. Well, tell them when the time comes. We will also collect corpse cores, and the extra ones can be traded. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded, and then said, Dongan village and the prison have been closed, only some skeletons are left there, and the personnel are separated and placed in the bus station and the mall. Wu Heng nodded. Chi Honkai continued. There is also the matter of the train. We have arranged for people to investigate the road to the North Railway Station. It is no problem to drive there, but we are not sure whether there will be any trains preserved by then. The train in the province has brought a lot of inspiration to this place. It is armed as a mobile fortress, and can travel and trade between several cities. And the train conductor is not a difficult job to find. When I was at Shoudong Auto Repair Factory before, I rescued several train staff at the station there. However, That is just a small station on the way. There is no way there will be a train there. After Chi Honkai finished speaking, Wu Hung continued. Let the convoy prepare. Let's go to the station directly now. Okay. Chi Honkai changed the channel on the intercom and asked people to prepare the convoy. The convoy slowly left the mall and headed towards the North Station. Wu Hung sat in the co-pilot seat and looked at the map and asked casually. Recently, is there anything going on at the headquarters? Chi Honkai held the steering wheel and thought for a while and said, in addition to summarizing some survival experience, several new types of zombies have also been announced. What are they? Second-level distorted zombies. Venom zombies have been added, and everyone named them saliva monsters. The characteristic is that they spit venom, which is very corrosive. After corroding the skin, they will be infected. There are also wild monkeys, which are more agile. Some people suspect that this zombie is evolved from an evolved zombie. There is no definite answer yet. Animals, updated some bird-like deformed zombies. The corpse core belongs to level 1, but the danger level is classified as level 2. Level 3 deformed zombies, added a butcher zombie, the body reaches about 4 meters, knows how to use weapons. Wu Hung listened and nodded. Level 2 deformed zombies correspond to level 10, level 3 corresponds to level 15. As long as you are careful, under the protection of the skeleton army, it is not a big problem to deal with it. To put it another way, Wu Hung also believes that the corpse cores of these zombies are the materials of the medicine. If there is accurate information, he will go and kill them. Chi Honkai suddenly thought of something, added, the main station also said a kind of ghost. It can control people to commit suicide. It is classified as level 4 danger. There is no way to solve it. Chapter 414. Ghost Notes. Chi Honkai finished speaking. He carefully glanced at the co-pilot. In the base, there is a member who seems to have never existed. Xiao Xiao. He is one of the earliest members to follow Wu Hung, but he has never seen this member. When he heard the radio say that ghosts can be invisible and attack people, he had some guesses in his mind. Wu Hung's abilities are relatively underworld. It is not strange to have a ghost around. When Wu Hung heard the other party's words, his brows slightly frowned. It seems that ghosts have been encountered in other places. Ghosts are virtual, immune to physical attacks, and are indeed invincible for now. The ghosts you mentioned cannot be preserved in the outside world for a long time. Just don't get close to them, Wu Hung explained. Chi Honkai nodded, and was sure in his heart. He really understood this aspect. Then it was more likely that this Xiao Xiao was a ghost. The two continued to chat for a few more words. The convoy began to slow down. There was still some distance to the North Station. Scattered zombies began to appear in front. They rushed over from a distance, and were killed by the skeletons surrounding the convoy. Just stop here, and have someone reload the dragon with ammunition, Wu Hung said. Okay. Chi Honkai took the walkie-talkie to convey the order, and got off the car to reload the dragon with iron bullets. Wu Hung sat in the car, and waited for a while. Xiao Xiao and Granda flew back from a distance. There are quite a few zombies in the station, and there is also a big-headed zombie. Xiao Xiao pointed to the North Station Hall in the distance and said. Granda added, there are some evolved zombies around, and it seems that they use it as a base. Stations are usually crowded places. It is normal to have a lot of people. There is only one deformed zombie, which is less than expected. Level 2. Or level 3? Wu Hung asked. Level 2. Xiao Xiao answered. Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao. You continue to stare at the big-headed zombie. Granda. Be alert all around. Yes. Xiao Xiao agreed. And then said, Uncle, when we finish, I want to go see my mother. Okay. Then I'll let the skeleton go faster. And we'll go there earlier. Hee hee. Uncle is so nice. Xiao Xiao happily circled half a circle, and then flew towards the direction of the hall. Granda also flew into the sky, alerting the surroundings. The two ghosts all flew out. Wu Hung took out the walkie-talkie and asked, how are the preparations going? Chi Hansai's voice came over. Okay, we can fight at any time. Wu Hung patted the head of the skeleton dog beside him. Go and lure the zombies over. Swoosh. As soon as the words fell, the skeleton dog rushed out and rushed towards the group of zombies in front. As soon as it approached a certain distance, it attracted the attention of the zombies. Roars sounded, and the zombies gathered, forming a dark zombie group, and began to chase the skeleton dog. The skeleton dog ran back, looking back from time to time. The running speed became faster and faster. Wu Hung looked at the zombies that gathered, and vaguely saw some evolved zombies mixed in the zombie group. Feeling that the distance was not too far, he said to the big-headed skeleton beside him, "Let the skeleton dragon go out." Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. The skeleton dragon passed by the top of his head and flew towards the zombie group in the distance. Arriving above the zombies, the magazines opened one after another. Dense iron bullets fell like a rainstorm and smashed into the zombies. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. The crowded streets emptied in an instant. Only the slightly late small drum zombies continued to gather on the road and rush towards this side. Swish, 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 waves of arrows fell into the zombies. A large number of zombies were full of arrows and fell on their backs. The number of zombies, only a few hundred were left, dragging their broken bodies and stumbling forward. Push forward. Wu Hung ordered again. The skeleton army on standby at the spot. Move together. The spears thrust forward, forming a tight square formation, and push forward neatly. Kill all the zombies that rush forward. Push all the way to the North Station Hall. At this time, Xiao Xiao also flew out from inside. "Uncle, the big-headed zombie is inside, and the zombies have blocked the entrance. Through the broken glass door of the hall, you can see the scene inside. A large number of zombies blocked the door." He roared at the skeletons outside. But no one rushed out to attack. Behind the zombies blocking the door, there stood a big-headed zombie. Wu Hung glanced at them, then retracted his gaze. "Go in." Crash! A group of skeletons with spears charged forward, and the spears instantly pierced through the front row of zombies, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The zombies also fought back, and began to tear each other apart frantically. "Karanmu, go in and kill that big-headed zombie." Karanmu quickly approached the battle zone, and his empty eye sockets glanced at the big-headed zombie inside. With one hand on the ground, the clouds and mist filled the air. The next second, he appeared behind the big-headed zombie and slashed with a long sword in his hand. The huge head fell to the ground, and pus and blood splattered everywhere, flowing all over the ground. The zombies blocking the door were instantly in chaos. The skeletons rushed in, killing all the zombies inside the zombies. The battle was over. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the arrows on the ground. Wu Hung took out the intercom, called Chi Hankai over, and walked to the back of the station together. At the end of the railway track on one side of the platform, there was a warehouse with the words Operation Workshop attached to it. After opening the heavy iron door, a familiar green train was revealed. It was not a high-speed train, but an old-fashioned green train with a square front. Chi Hankai exclaimed. "It really exists. Great. Our trip was not in vain." Wu Hung took a look and asked, "What fuel does this train use?" I asked. "It burns oil, and can be driven normally." Chi Hankai walked in, and patted the body of the train vigorously. Wu Hung also went in to take a look. The interior of the train was well maintained. After all, the iron door was always closed, and the zombies did not rush in. "It can completely satisfy our own use. Occupy this place, and arrange people to modify the train." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Chi Hankai returned to the truck, and contacted the base by radio. Wu Hung began to collect corpse cores and transform the corpses outside. A total of 1 second-level corpse core and 4 first-level corpse cores were collected. The harvest was not bad. After all the corpses were transformed, let Chi Hankai drive, and take me to the old factory area, and let Xiao Xiao meet her mother. I stayed in the original dormitory, teaching Glinda to continue to recognize the local characters and some pronunciations. When it was dusk, Xiao Xiao flew back again. I crawled back into my body and returned to Treasure Island together. On the dining table, the three of them were having dinner. Envier said softly, "Master, Old Wooden Barrel sent you 200 gold coins, saying it was a reward for investigating the case. I didn't dare to accept it, so I asked them to put it at the front desk of the association first." "Reward? Old Wooden Barrel? It was to take the credit for solving the entire case." "Well, they did say they would pay you, and you did the right thing." "Where?" Endwire continued. "By the way, Master, the butler also came to see you today. You better go there tomorrow." "Okay, let's go there together tomorrow." Endwire smiled and nodded. Minnie chewed her food, while saying, "Sister Ware screamed so loudly yesterday, it disturbed my sleep." Endwire frowned. "I'm in the bedroom. You're the one who's screaming." As the two girls said, they were suddenly stunned. At the same time, they turned their heads to look over here. Wu Hung was stared at, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said, "If there is a chance, I will introduce you to each other." "Well, master, you actually did it secretly," Minnie exclaimed. And we also stared, and asked softly, "Do we have a wife?" "No way, she has a husband." The two of them widened their eyes. "Ah, no wonder in Rentam City, you prefer Sister when Manshaw." The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Andweir went to the association together. He asked Andweir to return to the study first, and he went directly to the deacon's study. He knocked on the door, opened the door, and walked in. "Deacon, you are looking for me?" Yimi Luo took out an old curled notebook from his space ring. "Last time you said you wanted to learn about the information of cultivating ghosts. I found you a relevant manuscript. See if it can help you." Chapter 415. New Skills Manuscript? Wu Heng's eyes lit up. "The last time I came here, I mentioned to Yimi Luo that I wanted information on necromancers and ghost cultivation. At that time, I wanted to apply for some related books from the association, and then I would study them slowly. Now it seems that Yimi Luo directly got an experimental manuscript. This kind of manuscript records the research process of the mage and the complete process. For professionals in the mage system, it is a rare item." Wu Heng took it and thanked him immediately. "Thank you, Deacon. I will copy it after I go back and return it to you." "No need. It is of no use to me. I will give it to you. Consider it as an advance payment of a third-level merit. Just remember to make up for the merit," Yimi Luo said lightly. "Well, it is not taken for nothing. But this kind of notebook is indeed worth a third-level merit. And it can even be said that it is something that cannot be exchanged for merit." "Got it, Deacon." Wu Heng put it directly into the space ring, and then thought of the reward for the old barrel. He said directly, "Deacon, the Old Barrel Tavern sent me 200 gold and silver coins, saying that it was a reward for helping to investigate the murderer. I was not in the association at the time, and the assistant sent it to the front desk. I don't know how to deal with this money. Investigating the murder of Macintosh was originally a task assigned by the deacon. If I took the money, it would not be in accordance with the association's procedures. It was fine if no one knew about it, but I was afraid that there would be something else going on, which would be easy for people to talk about later. There were many people who wanted me to step down from the position of deputy deacon." Yimi Luo said directly, "You keep 100, and the rest will be given to the association." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, he left the room directly, returned to his study, and Weir sat at the desk to sort out documents. And the little owl flew around the room, chasing the bees trapped in the room. "Master, you are back." Underwire stood up, brewed a cup of tea and brought it over. Wu Heng took it, drank a sip, and sat down in his office. "Wire, go to the front desk. Take the 200 gold coins sent by the old barrel. Give 100 to the deacon, and divide the rest with the 11th team in proportion." "Okay." Underwire nodded and walked out directly. Wu Heng drank another sip of tea and took out the notebook he had just received. The brown cover was old and full of creases. After being turned over for a long time, the edges had begun to fray. Gently touching it, the leather is extremely delicate, giving me an uncomfortable feeling. When I took it from Imolo, I thought it was very thick. After opening it, I found that it was only a few pages. But this leather paper was thicker than normal paper. On the page I flipped through, I could see many words, patterns, and magic formations drawn with colored pencils. On one side of the formation, there were also some instructions, including some very professional terms such as formation pattern, origin, disability, and effect range. No wonder it is said that every mage is a scholar. For these professional terms, you need to consult a lot of information, which is also beyond the grasp of ordinary professions. Looking at the large amount of content in the manuscript, I feel a sense of awe, and I am amazed at the mages in this world, who use their brains and calculations to open up the path of magic and rituals. When Wu Heng came to this world, he also read a lot of skilled books, and he can understand the meaning of the words above. He can barely understand it. Wu Heng roughly looked through it. When he was about to start from the beginning, the door opened, and Veer came back. She handed over the remaining purse, and said, "Captain Kavina refused for a while, but reluctantly accepted it." Wu Heng put the purse away, and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight? Let Minnie prepare it in advance, and we will also improve the food." Veer smiled, sat sideways on his lap, with her arm hanging on his shoulder. "Master, Do you want to introduce a new sister to us tonight? Wu Heng looked at her curiously. How are you sure it's a sister? The voice is so familiar, and she can come here in the evening, you can guess it. Envier said carefully. This little fox is quite smart. Wu Heng shook his head. Don't worry, she's not ready yet. Let's talk about this when we have a chance. Okay, the master has the final say. Envier hesitated, and stroked the other's cheek with one hand. Master, will you not want us? Wu Heng was stunned. He didn't expect the other to have such an idea. He hugged her waist, tightened it tightly. How could it be? Wire and Minnie are so good. I want to stay with them forever. Envier smiled again. Master is so nice. Back to the residence. It was noon. After having lunch with Minnie, I went straight to the study on the 4th floor. I took out the manuscript and started reading it carefully from the first page. According to the contents in the book, there are 3 types of rituals in general. One is reconnaissance, illusion, and soul attack. And each type has different forms of rituals, and different levels of difficulty. The ritual is not stable. After success, it will improve the ability of the shadow itself. Similarly, it also has the possibility of failure. If it fails, the ghost may become weak, and need to recuperate for a long time before it can come out again. In more serious cases, the ghost may also decline in intelligence, or even return to the form of a low-intelligence ghost, becoming a monster that can only attack living beings and cannot communicate. Even more serious, the ghost will dissipate. That is, it will die, and its soul will be scattered. There is still danger. Seeing this, Wu Heng's heart tightened. He originally wanted to improve the ghost. Even if it was a lot of improvement, it would only lose some materials. Now it seems that there is still a certain degree of danger. Fortunately, I didn't try to use the ritual blindly before. Otherwise, there might be some danger. Compared with the owner of the manuscript, who used ghosts to conduct various ritual experiments, the relationship between Wu Heng and his ghost was more like that of a family, relying on each other. Even if it doesn't improve, it's good to be able to provide reconnaissance. There is no need to improve. Let's try the rituals that don't have serious consequences first. Wu Heng looked at several rituals in the manuscript and the consequences of failure. I chose one, a ritual that only weakens you. Spiritual vision. The effect is not recorded. I just made some changes in the failed rituals, and recorded the final ritual content. Spiritual vision, main materials, a pair of eyeballs of a prophet, or eyeballs of an owl, 50 grams of moon spirit sand, auxiliary materials, 5 grams of Infam grass powder, 10 milliliters of warlock blood, or blood of living spirits. Magic array materials, blood, gold powder. Damn it! The prophet's eyeball. This is a great start. Necromancers are hated, aren't they? The rituals all require organs of a fixed profession. Moreover, a ritual requires many attempts. It's a bit scary, even if there are replaceable materials. But the professional's eyeball is recorded in the front, which also represents the owner of the manuscript, and the priority is the prophet's eyeball. The following materials are all alchemical and rune materials. Wu Heng often helps the skeleton alchemist to buy materials, and has seen them in the store. The warlock's blood in the back. I also have my own reserves. Gold powder is enough. It meets the requirements of the ritual. Moreover, what I saw was the final version after the manuscript owner tested it. The possibility of problems is very small. With a thought, 2 ghosts flew out. One on the left and one on the right floated in the air. Xiao Xiao immediately flew to the tablet beside him, intending to watch cartoons. Wu Heng said directly, I found a way to improve the ghosts. I chose a simpler ritual. Xiao Xiao floated back again and asked, Is it dangerous? The notes say that if the ritual fails, you will be weak for a period of time. Wu Heng replied, Are you weak? Or are we weak? The ghosts participating in the ceremony are weak. Xiao Xiao asked again, Is the improvement big? It should be a certain improvement. Xiao Xiao thought for a while, turned her head and looked over. Aunt Glenda, do you want to improve? Glenda thought for a while. I want to improve my illusion and telekinesis. Xiao Xiao clenched her fist. Then I will do it. I will only be weak for a few days. There is nothing to be afraid of. Wu Heng smiled. Don't worry. There will be no problem. Okay. Then you come back first. I will go out to buy materials. The 2 ghosts nodded and went back into the body. I said hello to Minnie. Then I took a carriage and headed to Lighthouse Street. I entered the largest alchemy material store on the island. After a simple inquiry, the boss smiled and said, Yes, the eyeball of the owl, is the material for removing illusions and improving perception potions, but the price is higher. I was relieved to hear that such materials were for sale. After all, I couldn't dig up the grave of Macintosh. We met. How much? Wu Hung asked. 1 for 120 silver. Give me 2, pack them with other materials, I'll take them away later. Wu Hung paid directly. The boss saw that he was so straightforward, and smiled and agreed, packed up all the materials he bought, and handed them over. Wu Hung put them away, said goodbye to the boss, and walked out of the store. He looked for a carriage along the road, and also went to the port to take a look. These 2 days, the port should not be very peaceful. Guardians were arranged to guard all around. The workers also went back and forth to the merchant ships, carrying goods. At this time, Wu Hung saw a figure standing on the docking board of the ship, chatting with the manager of a merchant group. The man from the Old Barrel Tavern, one of the 2 people who had led Wu Hung before. Is he leaving the island? After Macintosh's death, is the Old Barrel Tavern disbanded? Wu Hung just took a look. He didn't think of going over to say hello. A carriage passed by. He got on the carriage and rushed to his residence. After dinner, the sky outside the window had darkened. Wu Hung took out all the prepared materials. Blood and gold powder, stir them in a bowl then. On the floor of the empty room, he began to draw the formation required for the ceremony according to the records in the manuscript. It looked a bit cumbersome, but for Wu Hung now, it was not a difficult task. When the last stroke was finished, the whole formation was completely formed. You could vaguely feel the breath of the dead emanating from it. Without much delay, the remaining materials, according to the quantity, they were placed accurately in fixed positions. And then said, "Xiao Xiao, go in." Xiao Xiao was a little worried. "Well, then I'll go in. If something happens, you have to save me." "It's okay, don't worry," Wu Hung said. Granda on the side also said, "If there is a problem, just knock over the ritual materials. It can be interrupted." "It's okay." "Okay." Xiao Xiao flew directly into the middle of the formation. As Xiao Xiao entered, the blood-colored formation began to emit light visible to the naked eye, wrapping the materials in the center. Then, the materials were covered by the blood light. They were crushed like fine sand, turned into energy balls, and gathered towards Xiao Xiao in the air. The next second, Xiao Xiao and the energy ball began to entangle together, like a rotating vortex. Under the gaze of Wu Hung and Granda, Xiao Xiao's body absorbed all the energy balls into her body, and Xiao Xiao also returned to her original appearance. Ghost unlocked skill, clairvoyance. Success. The moment he heard the prompt, Wu Hung was delighted. It was exactly the same as he had guessed. As long as he operated according to the final result in the record, there would be no problem. Xiao Xiao floated in the air in a daze. "Then what?" "It's done. You can come over now." Wu Hung called her back. "The magic circle has failed. The blood has disappeared, leaving only some iron-black fine sand, and the shape of the magic circle can be vaguely seen." "Is it done?" Wu Hung saw that she was still a little confused, and stretched out 3 fingers. "What is this? I'm in the senior class." "Okay. What do you say first?" 3. "It seems that it's okay." "Really? Uncle is so mean." Xiao Xiaofang crossed his arms, and flew out dissatisfied. Grinda asked on the side how he felt just now. Xiao Xiao thought about the words that could be expressed. Wu Hung opened Xiaoxiao's panel, and checked the new eye skills. Spiritual vision. This spirit has the ability to detect levels, and can distinguish the level of the unit it is looking at. Detect levels? The skill introduction this time is really straightforward. In other words, the material emphasizes the need for eyeballs, which is to enhance the ability to detect levels. After thinking carefully in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. In other words, once the war starts, he can use Xiao Xiao to distinguish the level of the enemy on the battlefield. Quickly lock on some high-level professionals hiding in the crowd. It's really good. "Uncle, where is the ability you mentioned? Why can't I find it?" Xiao Xiao discussed with Granda, and flew over to ask. Wu Hung thought for a while, and said, "It strengthens your reconnaissance ability, and you can see the level of other people. The method of use should be similar to your usual invisibility and visibility. Try it." Xiao Xiao nodded, and tried it in the air. Then, looking at Wu Hung and Granda's eyes, gradually widened. "I saw it. Uncle has a red gas mass, and Aunt Granda's is light red. This should be the level to check. My level 15 gas mass is red. Granda is level 10, which is light red." Wu Hung said. "Oh, can I go out and take a look?" Xiao Xiao was full of interest and joy. Go ahead, don't go to the central area. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao agreed, and flew out directly. Wu Heng also walked out of the room carefully, and walked towards the bedroom on the 4th floor. While hesitating whether to find the little maid to rest together, Xiao Xiao flew back. Said, "Uncle, I saw the bald uncle there at the port, and left the port on a small boat." The bald old man? Yes, several of them have already left. Leaving the island? Old Wooden Barrel is no longer in business? Or in the middle of the night, quietly left? Let me see. Xiao Xiao crawled into the body. A picture was shared instantly. In a hidden location outside the port. 6 people in total. Prepared to leave on a small boat. Under the effect of spiritual vision. The light balls on the bodies of several people were extremely dazzling in the dark night. Among the 6 people, 5 of them had a light red light. And one of them wore a cloak mask. And the light on his body was extremely bright red. Level 15 Professional. There are still strong people in the Old Barrel. Chapter 416, You Are So Kind. The actions of the Old Barrel staff made Wu Heng frown. After a leader of a faction got into trouble, the members were in turmoil, and it seemed like a normal development process to divide the remaining resources. But they still maintained peace and chose to leave together. It was somewhat puzzling. The old king of the Yek kingdom fell into a coma, and parties began to appear in the regime, supporting different princes, and the situation in the entire kingdom began to become tense. It was really strange that a gang force on a pirate island was so peaceful. It is very likely that it was this level 15 professional. He avoided the internal strife of the Old Barrel. The scene shared by Xiao Xiao continued. The members of the Old Barrel rowed the boat away from the pirates. The air masses of various colors on their bodies were as conspicuous as light sources in the dark night. Xiao Xiao followed and flew for a distance. In the darkness of the distant sea, there was a cargo ship parked. After a few people approached, they threw down a rope ladder and took the people up. Then, the cargo ship slowly left. The people of the Old Barrel left Treasure Island directly. Why? You don't want the territory you have run for so many years? Or, you have a premonition that something bad will happen in Treasure Island. That's why you have to leave here. Thinking in this direction, Xiao Xiao's joy of getting new abilities disappeared instantly, an inexplicable sense of tension rising from the heart. Release Xiao Xiao again. Floating in the air, said, "Right, they ran away. Well, I just don't know why." Wu Heng put his hands behind his head and laid down again. Maybe because of the death last time. They left. Xiao Xiao analyzed. Maybe. Xiao Xiao circled in the air. You go to sleep. I'm going to watch cartoons. Go ahead. Keep your voice down when watching. Don't disturb others. Got it. Xiao Xiao agreed. Turned around and left through the wall. Wu Heng lay on the bed, thinking about what happened before going to bed. The manuscript is fine. The remaining rituals, as long as the materials are collected, they can be used by the ghosts. It is best to separate Xiao Xiao and Grand as types to avoid duplication of abilities. The people in the Old Barrel Tavern left secretly. Maybe because the leader died? They were afraid of revenge from their former opponents. Or they might encounter some danger. Well, upgrade the level. Speed up the research and development of the 3rd level potion. To avoid a setback. Currently on Treasure Island. With Imilo's protection, it's still safe. But the blank envelope, the increased bounty, and the people leaving the Old Barrel Tavern all give people a sense of increasing danger. You can exchange more weapons to increase your ability to deal with crisis. Even a level 15 professional can't withstand rockets or bear it. Maybe there are some strange objects and high-level props that can stop it. But with concentrated firepower and continuous output, the props can also be destroyed. If you can get a missile or something, you can flatten the city. Modern weapons, or my own support. Thinking in my heart, I felt sleepy and gradually fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning. Uncle, get up, humans are really troublesome, and they still have to sleep. Wu Heng was awakened by the muttering in his ear, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Xiao floating above his head, holding his arms, muttering, "Is there something?" Wu Heng opened his eyes instantly and asked in a low voice. Xiao Xiao circled above his head, pointing in the direction of the next door. I found that the ant next door is also a high-level professional, and the color is the same as yours. Uncle. Next door? Ant? Who? Sometimes she sneaks over at night. She looks very pretty, and looks a little strict. Xiao Xiao tried hard to explain clearly. Come here at night? Shanera, the president of the largest chamber of commerce of the Wood Elves, The guards guarding the residence are not of low level. Not surprising. But the strict and mentioned by Xiao Xiao made him subconsciously think of the housekeeper beside him. Let me see. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the picture was also shared. The perspective was looking down from the roof, Shannara's courtyard. There were several guards standing on guard. Each of them emitted the light of a level 10 professional. Then, a crimson figure walked out of the building. It was indeed the housekeeper. She turned out to be a level 15 professional. No wonder she always used honorifics when talking to anyone and always looked indifferent. A level 15 professional. No deacons in various places were as high as her. After reading it, Xiao Xiao was released again. That's the housekeeper next door. The beautiful sister you mentioned. Called Sanera. I remember. What does a housekeeper do? Well, it's the daily management of this house. Such as arranging meals, coordinating employees' work and so on. Minnie is our housekeeper. Wu Heng explained while getting dressed. Oh, I see. Go and call Glenda over. I'm going to go out for a while. Okay. Xiao Xiao flew away, and soon flew back with Glenda. Two ghosts entered his body, and Wu Heng went downstairs to eat. After breakfast, Wu Heng rode his bicycle, carrying Anwell to the association. He sat in the study for a while. Nothing happened, so he walked out of the association. He walked towards the Snake Emblem group opposite. Entered the hall. The staff of the Snake Emblem group took him to the VIP room at the back. Soon, the door opened, and the middle-aged man who had been receiving him walked in. He bowed slightly. Good morning, guest. Wu Heng took up the emblem. Check the commission's issue before. Is there any result? The pirate village and the investigation of the death of the old barrel leader have made the recent period of time very tight. The Snake Emblem group has indeed not been here for a while. Okay, guest. The man took the emblem and walked out directly. Not long after, the man came back again. He walked in with a space sachet in his hand. In the middle of the open space, he took out 8 coffins. The man said, Sir, there are a total of 8 corpses of professionals above level 10. A flying dragon corpse. And the water element well magic building ordered last time, which has also been completed. The space is limited, and it is impossible to display all of them. It seems that the several orders placed before have all come out this time. Well, let's talk about these corpses first, Wu Heng said directly. The consortium still has a good reputation. Even if the goods come from a dishonorable place, they always provide guarantees for customers. There are 8 bodies of professionals, including 4 blacksmiths above level 10, 2 tanners, 1 alchemist, and 1 brewer. This time, they did not introduce their names, ages, and causes of death, but directly mention their levels. They are all level 10 professionals, but there are still no level 15 bodies. Wu Heng glanced at the coffin in front of him, nodded and said, Okay, put it away first, and calculate how much balance I need to settle. The man calculated the amount. You still need to pay 22 gold coins. Wu Heng directly took out 22 gold coins and handed them to the other party. Then he said, Write another commission. Men have long been prepared. Below the record book, take out a new attorney. Do you still buy a professional corpse? Wu Heng nodded, before the other party's writing, said, This time, fill in the corpse of a level 15 professional. The amount of entrustment can be higher. Directly collect the corpse of the 15th level. This really dares to place an order. A little shocking in my heart, but I still asked, Is there no type of occupation? Unlimited. Then you plan to commission the amount. How much is improved? I record it for you. Men continue to ask. Increase by 50%. Increase by half at once. Necromancer, sure enough. He has money. The man filled it out on the commission form directly, and covered it with the emblem. Customer, it's ready. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and continued, Write another one. Help me collect 10 grams of dust from the sunbound soul, 5 grams of blood from the bottom-dwelling demon fish, and a corpse of the brain-eating monster, which must be kept intact. That's all. These are the materials recorded in the notebook. If they are not available in the alchemy shop, they can only be purchased through the consortium. If I collect them bit by bit, I am afraid that it will be hard to find them in a few years. The man wrote quickly, and then stamped the emblem. Okay, customer. Just publish it when the time comes. Wu Heng continued, How can I take away these buildings and coffins I bought? I also have a space sachet in my hand. But it is not convenient to use it here. Recently, the only place where you can get sachets near Treasure Island is the auction in the previous period. It is easy for people to infer that the buyer is me. There may not be any danger, but it is better to be careful. I will have someone go with you to your residence and take out the goods. The man stood up and put the coffin away with a sachet. Okay, let's go. Wu Hung led a staff member and walked out of the consortium. In a coastal town. In a tavern. Philippa took a sip of the wine glass, looked at the bearded man opposite, and said, "You just gave your woman to him? You can't beat him." The bearded man took a sip of the wine glass and wiped the wine foam on his beard. "Bullshit. We won. But I don't like that kind of woman." The cripple was willing to like her, so I gave her. Philippa stared at him. "Really? You are so kind. Go to the association. Why be a pirate?" Puff. Several pirates, who were drinking not far away, sprayed out instantly. He looked away, trying not to laugh out loud. "Fuck your mother's association. You are the one who joined the association. Your whole family is." The bearded man scolded. Philippa was not angry either, and continued, "Babuki, you have spent so many years together. Don't you miss her at all at night? You have never seen her figure in the places you have lived in?" The bearded man, who was drinking heavily a second ago, suddenly fell silent. He stared blankly at the top of his head. "No more talking, drink. Drink, I'll treat you to this meal. I am different from you. I am happy when I have money," Philippa said. The bearded man slapped the table. "Give me the most expensive wine." He took 2 more sips. Philippa put down his glass and continued to ask, "Are there any new news recently?" The bearded man burped and said, "New news? The deputy deacon of Treasure Island. The bounty has increased again. Does it count?" Philippa frowned. "When did it happen? Why didn't I receive any news? You didn't sleep last night. You found a man? Do you like women or men? I like your mother. Tell me what news." The bearded man took another sip and said, "The bounty has been increased to 1,200 gold coins. And there is more detailed information. He often carries 2 skeleton servants with him. A wanderer and a warrior. Both of whom are skeleton servants above level 15. To deal with them, you must prepare means to restrict the servants in advance." Philippa's eyes widened a little. Why is there suddenly information about his skeleton servant in the letter? Chapter 417, Help me catch them. How would I know? The information conveyed in the letter is always accurate, and it must be true. Bearded Babuzi emphasized. Philippa held up a fist-sized wine glass, covering his face. He made a note of this in his heart. The information about the skeleton attendant is not difficult to obtain. But why did he suddenly add this piece of information? Did he not know the strength of the other party's attendant before the letter? Or, he thought that the previous pirates had not succeeded, and he reminded the pirates on purpose, so that they could be prepared. "What? You still want to kill the deputy deacon?" The bearded man looked at him and asked. 1,200 gold coins, don't you want to? "No, I may not be able to defeat him even if I go, why bother provoking him?" Philippa looked at him, seriously said, "I beg you, please join the association." The bearded man ignored her teasing, and continued, "I have gathered 2 pirate groups, whose leaders are around level 12, and plan to rob a caravan. Since you treated me to a drink today, I'll count you in. Would you like to join us?" Philippa drank, looking at him suspiciously. "You are not the spy of the association. You're trying to trick me in. Your wanted poster is so small that even dogs would pee before leaving?" The bearded man stood up, and waved his hand to call his people out. "You pay for the wine, see you next time." Philippa asked the second captain to pay, and immediately chased after him, and put his arm on the bearded man's shoulder. "Don't be angry, I'm joining. What caravan? Do you have money?" "Of course I have money, enough for you to earn." "Bobsy, you are such a kind pirate." "Fuck." Put the purchased items in the open space in the courtyard. Wu Hung returned the consortium space sachet to the staff member, who followed him. After the latter saluted, he left here directly. Wu Hung put away all the items, said hello to Minnie, and went directly to the 4th floor. He opened the boundary door, and went to the zombie world. On the other side, was the old factory dormitory. Last time, Xiao Xiao missed her mother, so I sent her here to see her, and then returned to Treasure Island here. After letting Xiao Xiao go to see her mother, he also walked down the stairs. He walked to the back of the old factory dormitory building. The coffins and dragon corpses that had been purchased were all taken out. Dead corpse battlefield released. Several corpses all stood up, shaked off the broken flesh on their bodies, and strode to the side. After the end, Wu Hung took the skeletons back to the old factory area. As soon as he entered the yard, the little mother, Xiao Yanqiu, came down. "My king, what do you want?" Zhao Yanqiu glanced at the skeletons behind him. These 4 are blacksmiths, and these 2 are leather workers. We will assign them to the factory when the time comes. Wu Heng pointed to the skeletons behind him. Then, he ordered the skeletons. Follow her orders from now on. Swoosh. Several skeletons moved and walked to Zhao Yanqiu's side. Okay. I'll take note. Any other instructions? Zhao Yanqiu continued to ask. No. You can go and do your work. Oh. Okay. Zhao Yanqiu left with the skeletons. Wu Heng sent the skeleton brewer and the skeleton alchemist to the boundary gate. Then, he took the skeleton flying dragon and went directly to the occupied North Station. Just landed. A survivor ran over. He lowered his voice and said, "The provincial people are here, and they are talking to Sister Qi in the conference room." They came in the morning? The survivor said, "They just came, and it's been about 10 minutes. Well, I'll go and see." The survivor nodded, and continued to guard his position. Wu Heng walked to the cleaned-up conference room, took out the strange object missionary book, put it on one side, knocked on the door, and walked in. Sitting inside was Qi Hankai, and near the door was Deputy Commander Liu, who I met last time, and another young man with bright eyes. "Deputy Commander Liu, I just arrived, I'm a little late." Wu Heng walked in with a smile. The middle-aged deputy commander also stood up, and said with a smile, "We just arrived too, and the time is just right." After the two shook hands, Qi Hankai stood up, and gave up his seat. After Wu Heng sat down, the deputy commander spoke, "We brought 30 kilograms of gold this time, 2 machine guns, and 2,000 rounds of artillery shells, and some drawings you need." The two parties had checked the items for the transaction before. Now I said it again. "Where are the drawings?" Wu Heng asked. Qi Hankai took out a few stacks of printed drawings from the shelf beside him. Wu Heng flipped through them. The deputy commander introduced. "There are 3 types in total, the drawings of the Type 56 rifle, the drawings of the grenade, and the structural drawings of the ammunition." Wu Heng looked at them in comparison, although they were printed out. But the content was very clear, the size, the style, the internal material structure, all were clearly marked. It was standard drawing specifications at first glance. The deputy commander smiled and said, "The drawings are our gift. After all, in times of danger, each place should contribute its own strength and technology, and work together to overcome the difficulties. The drawings are replicas, and given the current conditions of the shelters, nothing can be produced even with the drawings. The headquarters usually discloses some weapon production methods, but the description is not as clear as the drawings." "Thank you." Wu Heng handed the drawings back to Qi Hankai, and then asked, "Are there drawings of machine guns and shells?" The other party frowned. "Do you need these?" "Well, I hope to exchange these drawings next time. If there are production line drawings, it would be even better." The deputy commander fell silent for a moment. Under the current situation, even if there are drawings, it cannot be produced. Why do we need these? I want my subordinates to study it. Besides, I was also a military fan before, and I am quite interested in these things. I also hope that the provincial and regional governments can agree to it. Wu Heng fiddled with the books. "Okay. I will report this to the higher-ups after I go back." "Yes. Thank you." After talking about the exchange, the deputy commander said in a casual tone, "What plans do you have for occupying this station? Would you mind telling me something?" "No plans. I just saw your modified train and wanted to modify one myself, so that I can drive to you if I'm in danger." The other party was stunned, then laughed, "Haha. The province and region definitely welcomes you to come, and my position as deputy commander may be yours by then." "Okay. Then I'll have to rely on Deputy Commander Liu to take care of you. The future belongs to you young people." The two chatted for a while. The grain transaction was also completed outside. Deputy Commander Liu did not stay for long, and took his men on the train. They left in the distance. In a warehouse at the station, the cover was lifted, revealing 2 machine guns underneath. There are 2 types in total. One is the double-barreled machine gun sold by the military before, which can be loaded with 23mm shells. The second type is a big guy surrounded by 6 iron pipes, which looks like an enlarged version of the Gatling gun. This one is the Gatling gun. Is this a new device? Wu Heng looked at Qi Hankai. He said he was a fan of weapons, but his knowledge of guns came from some games, like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Here is the information. The price of this machine gun has doubled. It sounds pretty good. Wu Heng took it and took a look. It was indeed much better than the original machine gun. Well, it's really not bad. We can continue to trade with them later. Okay. Wu Heng put away all the machine guns and shells. Continued to walk to another warehouse. In the blue tent, several welders are modifying the train. The iron plate is thickened, and corners are installed. The appearance is more and more like the mobile fortress in the province. In fact, it is good to be able to achieve their level. It fully meets the transportation and use requirements. Listen to Chi Hansai's introduction of the current situation. Wu Heng put away the gold and drawings he exchanged, and returned to Treasure Island. Just went downstairs. Minnie said, "Master, Miss Pirate wants to see you." Just after walking down the first floor, he paused and walked upstairs again. Walking into the radio room, he glanced at the record book of the skeleton investigator. He picked up the microphone. "Philippa, are you there?" A confused voice came from the other side. "Yes. Why do you always talk when I'm sleeping? In broad daylight, why are you sleeping? In the cabin, there is no such thing as day or night." Wu Heng didn't want to argue with her about this matter, so he asked directly, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes, you have a bounty of 1,200 gold coins, and the pirates have also obtained the information of your 2 attendants," Philippa said. Hearing that I had raised the price, I was not so surprised. I asked, "What is the information of the attendants? Let me hear it." "Yes, there are 2 skeleton attendants, both above level 15, one is a wanderer, the other is a Warhammer warrior, there is nothing else. This is not a secret, it's not a big problem." Philippa continued, "I joined a pirate fleet, there are 3 pirate groups in total, you come to help me take them down." Chapter 418, Revolver Cannon. "You joined the fleet again?" Wu Heng asked curiously. Philippa said, "Yes, this time the target is a passing fleet, and someone invited me, so I joined." "Okay, tell me about the strength of these 3 pirate groups." Wu Heng agreed directly. "The spy provided information, and we should also actively respond. Otherwise, next time, we will not provide useful information. On my side, the manuscript I got from Imolo can be regarded as an advance payment of a 3rd level merit. Still need to pay it back." Philippa casually said, "The one who came to me to enter, could he be a big pirate? The 3 captains are all around level 10, Devil's Hand didn't kill you, they are all small fish and shrimp. A level 10 wanted criminal, just level 3 merit. Well, by the way, there is a friend of mine among the pirates, the one whose woman I told you about was kidnapped last time. He introduced me in, don't kill him then." Philippa paused, and added, "Besides, you killed all 3, and I escaped, it's hard to explain, so don't kill him. Pirates can't really be friends. On a ship, betrayal and power struggles often happen. Even the captains are frequently replaced. In the minds of pirates, friends are just a foil besides interests and power." But Philippa also has a point. For pirate groups went out to sea together, and she was the only one who came back intact. This would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. If 2 people escaped together, they could avoid attracting other attention. "Okay. Then how can I identify your friend's ship and not kill the wrong one?" Wu Heng agreed. "The pirate flag is a flying fish with wings, very recognizable, and it looks like a bearded man, who looks quite honest. Well, I know where should I go to find you?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "It will be on the Lingaxi route north of Scorpion Claw Island, coming from Treasure Island. About a day, the cargo ship will pass by the route at noon the day after tomorrow," Philippa said directly. Wu Heng took a pen and wrote down the name of the route. He took out the map again and checked the location. In the entire Emerald Sea. The distance is not far. "Okay. I will set off tomorrow morning." "Yeah. When it's over, don't forget to tell your steward that I have met the 3 intelligence requirements for joining the Whisperers, and can join the Whisperers," Philia reminded softly. It seems that Philippa still cares about this matter. For ordinary people, joining the association is equivalent to joining the guards, and the guards must be recognized by all kingdoms. It has certain privileges. Even if something happens, as long as you hide in the association, the local city hall will negotiate with the association instead of directly punishing you. It can be regarded as having a strong backer. "I remember. You can talk to me about the pirate bounty again." Wu Heng mentioned his bounty again. Philippa was silent for a while, and then said, "I also heard from other pirates that your bounty has been increased to 1,200. And the 2 skeleton servants around you have also sent me general information." Wu Heng asked, "Didn't the blank envelopes before have any information about the skeleton servants?" Philippa replied, "No. I suspect that the person behind the scenes just got the exact information from the skeleton servants and sent it down in this way. Didn't you mention other plans to ambush or assassinate me? No. If there is any new information, I will inform you as soon as possible, Philippa said lightly. Well, that's fine. The business was over. Philippa asked again, by the way, how is my mother doing? Wu Heng leaned on the table and replied, very well. The pub is doing very well. It should be the most popular pub on that street. Really? It must be funded by you. I don't believe it can be done to this extent, Philippa said doubtfully. But the tone can be heard to be surprised. Funding is one aspect, and the rest is also your mother's own good work. Oh, when will you bring her over to talk to me? Philippa said in a low voice. Wu Heng thought for a moment. Wait until this matter is over. I'll ask her to come over and chat with you. Thank you, Dad. See you the day after tomorrow. Okay. The two ended the call. He hung up the phone again. He leaned on the edge of the desk, thinking about the information he had just received. His bounty had increased again. After the previous few times, he heard that it had only increased by 200, which seemed a bit too little. The two skeleton attendants beside him were announced through blank envelopes. Indeed, it provides more information to those who intend to earn this bounty. But the problem is not too big. The two skeletons around him do play a role in protecting himself, but they are not his trump cards. Their greater role is to respond immediately in emergencies and delay the target enemy. It gives him time to draw his gun or open the gate, no matter how powerful the enemy is. The total number of troops in his zombie world is roughly 500,000 or 600,000. Even if they are distributed in various bases, there are still tens of thousands of them. As long as I can call them over, I can tire the enemy to death. But I feel something is wrong. Why did you update the information of the attendants at this time? Let Minnie and Anwar be careful during this period. After thinking for a while, he tore off the paper with the route recorded and walked out of the room. Walked down to the first floor. Minnie followed Bodon to practice boxing, and flames appeared on her hands. As the boxer generated chi, it exploded like a fire. Master, Minnie waved her hand. Wu Heng walked over and asked curiously, you can control the flame so well now? No. I just practice casually. It's not very lethal, Minnie said shyly. I feel pretty good. At least it proves that you are very talented. Really? Master is so nice. I feel much better. Minnie hugged his arm, gently shaking it, and then noticed what he was wearing. Master is going out? Sister Weir may be back soon. I'll go out for a while, and come back as soon as possible. Oh, okay. Then we'll wait for you to come back for dinner. Wu Heng nodded and walked out of the residence directly. He called a carriage and rushed to the port area. He entered the port of the association and boarded his own ship. In the dark cabin, there were densely packed skeletons waiting for orders, with soul flames in their eye sockets. Shark Tooth, Wu Heng shouted. The thick-boned skeleton Shark Tooth came out of the cabin and stood in front of him. Drive the ship to the port of Giant Claw Island tonight. Avoid the ships and other people, and I will go there tomorrow morning, Wu Heng said. Shark Tooth walked straight to the control room. Wu Heng got off the boat, and the boat started slowly. It sailed directly away from the port. After Wu Heng confirmed that the boat had entered the sea, he called a carriage again and returned to his residence. Dinner was ready, and two maids were sitting in the living room waiting for him to come back. Seeing him come back, they brought all the dinner up. Master, what does that pirate lady want from you again? Minnie asked while eating. Wu Heng took a sip of the wine glass. She provided some information about the pirates, and asked me to capture them. Ah, is she betraying her companions? Minnie looked over with wide eyes. I was originally a spy among the pirates. How can it be considered a betrayal? Wu Heng said. And we also said, pirates are more cruel and disorderly than robbers. Sometimes they drift on the sea for days or months, killing their companions or even the captain. Ah, pirates are so bad. It's not like that in the comics, Minnie said. Wu Heng thought for a while and explained softly. The stories above are all written from the perspective of pirates. If you stand from the perspective of ordinary islanders, you will think that the Navy is still righteous. Kindness and passion are very rare among pirates. Oh, okay. Minnie nodded. Several people had dinner together. Wu Heng continued to advise. Be careful when you go out. There may be pirates on the island, collecting our intelligence. Oh, okay. After dinner, Wu Heng took a bath with the help of the two girls. Then he went upstairs to rest. The sky gradually darkened. Wu Heng pushed open the bedroom door and saw Shannara coming from the roof. "I thought you were asleep." Shannara jumped down barefoot, walked into the bedroom, and casually hung her coat aside. The coherent look, just like going back to her own home. "I knew you would come." Wu Heng followed behind, closing the door again. Shannara sat sideways on the bed, holding the side of her skirt with her hand. The silk-long skirt moved up little by little, revealing her smooth and flawless legs. Soon, the skirt was lifted to the base of her thighs. Looming, Shannara curled up on the bed, glancing with her beautiful eyes. Wu Heng looked at her and she seemed calm, but her face flushed. He walked over quickly, licked her lips lightly. Drank. Today, the merchant group and the Treasure Island guards organized a voyage together, attended a banquet, and drank some. Shannara said softly. Wu Heng pushed her down on the bed, her long skirt covering her head, and he pecked her white neck bit by bit. He continued to ask, "Are you going out to sea together? What are you going to do? To drive away pirates?" Organized by the island owner. Pirates have been active recently, and all the merchant groups support this matter. Shannara gently hugged his head, answering, humming softly. Wu Heng leaned over. A pair of legs naturally wrapped around her waist. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Is this island owner trustworthy?" "Well, not really. But the merchant group is profit-seeking. As long as this matter is helpful to the current situation, we will naturally show our support." "That's right." Wu Heng nodded, refocused on the current work, and stopped talking. The next day, in the morning, after breakfast, Wu Heng and the two maids said something, and then left the residence. He found a deserted place. He took out the train conductor's hat and put it on his head. The void on one side opened, and the ghost train stopped beside him. Wu Heng boarded the train, and in the logbook, filled in Scorpion Claw Island. The door closed, and the train disappeared. After opening for half an hour, the train appeared on Scorpion Claw Island. The sea breeze was howling, and the sound of waves hitting the rocks came from the port. Looking towards the port. His ship has already docked at the port. The skeletons walked around on the deck and inspected the surroundings. Wu Heng walked over quickly, boarded the ship, and continued to give orders. Enter the Lingaxi Hang, and move forward along the route. The ship sailed quickly on the sea. Among the attributes of Shark Teeth, there are attributes related to navigation. He has a strong proficiency in controlling the ship, and there is no cargo on the ship, which makes the speed of the ship much faster. After sailing for most of the day, Xiao Xiao, who acted as a lookout, flew down from above. "Uncle, I can see a pirate ship ahead. I think that's the person you're looking for." Wu Heng looked into the distance, and saw the endless sea, and didn't see any ships. "I didn't see it. Come back, I'll take a look." Xiao Xiao entered the body, and the picture was shared. On the sea in the distance, there were several pirate ships floating. And the function of Xiao Xiao's spiritual vision can see the different levels of light of the bodies on the ship. The highest level is only 10. Even if the pirate flag is not clearly visible, it should be the pirate fleet mentioned by Philippa. It is closer than expected, and it has not even sailed for a day. Xiao Xiao was released again, and the ship continued to move forward. Wu Heng took out 2 double-barreled machine guns and a rotary machine gun, and selected skeletons to operate them respectively. Then, he continued to distribute heavy machine guns, rifles, rocket launchers, and grenades to the remaining skeletons. The main thing is to have sufficient firepower, and not give the opponent time to counterattack. As we approached, the location of the pirate ships became clearer and clearer. There were 9 pirate ships in total, and in the middle, they surrounded a severely damaged cargo ship. On the deck, there were crew members who were barely resisting, and pirates who were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As soon as we approached, we saw 3 medium-sized speedboats approaching quickly, with more than 20 people on each ship, holding various weapons in their hands. They pointed at this side, laughing. It was as if they saw another batch of goods, which was delivered to the door on their own initiative. Soon, the 2 sides approached each other. A pirate with yellow teeth standing on 1 foot on the fence shouted, "We are from the Silver Scale Pirates, and we are here to borrow some money from you." Another person echoed and added, "It's okay if you don't have money. We also want the goods, and we can help take care of your women." Ha ha ha. The pirates around laughed together. It seemed that the looting of the cargo ship behind them had nothing to do with them, and the cargo ship in front of them had become a fat sheep to be slaughtered. The pirates laughed. and the 2 magic crossbow beds on the medium-sized ship had turned their direction and faced this side. The rest of the pirates also prepared to board the ship. Just as they approached the ship and were about to force their way on board, Wu Hung poked his head out from above. All the pirates were slightly stunned, and their brows furrowed. The man in his 20s, with black hair and black pupils. Is that a skeleton attendant beside him? Why does this man look so familiar? Deputy Deacon of Treasure Island. Someone suddenly said. Everyone immediately came to their senses, and their eyes flashed with suspicion, surprise and disbelief. The pirate with yellow teeth immediately shouted, "Crossbow bed, kill him quickly." However, the next second, densely packed skeletons holding strange instruments appeared on the edge of the ship's deck. The cargo ship was much taller than the medium-sized speedboat. Those things that looked like black iron pipes pointed downward. "Attack, kill him, quickly!" the pirate urged loudly. The crossbow was raised to the maximum angle with great effort, and the others also took out their crossbows and aimed upward. And the next second, Wu Hung aimed the revolver cannon, also at the Yellow Fang pirate's ship. Woo! The cannon rotated quickly, and the shells were fired, like a fire-breathing dragon. And in the huge waves raised by the shells, the ship where the Yellow Fang pirates were located was instantly shattered, and in the debris all over the sky, it turned into scattered pieces. Wu Hung looked at this scene in surprise. Unexpectedly, the firing rate would be so fast. The pirates were even more horrified, and the whole ship just disappeared from sight. Damn, what is this thing? Chapter 419, Acting is really troublesome. In less than half a minute, a medium-sized speedboat just disappeared. There were only floating debris on the water, and the blood and flesh of the fish. The pirates, who were laughing wildly, suddenly fell silent. They looked at the sea full of debris with horror. In their hearts, an uncontrollable fear rose instantly. Attack, attack, kill him quickly, he has a strange item. Duh. Without waiting for a reaction, the skeleton standing on the edge of the cargo ship pulled the trigger downwards. Dense bullets ran towards the pirates on the surrounding ships. The bullets penetrated their bodies, and they fell one after another. The skeletons operating the machine guns also began to fire. The shells broke through the hull, and the people and the ship all smashed to pieces. After a short time, the gunfire stopped, and all the pirates who approached were killed or wounded. The decks of the few ships that did not sink were full of corpses, and the blood flowed into the sea along the hull. Wu Hung stood on the ship and took out the spine staff, and released Dead Corpse Battlefield. The gray-white light circle spread out instantly, covering the surrounding ships. The fallen pirate bodies, blood and flesh fell off, and the white bones slowly stood up, bending down to pick up the weapons on the ground. Forward, Wu Hung said again. Sharktooth controlled the ship to move forward again, and the newly transformed pirate skeleton controlled the medium-sized ship to protect it on both sides. The fierce gunfire here and the sunken ship also attracted the attention of the main pirate ships in the back. The Rangers' tamed beasts kept circling above their heads, observing the situation here. No one expected that the cargo ship that was thought to be stupid and sent to die would kill all the pirates in the blink of an eye. This scene obviously made the main pirates feel pressured. The pirates besieging the cargo ship began to reduce their numbers, and more people returned to their respective pirate ships. They began to adjust the direction of the ship. They formed a formation and killed the cargo ship that was rushing straight at them. Squeak! One by one, the crossbows adjusted their directions, and the crossbow arrows, as thick as arms etched with explosive flames, were loaded on the crossbows. Philippa stood on the deck, observing the distance from the perspective of a beast trainer, even though it was not the first time he had seen it. This kind of equipment that could destroy a ship instantly still made people feel a little scared. It was too scary. Fortunately, it was one of our own. Captain, the flame pirates have signaled, asking us to enter the left formation and meet the incoming ships. The sailor shouted loudly on the observation deck. Philippa looked into the distance again and said, the signal said that there was a problem with the ship, and we should follow it immediately. Oh! Good, the sailor replied, and immediately replied with a signal, and then said, he asked us to hurry up. Got it. Let the ship move back a little, and notify the deputy ship, and pay attention to the movements of the main ship later, Philippa said. Yes, Captain, the sailor replied, and walked down quickly. The ship moved slowly, and entered the position behind the left fleet. It continued to move forward. Philippa watched the ship coming from a distance, and looked up at his pirate flag. Even the Devil's Hand and other large pirate groups died in the hands of his deputy deacon. Not to mention his own pirate groups. He just hoped that when the other side fought, it would not affect his side. He also had to pretend to continue fighting, in order to avoid being discovered later. Acting. It's really troublesome. Philippa walked onto the deck, took a deep breath, and said loudly as she walked, "Put on the best crossbows, and shoot hard. Avenge the dead pirates, and let them know who is the Lion of the Sea." "Yes, Captain." All the pirates went to their positions, ready to fight. The pirate fleet formed two formations, one on the left and one on the right, heading towards the oncoming ship. Make sure that the side equipment can hit the target ship as soon as it approaches. In terms of the number of their own ships, they have an advantage. Even if there will be some losses, they will only fail in the end. "Get ready," the pirate captain shouted. The flag signal conveyed the message to the other ships. Just when all the pirates were ready, waiting to enter the range, the ship on the opposite side but took the lead in attacking. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and dense explosion sounded. Countless bullets and shells simultaneously fired at the two pirate ships that tried to attack them. Ammunition, like a heavy rain, fell on the deck of the ship. The next second, the fence deck of the ship exploded intensively, and the pirates and the equipment they controlled exploded one after another, splashing everywhere. Boom! The rockets with tail flames came. The control room exploded instantly, and the flame shot up into the sky. The originally busy and noisy deck was suddenly empty, with only rising smoke and blood flowing along the hull. The people on the pirate ship behind also looked at the scene in horror. Are all the people on the decks of the two ships dead? But the fleet's formation still kept moving forward. The ships of the second phase entered the range. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets, like a giant net, fell on the deck of the ship. All the pirates were shot and fell to the ground instantly. Their bodies were shot into sieves, and the deck was empty instantly. The pirates behind began to lose their composure. They hastily shot crossbows, but the distance was not enough, and when they flew halfway, they fell into the sea. Seeing the huge gap in weapons between the two sides, the ships of the fleet began to turn around. The original formation also became chaotic instantly. The ship on Muheng's side speeded up again, swept through the pirate ships. The skeletons on both sides, bullets kept shooting down. Pirates died one after another, like a massacre. "Uncle, hurry up, those pirate ships are running away." Xiao Xiao flew down from the sky, pointing to the distance. Several pirate ships were turning around. The one that went the farthest was Philippa's Iron Bucket pirate group. "That ship of ours, where are the other pirate leaders?" Wu Heng said, and continued to ask. "Oh, there's one hiding behind there, and there's another one over there." Xiao Xiao pointed in three directions. After having the ability to see the level, in a large crowd, high-level professionals are as conspicuous as if they were marked. Even if the crowd is dense, Xiao's perspective can easily find high-level targets. Of course, there are certain limitations. If you hide in a building, you can't see it. There is no need to share the perspective. Looking in the direction of Xiao's finger, you will find the person dressed as a captain. Ignoring the flying fish pirates, who were turning around, he raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the remaining two pirate captains. Bang! The gunshot rang out. It instantly hit the calf of a pirate captain. The whole person fell out from behind the cover. Bang! The second gunshot rang out, and on the way down, hit the forehead. The head instantly fell backwards and fell out. Then, continued to turn the gun. Another pirate captain ran quickly. With a slide, hit directly behind the cabin. After making sure that no part of his body was exposed, he quickly glanced around. When he saw the Iron Bucket pirates and the Flying Fish pirates in the distance, they had already left for a long distance. His teeth were clenched. Waste. Coward. Shit. Then he glanced at the dead bodies and debris on the deck. He shouted loudly, "Turn around. Let's leave here too, and settle accounts with those two guys later." But the shout was still covered by the dense gunfire. Besides, the rest of the pirates were also running for their lives, so they had no time to listen to this. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. The rocket exploded directly beside him. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The pirate captain's body was instantly blown away, rolling down several times before slowly stopping. While vomiting blood, he tried to take out the medicine and pour it into his mouth. Bang! The gunshot sounded again. The bullet shattered the medicine bottle, and passed through his mouth. The whole body slowly fell down. 2 captains died. The pirates became even more confused, fleeing everywhere, and some even jumped directly into the sea, intending to hide from the bullets by the sea. The skeletons began to shoot bullets into the sea. At the same time, the blood attracted sea beasts, and they also began to attack the pirates, who jumped into the sea. Chapter 420, The Omniscient on the Emerald Sea. The ship continued to move forward. Bullets cleared the pirate ships passing along the way. Wu Hung put away the sniper rifle in his hand, and the battle around him gradually came to an end. When the gunshots stopped, the surroundings also fell into silence. All the pirate ships floated on the sea with the waves. The deck was bumpy, covered with blood and corpses. Wu Hung asked the skeleton to drag the bodies of the 2 captains over, wrap them with straw mats, and put them directly into the space ring. Then, continue to release dead corpse battlefield. The dead pirates on the deck, one after another, transformed into skeletons and stood up from the ground. Rush into the cabin, kill everyone. Clatter. The transformed skeletons rushed into the cabin of the ship. Then, there was a fierce fight, and the pirates' roars and curses. Wu Hung stood aside, waited for a while. Then, one after another, the bodies of the pirates were dragged out from under the cabin and placed on the deck. Wu Hung continued to release skills, transforming into skeletons. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Granda, who were in charge of investigating the situation, flew back together. Xiao Xiao pointed to the cargo ship surrounded by pirates and said, "There are still people in there." Granda added, "Judging from their clothes, they are not pirates, but people from the cargo ship." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Yes, they don't look like pirates." When Wu Hung arrived, there was still a battle going on here. It seemed that his appearance attracted the attention of the pirates, and not all of them were killed by the pirates. Let's go over and take a look, and go back early after we solve the problem." Wu Hung moved the boat closer and jumped directly onto the opposite deck. Keeping a certain distance, he said to the cabin, "I am the Deputy Deacon of the Treasure Island Association. You are safe now. Come out and talk." Under the dim cabin, there was a sound of conversation. Wu Hung glanced sideways, and Grenda, who was in invisible state, went directly into the cabin. He flew back soon. He leaned over to his ear and whispered, "They suspect that you are a member of the association, and some dare not come out." As he spoke, a well-dressed but somewhat embarrassed bearded dwarf came out with a crossbow. He glanced around. His pupils contracted violently, and he was in a trance for a few seconds before he reacted. He adjusted himself and gave a dwarf salute. "Captain Leopold of the Wantao greets the Vice Deacon. Are you a merchant ship?" "A merchant ship. This time it carries ore and craft parts, and will continue to the human port after transiting to Treasure Island," the dwarf captain replied. Wu Hung nodded. "Okay, now you are safe. You can leave by yourself, or you can leave with me." "We will go with you," the dwarf said immediately. "Okay. Go check the boats. When I leave, follow me," Wu Hung said directly. The dwarf was delighted and thanked him. "Thank you, Vice Deacon. When we arrive at Treasure Island, I will definitely go to the association to thank you." Wu Hung waved his hand and returned to his boat. The dwarf also called others out. In addition to rescuing the wounded, the rest of them began to repair the boats and prepare to leave. "Wait until the battle is over." Wu Hung redistributed the skeletons on each ship. Everything was handled properly, and the fleet began to return. Flying Fish pirate ship. Philippa kicked the door open and shouted, "Babuchi, you are indeed a member of the association." Inside the cabin, there were several backbones of the Flying Fish pirates. They were all startled when they heard someone break in. When they saw it was Philippa, they sat back down. Bearded Babuchi, with an equally grim expression, said, "Don't talk nonsense. I also lost a ship. How could it be from the association? Then how come the people from the association arrived just when we were about to seize the cargo ship?" Babuchi frowned, and a pair of eyes under his thick eyebrows looked at her suspiciously. "How do you know it's the association's ship? You were still behind us at that time." Philippa paused, and immediately said, "I'm a ranger, and the beast tamers can see each other. Explain to me why the association's ship appeared there." Babuchi still shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe it just happened to appear here." "Bullshit. How could it be possible that it just happened to appear, and then rushed over without moving?" Philippa was still angry. Babuchi frowned at her. "What do you mean? I lost a lot of brothers. How could I be the one who informed on them?" The men of both sides also looked at each other with vigilance. The appearance of the people from the association was too coincidental. And there have been rumors about spies recently. It makes people wonder if there is any inside story. Philippa said, Babuchi, I naturally believe you. We have all killed people. And the association will never let us join. Yeah, Philippa continued. I mean, is there anyone in our fleet? There are many rumors recently that the association has arranged spies to enter the pirate group. You mean? Someone in the team spread the news? As he spoke, the other people in the room looked over instantly. Philippa explained. We, or the other two pirate groups, followed us to escape. What do you think we should do? Kill them all, and we'll keep half of the ship. Bobsy's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the crew behind him and nodded, okay. The next day, early in the morning, the fleet began to approach Treasure Island. After explaining the origins of the many damaged pirate ships, the fleet slowly stopped at the port. The dwarf captain of the cargo ship expressed his gratitude again, and Wu Hung called a carriage and went directly to the association. After arriving at the association, first, I sent the two bodies to the morgue and explained the situation to the coroner. The procedure still had to be followed, not to mention that this also involved my own merits and the matter of Philippa joining the Whisperers. After chatting with the coroner for a few words, then I left the morgue and went to the deacon's study. Imro, the elf butler in a purple suit, was still sitting upright on the chair. He looked up and said, What's the matter? Wu Hung said directly. There was news from the pirates. The pirates were planning to rob merchant ships on the Lingaxi route. I killed 2 third-level wanted criminals based on the information and rescued the people on the merchant ship. Imro looked at him again with a little surprise and said, Where is the body? The body was sent to the morgue. Imro praised. Well done. Your little pirate did a good job too. Thank you, Butler. Wu Hung thanked him and continued. Butler, this time, with the information provided by Philippa, a total of 3 third-level wanted criminals with a bounty were killed. The secret talkers matter. Right? I remember this matter. After the autopsy process is completed, I will mention this matter to the headquarters. Then I will represent Philippa. Thank you, Deacon. Imalo nodded and said calmly, Tell her to continue collecting intelligence. When her merits and ranks are improved, she can be assigned to work in the association. Okay. Walking out of the study, Wu Hung returned to his office study. Anvil was cleaning the room in the morning. Seeing Wu Hung come back safely, she smiled happily. Master, have you had breakfast? Not yet. Wu Hung sat down beside him. Then I'll go to the tavern and order some for you. Just something simple. Okay. Anvil put down her tools and went out with the little owl. Wu Hung poured himself a cup of fruit tea and sat back on the chair. He took out the space rings of the 2 captains he killed. There were a lot of items inside. Daily necessities, sundries, underwear, and a lot of gold and silver coins. Piracy is a high-risk profession, but also a hugely profitable profession. Each of them is very rich, an amount that an ordinary person would find difficult to save in a lifetime. Pile the useless ones aside, and have someone throw them out later. Then, his eyes fell on an old book that was taken out. A Brief History of Pirates, the All-Knowing Person on the Emerald Sea. Chapter 421, The Pirate King and the Treasure Map. The Omniscient of the Emerald Sea. When he saw the name of the book, a blank envelope that could send letters to pirates flashed through his mind. The origin of the letter was unknown. But every time, he could accurately predict the merchant ships passing through the route, and the location of the pirate ships. Let the pirates, at the exact time, go to the route to rob merchant ships. Is this considered omniscience? Moreover, Philippa also mentioned the Pirate King. Is there really a Pirate King in Emerald, commanding the pirates in secret? If he is so powerful, why has he never shown up? It would be great if he could lead the pirates to take back the sea. I thought about it. I started flipping through the old book in my hand. The pages were soft, and it felt like they would rot if I applied a little force. In the long years of the Emerald Sea, the warriors who roamed the sea, mainly the coastal humans, the Bevela people, left a deep mark on this sea area. They appeared as invaders, conquerors and colonists, and set off storms along the coast. They were rampant and plundered wealth. At the same time, the devastated countries began to unite to suppress pirates, and the silent warships covered the entire sea area. At every location, there were dried corpses of pirates, or heads of the allied fleets. Under the siege of the allied fleets and many high-level professionals, the rampant sea warriors began to fail or split quickly, until the appearance of Hezi Reis, He was born in a humble family, but his blood flowed with the sea. He was the messenger of the sea god, who could predict the appearance of the enemy and the location of the merchant group. He led the pirates and gradually balanced the situation between the two sides. On Barbary Island, became the king of the Emerald Sea. The content of the book is very long. Wu Hung entered a state of concentration and read it quickly. The writer's words are somewhat special. On the one hand, he describes the cruelty of pirates and the impact on the surrounding residents. He also calls pirates warriors and conquerors of the sea. It's like hating their evil deeds and respecting their courage. In the content, a large section describes the chaos on the Emerald Sea at that time. The pirates were not restricted and looted a lot of amazing wealth from the sea. More and more people became pirates. A vicious cycle was formed completely. Later, all countries were suppressing pirates, fleets, bounties, making those unscrupulous pirates become prey. This world is not just about weapons on ships. The joining of high-level professionals caused the pirates to decline rapidly. At this time, Hazel Reese appeared. His characteristic is that he can know the location of fleets and caravans, and maneuver on the sea. Finally, he was recognized as the Pirate King. There really is a Pirate King. This surprised Wu Hung. He was not self-proclaimed, but was really recognized by the pirates in this area. And the ability described in it was basically the same as the message conveyed by the blank envelope. Is he still alive? No. If he is alive, he must be pardoned, or hunted down. There can't be no news at all. Some pirates have inherited his ability. This ability could be a strange item, or it could be some ability of his own. Someone must have acquired this ability. He imitated the contents of the book again, and was controlling the pirates. That's not right. You imitated the Pirate King. What does it have to do with me? Why are you always wanted for me? The matter can be roughly deduced. But the fact that he was wanted for me was totally unreasonable. When I first came to Treasure Island, other people in the association were also killing pirates. Why was my bounty rising all the time? Turn to the last page, and touch the cover of the book. Open the gap in the middle, and a yellowed and mottled map was taken out. In the center of the map, there is a small island. Damn. A treasure map. Although there is nothing written on it, it is written in the story, so it is a treasure map. He took out the sea chart in his hand and compared it. He looked at it carefully several times, but he could not find a similar location. It is not in the Emerald Sea, or has the island sunk over time? He took a picture with a tablet and put the map back in the book. He thought about it and felt that it would be better to tell Imolo. If this Pirate King really exists, the association will know about it, and it will be easier to deal with it. I came back to the deacon's study. I knocked on the door and walked in. I said to Imolo directly, "Deacon, I found a brief history of pirates in the space ring where I killed the pirates." It mentioned a Pirate King of the Emerald Sea. Imolo on the opposite side looked up and glanced at the book in his hand. I have also seen this book. The content on it is indeed similar to the matter of the blank letter. So at that time, this brief history of pirates was printed and distributed to the public. There is also a map. Wu Hung said again. A small island. There is one in each book. Yimi Luo paused for a moment and continued, there is no direct clue yet. We can connect the above content with the matter of the blank envelope. We can pay attention to it as a clue. And be careful that the other party will mislead us in this way. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly. The book did not mention the blank envelope. It is also possible that the other party will make the whole incident lean towards this direction to mislead the direction of the investigation. I understand. Keep the book and the map for now, maybe you can find something out. Yimi Luo said calmly. Okay. Wu Hung replied, and left the study. Returned to his own study. Anvir had returned, and the breakfast she had bought was placed on the desk. I thought the master had gone back. He went to the butler. Wu Hung returned to the desk, and looked at the prepared breakfast. This is such a rich breakfast in the morning. Anvir smiled, and poured a cup of tea and brought it over. The master just came back, eat more. Wire is still thoughtful. Anvir's smile became even brighter. After breakfast, Wu Hung sat in the study again, and chatted with Anvir for a while. Seeing that there was nothing to do, he said a few words, and then left the association directly. He rode his bicycle, and returned to his residence. Pushed open the gate. Minnie was wearing a training suit, and was practicing various movements. Now, it was not just physical training. It also added training in supernatural powers, the ability to control fire, which also needed to be practiced frequently. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, she took a run and pounced, and hung on him. Master! Have you had breakfast? Wu Hung dragged the little maid with her legs wrapped around his waist, and said as he walked, "We had breakfast at the association." "Oh, did you have a smooth trip out?" "It was pretty smooth." "Is Minnie good at home?" "Of course she is good. She takes good care of the family." Wu Hung flipped the little bunny girl up. "Well, Minnie is great." Hee. Minnie smiled and kissed him on the neck. He walked into the residence. After taking a bath in the bathroom, he returned to the bedroom and slept until after 1 o'clock. Go out and go downstairs. He walked directly into the radio room on the 3rd floor and picked up the microphone. "Philippa, are you there?" Soon, Philippa's lazy voice came from the radio. "Sleeping. How are you?" Wu Hung asked. "Nothing, we are leaving that sea area." Philippa answered and asked, "Did you kill those 2 pirates?" "Yes, the bodies have been sent to the association for autopsy, and after the identity of the bodies is verified, the deacon will apply to the headquarters for you to join the Secret Whisperer." Chapter 422, Departure. "Ah, your association is so troublesome," Philippa complained. "Wait a few days." "When I joined the association, I also waited for several days," Wu Hung said. "How many days did you wait?" After recalling for a while, "It seems to be 3 days. You should be about the same." "Oh, 3 days is not bad." After telling Philippa about the Whisperer, Wu Hung continued to ask, "Your pirate friend didn't suspect you?" "No, I said he'd tip off the association, and we also seized some of the ships that followed us out. Now I have 3 ships," Philippa said proudly. Unless someone figured out the radio, it would be hard to track Philippa down. Wu Hung thought about it, and didn't see any benefit from having more ships. Don't focus on developing the pirate group. The more people there are, the more problems there are. It's better to focus on collecting intelligence. Philippa paused. "Ah, you seem to be right. I'll do some research and sell the ship. I'll still have money to spend." Wu Hung didn't say much about this matter, but continued to mention the books he got. "Have you heard of A Brief History of Pirates?" "Whose history did you pick up?" "A book called A Brief History of Pirates. The Omniscient on the Emerald Sea." Who reads pirate books?" "I haven't read it." As expected, she didn't know about this book. Wu Hung briefly explained to her. It mainly talks about a pirate king of the Emerald Sea, who can know the movements of ships on the sea. "Ah, blank envelope," Philippa exclaimed, and also thought of the blank envelope. "I thought of this, too. You have an idea about this matter, pay attention to the intelligence," Wu Hung said directly. "Okay, some old pirate groups should know some news. I'll ask around when I get a chance." Wu Hung thought for a moment. "There is also a treasure map. I'll give it to you when I get a chance. See if you can find this place." Philippa said, "Okay, the Flying Fish Pirates and I are heading to a port to rest. I'll go back in 2 days. You can give it to me then." "Okay." Philippa continued to ask, "Where's my mom?" "I'll let her talk to you next time I get a chance. I just returned to Treasure Island." "Okay. I'm not in a hurry. That's it for now. Be careful outside, and don't make friends with pirates." "Got it. Goodbye, Dad." "Yeah." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung returned to the 4th floor, opened the gate, and head to the zombie world. On the other side, it was still the manager's office of the mall. Take out the intercom and call Chihan Kai. After a while, footsteps sounded, and a figure in a long down jacket and Martin boots came up. "You're looking for me?" Wu Hung asked. "Is there nothing going on here?" "No, the province is still collecting gold, and will continue to sell us some blueprints and ammunition," Chihan Kai reported. "Well, let them continue to sell some revolver cannon shells, and the blueprints of the shells. It's better to bring them here as well," Wu Hung said. "The revolving machine gun has a high firing rate and great power." In less than a minute, the ship and the people were shattered. However, the consumption of ammunition is also huge. The shells sold together with the machine gun last time were used up in less than a minute. Now I have to let the other party continue to sell to me. Chihan Kai took out a small notebook from her arms, pressed the refill, and wrote it down. "Okay. I'll write it down and contact them when I get back." Wu Hung nodded and continued to ask, "Has the equipment for smelting gold been delivered?" "It has been delivered." "What about the location of the well?" "It has also been selected." Wu Hung stood up. "Let's go. Let's go." The two walked out of the mall and, led by Chihan Kai, walked to a courtyard behind the mall. The snow in the yard was cleared, and a huge deep pit was dug in the middle. "Is this okay?" Chihonkai asked. It should be okay. Let someone smelt the gold. And send it over before the liquid gold cools down. Wu Hung ordered. Okay. Chihonkai took out the intercom and immediately gave instructions. Wu Hung took out all the parts of the water element well. He called in a large number of skeleton warriors and began to assemble them. The whole well was more like a large reservoir. The stone well body was etched with complex symbols and patterns, with the precedents of the boneyard and the fire furnace. The magic buildings were familiar to them. Keep it in the same way as it was assembled. Soon, several survivors came over quickly, carrying liquid gold. Wu Hung instructed them to pour the gold along the grooves into several connecting positions. After the liquid cooled down, a faint magic ripple spread out instantly. The runes on the well body also began to take effect, collecting nearby water elements, gradually condensing into water droplets, and storing them in the well. Wu Hung said to Chihonkai, the water source here is safe and can be provided to everyone. Remember to arrange people to guard it. If the runes on it are destroyed, or someone poisons it, it will have an impact. Chihonkai heard runes for the first time, but he also guessed that it was the lines on it. Nodding in agreement. Let the skeletons guard here, it will be safer. Yeah, that's fine. Several skeletons were dispatched to guard this place. The two walked out again. Chihonkai continued, the train has been modified almost, trying to drive it for a distance, no problem. It took almost a week to get the train. The people here at the base have experience in modifying cars, so it is no problem to modify trains. The speed is not slow. Wu Hung thought for a while. Let's arrange some people, and we will go to the next city tomorrow. Zombie world. There has been no progress in this period. It's time to move on to the next step. Okay. I'll prepare it later. Return to the mall. Chihonkai went to do her own things, and Wu Hung also returned to Treasure Island. Walked down to the first floor. Minnie, and Shannara sat in the living room and talked about some interesting things that happened recently. Wu Hung came down from upstairs and chatted with them for a while. The skeleton chef also brought up dinner. Several people sat at the dining table and ate dinner while chatting. What have you been busy with these 2 days? Shannara asked curiously. The association arranged to catch pirates. Wu Hung replied. Pirates will never be caught. Don't get tired. Shannara said softly. The caring tone made Minnie stare with big eyes and look at her in confusion. Shannara changed the subject again. The island is gathering the second batch of fleets ready to go out to sea. Some merchant guards and mercenaries will arrange people to join in. Wu Hung picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and asked in confusion, are we going out to sea? No. I heard that there will be some training. But this team on the island, compared to the guards, has the right to arrest and search on the island. Shannara explained. Oh, has Starflower also arranged people? We all have the right to search. Other merchant groups have arranged people, so we can only arrange people too. The competition among merchant groups is not as peaceful as you think. Shannara said helplessly. That's right, driving away pirates is also a good thing. Yeah. How the island is arranged, these are some local policies. The association does have some rights, but it cannot interfere in these matters at will, unless there is a conspiracy or a huge threat. After dinner, the group chatted in the living room for a while. Shannara left, and the three of them went back to their rooms to rest. Late at night, Shannara sneaked over again. The two of them hugged each other on the bed. Aren't you tired of running like this every day? Wu Hung asked. It's exciting. Ah, Madam Shannara, you actually like this. Hate it. At this time. What's the point of calling me madam? The next day. Zombie world. North Railway Station. The train at this time was like a moving steel fortress. The front of the car is a shiny triangular bumper. The glass of the car window is protected by finger-thick steel bars welded horizontally. The body is reinforced with metal plates, and the key positions are specially reinforced. It has a heavy sense of power. The top is equipped with solar panels and antennas, which can provide energy and increase signal reception. The rear of the car is even more exaggerated, with several half-meter-long steel cones welded on it. It should be because they are afraid that the zombies will drag the rear of the car from behind. There are 6 carriages in total, used to carry supplies, skeletons, and survivors who set out together. The roof is also welded with horizontal bars, used to carry skeleton dragons. The food and supplies were loaded onto the carriage, and the staff also checked the train status. Chihonkai came over and said, everything is ready, and we can leave at any time. Let's go. Let's get on the train and leave early. After that, he took the skeleton and walked directly into the arranged carriage. After the skeleton was ready, Honkai took the walkie-talkie and said, "Let's go!" With a rumble, the train slowly moved. Chapter 423, Dongcheng District. Inside the train, a smell of soldering iron and engine oil was overwhelming. The space inside the carriage was relatively narrow, and it was filled with various supplies and tools that needed to be carried. The walls were covered with mottled metal plates, and temporary pipes and wires could be seen in some places. The dim light tubes on the roof emitted a faint light, giving people a slightly depressing feeling. The space is given priority to skeletons and supplies, and the seats are crowded. Honkai introduced softly. "The layout is good," Wu Hung said, sitting down on the side. "The seats are old long green leather hard seats. And there is a fixed long table in the middle. On the table, there is also a fixed monitor, showing the surveillance images around the train. This is outside the train, and surveillance is installed to ensure that every angle is captured. Although I don't know how the trains in the provinces are modified. The degree of modification of the trains here is more complete than I imagined." Sitting on the chair, Honkai said directly, "If everything goes well, it will take 5 hours to enter the Anhui City station. If there are too many zombies, we need to stop and clean up the zombies. The exterior of the train can resist zombies, but there is still a risk of derailment. Once derailed, our current tools will be difficult to restore to the track." Wu Hung also understood what the other party meant. When there are many zombies, prepare in advance and let the skeleton solve the battle at that time. Scattered zombies are not a threat to the train that has been modified to this extent. The main thing is the large-scale zombie swarm and the large obstacles on the railway. As long as you pay attention and prepare in advance, there will be no problem. Even if the train carries a limited number of skeletons, their level is still superior to that of zombies. "Okay." Honkai nodded, and then said, "We mentioned the matter of occupying the station to exchange supplies in advance in the channel of Anhui City. But they didn't believe it, and their attitude was not very friendly." Wu Hung said, "When the bus station market was open to the public, other shelters also had this attitude. When Liang opened the bus station, all the shelters also laughed at it. At that time, Honkai had not joined yet. When the old factory market was opened, the military had already opened the market in advance, so the survivors were more receptive. Now in the new place, a similar situation has occurred. But it is understandable. With zombies everywhere, outsiders come to open markets and exchange food for gold. Normal thinking will doubt the authenticity." Honkai raised his eyebrows slightly. "There is such a thing? I have never ridiculed it." Wu Hung nodded. "When we occupy the station, the people in the shelters will believe it." "Yes, you are right." The train drove out of the city, and there were crashes outside. The two looked at the surveillance monitor on one side. They could see zombies on both sides of the railroad tracks attracted by the sound of the train. They rushed straight towards the train. The zombies blocking the front were smashed to pieces. The zombies hitting the train on both sides were also blown away by the inertia of the train. Apart from the banging sounds, it seemed that there was no impact. Wu Hung withdrew his eyes from the monitor and paid attention to it. The panel prompt. The zombies killed by the train did not show any experience increase. It seems that it is not counted as his own kill. What a pity. Honkai picked up the intercom and asked about the situation in the cab. Wu Hung opened the panel and checked his attributes. Name, Wu Hung. Level 15, 13585/195000. Attributes, Strength 41, Agility 31, Constitution 44, Intelligence 43, Perception 28, Charm 29. Specialties, One-handed sword expertise, Intermediate, Sword expertise, Basic, Staff expertise, Intermediate, Arcane training, Soul knowledge, Undead adaptation, Spellcasting speed up, Force concentration, Master spellcaster, Untiring concentration. Abilities, Great Eagle swordsmanship, Entry level, Strength and will, Soul energy sensing, Explosive potential, Spellcasting speed up, Breath of the dead soul, God's presence. Skills, Bone art, Death breath, Animation object, Lightning bolt. At this time, take a look. I have been a bit slack recently. Experience points, only 13,000. Still a long way from 190,000. The other world still poses a big threat. Level should be raised as soon as possible. What do you want to drink? Honkai put down the intercom and asked. Wu Hung closed the panel. What do you have? Beer, drinks, mineral water? It fits what you were shouting in the car, mineral water. Shi Hankai opened the cabinet beside him, and took out 2 bottles of mineral water. 1 bottle for each of them. Shi Hankai continued to ask, did you know the people at the auto repair shop from the beginning? The community we live in is relatively close. And we met when we were cleaning up the zombies. Oh! Sister Yang is really lucky. Shi Hankai was a little envious, and added, I am also lucky. Wu Hung nodded, and continued to ask, what is the next stop? Shi Hankai glanced at the map. Dongjiang District Station. Dongjiang District Station. Outside the station, a window on the 5th floor of a building. The man in a black oily down jacket and a combat backpack was looking down with a telescope. He was carefully observing the situation on the other side. His face was serious, and he remained silent. In the back, a pile of debris was piled up to form a fire. There were 5 men and women, warming themselves by the fire while waiting for news. How is it? Are there many zombies? A short-haired woman asked. The man who was checking the situation said solemnly, many. There are hundreds of zombies inside and outside the hall. And there should be more in the station or other places. The woman shielded her eyes with her hands and looked into the distance. Is there any way to lead them away? It's difficult. We all sneaked in carefully. If we make any big noise and the zombies riot outside, we may all die here. A person in the back said. If that doesn't work, we can take the highway by car. Wait! The man holding the telescope suddenly said. The others immediately became nervous, put out the fire, and pulled out their weapons. What happened? The man asked in a puzzled tone. All the zombies in the station rushed in, as if they were attracted by something. Several people came to the window and watched from a distance. A large number of zombies rushed into the station like crazy, as if they were attracted by something. Are there any other survivors? A voice came from the intercom. This is the driver's cabin, and we are about to enter the station. You can see a lot of zombies in the station. If you force your way through, it may be a little dangerous. The 2 people who were chatting set their eyes on the display on the side. In the front of the train, you can see zombies wandering in the station in the distance. It can't be called a zombie swarm, but there are more than 100 of them. Do you want to rush over? There should be no problem with the rails. Shi Hankai said. Wu Hung looked at the monitor. Be safe. Notify the cab to prepare to stop the train. And clear the zombies here first. Okay. Shi Hankai contacted the cab. The train began to slow down and slowly stopped. The carriages opened one by one, and the skeletons poured out, quickly forming a formation at the front of the train. Have the train sound the horn. Beep! The deafening whistle sounded. The zombies in the distant station turned their heads to look here instantly. The next second, they roared and began to run towards this side. At the same time, the zombies in the waiting room were also attracted, breaking the glass, starting to converge at the railroad tracks, and rushing towards this side. Throw the spears, release. Swish. 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 Dense spears were thrown out. They fell into the middle of the zombies with a crackling sound, and a large number of zombies were pierced by the spears, and fell to the ground, and tripped the zombies behind them. The zombies behind continued to roar, and run wildly, and crashed into the spear formation. In an instant, the screams, and the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh and blood resounded throughout the area. The skeleton dragons hovered in the sky. From time to time, they swooped down, grabbed zombies, and dragged them into the sky and threw them down, knocking down several zombies. The number of skeletons they carried was not large, but they definitely had an advantage in terms of level. Zombies fell one by one, and surged up again one by one. Chapter 424 Ghosts, and this good thing. The battle was easier than expected. Zombies fell one after another, and the bloody smell filled the air. Compared to cleaning up the commercial street and the central roundabout, these number of zombies were not even enough for an alley at that time, not to mention any threat. Soon, the battle was over. All the zombies that rushed up were killed. Blood and broken limbs covered the entire road. After confirming that no new zombies were rushing over, Wu Hung took 2 steps forward, released Dead Corpse Battlefield, and the fallen zombies turned into skeletons and stood up, shaking off the broken flesh on the skeletons. Clean up the battlefield, clear up the debris on the rails. Swish! The skeletons began to move, clearing up all the meat, rags and debris on the rails. The rails were cleaned. The train continued to approach the platform ahead. This was a small station, with the words Dongjiang District Station written on the building. It's noon. Let everyone get off the train to get some fresh air, and then continue on the journey. Chihankai said. If you are on a normal journey, it doesn't matter if you stop or not. Now it has stopped. And you can search the station. You can also take a rest. Take a breath. After all, for safety reasons, the interior of the entire train is sealed tightly. On Muhang's side, the ghosts he released also flew back from different positions on both sides. A shared picture appeared in his mind. Survivors? In the picture, a survivor was found, and he was using a walkie-talkie to pass on some news. After checking the picture, Wu Heng looked at Chihankai again. Let everyone rest and eat something. Let's go in. There is a survivor inside. Let's see what's going on. Survivor? Appeared here? Chihankai was stunned. They must have discovered the zombies' changes, and came to investigate. Wu Heng led the skeleton into the building in front, explaining. Chihankai followed behind, holding the intercom, letting everyone rest, and followed. The survivors on the train got off the train to get some fresh air, and checked the train's condition at the same time. In the waiting room, a smoking area near the window, the survivor, wearing a down jacket and carrying a backpack, kept talking on the intercom. Fuck, there's a train with a very exaggerated modification. The body of the train is made of iron plates, and there's a ram on the front of the train. No, it's not a human train, fuck. It's a train made of skeletons. Damn, these monsters are starting to develop technology. The man squatted under the window, and looked out from time to time, and then exclaimed into the intercom. A doubtful voice came from the intercom. Calm down. What did you see? A train? What else? The man lowered his body and explained. A modified train drove into the station. Protecting the train were a group of skeletons wearing armor and holding weapons. What skeletons? The bones in the human body, with no flesh on them. The intercom fell silent again. He asked again in doubt. Are you sure? Yes. They are dangerous. I also saw a flying skeleton dragon. I have to leave first. Boom, boom, boom. The voice was not finished. There was a knock on the door. The sudden sound made the man's heart contract violently. He felt dizzy, and his vision was blurred. Come back first. Let's leave here. The station is no longer usable. The voice of a companion came from the intercom. At the same time, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Survivors? Right, we just got here, let's talk. The man shook his head to make himself more sober. He took a deep breath, picked up the intercom and said, Inghui, I love you. You don't have to wait for me to come back. Fuck, what are you crazy about? The man turned off the intercom and walked out directly. Pushing open the door of the smoking room, you can see a man and a woman standing outside, surrounded by dozens of pale skeletons. Some skeletons are wearing armor, holding cold weapons in their hands. Some are holding rifles and submachine guns. Skeleton special forces, even more surprising than the previous scene. Are you human? Chihankai also looked at the other party. It doesn't look like he is too malnourished. Of course he is human. Chihankai answered, and continued, What are you doing here sneaking around? The man immediately said, I found zombies rushing in one direction, and came to check the situation. He was happy to be able to communicate normally. I might not die. Chihankai then asked, Is your shelter nearby? The man hesitated, but nodded. Chihankai looked back at Wu Heng behind him, and said directly, Okay, you can go, we have occupied this place, and in the future. If you have gold, or any special materials, tools, you can come here to exchange for food. The man frowned, and thought for a while. Are you from the old factory shelter that you said you were going to come to a few days ago? Yes. Chihankai nodded. You really came. Well, we are going to Anhui City Station. Do you have any information there? Chihankai crossed her arms and looked at him. The man said, I know something, I'll tell you. Can you let me go? Chihankai raised her eyebrows. Let's see if what you say is useful. The man's eyes wandered, thought for a while, and slowly spoke. I heard that there are ghosts in Anhui City Station, the kind that will fight to the death if you get entangled with them. Chihankai was stunned, and frowned. Tell me in detail. I don't know much. I just know that the shelter mentioned this matter on the radio, said that everyone should be careful when approaching the station. They have already lost a lot of people, and were forced to move their original base. And then, there was no news about the shelter. Ghost? The main station mentioned ghosts. Here too. Seeing that the woman opposite did not speak, the man asked carefully. Can I leave? Do you know anything else? I don't know. If I do, I will definitely tell you. It won't be a loss for me. The man emphasized. Okay, you go back and tell your people, you can contact us if you want to trade. The man hesitated. We want to get a car inside. Shi Honkai glanced inside the station. We didn't see any extra car heads, even if there are. They are our spoils now. If you want, you need to take out the items we need to exchange. I know, I will bring the news back. Shi Honkai continued to add. This place will be closed for a while. If you want to trade, contact us on the radio. If you come here rashly, we can't guarantee your safety. Oh, okay. The man nodded and walked out carefully. He looked back from time to time to check if the other party had any intention of attacking him. After walking out of the door, he ran away. Wu Hung walked around the hall. Although it had been abandoned for a long time. But the infrastructure, some supermarkets, restrooms are still relatively well preserved. See Shi Honkai walking back. Did he leave? Gone, he is from a nearby shelter. Tell him that he wants to trade with us, and he can bring gold or supplies in 2 days. Shi Honkai said. Well, it's good that there is no threat to us. Shi Honkai glanced at the skeleton holding a gun. Unless the artillery brigade comes in, no one can threaten you. Wu Hung walked into the supermarket and looked at the things on the floor. Let everyone come in. And take away everything that can be eaten and used. Shi Honkai took out the walkie-talkie and gave orders. Several survivors came in excitedly and began to search for supplies. Even if there was little space on the car, they had to take away food and drinks. Shi Honkai continued to ask, what should we do with this station? Let the skeleton guard it first. And then see the situation and arrange people to come. Okay. Wu Hung began to assign tasks to the skeleton. The rest of the people searched for supplies. After everything was searched, the train was rechecked. Everyone got back on the train and continued to move towards Anhui City Station. Inside the carriage, Wu Hung collected all the gold and silver jewelry that he had. Searched from the corpse. Shi Honkai sat on the ground and said, the man just mentioned something, saying that there is a ghost in Anhui City Station, and once you are entangled, you will never stop until you die. I suggest setting up a market at the station before Anhui City Station to avoid this ghost. Wu Hung was stunned. Ghost? Chapter 425. Anhui City Station. The ghosts in this world are actually ghosts. The main station also mentioned ghosts. The danger level is ranked the highest. Once discovered, the area where they are located will be set as a restricted area. They are completely immune to physical damage. In the current situation, they are basically unsolvable. Shi Honkai continued, it is said that there was a survivor base near the station before, and they came into contact with ghosts inside. After being entangled, some people died. There was no news about that team afterwards. Ghosts targeting living beings have a significant impact. Ghosts are haunting, or they are possessing people directly, and they are controlling people to jump off buildings. In Blackstone Town, when I was in the mining village, the ghost of an infant was a kind of ghost. It affected the village for a long time, making everyone in the village crazy and attacking people who entered the village. Does it have intelligence? Wu Hung asked. What? Shi Honkai looked up in confusion. Did the man say whether ghosts can communicate? Communicate with ghosts? Shi Honkai's eyes widened a little. What is there to communicate with ghosts? Like in the movies? Like 2 sticks of incense? Or ask the ghost to possess you? Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he said, that person didn't say anything, he just heard it from others, so he probably doesn't know the details. Well, it's okay if you don't know. Shi Honkai hesitated and continued to ask. Enter Anhui City Station, or one stop in advance. Anhui City Station, I have a way to deal with ghosts, don't worry about it, and don't tell others, lest they get scared. Okay. The train drove out of the station. The sound attracted the zombies around again. There were sounds of hitting the car body. After driving for more than 40 minutes, the train entered the Shishu station. It was the same as the station just now. After the 2 ghosts, they checked the situation and confirmed that there was no special danger. Wu Hung got off the train, organized the skeleton team, and cleaned up the zombies at the station ahead. Waves of zombies rushed over. They crashed into the skeleton queue and started fighting. The spear skeletons at this time were not compared to the low-level skeletons at the beginning. In terms of level, it has far surpassed ordinary zombies. In the fierce collision, zombies fell to the ground one by one. The tracks in front were covered. Wait for all the zombies to die. No new zombies rushed over from all around. Wu Hung jumped off the train, held the spine staff, and began to release dead corpse battlefield. Skeletons stood up from the pile of corpses. The body shook, and the bones made a hissing friction sound. This station clearly has more zombies than the previous station. Standing around. There were at least 1,000 skeletons. Clean up the battlefield. Clear the debris on the rails. Wu Hung ordered. All the skeletons took action. They began to clean the rails, throwing all the useless items on both sides of the rails. The train and the skeleton army continued to move forward and entered the station. Wu Hung took Chi Han Kai and the skeletons and entered the hall of the station. Let the survivors carry the goods that can be used in the waiting room and store. And continue to arrange the skeletons to guard this place as well. In the future, this road must be kept open. It is still necessary to control the station in your own hands. After moving everything, all the doors and windows facing the outside of the station were sealed. Get on the train and continue to move forward. The train continued to move forward. As it got closer and closer to the target station, the zombies rushing around became more and more frequent. Everyone, as if sitting in a long drum, the banging sounded continuously. A normal 5-hour journey. It was not until dusk that we began to approach Anhui City Station. The driver's cab reported again. You can see Anhui City Station. There are a lot of zombies. Should we stop a little earlier? After entering winter, the daytime will be greatly shortened. The images provided by the cameras in the train are not as clear as those in the daytime. You can see the outlines of the buildings in the station, and a large number of wandering figures. Although it is only a blurry picture, but it can be seen that the number of zombies is much greater than the previous 2 stations. Stop the train. Let's prepare in advance. Wu Hung said directly. Chi Han Kai conveyed the order. And the train, which had already slowed down, slowly stopped. The door opened, and several zombies immediately pounced on it. He was knocked to the ground by the skeletons who got off the car, and was stabbed with a spear, killing him directly. There are few skeletons. You go to the driver's seat, and if there is anything, I will notify you directly. Wu Hung said to Chi Han Kai, who was accompanying him. She couldn't help in the battle, and there was nothing to do here. Chi Han Kai was stunned, and understood what the other party meant. Okay. She tightened her down jacket, opened the door, and walked towards the driver's seat. After everyone left, Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao and Granda. The 2 ghosts looked around curiously, and even poked their heads out of the roof and the car body to look outside. This train is so cool, Xiao Xiao said. Grenda looked at the monitoring display and nodded in agreement. To some extent, you do have your own development direction. At the first 2 stations, the ghosts were released. However, Chi Han Kai was there at the time, and the 2 ghosts remained invisible, and there was no chance to speak. Now that there was no one, they began to sigh. Wu Hung said directly, there is a station ahead. There is intelligence that there is a ghost in the station. Glinda, go and get the information about the ghost. If the opponent is strong, fly back in advance and get some information about the zombies. Pay attention to the number and deformed zombies. Okay. Understood. The 2 ghosts agreed and flew out through the wall. Wu Hung also opened the door and got out. Transformed the fallen zombie bodies into skeletons. Began to organize the skeletons into a formation, prepared to deal with the zombies. Not long after, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance. He said hurriedly, there is a big zombie. How many zombies are there? Wu Hung asked. Well, a lot. There are not many over there. There are more in the waiting room, Xiao Xiao said. Let me see. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the picture was shared in his mind. There were many zombies in the whole building. At least 3,000 or 4,000. And there was only one deformed zombie. A large level 2 zombie. Xiao Xiao was released again. He asked her to stay by his side to be on guard. After waiting for a while, Grenda still didn't come back. He didn't plan to wait any longer. He took out the intercom and said, Whistle. Woo! A melodious whistle sounded. At the same time, the headlights of the train also shone forward, illuminating the front view. The zombies in the station in the distance were also attracted by the whistle here, turned their heads to look here, and roared. They began to run over. Then, there was the sound of glass breaking. More zombies smashed through the glass door at the entrance. They jumped off the platform and formed a dense group of zombies rushing towards this side. It was like a torrent rushing along the rails. Throw spears, shoot. Swish, 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 one by one. Iron spears were thrown directly into the sky. A large number of zombies were pierced through their bodies and nailed to the ground. The group of zombies behind them stumbled and fell. Keep shooting. Then came the second and third batches of iron spears, which kept falling into the group of zombies from above. They kept killing the group of zombies. When the zombies approached, Wu Hung released a bone armor for himself. And then continued, spear formation. Move forward. Crash. The skeleton half-crouched. Dense spears stabbed out layer by layer. Then, the zombies rushed into the spear formation without fear. The sound of sharp weapons piercing frozen flesh, the roar of zombies, and the sound of leather armor being scratched filled the entire area. It was piercing and teeth-grinding. Then, the skeleton flying dragon circled in the sky. From time to time, it grabbed zombies, threw them down from the sky, and knocked down more zombies. Although the number of zombies is greater than that of skeletons, they still cannot break through the defense line formed by the skeletons, even if they let the spear formation retreat half a step. Uncle, that big guy is coming. A small voice sounded from his ear. Wu Hun looked forward. He saw the big zombie, like a mad bull, roaring and rushing over. All the zombies in front of him were knocked away, and a path was opened up. Wu Hun glanced at his side. Karanmu, go kill that big zombie. Don't let it get close to this side. Karanmu held the long sword in his hand, stepped lightly, and rushed out directly. When he was near the front row of the skeleton team, the big zombie was about to rush over. Mist spell was released. Karanmu's figure disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared behind the running big zombie. He slashed with the long sword in his hand. Puff! The sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh and blood rang out, and the huge forehead fell to the ground. The zombie's body continued to stagger forward a few steps. It fell to the ground with a bang. Karanmu swung the long sword in his hand again and again, killing all the ordinary zombies that rushed over. The figure retreated little by little into the queue of skeletons behind. Train. The survivors who were traveling with him stared with wide eyes and looked at the monitoring display in surprise. Under the headlights of the train, everyone saw clearly that the skeleton that looked like a swordsman actually appeared out of thin air behind the deformed zombie. Moreover, it killed the second-level deformed zombie with one sword. How did it appear? Flash, damn, it flashed. Chapter 426. Ghost. Can skeletons awaken superpowers? The king's skeletons also have superpowers. A level 2 distorted zombie can be killed instantly. The king is even more powerful. Yes. It's amazing. In different carriages, there were heated discussions. If skeletons can also use superpowers, then the theory that superpowers are determined by genes will be overturned. Skeletons don't have any cells or genes. Bone marrow is more like that. In the cab, Chi Honkai and the driver also watched the scene in shock. Unlike the others who watched through the surveillance, they saw the battle outside through the glass and iron bars. The skeleton that followed him every day and was not very tall was so powerful. A level 2 deformed zombie was killed in one blow. Chi Honkai remembered that she still had to make some preparations to kill a level 2 deformed zombie before. Now, it was easier than killing a chicken. Sister Chi, that skeleton is too powerful. What kind of ability is that? How did it suddenly pass by? The two drivers asked in a low voice. Chi Honkai still looked out and whispered, "Don't spread this matter. Keep it in your heart if you see it. I will tell others too." "Oh, I understand," the two replied. Chi Honkai retracted his gaze. He glanced at the skeleton guards assigned to him. He didn't know if he had any special abilities. Judging from his bones and height, he shouldn't be much different. Then he looked at his figure along the collar of his down jacket. It's not worse than Liu Hong's. The battle on the main battlefield continued. A large number of zombies fell to the ground, gradually forming a pile of corpses. "Push forward," Wu Hung shouted directly. Amid the sound of bones and armor rubbing against each other, the defending skeletons stood up. Holding a spear, they began to move forward slowly, like an iron wall covered with spikes, pushing the zombies backwards. The zombies also kept falling down, like wheat being cut. Under the glaring light, the blood-red light was everywhere. The skeleton army, trampling the corpses all over the ground, advanced until they reached the outside of the station, and then stopped. The zombies had been completely killed. Wu Hung asked the skeletons to pick out the corpses of the second-level deformed zombies, and the corpses of the evolved zombies. Bone service technique was released, and several skeletons stood out from the corpses. Continue to dig out a second-level corpse core, and 3 first-level corpse cores from the mincemeat. After putting them away, continue to face the skeleton army, release bone transplantation, and the injured skeletons walk to the corpses on the ground. Remove the corresponding parts, and press them on your body. After the original skeleton completes the body, then release dead corpse battlefield, and the skeletons crawl up from the ground one by one. Clear the tracks. Wu Hung ordered. Swish. The harsh sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded. The skeletons on standby all took action, clearing the meat and clothes blocking the front, as well as suitcases, backpacks, and other sundries. After the large items were cleared, the train restarted. Pressing the mincemeat along the way, slowly entered the station. Outside the station. Give me a flashlight, Wu Hung said to the intercom. Chi Honkai got off the train. A strong flashlight was sent to her, reminding her, there are still ghosts inside. Well, I remember, you go back first. I will notify you after the ghosts are dealt with. Wu Hung took the flashlight, turned it on and off twice to try. After changing the space ring several times, his own flashlight was placed in the drawer of the bedroom in Treasure Island. So I didn't bring it with me. Okay, I'll get the train ready. If it's hard to deal with, just run out and let's leave here first, Chi Honkai said directly. Okay. Chi Honkai returned to the train. Wu Hung also agreed. It should be inside. You go back first. When the matter is settled, I'll notify you to come down again, Wu Hung said directly. Chi Honkai hesitated, still said, I'll get the car ready. If it's not so smooth, just come back quickly. Let's take the train and leave directly. Okay. Wu Hung agreed. Chi Honkai also returned to the train. With a flashlight, he went straight into the waiting room. Xiao Xiao also flew over to him, saying anxiously, Auntie Glinda caught a ghost over there. Hurry over. There really is a ghost. Where is it? On the second floor. There are stairs over there. Xiao Xiao pointed to one side. Wu Hung quickly went upstairs with a flashlight, and saw Glinda in a shop on the side, and another ghost with a translucent body, disheveled hair, and a hideous face. It was baring its fangs and claws, and roaring non-stop. But the body seemed to be wrapped in an invisible force. No matter how it was hit, it could not leave the position. This is one of Granda's abilities, called soul binding. It can impose a confinement effect on the soul target, limiting its ability to move. When in Ratam City, Granda used this ability to trap Xiao Xiao, who was investigating the situation in the basement. When Wu Hung came over, he let her out. After seeing the situation clearly, he casually threw dancing lights, the chandelier hanging above his head, illuminating the position. Then he walked over quickly, and Grenda also flew over. A low-level ghost that cannot communicate, only retains the instinct to attack living beings. Well, where did you find it? Wu Hung asked. Right here. Just control her directly. Grenda looked at the crazy ghost again. How do you want to deal with it? Just absorb it directly, Wu Hung said. Grenda nodded. Okay. Xiao Xiao hid behind Wu Hang's shoulder and asked curiously, what absorption? One of the enhancements of ghosts is mutual absorption, Wu Hung explained. This point has been recorded in the Book of the Dead and in the Wizard's manuscript. Ghosts can devour and absorb each other, and can obtain each other's energy or inherit power. But I don't know how to do it, Xiao Xiao said. Let your Aunt Glinda teach you, and you will learn it as long as you follow. Oh, okay. Wu Hung glanced at the ghost and asked, Xiao Xiao, look at its level. Xiao Xiao stared at it and said, it's very close to level 5. Then just absorb it directly. Glinda, take care of Xiao Xiao, Wu Hung said. Okay. Glinda nodded in agreement. The binding force was removed, and the ghost was freed instantly. Ignoring Glinda, he rushed directly to Wu Hang's position. Glinda blocked in the middle, and flew towards the other party. The two ghosts collided with each other, like a vortex that was broken together, and began to entangle. At the same time, a voice came. Xiao Xiao, come here quickly. Xiao Xiao glanced at Wu Hung. Uncle, remember to save me if there is danger. After saying that, he also rushed up. Then, 3 groups of energy entangled together, and it can be seen that 2 of them were constantly dividing one of them. This went on for about 10 minutes. The ghost separated from the vortex. Ghost upgraded to level 7, Constitution +2, Perception +1, Charm +1. Ghost upgraded to level 11, Constitution +1, Intelligence +1. It really upgraded. Chapter 427, Mother and Daughter Meet. Upgraded. Absorbing other ghosts is indeed the most convenient way to upgrade. Xiao Xiao upgraded by 2 levels, Glinda also upgraded by 1 level. The attributes have been improved, but no other abilities have been unlocked. The book says that the original abilities of the ghosts will be inherited, but it seems that they have not been inherited. How do you feel? Very good, Xiao Xiao replied. Glenda also nodded with satisfaction, indicating that he felt good too. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, and said then, if we encounter other ghosts in the future and absorb them, will our level get higher and higher? Wu Heng thought for a moment, and felt that he couldn't just absorb ghosts casually. After all, some of them also have intelligence, and except for not having a body, they are not much different from living beings. For humanitarian reasons, if a ghost retains its sanity and can communicate normally, as long as it has not done anything bad, we can talk to it. If it is just a low-quality ghost like the one just now, and a bad ghost that kills people everywhere, we can absorb it normally. Hearing the Necromancer's humanitarian proposal, Glenda just felt a little funny. Xiao Xiao was shy and stressed. Except for you, Uncle. I have never harmed anyone else. You don't have a chance. Xiao Xiao looked up, not looking at him. I tried very hard to help Uncle. Well, that's right. I forgive you. Xiao Xiao is still a good boy. Of course, dealing with ghosts is easier than you think. Under Granda's ability, ghosts can't even move. Moreover, after the ghosts absorb each other, the level improvement is also obvious. The ghosts below level 5 helped Granda, who was level 10, to level up 1 level, and Xiao Xiao also leveled up 2 levels. Obviously, it was not distributed according to experience points. At that time, you can also pay special attention to some ghosts to improve the ghosts. The matter is over. Wu Heng continued, check around again. If there is no danger, I can let the survivors in. The 2 ghosts nodded, and immediately separated from both sides to circle around. They came back again, which means there is no danger anymore. Wu Heng took out the intercom. There is no danger inside. Let everyone in. Got it. Soon, Chi Honkai walked in first. She glanced around vigilantly, and saw Wu Heng walking down from the 2nd floor with the skeleton. She waved behind her. Then, the survivors who were accompanying her walked in quickly. The thin wires were pulled from the train to the waiting room, and the light bulbs lit up one by one. Then, they assembled the equipment, sealed the broken doors and windows with wooden boards, and welded the steel bars. Another group of people connected the welding and cutting machines, and began to weld and sharpen the steel pipes and spearheads. Everyone, as if they had rehearsed, instantly entered the working state. Chi Honkai said a few words, and then came over. It's still a while before dawn. Let's go back to the car and rest for a while. No. I'll look around. Rest for a while. We didn't do anything along the way. You take a rest. If there is anything, I will call you. Chi Honkai pulled him, and walked towards the train. Wu Heng did not refuse any more. He asked the 2 ghosts to keep an eye on the area nearby. He then returned to the carriage. He lay on a fixed bench, covered with a bare skin, and closed his eyes for a while. Knock. 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 I don't know how long I slept, but there was a knock on the door. Then, Chi Honkai opened the door and walked in, putting the basin aside. How was your rest last night? The conditions in the car were a little worse. Wu Heng shook his stiff neck. It was okay. Wash your face. The conditions were a little worse. Be more particular. Chi Honkai said softly. Thank you. Wu Heng simply washed his face and dried it. Then he sat down at the table, took out a few foods from the space ring, and gave one to Chi Honkai. Chi Honkai raised his eyebrows slightly, and sat down opposite him. He picked up a piece of food that looked like pizza, and put it in his mouth to taste it. When he tasted the meat and seafood, his eyes brightened instantly, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. In the current situation, some supermarkets can also find canned meat, or sealed meat. But this taste is absolutely impossible. Originally I still want to hold back and pay attention to the image, but it is still impossible to resist the fragrance of this kind of food. Started gorgingly. Slowly, not enough to eat me. Wu Heng poured her a glass of water. Chi Honkai is a little embarrassed. Enough to eat? I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Have a chance, I will bring you some. Chi Honkai swallowed, asked again. What do you do? Others do. Oh. After breakfast, the 2 went out of the car. Walked into the waiting room. The broken glass doors and windows were all sealed, and the sundries in the hall were also moved away and piled in the corner. Even after a simple tidying up, the walls and surroundings, you can still see clear claw marks and bloodstains. The survivors made adjustments. Only a small number of people were left to rush the work, and the rest returned to the car to rest. We have made more than 100 iron spears, and we will continue to increase production later. We also had someone investigate outside the station, and the roads were full of zombies, which was similar to what we encountered before. Chi Honkai followed behind, and introduced softly. Wu Hung said, have someone prepare. And then clean up the zombies around. Understood. Chi Honkai nodded, picked up the intercom, and explained the task. Wu Hung ordered the skeletons to move all the weapons outside, and distribute them to the newly converted skeleton warriors yesterday. About half an hour later, the survivors were ready. Wu Hung led the skeleton army to form a spear formation outside the train station, waiting silently. Not long after, Xiao Xiao and Granda flew back one after another. They are all ordinary zombies. There is no danger. There are no strange rotten zombies on my side. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he understood. He picked up the intercom and asked, is the skeleton dragon ready? Chi Honkai replied, ready. This time, he did not bring the skeleton hound. He took the spear of a skeleton warrior beside him and said, go and attract the zombies, and run back if they find you. The skeleton warrior squeezed out of the queue. He walked towards the zombies in front of the road. There is still some distance. The wandering zombies turned their heads to look here, and the roar spread instantly. The skeletons turned around and ran back. The zombies also boiled like a frying pan, gathered into a tide of corpses, and chased after them. The skeleton flying dragon flew over their heads, and the dense solid iron bullets smashed into the corpses like a rainstorm. Thick smoke rose, and the streets were empty in an instant. The spear formation continued to move forward, and cleared all the remaining zombies. Level 15, 32785/195000. Wu Hung looked at his skyrocketing experience points. A hint of joy appeared on his face. It was still cool to be in an undeveloped place. In the original city, there was no way to gain so much experience points. Moreover, fighting on this road was more convenient than on the rails. No need to worry about damaging the rails. You can directly use the flying dragon to bomb. It also felt like playing games and killing monsters. It was the feeling of a group of zombies rushing towards you, but it was not as relaxing as sitting in front of the computer. Near noon, the battle ended. A large number of skeletons entered standby mode. Clean up the battlefield, drag the bodies of the evolved zombies over here. Wu Hung ordered. The skeletons immediately took action and began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, several bodies of evolved zombies were also dragged to Wu Hang's side. Bone art released. The skeletons stood up one after another. From the corpses, 5 level 1 corpse cores were also found, and they were collected directly. Then, continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way. A large number of skeletons stood up, shaking their bodies, and walked into the queue of skeletons. Soon, the number of skeletons approached 30,000. They were already densely packed. After cleaning up the zombies around, Wu Hung led the army back to the station, looking at the tens of thousands of skeletons behind him. The survivors who were responsible for making weapons all looked bitter, not to mention working all night. Even if several machines were running at the same time, it would be difficult to arm these skeletons. Chi Honkai came over and said, the train will go back to pick up new supplies today. Do you have anything to bring? Wu Hung thought for a while and said, bring some high-level skeletons, and you can arrange the rest. The railway is unobstructed, and it will only take a few hours. It's no slower than going from the old factory to the county bus station. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded and then said, the lounge upstairs has been cleaned up. You can see which one is suitable for you. Wu Hung followed him upstairs and took a look at the rooms. He chose the innermost one. Let's take this one. When I'm not out, if you have anything to say to the big-headed skeleton, he will help you mobilize the skeletons. Don't let anyone enter my room. Understood. When you have a good rest, I will report the intelligence here to you. Wu Hung nodded and arranged 2 skeletons to guard the door. He entered the room. He looked around the room. He opened the door and walked in directly. Treasure Island, the sky was still clear. Wu Hung took off his down jacket and put it in the cabinet beside him. At this time, the difference in weather between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. He sent the corpse core to the alchemy laboratory and took 2 bottles of second-level corpse core potion and 5 bottles of first-level corpse core potion from the finished product shelf beside him. Wu Hung looked at it, and among the second-level corpse core potion, there was a bottle of high-efficiency intelligence enhancement potion. Open it casually and drink it directly. A sharp pain came from the head, and it disappeared quickly. Intelligence +1. As expected, the effect of the second-level potion has been reduced to this. The effect is getting worse and worse. Put away all the rest. And walk out of the room directly. Go downstairs. Minnie was cleaning the room on the first floor. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, he greeted him, and then said, Master, Miss Pirate has sent another message. Looking for you. Philippa? Okay. Minnie. Prepare the bath water. Okay. Master. Minnie agreed and immediately prepared it. Wu Hung went up to the third floor again, entered the radio room, and took the notebook on the table and took a look. There was a record of looking for him. Picked up the microphone and asked directly, Philippa, are you looking for me? Soon, Philippa's voice came from the other side. Ah, our fleet is approaching Crabclaw Island. Do you want to come over? Last time, the other party provided intelligence, and Wu Hung also killed 2 wanted criminals. So he promised to bring her some supplies. At that time, Philippa was leading the fleet to leave the area, so he didn't see her. It seems that he rushed back in the past 2 days. When can you arrive? Almost, before dusk. Are you going to bring me supplies? I'll go there then. Yes, bring me some more. The seafood soup from the pub in front of the association, I like it. Okay. Got it. See you in the evening. The time for the meeting was simply confirmed. Wu Hung walked out of the room, entered the bathroom to take a bath. He rested his head on the edge of the bathtub, thinking about the next plan. The zombie world has already gone to Anhui City, the upgrade needs to continue, and the gold shops in the city need to be plundered. As for Treasure Island, we need to increase the purchase of food to meet the exchange of several regions. There is also the development of the 3rd level corpse core. 3 goals, upgrade to level 18, increase the amount of purchased materials, and the research and development of corpse cores. Wu Hung said, and stood up from the bathtub. He put on his clothes and walked out directly. He said hello to Minnie and walked out of the residence. He took Karanmu to the outskirts of the city, in a deserted place the conductor's hat, and boarded the train. Then, the train disappeared. More than 40 minutes later, the train arrived at Crabclaw Island. Looking in the direction of the port, you can see 3 ships flying the pirate flag of the Iron Barrel. It arrived quite quickly. Wu Hung glanced at it, and walked directly to the center. In front of a stone house, there stood a green parrot on the roof, staring at him with big eyes. Wu Hung walked into the room. Then she saw Philippa, sitting on an old wooden box, arms folded and legs shaking. Seeing him come in, she was stunned at first, then showed joy. Dad, Deputy Deacon. She changed her words midway, and almost bit her tongue. Wu Hung looked at her and asked directly, How long will the fleet stay? We will stay on the island for 1 night, and leave tomorrow morning. Philippa replied. Wu Hung nodded, took out a beige cloak from the space ring, and handed it to her. Put it on. Follow me. Philippa looked puzzled, but she still put on the cloak obediently, covering her head and body with the cloak. Follow me. The 2 walked out of the door, and the green parrot also flew down. Wu Hung glanced at the parrot. This parrot can't follow. It's too obvious. Let it go back to the ship first. Silly bird, you go back. Don't tell others about what happened here. If I find out you're talking nonsense, I'll stew you. Philippa warned. The parrot flew back to the roof shrieking, Captain Silly Bird, you're lustful. I'll beat you to death. Philippa raised her hand and made a beating gesture, then said, I'll bring you delicious food when I come back, so you can eat your fill. Praise the captain. Philippa turned her head again. It's okay, he just kept talking to me. He won't say anything nonsense. Wu Hung didn't say much, put on the train conductor's hat again, and a ghost train appeared in front of him. After boarding, after filling 2 people in the entourage, Karama came up. Philippa also widened her eyes, and followed carefully to board the train. Then, the door closed with a bang. The train went into the void. Arrived at Treasure Island. Philippa got off the train, her eyes were still wide open, and she stood there in a daze. After several seconds, she asked, Where is this? Treasure Island, I'll take you to see your mother. Wu Hung changed his appearance and walked towards the city. Philippa hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Are you crazy? I'm still a pirate. If I'm caught, I'll be exposed. Then talk less, and your dreadlocks, put them in your hood. Philippa pouted, tightened her hood, and followed behind. Enter the city. Head to Lighthouse Street. When passing through the port, not far away, there were loud voices coming from the crowd. Look up to one side. I saw a young man with a straight figure, brown hair and closed eyes, standing on a wooden box, holding his head high and speaking loudly. They are greedy predators, destroying the peace of countless families and threatening our maritime rights. We stand here for justice. To protect our homes and people. We can't let these pirates continue to go unpunished. We must let them know that we are invincible. We have firm beliefs and fearless courage. We will unite and move forward bravely. Completely eliminate these villains and hang their bodies in the port. Applause rang out among the onlookers. There were even quite a few women gathered together, looking at the figure in front with admiration on their faces. They were just like modern fans chasing stars. What are you doing? Wu Hung pulled the man next to him, threw a wink, and asked. The man shuddered, stepped back, and said, This is the new commander of the newly formed United Guard. New commander? Since the island owner came back, there is a sense of chaos on the island. There has been no substantive effort to catch pirates, but there have been many actions. Oh, thank you. Wu Hung thanked him and turned to leave. Philippa looked at the large number of guards around, and subconsciously hugged his arms tightly. Followed closely. The man who was giving the speech glanced at the two of them and left. His brows slightly frowned. Nautilus Tavern. At this time, there were quite a few people in the tavern. Basically every table was full of guests, and there were even guests waiting in line at the door. Among the taverns that did not provide sex trade, Nautilus was the best one. Millicent stood at the counter, chatting with the customers. She glanced at the door, and then looked upstairs. Wu Hung took Philippa upstairs, and entered the innermost room. She closed the door. Philippa took off her hood, and exclaimed, You build a pub for her? No way, you treat her better than me. Wu Hung also took off her veil. The money I gave you is enough to open more than 10 pubs like this. How can it be the same? I work hard outside. Philippa said firmly. Okay, the tavern is closed tomorrow. Money will buy you a boat. Ah, hey, I was kidding. Philippa Hayes smiled, explained immediately. In the radio, every time I finish the information, I have to ask about Millicent. Just tough on the mouth, I always say I don't care, or open some pirates. The two sat in the room for a while. The door opens. Millicent walked in with wine and vegetables. When the eyes fall on Philippa's body, a little movement, immediately afterwards. Joy was revealed. Philippa. Put the wine aside. He walked forward quickly, and held his daughter in his arms. Philippa's head was buried in his chest. He raised his head and took a breath, saying, Millicent, you want to suffocate me. Millicent let her go, looked her up and down, and said, You are tanned. Much better than before. And you are becoming more and more like a girl. Philippa before was like a malnourished tomboy. Now not only is her complexion good, but her body is getting fuller and fuller. And she is developing in the direction of Millicent. It's just that her skin is a little tanned because she has been at sea for a long time. What are you talking about? I am a woman. Philippa pushed her away, then glanced at Wu Hung. He brought me to see you. Millicent also reacted immediately. Walked over and knelt down. Thank you, Archdeacon, for taking care of Philippa. Get up. I told you not to be like this. Just talk normally, Wu Hung said. Millicent stood up slowly. Thank you, sir. You guys chat slowly. Philippa is not in a hurry to leave tonight. Port location. The young man, who had finished his speech, jumped down from the wooden box. He smiled and waved goodbye to the people around him. He boarded a carriage and, under the escort of the guards, drove away. Halfway through the journey, a man dressed as a thief boarded the carriage from the roadside and said softly, Sir! He went to the Nautilus Tavern. Tavern? Yes. And he also went into the room of the tavern owner, who looked familiar. The thief said. The young man continued to ask, Is the owner a man or a woman? Female? She looks good. Lover? Go to the city hall to check who bought this tavern. The young man thought for a moment and said, Okay. The man continued to add, By the way, when I was giving a speech, there was a nice red-haired woman downstairs. Let's check who is in her family. Understood, sir. Chapter 428, You are too excited. Nautilus Tavern. Millicent pulled Philippa, sat by the bed, asked about her recent life, how she was eating and wearing, and asked her to be more honest outside. Philippa, after hearing a few words at first, began to get a little impatient, scratching left and right. When she came over, Wu Hung also told her not to tell Millicent too much about the pirates. After all, Millicent had just become a professional, and she came from the village. It is difficult to say what is investigated. Philippa also remembers these things too. When chatting, there is no specific details. It's really annoying to listen. Swiston said, I remember. Millicent no longer says much. The mother and daughter can come out from the jail. The biggest reason is that Philippa has a certain value. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be with the pirates, execute together. After chatting, his eyes fell on Wu Hung again. Grown-ups, Philippa is troublesome. Millicent said again. Philippa does a good job and has helped me a lot at work. Wu Hung said. Philippa raised her head with a little pride. It is her blessing to be able to help you. Sir. Philippa looked over instantly. Millicent. Why are you talking like that? Wu Hung said that there was no need to be so polite. Seeing that both of them were looking at him. He also took out 4 bottles of first-level corpse core potion from the space ring. He said, you have all drunk this potion before. It can improve your physical fitness. 2 bottles per person. Both of them have taken this potion. The efficacy of the potion is naturally clear. Seeing the potion at this time, his eyes lit up instantly. Especially Philippa, who was a little skeptical last time, and used a bottle to test the parrot. She almost regretted it to death. For pirates, strength is always the first requirement. Without strong strength or strong means, even the subordinates can hardly be controlled. Now there is potion again, and there is also a share for his mother. Thank you. Philippa came over and picked up the potion. Millicent glanced at her daughter, bowed slightly. Thank you. Sir. Take it, I'll help you watch it. The two nodded, looked at each other, opened the potion and drank it. The painful side effects made the two curl up and tremble slightly. Soon, the side effects disappeared. The two felt their bodies, and their expressions showed joy again. Drink the second bottle. Wu Hung said again when he saw that the two were fine. The mother and daughter opened the potion again. They raised their heads and drank it. It was still a short-term side effect. And then it returned to normal. Thank you. Sir. Millicent thanked again. With a grateful expression on her face. Philippa stood aside without saying anything. With a look of dependence in her eyes. Well, it would be great if you can get a promotion. If there is a chance in the future, I will provide it to you. Don't worry about it, I will not treat you unfairly. Yes. Yes, we will definitely do a good job for you. Millicent said hurriedly, and pulled her daughter beside her. Philippa pouted and repeated. Do a good job for you. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. At this time, there were light footsteps outside the door. The three stopped talking, and heard the footsteps stop at the door, and heard the voice of the bartender. Boss, there are guests who want to change rooms. I would like to trouble you to come out and coordinate. This was when there were many guests. Millicent immediately tidied her hair and clothes, and said softly to Wu Hung and Philippa, I'll go out for a while, and come back later. After that, she opened the door and walked out. There were only 2 people left in the room. Philippa shook her shoulders, crossed her legs again, and said, Are you going back today? Or will you live with us? Live together? Where will you live? Philippa asked back. I'll go back to my own place tonight, and come back to pick you up tomorrow morning. Wu Hung said directly. Where is the support you promised me? Philippa asked again. Wu Hung stretched out his hand, took out a wooden barrel of silver coins, and some alchemical grenades. Spend sparingly. I can hardly afford to support you. I'm already very frugal. Philippa happily put away all the silver coins and grenades. Wu Hung continued to take out 4 bottles of potion. You should keep these too. Drink 2 bottles every 2 days. Wow! Philippa exclaimed, and rushed over directly, sitting astride his arms. Thank you, Dad. The force of the forward rush made the chair slide on the floor, making a harsh friction sound. Wu Hung hugged her. Are you a little too excited? I know. You are the best to me. Philippa gave him a hug. She rested her head on his shoulder and sniffed gently. Why do you smell so good? Aristocrats are all so good? How can a woman say that a man smells good? Wu Hung pushed her. But, you really smell good. Philippa loosened her grip a little, still sitting in his arms, and began to touch him. Do you want to stay? My waist strength is invincible. I guarantee you will fly to the sky. Listening to the obscene words that the other party had obviously learned, Wu Hung was speechless. Waist strength is invincible. You are a woman, what does it have to do with the waist? And you actually used it on yourself. Wu Hung patted her waist lightly. Don't make trouble. Your mother will come back and see you like this, she will beat you to death. She can't beat me, Philippa said, but still stood up and stood aside. She put away the potion on the table, hooked his shoulder with one hand, and said, What are your plans for the future? It's still the previous task, collecting pirate intelligence, and the news about the blank envelope, and the treasure map. Pay attention to the relevant news. Wu Hung said, and then took out the brief history of pirates and the treasure map inside. Philippa came up to take a closer look. Throwing the brief history aside, then carefully identified the map. After looking at it for a while, I don't have any impression. Could it be that the publisher drew it randomly? This is also possible. The brief history of pirates, there is more than one book. It should be a batch that flowed out at some point in time. Imolo has the same book, and the map is exactly the same. Put the things away first, and pay attention to it at ordinary times. Okay. Philippa put all of them away, and then continued, when you come tomorrow morning, bring some food for taming animals. Promise that stupid bird, if you don't bring it back, he will be dawdling. Okay. Also, bring me a portion of the seafood soup from the tavern at the entrance of the association, and fruit cakes. The one at the entrance of your association is delicious, and the ones at other places are not delicious. Okay, bring it to you tomorrow morning, Wu Hung said with a smile. During this period, Philippa's personality was a bit exaggerated, but she did provide a lot of help. Later, she was still needed to provide information, especially since she finally came back, and she tried to make the little girl happy. Hee hee. Thank you, Dad. Squeak. Millicent hugged a quilt and froze in place. Her face and neck flushed, and she wanted to leave, but it was too late. She walked in anyway, without saying a word, and started to make the bed. Wu Hung stood up directly. Okay, you guys chat. Philippa, don't leave the room if you have nothing to do. The island has been very strict on pirates recently. Okay, goodbye, Deputy Deacon, Philippa said awkwardly. Wu Hung put on a veil and walked out of the room. He called a carriage and rushed to his residence. He returned to his residence. It was already dark. Minnie was reading a comic in the living room. When she found Wu Hung coming back, she sat up immediately. Master, have you eaten? I ate at the tavern. Wu Hung also sat down on the sofa and hugged the bunny girl in his arms. He put his arm around her shoulders and reached into her collar, grasping her soft and round body. What did the master do during the day? He didn't come back with Sister Ware. Minnie leaned on his arms and panted softly. I went to the port to do some work. It seems that there are more guards. Yes. Today some guards came in to investigate directly, and were attacked by skeletons. If I had gone out later, those people would have been hacked to death, Minnie said with a slight twist of her voice. At the residence, there are 5 level 15 skeletons arranged, and the rest are all level 10 skeletons. These people broke in directly, and they didn't die, which means their level is not low. What are they here to investigate? It should be the residence information. I said this is a consortium property, and asked them to communicate with the consortium, and then close the door. Ah! Minnie is so smart. The residence here is rented from the consortium. No matter what the other party's purpose is, let them communicate with the consortium. No. I learned it from the master. Minnie twisted her body slightly again. As she spoke, Underwire also came down from upstairs. Seeing the 2 people lying on the sofa, she also came over, leaning into the other side of her arms, with her white legs bent on the sofa. Wu Hung also hugged the little fox's shoulders and reached in through the collar, weighing the difference between the two. Master, Deputy Deacon Zalugwi is back, Underwire said. Well, are they in no danger? I met her today and chatted with her for a while. I heard that the Deacon of Lopez City disappeared before the people from the headquarters went there. Underwire looked up. Missing? Ran away? Chapter 429, Untouched Armory. Before the people from the headquarters arrived, the Deacon disappeared. It seems that the matter of the Devil's Hand pirates has something to do with this Deacon. If it was a revenge of the pirates, it should be more likely to be against the Deputy Deacon who went to the pirate village with him, or a conflict with the entire local association. Only the Deacon disappeared without a word. The greater possibility is that he ran away. Even if it has nothing to do with the Devil's Hand, it is related to the pirates. Are Zalugwi and the others safe? Wu Hung tightened his arms. Anvir curled up in his arms. No, I heard she just helped a little, and then came back. Yeah, I'm glad she's fine. Wu Hung retracted his hand, and stood up and pulled up Anvir's nightgown. The little fox blushed, raised her arms, and took it off directly, exposing her fair and smooth figure. Underwire hugged her arms, and said softly, Let's go back to the room. Master. Wu Hung winked at Minnie, who chuckled and rushed directly to the little fox, hugging him with both arms. Come on. Master. Endwire's whole body turned red. She was held down by the other party. And she didn't struggle. It's so embarrassing here. What's there to be shy about? We are all at home. Minnie followed up. That's right. Wherever the master says. We are. Endwire turned her head aside and stopped talking. Wu Hung simply took off his clothes and gently pressed on the two of them. Minnie frowned. Master, you got the wrong person. You go first. Master, you are so annoying, Minnie muttered. And then her body slumped on the fox girl. The next day, Wu Hung got up on time. First, he went to the tavern at the entrance of the association to order some food. And on the way to the tavern, he bought some animal rations at the grocery store. There are several kinds of rations. Some of them are mixed with some monster meat particles, which look better than human food. I bought 2 things and put them in my space ring. Then I went to the Nautilus Tavern. It was early in the morning, and the tavern was not open yet, and the bartenders were not there. Philippa's dreadlocks were all opened, and she was wiping the table on the first floor. When she saw Wu Hung coming in, she threw the sackcloth on the ground and said, Let's go quickly. We can't stay here anymore. Millicent came out from the back, holding her hand and giving her several instructions. Philippa put away the things and said, Okay, I'll be back later. Millicent glanced at Wu Hung, who was waiting at the door, and didn't say anything more. He nodded and watched the two leave, walk out of the city, call the ghost train, and head to Scorpion Island. When we arrived at the island, the 3 ships were still parked at the port, and near the sea, there were still a few piles of fire that had not been completely burned. It seemed that last night, the people of the Iron Bucket Pirates had lit a bonfire on the shore. Wu Hung took out all the things he bought. After Philippa put them away, she looked at him. When will you pick me up next time? When do you miss your mother again? I will pick you up again. My mother scolded me last night. What did she scold you for? Told me not to act like a madman, and I act like a madman. Philippa straightened his captain's hat. Not really. Damn it, I'll tell you, I'm cheerful. Stupid women don't know anything, Philippa said. Wu Hung glanced at the pirate ship in the distance, and then said, Okay, go back, remember your own business, don't just play around. Okay. Philippa waved her hand, and walked away. When approaching the fleet, the green parrot flew back and landed on her shoulder. Philippa walked to the campfire, and punched and kicked the drunks on the ground, and asked everyone to get on board. The pirates gathered their belongings and were busy for a while. Then they drove the pirate ship away. Wu Hung also called the ghost train to return to Treasure Island. Return to Treasure Island. Wu Hung went directly to the association. After sitting in the office study and yawning twice, he went out and went to Zalagwi's study. He knocked on the door and got a response, and walked in directly. Zalagwi was sitting behind the desk. When she saw him come in, she smiled and said, I was wondering. I didn't see you when you came back. Wu Hung came in and sat on the sofa on one side. When did you come back? Yesterday at noon. I accompanied the headquarters to investigate. Nothing happened, Zalagwi said. I heard that the deacon over there is missing. Wu Hung asked. Well, when we went there, he was gone. The entire association is managed by the deputy deacon. The association has inspected the area and will arrange a new deacon to go there. The missing one will also be investigated later, Zalagwi briefly explained. Even the deacon is related to pirates. It's not surprising to think that a village was replaced by pirates. Wu Hung continued to ask. The headquarters should take this matter very seriously. Right? Zalagwi stood up, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed over a cup. The resident associations in coastal cities will be inspected, especially the disappearance of Calum last time, which is also suspected to be related to collusion with pirates. Anyway, the matter is serious, and a new group of people will be replaced in various places. That's good. Wu Hung nodded. Zalagwi leaned her round hips against the edge of the table behind her, looking at him. How is your investigation of the old barrel going? I just came back, and I didn't have time to ask. When Yimi Lu assigned tasks, Zalagwi was in charge of the affairs of Lopez City, and Wu Hung was investigating the affairs of the Old Barrel Tavern. The murderer was found. He was a thug secretly trained by the Sea Dog Gang, a sorcerer. Now the Sea Dog Gang was destroyed by the people of the Old Barrel, and the gang station was flattened. Wu Hung narrated. Murderer? You said Macintosh was dead? Zalagwi paused while drinking tea. When she left, she said that Macintosh was attacked and injured. Now everyone is dead. Dead? When I went there, everyone was dead. Zalagwi didn't react for a long time. A female boss, who had controlled the port for so many years, died in the hands of a new gang thug. It was unbelievable. But it felt a bit regretful. Even though Zalagwi looked down on gangs and believed that gangs were a hidden danger to the city, she had to admit that the old wooden barrels run by Macintosh were not bad. It is not an easy task for a woman to manage so many people with her skills. He died just like that. Why did he die? Normal means should not be able to kill him. Right? Wu Heng looked at the face full of doubts and surprise. And said, the old man said it was snake venom. But because of the customs of the Bevela people, no autopsy was performed. But the guards on the island checked the vital signs and confirmed that the deceased was Macintosh. Alas! A prophet. Died in the place he managed. Zalagwi sighed. Yes. Recently, the island is still forming a guard or something. It looks a bit chaotic. You should be careful too. Shiragwi said. Yes. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Heng did not stay for long. Shiragwi went to deliver the documents, and Wu Heng went back to his study and sat for a while. He also left the association, called a carriage, and returned to his residence. After returning home, I said hello to Minnie. I went directly to the zombie world. I came out of the bedroom. The entire waiting room hall has gathered a lot of survivors. Moreover, various tools and equipment are more complete. It seems that the train has brought new supplies. As soon as he went downstairs, Chi Honkai got the news and came over. He said, I found the local map. And also checked the shelter here on the radio. A long scroll map was opened, revealing the buildings and routes in Anhui City. Wu Heng helped to hold one side, and Chi Honkai pointed to two locations with his fingers. This is the city's commercial street. It is certain that there are many gold shops and shopping malls, which can replenish the supplies we need. This is the military district. If we occupy it, we can get the corresponding ammunition and equipment. Military district? Wu Heng asked, is there no military market here? No. It is possible that we did not take too many weapons and equipment when we left, and there was no market. In other words, there is an untouched arsenal here. Chapter 430, Old Pirates All Know. Wu Heng set his sights on the location pointed by Chi Honkai. The location of the local military district, close to the edge of the city on the south side, is already the end of the map. If you go from the station under your feet, it is considered to be across the entire city. The zombies along the way, I am afraid it will take some time to clean up. At present, these two important areas have been temporarily determined. If there are any special places later, we will continue to collect information. Chi Honkai said. Gold and weapons are the most needed items at present. The remaining shops and some things can be collected when cleaning up zombies along the way. Well, let's plan a route to the gold shop first. The military area is a bit far away. Wu Heng said. Chi Honkai nodded and drew a rough outline along the road outside the station with his hand. Let's take this road. After it is cleaned up, other shelters can also exchange supplies through this road, which can save a lot of trouble. The station and the commercial street are both relatively important places. The main roads are connected. Just follow the road. Okay. Wu Heng agreed with the plan, and continued to ask, how many solid iron bullets have been prepared? Chi Honkai rolled up the map and replied, currently more than 300 boxes have been shipped, and the train will continue to deliver them. After the addition of the magic furnace, the production efficiency of solid iron bullets has also been improved. After being produced, they will be packed into wooden boxes according to the specifications. There are 1,000 bullets in each box. It is convenient for transportation and calculation of the number of bullets to be used. 300 boxes of solid iron bullets, completely enough for the subsequent battles. We have never fought such a rich battle. When the position is stable, we can order a few more magic furnaces to improve production efficiency. When the train comes back next time, bring a few skeleton dogs here. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded. After talking about the subsequent plans, Chi Honkai took Wu Heng downstairs for a walk. In addition to the waiting room occupied at the beginning, the ticket office, the temporary rest area for the office, were all arranged. The processing and rest areas are separated, and the survivors are arranged in different positions according to their types of work. In terms of the completion of modern buildings, it can fully meet the needs of use. After a round, I confirmed that there was nothing to change. I returned to my room. I opened the boundary door and returned to Treasure Island. Treasure Island. After dinner, Wu Heng took 2 mates to train in the courtyard. Recently, the swordsmanship training has been reduced a lot compared to before. It's not that I'm slacking off. Rather, these missions all require going out to sea, and I'm on the boat day and night, so it's not easy to train. I'm a mage, and I have some melee skills, which is also a trump card. When facing Karamu, the other party didn't expect that I could pick up a sword and chase him. So, in front of outsiders, I'd better try to show these as little as possible. Holding the instructor's long sword in his hand, I performed swordplay moves one by one. Compared to the beginning, it's now easier to complete these moves. Swordsmanship expertise upgraded to intermediate. During the 5th round of practice, the system prompt appeared. Swordsmanship expertise finally reached the intermediate level. It doesn't look high, but for swordsman or swordsman, it takes years of practice to reach it. The corresponding level is also above level 10. For Wu Heng, who started practicing halfway, and is a mage himself, it is quite satisfactory to reach this level in a short period of time. He wiped his sweat, and put away the strange object in his hand. He took a breath, waited for the 2 mates to finish their training, and went back to the room to rest together. The next day, zombie world. On the main road leading to the commercial street, abandoned vehicles piled up and jammed, the dilapidated buildings were like ruins, the glass was shattered, the walls were covered with claw marks and blood. Dense zombies swarmed out from the small roads around, formed a black wave on the main road, roaring with fangs and claws, chasing the skeleton hounds running wildly in front of them with their tails tucked between their legs. Across the way, the skeleton army formed a tight queue. Wu Heng stood behind the skeletons, watching the dark zombies, trampling the white snow on the ground, running quickly. At a mask to block the spreading stench. He said to the side, "Let the skeleton dragon go." Whoosh! The skeleton dragon flew out from the sky. Arrived above the zombies. Dense solid iron bullets, like a rainstorm, covered the sky above the entire road. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosions sounded, and thick smoke rose. The dragon returned. The explosion attracted more zombies, and they continued to gather on the road. A tide of zombies formed again, stepping on the broken limbs and flesh on the ground. It ran again. The flying dragon is replacing the magazine. Chi Hansai's voice came from the intercom. At the back of the team, dozens of people are replacing the magazine for the skeleton flying dragon. After a busy period, the flying dragon flew up again, and reached the sky above the zombies again. The solid iron bullets were dropped again. The explosion sounded again. The road was empty, and a large group of zombies gathered again. However, they were much sparser than the previous 2 times. The skeleton flying dragon flew out 4 times in succession. When the shock disappeared, the thick smoke dissipated. The devastated road was revealed. The piled up and blocked cars collapsed, and some walls and buildings, only the crumbling broken walls were left. On the road full of potholes and blood and flesh, scattered zombies with mutilated bodies were still approaching this side. Skeleton dragon pause. Wu Heng said while holding the walkie-talkie, and then ordered to the front. Skeleton army, move forward. Crash! The skeleton army moved forward. Clean up the zombies along the way. The last zombie was stabbed into a dough twist. The whole world was completely quiet. The cold wind whistled, making the smell around much lighter. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield and collect special corpses. Several modified trucks and buses also drove into the street, and a large number of survivors got off and began to loot and move supplies from the surrounding shops. Even clothing stores, or supplies stores. In the newly built base, there are supplies that can be used. Wu Heng opened the panel and took a look. Level 15, 117573/195000. In the morning, I pushed all the way from the station to here. The effect is still significant. The experience value increased by more than 70,000, which is a bit scary. At most, it would take 2 or 3 more zombie swarms to reach level 16. At this time, several special corpses were dragged over. 2 of them were a large zombie and a crawler, both of which were level 2 deformed zombies. There were also nearly 200 evolved zombies. However, the evolved zombies were in tatters, and many of them only had their heads or upper bodies left. It was a bit miserable. Bone service was released, and the skeletons were transformed. A total of 2 level 2 corpse cores and 75 level 1 corpse cores were obtained. After all are collected, continue to release dead skeleton battlefield along the road. Large groups of skeletons stand up in the flesh and blood, and start to clean up the battlefield under command, clearing the road. Wait until the transformation from beginning to end is completed. Densely packed skeletons also fill the entire road. With the current number of skeletons, it is enough to ensure the safety of the newly built shelter. Wait until the skeletons are transformed. Shihonkai came over with a few people. Everyone behind him was holding a backpack. These are the gold found in the nearby gold shop, a total of 150 to 160 kilograms. Wu Hong was delighted. It seems that the gold shop in Anhui City is more powerful than ours. They found so many. Okay. Leave it to me. Wu Hong gestured to put it on the steps first. After the people carrying bags left, Wu Hong put all the things away. Shihonkai continued, this area cannot be searched in 1 or 2 days. We need to arrange skeletons to guard it. When the search is almost done, it will be open to the public, allowing other shelters to exchange supplies through this road. Okay. I will let the big-headed skeleton cooperate with you. And I can also accept some other survivors appropriately. Wu Hong said. I understand. The two chatted for a while. After handing this place over to Shihonkai, they took the bus back to the station, opened the door from the room and returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the residence. As soon as I went downstairs, Minnie said that the pirate lady had sent a message. Philippa had just left for 2 days, and there was news again so soon. Go to the room on the 3rd floor. First, I looked at the radio station's record book, and after confirming that the other party had really contacted me, I picked up the microphone and asked, Philippa, are you there? Yes. Philippa's voice came over. What did you do in the morning? Wu Hong said, I went to do some work. Is there anything urgent? Philippa said excitedly, I found out something about the pirate map. So soon? I just asked casually, and got some, I'm not sure if it's accurate or not. Philippa's tone was a little hesitant again. Tell me about it. Philippa pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. They said that the old pirate group, including the Devil's Hand you killed before, believed in the existence of the Pirate King's treasure, and have been looking for it according to the map. They all believed it. That is to say, it might be true. I didn't find such a map on Captain Devil's Hand. Wu Hong said. How do I know? He didn't have it on him. Just listen to me. Philippa continued, until the blank envelope appeared. The old pirate group stopped looking for the treasure, and began to act according to the instructions on the envelope. Chapter 431, Kidnap Her Away. Wu Hong's eyes widened a little. Suddenly, he remembered what was mentioned in the brief history of pirates. The appearance of the Pirate King stopped the internal strife among the pirates, and they united to take back their own seas. And after the blank envelope appeared again, even if he didn't know the legend of the Pirate King, because the letter could accurately predict the time of the merchant ship, he was driven to act by the letter. Think about it carefully. At that time, the Devil's Hand ambushed himself, and the association on the pirate's ship. He was a little confused. With the strength of the Devil's Hand pirates, plus the other 5 pirate groups with level 15 leaders, the bounty he had was not enough to share. Why did they insist on killing him? Now it seems that it may not be for that bounty. More importantly, they are still acting according to the information in the letter. So, I suspect that the old pirate group knows some inside information. Philippa continued. Wu Hong thought for a while. I asked the captain of the Devil's Hand, but I didn't get any information about the envelope and the person behind it. Philippa thought for a while. Next time you can ask in a different direction. Ask how the envelope was delivered, or who the previous Pirate King was. Before, Wu Hong had not collected any information about the Pirate King. So, when questioning the corpse, I tend to ask more about the owner of the envelope. Philippa is right. You can change the way you ask, and ask what the identity of the Pirate King was before, or whether he knew how the letter was transmitted. Well, next time I catch a pirate, I will ask him this question. You continue to collect relevant information and inform me in time if there is any news. Okay. Philippa agreed and continued. Has my identity as a secret speaker been revealed? No news. I will go to the association to ask for you tomorrow. Oh, it has been revealed. Go tell my mother and tell her loudly how brave and wise I am, which is why I was accepted by the association as an exception. Philippa's tone rose. Okay. Try to look more formal when the time comes. Okay. You are a sensible kid. Philippa felt that she had said something wrong, and changed the subject again. Recently, pirates have spread a kind of sailor scarf, green, and it is said that wearing it can get the blessing of the sea god. A rare item, or a prop. Neither, it is woven by the Bevela people, and many people have bought it. Philippa said. Wu Heng said, "It's a lie, they are such a powerful race, the things they weave can be like rare items. Many people have bought it, some say it can avoid shipwrecks, some say it makes you invulnerable in battle." Superstition. I heard that. Some people can pick up money. Then ask them where they bought it. Philippa asked again. Okay, I won't say anymore, I'm going out. Yeah. After the conversation, Wu Heng hung up the microphone again. Leaning on the table, he reorganized Philippa's intelligence. Before, the old pirates had all been looking for the treasure of the Pirate King. Now, the appearance of the blank envelope made the pirates think that the treasure had been obtained, and they were willing to cooperate with the actions in the letter. The new generation of pirates, even if they didn't know about the Pirate King, could provide accurate caravan information in the letter, and could drive the remaining pirates to act with interests, even if the pirates are still scattered now. If the blank envelope is willing, it is very likely that he will command the pirates to act according to his words. Damn. He won't let all the pirates go to the island to kill me. Not really. The pirates were not stupid enough to do this. After a brief thought, he walked out of the room. He went downstairs and chatted with Minnie for a while. After Anweer came back, he had dinner and went back to his room to rest. In the morning, the association. Yini Luo sat on the sofa, wiping the sword oil on his weapon. Looking at Wu Heng who came in, he asked, "You came early today. Is there anything else?" Wu Heng wanted to go forward and see the properties of his sword. The other party handed it to Moya directly, and he sat down and looked at him. All he could say was, "There's some news from Philippa. Report it to you." "Deacon, go ahead." Wu Heng organized his words and said, according to Philippa, the old pirate had been looking for the treasure of the Pirate King for some time. But after the letter appeared, he stopped looking and began to act selectively according to the content of the letter. There wasn't much he could do about the pirates. Imolo was very powerful, and he was also an enemy of the pirates. It would be a better idea to let him know some things, or let him handle them. After all, we have joined the association. It would be unreasonable if we don't rely on him. Imolo raised his eyebrows. Do you think the book is true? I feel that the story of the Pirate King is not false. Otherwise the old pirate group would not be so sure of his existence. Now that the blank envelope has appeared, the pirates are gradually being led by the envelope. Over time, all the pirates will unite and become a big hidden danger. Wu Heng analyzed. Tell me what you think. Reduce the number of fleets on the route. Slow down the number of times the pirates act according to the content of the letter. And secondly, infiltrate more from the old pirate group. Maybe you can get some intelligence. Wu Heng said. Other people in the association should also have their own spies. If everyone investigates together, the sources of intelligence will be richer. Yini Luo thought for a while and said, We have no right to interfere with the caravans of various countries. We can try to implement the matter you mentioned about collecting intelligence on the old pirate groups. Then I have nothing to do. Wu Heng said. Yini Luo took out a copper emblem from the drawer. This is the Whisperer emblem of your pirate lady. You can give it to her when you have the chance. Also, the merit of killing 2 pirates last time has been paid down. Remember to pick it up. Okay. Wu Heng put away the emblem and left the study. Back to the corridor. First, go to the morgue and put the bodies of the 2 pirate captains into the space ring. Then continue to the hall. These days, there are many people in the association hall. Many people are talking about the formation of a fleet and guards on the island. The treatment is good. If you don't want to be a mercenary, joining the guards is also a good choice. Wu Heng stood aside and eavesdropped. It feels that the guards on the island are quite popular. Anywhere, those who can become law enforcement teams are more popular. Arriving at the front desk, the staff smiled. Deputy Deacon. What do you want? I have 2 merits, which I need to exchange. Please wait. The staff immediately looked through the records. You have 2 third-level merits to exchange. What type do you need? I will prepare it for you. Mage's skill book. Please wait. The staff left immediately, and when he came back, he had a few more skill books in his hand. Deputy Deacon. You can choose. Wu Heng quickly scanned the books, and found that many of them were skills he had already learned. Finally, it fell on 2 types. Mirror image, description. You can create up to 3 phantom clones, and can command the clones to complete simple actions. Preset armor, description. You touch a target unit, and if it is willing, it will be surrounded by a protective force field until the spell ends. When attacked, the spell will be automatically triggered. 2 skills. 1 is an illusion spell, which can create clones. Mirror image has the same effect as the Wuhuan blade given to Philippa. It can confuse the enemy, even for a moment, and it can play a certain role. The second skill is called preset armor, which can preset a defensive magic on the target, and when it is attacked, it will be automatically triggered. It plays a protective role. The effect is also quite good. I want these 2 books, Wu Hong said directly. The staff nodded. Okay. You can take it directly. Wu Hong nodded and returned to the office study. In the Snowburn district. In a mansion. In the slightly dim room, 2 men were sitting. One had a slick-back beard, was in his 40s, was wearing a blue noble dress, had his hair combed neatly, was energetic and capable. The other was younger, had brown hair and blue eyes, was wearing silver armor, and had a tall and straight figure. Greco, what's the information? The man with the slick-back beard said. The tavern was bought by someone arranged by the association. He was either the informant of that person, or his lover. Greco, who was wearing silver armor, said calmly. Are you sure? He's just a mid-career wizard. I can't see him. Greco sneered. The middle-aged man continued. What are you going to do? Greco touched the mark on the armor. When he goes to the tavern, burn him together. The man shook his head. Not a good idea. There are too many people on Lighthouse Street. It will make too much noise, and it will be difficult to end. Greco continued. Then kidnap the woman, lead him out to sea, and then kill him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Don't be careless. He has killed many pirates. If he is not dead, we will be in trouble. Don't worry. Without the skeleton servants, he is nothing. Chapter 432, Ransom within 3 days. At 3 p.m., Wu Hong returned to his residence. At the radio station on the 3rd floor, he picked up the microphone and called out Philippa twice, but there was no response from the other end, so the person should not be in the room. I had planned to tell her about her becoming a secret whisperer, but I can only wait until next time. He walked out of the room, and went upstairs to his study. He took off his coat, poured himself a cup of tea, and sat down at the desk. He took out the 2 newly exchanged skill books. Mirror image. Preset armor. Since I started using magic, the skill still has many uses. But in my own battle, I still rely more on skeletons and modern firearms. Firing a volley of bullets is more efficient than casting magic. So, in terms of skill selection, I began to prefer some functional and special skills. I opened the first book, Mirror Image, and started reading it. This skill book is an illusion skill. After releasing it, you can create 3 clones, and make them do some simple actions. The effect of the clone is closely related to the intelligence and mental strength of the caster. The better the clone is, the higher the insight the enemy needs to see through it. In addition, the number of clones will also affect the effect. 3 clones will make it more likely to be seen through, while if you only create 1, the possibility of being seen through will be reduced. In other words, it is more real. In this regard, you can choose to create 1 or more clones according to different occasions. The state of concentration greatly accelerated the reading speed. He soon turned to the last page, and the system prompt appeared. Unlock skill, Mirror Image. The skill was unlocked, except for his own book on mansion art. The rest of the skill books could still be unlocked quickly. He closed the book and put it on the bookshelf at the back. He stood up and walked to the middle of the study. With a thought, 3 clones that looked exactly like him appeared on both sides in an instant. Wu Hong looked at the 3 figures standing there motionless. Black hair, robe, space ring. Almost no difference from himself. With a thought, the 3 clones began to move, making some simple movements. Not bad. Remove the skill, and all the illusion clones disappeared. Wu Hong returned to the table and continued to look through the next skill book, Preset Armor. This skill belongs to the Protective Spell School. The effect is to cast a spell on the willing target in advance. When the target is attacked, a honeycomb shield will be formed instantly to reduce the damage caused by the attack. The effect is somewhat like a protective pendant. Many mass-produced magic props, mostly based on spell effects. I also turned to the last page. A prompt appeared. Unlock skill, Preset Armor. Skill unlocked. I am quite satisfied with this result. Knock. Knock. Just as the book was closed, there was a knock on the door. Then, it was Minnie's voice coming in. Master, the staff of the association is here, saying that Sister Weir wants you to come over. Andwire? Usually she would go home after get off work at this time. Now he actually asked me to come over. It seems something has happened. He got up and opened the door. Minnie was standing at the door. Did you tell me what happened? No, I just asked you to come over. It sounds like something urgent. Minnie said. Wu Hung nodded. Go get my armor. I'm going to the association. Okay. The two went downstairs together. Minnie helped him put on the leather armor. He went out directly and went to the association. Arrived at the association. Wu Hung went directly to the office study. In the room, Anderville sat at the desk waiting, looking a little anxious. Wire. What's wrong? Wu Hung came in and asked directly. Anderville said directly. The bartender of Nautilus just came to the association and said that their boss was kidnapped. Wu Hung frowned. One thought after another flashed through his mind. First, he was angry and dared to kidnap someone in the tavern in broad daylight. Then he suspected that something was wrong. The number of guards on the island was increasing. Finally, he became alert. If Millicent hadn't offended anyone, it was more likely that someone had noticed his relationship with her. The ultimate goal was to target him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome to catch Millicent, a woman who had just become a professional a few days ago. Where is she? Wu Hung asked. Captain Kavina has taken her away for questioning. Andweir answered solemnly. As he spoke, there was a knock on the door. Kavina walked in directly. How is the questioning going? Wu Hung asked. Kavina took the notebook in her hand and said, a few people came in near dusk and took the person away directly. I am not sure about their identity and purpose. Tell me in detail. Yes. Kavina sorted out her thoughts and said, there were 5 people who took the person away. Because of a dispute in the room. They injured the guard in the tavern and took the person away. They also said that they would take 100 gold coins to redeem the person within 3 days. Otherwise they would kill the person and sink him into the sea. 3 of them were wearing swords. 2 were wearing scimitars and crossbows. And the bartender and other people in the store had no impression of these people. They should not live in Lighthouse Street. There was a dispute in the room. And they took 100 gold coins to redeem the person within 3 days? It sounds like the behavior of pirates. Why did the bartender think of asking the association for help? Kavina said. The bartender said that their boss had mentioned before that she had funded the association. If something happened, the association could arrange someone to deal with it. After this incident, he came here. Millicent was smart. Knowing that he was responsible for some dangerous work, he greeted the bartenders in advance. How is the pub now? Wu Hung continued to ask. The pub on the first floor is closed, and the rooms upstairs are booked out and provided for guests to use. Wu Hung nodded and said to Anderville, Wire. Go and tell the deacon about this matter, and see what he says. Okay. Anderville went out. Not long after, he returned again. The deacon said, let you investigate first. If there is any assistance, we will arrange someone to help. Wu Hung did not speak, sitting at the table thinking. The opponent's typical 5-person team combination. This combination often appears in association teams and mercenaries. Of course, appearing in this form, it is very likely to deliberately mislead the subsequent investigation. The bartender will not raise so much money to save a captured tavern owner. He is more convinced that the real target of this kidnapping is actually himself. But aren't they worried that they won't rescue people, knowing it's a trap, who would jump into it? Perhaps the other party doesn't care whether to redeem people or not, maybe. More, or to lead the news to their side. Even if they don't redeem people, killing people won't cause them any loss. Thinking quickly, he said, I'll take care of Kavina's affairs. I'll notify you if there's anything I need, Andweir. Follow my clone home. Andweir was a little confused. Clone? Wu Hang's mind moved, and a pair of identical figures appeared on the side. Phantom clone, you go back, so that no one is watching the association. Understood. Kavina frowned and looked over. You want to investigate it yourself? Let me lead the team to assist you. Wu Hung said, no need, I will investigate it secretly first. You ask the team to gather tomorrow morning to prepare to investigate this matter. Okay. Kavina agreed. After explaining the matter, everyone separated. Andweir and the clone walked out of the association together. They called a carriage along the way, and after getting on the carriage, they rushed towards their residence. After a while, Wu Hung wore a phantom veil and covered his face with a cloak. He also walked out of the association with Karanmu, who also changed his outfit. He boarded the carriage and headed to Lighthouse Street. The carriage stopped in front of the Nautilus Tavern. The main door was closed, and the usual bustling sounds could not be heard inside. He got off the carriage and waited in an empty alley. A beige hairband floated down from the window on the second floor of the tavern. Glinda also showed up. Is this okay? I had some impression of the hairband. Millicent had worn it before. Okay. Wu Hung agreed. He took out the tracking pendant from the space ring, pierced his finger with a dagger, and a drop of blood dripped onto the pendant. The cold metal skull seemed to come alive. The jaw trembled slightly, and a faint blue flame rose in the eye sockets. He brought the hairband closer. The skull bit a corner and began to chew hard. Then, the faint blue flame began to boil through the skull, struggling in one direction. Wu Hung felt relieved at first. The appearance of the soul fire proved that Millicent was not in danger of life. Then he frowned slightly. The direction of the struggle was not the port, but the area behind Lighthouse Street, which was still under construction. They didn't go out to sea. They are still on the island. Chapter 433, there is still an ambush. This is a good thing. At least on the island, I have the advantage. I covered my cloak, put the pendant into my sleeve, and rushed in the direction indicated. Half an hour later, the sky became darker, and no one could be seen around. There were only some houses under construction, and the unpaved stone road. This side is still the location of expansion. As a transit point for maritime trade, the layout of Treasure Island can no longer keep up with the speed of development. Finally, I arrived at the location indicated by the pendant. There was a 2-story stone building in the distance, and a fire could be seen in the room. Needless to say, the person should be inside. He hid his body in a dark corner and put the pendant back into the space ring. Then, 2 ghosts appeared beside him. One on the left and one on the right. Uncle, where is this? Xiao Xiao had just come out and didn't know what happened. Glinda had just cooperated to get the hairband and understood a little about the situation. Wu Hung pointed to the stone building in the distance. One of my informants was kidnapped. In that building. Xiao Xiao. Go check the house and confirm the level and number of the enemy. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and flew out directly. Wu Hung looked at Glinda again. Look at other buildings nearby. Are there any other people ambushing here? Glinda also turned invisible and flew out directly. A few minutes later, Xiao Xiao, who was in invisible state, flew back directly. There are 5 people inside. 2 of them are above level 10, and the rest are not even level 10. Just those 5 people? Let me see. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the scene inside the building was shared immediately. Inside the stone building, the original brick wall structure was completely intact, and 5 people were sitting around a wooden table. 3 men with iron swords on their waists, 1 with a scimitar and 1 with a crossbow, exactly the same as the intelligence. On the wooden table, there were some food and beer. A man with a round shield on his arm and a one-handed sword in front of him took a sip of beer. We didn't send her out to sea as agreed. Why didn't you just kill her? It's troublesome to carry her. The crossbowman said, she should still be useful. Or someone wants to enjoy her before killing her. After all, she looks good. The scimitar said, we are paid to do things. Why bother so much? Just chatting. Don't take it so seriously. Among them, the round shield warrior and the scimitar are level 10 professionals. The other people also had strong glows, but they didn't reach level 10. They should be level 8 or 9. Then, Xiao Xiao flew up to the second floor, which was empty. Then he flew down to the basement. He saw Millicent tied to a chair. There was no injury on her face, and her clothes were intact. She just leaned with her head tilted, and her eyes were cloudy and lifeless. The shared screen ended, and Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao. I've seen this ant before. Was she on the pirate ship before? Xiao Xiao said. Your memory is so good? She has turned over a new leaf now. I guess so. Now collect information for me. While the man and the soul were talking, Glinda also flew back from a distance and said, there are some people found in 2 buildings, about 10 people in each building, with complete armor and weapons, which should be prepared for you. There are really other people. They can mobilize so many people on the island. This makes Wu Hung even more curious about the identity of the kidnapper. Wu Hung was thinking about the plan for the future. Glinda also heard what Xiao Xiao said about the situation here, and looked over to analyze. For you, it is not difficult to save people, but you have to think about the order of action. Kill the people outside first. Those guarding the hostages may kill people directly, but if you save people first, the people around will come to besiege you. I suggest you use the skeletons in your other world, or let the association take action. Wu Heng was also thinking about this. If you use the skeletons, you must kill everyone. Of course, considering the number and level of the skeletons, it is not a difficult task. Okay, I got it. Wu Heng followed the courtyard wall and climbed into a house. In the room, he found a wooden door and took out the key to open the door. The night became darker. Crash! The dense sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded, and a large number of skeletons rushed out of the building, and immediately divided into two teams, and rushed to the location discovered by Granda. Wu Heng took a few skeletons and quickly approached the target house. Inside the building, the 5 people were still chatting. It's too boring tonight. Why don't we use it first? Anyway, we will be killed in the end. The crossbowman took a sip of wine and gestured, with such a big butt. It must be very comfortable. The other people, hearing this, also began to itch in their hearts. What if the other party asks? Maybe they will use this as an excuse to deduct our money. The crossbowman cursed. Fuck! What's there to be afraid of? Just clean up. Now she is in such a state of confusion. How can she have a chance to say anything? Okay. Then you carry her over. Even if you touch her twice, it's better than sitting there idle. Then I'll go, the crossbowman said, and was about to walk towards the basement. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps at the door. Without waiting for a reaction, bang! The door was kicked open, and a figure holding a sword appeared in front of him, with one hand on the ground. A cloud of mist spread instantly, and the figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, the crossbowman at the farthest distance was startled, and his body flew forward instantly. Swish! A cold light flashed across the back of his neck. The momentum of the forward rush allowed him to avoid being beheaded, but it also cut most of his neck, and blood gushed out like a spring. Damn it! Damn it! Save me! The crossbowman held the back of his neck and staggered. The others were also startled immediately. They immediately grabbed the weapons on the table and prepared to fight. The sword-wielding figure retreated directly to the basement at the back and guarded under the stairs. At the door, a figure wearing black leather armor and a robe inside walked out of the fog slowly. He pointed the iron-black weapon in his hand at the people in the room. Bang! 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 The piercing explosions continued, and dense bullets whistled out like a rainstorm. The crossbowman, with a severe neck injury, was the first to be shot into a sieve. The shield warrior raised his round shield. The scimitar and the others turned over the wooden table and used it as a cover. The bullets swept across the hiding place of the people. The table and chairs were blown to pieces, and the round shield was instantly shattered, leaving bullet holes on the wall. Several people's bodies kept shaking, and blood holes burst out one after another. The gunshot stopped. 5 people had already fallen in a pool of blood, especially the round shield warriors, whose shields were already in tatters. After confirming that the 5 people were dead and there was no other danger, Wu Heng walked downstairs quickly and headed for the basement. It was even darker down there, and he released dancing lights to illuminate the surroundings, and saw Millicent tied to a chair. It was still the same picture shared by Xiao Xiao. His head was tilted, and his eyes were open, but his eyes were lifeless. Millicent, wake up, what's wrong with you? Wu Heng patted her face. Millicent's eyes flashed with clarity for a moment, and then became dull again. Wu Heng untied her rope. Glinda and Xiao Xiao also flew back. The bad guys are dead. Glinda also said, I killed them all here, and no one escaped. That's good. Wu Heng nodded. Glinda looked at Millicent and said, someone took the unconsciousness potion, and it won't recover in a short time. Where's the antidote? Wu Heng asked, but still took out a bottle of potion. He opened Millicent's mouth and poured the liquid directly into her, just like a paralyzed person. He was not sure how much he swallowed, but more of it flowed down his cheeks and all over his body. He drank 2 bottles in a row. Seeing that he still couldn't wake up, he didn't plan to delay here any longer. He just carried her out. Just as he walked up the stairs, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw an eagle-like trained animal opening the mouth of the corpse, trying to pull out the tongue. Chapter 434, I was wrong. The tongue was like a piece of gummy candy, pulled out of the corpse's mouth and stretched thin. Wu Heng was shocked to see this scene suddenly, but he reacted immediately. Someone was using the tamed beast to destroy the corpse. Wu Heng waved his empty arm, and the broken wooden chair spun and smashed over. The tamed beast immediately let go of the corpse's tongue and flew up to avoid it. Seeing the skeleton attendant rushing over with a sword, he turned around and flew out of the open door in a panic. Granda and Xiao Xiao were about to chase after it. Wu Hung said, "Xiao Xiao, you go and see where it flies to, who is behind it, Granda. You stay and warn the surroundings." The two ghosts nodded, hid their figures. Xiao Xiao chased after the tamed beast. Granda flew vertically into the sky, monitoring the surroundings. Killing a tamed beast is not difficult, but it is not very meaningful. It would be more valuable to find the owner of the tamed beast. The ghost followed. Wu Hung quickly stepped forward and checked the body on the ground. 3 of them had their tongues pulled out. The remaining one had its mouth pulled out, and one remained intact. Wu Hung took out a few straw mats, wrapped them up. Karamu stepped forward and rolled up the bodies one by one. Wu Hung put them directly into the space ring. Outside the door, a large number of skeletons, carrying bloody bodies, came from 2 directions. The bodies were neatly placed at the door. There were more than 20 bodies in total, and their bodies were covered with scars from being cut. He took out all the straw mats in the ring, rolled up 2 of them together, and put them all into the space ring. Wait until everything is done. Reopen the boundary gate, and let all the skeletons go back. Carrying Millicent, he disappeared into the night. On the other side, a figure quickly approached the building on Lighthouse Street, knocked on the door, and walked in directly. The lightstone lit up the whole room. The handsome man with brown hair and blue eyes looked at his men who came in with doubt. Is there a result so soon? Their plan, but there are 2 routes. Either the other party goes out to sea to pay the ransom, or find the location of the expansion area. According to the budget, the other party will take about 2 days to take action, whether it is raising money or investigating. However, it seems that it is much earlier than I estimated. They arrested people at dusk and took action at night. The figure at the door paused and said solemnly, "Lord Greco, the operation failed. The other party killed all the people we prepared and took the woman away." Hearing this news, the brown-haired man suddenly panicked. For some things, if there is no evidence, there is no need to worry about what the association will do. But once there is evidence, no one can afford to offend this huge association. Damn it. A necromancer. How could he fail? Emilo personally participated? Greco asked suspiciously. That necromancer. He mobilized a lot of skeletons and killed all our ambushes. The subordinate's voice trembled. How is it possible? The entire Lighthouse Street is full of my people. How could he mobilize the skeletons? You are lying. Sir, I saw it with my own eyes through the beast vision. How could I lie to you? The subordinate's voice rose. Greco frowned and pondered. Cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead. He glanced at the other party again. Are you taming the beast? I'll let the tamed beast fly in the opposite direction. It won't attract anyone. Greco nodded, took out a bag of money from the space ring, and threw it on the table in front of him. Here are 100 gold coins. Leave here. It's enough for you to live a lifetime. The subordinate was delighted. And just as he was about to step forward, he stopped again. Sir, please throw it over. I'll take it and leave. Greco sneered. When have I ever treated you badly? After saying that, he grabbed the bag of money and threw it high. The subordinate was delighted, looked at the money bag, reached out to take it. Bang! The sound of the crossbow string rang out, and a crossbow arrow instantly pierced through the chest. Then, Greco suddenly jumped up, appeared like a ghost in the dark night, and cut off the opponent's neck with a long sword. Greco quickly picked up the quilt on the bed, wrapped the body, and put it into the space ring. He cursed in a low voice, Waste, dealing with a necromancer, and it's like this, you all deserve to die. He sat down at the table again and thought deeply. He calculated various methods in his mind. I have to leave the island first, and then find a way to negotiate with the association later. Yes, before the association reacts. Let's leave here first. Port. The guard in charge of the port of the association looked at Wu Hung and the attendant behind him in confusion. Then, his brow slightly furrowed, and glanced at the figure carried by the attendant on his shoulders. Although covered by a black cloth, it can still be seen that he was carrying a person, a woman with long hair. Deputy Deacon, what are you doing? The guard asked in confusion. If you want to rob a woman, you should go to a place where there are no people. This guy came here in such a swagger that, even if he is a deputy deacon, it would be difficult to deal with. Wu Hung said directly, go, arrange someone to inform the association, say that the investigation here has a result, and ask the deacon to come over. Deacon, it turns out that he is not robbing a woman. Yes, Deputy Deacon. The leading guard said something to the people behind him, and several people came out immediately and rushed to the center with torches. Wu Hung continued to ask, "Go and tell the commercial port that anyone who wants to board or leave the port before dawn needs to register." Yes, Deputy Deacon. The guard replied and left. Wu Hung went directly to his cargo ship, entered a cabin. Let Karanmu throw Millicent on the bed. "Millicent, is it okay?" Wu Hung pinched her face and continued to ask. Millicent still had no reaction. Like a dead person, her body had no reaction. Only her eyes could focus briefly occasionally, which seemed to be better than when she first saw her. "You are not stupid, are you?" The potions in this world have many functions. In addition to the positive effect potions, many other potions have also been developed. It's really cool. It doesn't feel strange to drink a potion that makes people stupid but won't kill them. He took out another bottle of high-efficiency detoxification potion and fed it to Millicent. It still had no effect. He thought about it. He picked up Millicent and knelt on the ground, with his upper body lying on the windowsill and his hips facing outward. Millicent was already plump, and at this time, her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio was revealed, like a ripe and full peach, attracting attention. He quickly glanced at it. He took out the Clear Mind staff from the space ring. This strange item, which he exchanged for potions, has the effect of making people clear-minded. Last time, when he was in the pirate village, he used this staff to restore the Mad Whisperer's sanity. Not sure if it will work on Millicent, but you can try it now. If it still doesn't work, you have to take it back to the alchemy skeleton to have a look, and then try to prepare some antidote potions. After thinking it over, he controlled the strength in his hands. He whipped directly. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Millicent's body trembled, and her upper body moved slightly. Wu Hung glanced at her and continued to whip her twice. Snap! A crisp whipping sound rang out in the cabin. At the last slap, Millicent groaned in pain. A stream of heat evaporated from her body and drifted in the air. She still maintained her posture, turned her head and looked over. Her eyes were still a little confused, but no longer empty. Seeing the figure holding the sandalwood cane, a little joy appeared on his pale face. "Sir, you came to save me. It really worked. This thing can also cure diseases." "What's wrong?" "My butt hurts," Millicent whispered. Mental state. "Is there anything wrong?" "My head is still a little dizzy," Millicent replied. Wu Hung continued, "Don't move. Lift up your clothes." Millicent's body choked slightly, and carefully lifted the clothes covering her buttocks. The waist tightened, and the buttocks became more obvious. Wu Hung hit her again, and the flesh rolled. Millicent grunted with gritted teeth. "Are you feeling better now?" "My lord, I know I was wrong," Millicent said pitifully. Seeing that there was no problem, he put away the ring stick. "Okay, get up. The people who kidnapped you are dead. Tell me what you know." Millicent climbed up carefully. The burning pain on her buttocks made her unable to sit down, but her body was a little weak. "I could only sit carefully on the edge and tell the whole story." It was not much different from the information provided by the bartender. The only difference was that these people had been here the day before. They should have come to explore the way in advance and gather intelligence. When they were sure that there was no problem, they chose to take action. Kidnap the people. "Sir, have I caused you trouble again? Can you still open the tavern in the future?" Millicent asked, a little frustrated. It was not easy to have a stable life. Life gradually got better, but now it seems that we may have to go back to our original life. Wu Hung thought for a while. "Not sure yet. Let's see what happens then." "Oh!" Millicent lowered his head. The two talked for a while, and felt Xiao Xiao flying back. He said to Millicent, "You stay here first, I'll take you back later." "Okay, sir." Walked out of the cabin, and entered another room. Wu Hung asked, "How is it?" Xiao Xiao showed up. "The tamed beast died." "Dead?" "I didn't touch it. It died while flying, and then fell down and broke into pieces," Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung frowned and thought about it. The tamed beast also has life. If it is not killed by external forces, the most likely reason is the death of the owner. If the owner dies, the soul of the tamed beast will also dissipate. It seems that the owner of the tamed beast is not the murderer behind the scenes. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Xiao turned half a circle in the air. "Uncle, why don't you talk to the dead directly? Why bother? I have asked someone to notify the association. I will wait for the deacon and investigator to come and then interrogate the body. Wu Heng explained. This may involve people on the island. The deacon and investigator were not here. After questioning the corpse, he pointed to certain people. If the other party did not admit it, it would be difficult to confirm it. Therefore, the normal procedure record is the best way. Oh! The association is really troublesome. The sky was getting brighter. Outside the cabin, footsteps were heard. Xiao Xiao disappeared in an instant. Deacon Yimi Luo, Deputy Deacon Zalagui, 2 team leaders, and 2 investigators walked down the wooden ladder. He looked at the skeletons waiting in the darkness of the cabin. His eyes fell on Wu Heng again. Emilo's calm voice sounded. How is it? Wu Heng stood up and said, the people have been rescued. The kidnappers did not take them out to sea, but took them to the area behind Lighthouse Street that is being expanded. Where are the bodies? I brought them. Wu Heng took out 2 bodies. 5 bodies, 3 of which, while I was rescuing people, were controlled by tame beasts and had their tongues pulled out. Emilo nodded. Ask the bodies, the investigators will record it. Chapter 435. No right to arrest people. The investigator quickly opened the record book. Wu Heng asked the skeleton to open the straw mat, and then directly released the dead talk. The corpse with bullet holes all over his body suddenly sat up, and looked at the people with turbid pupils. You ask about your business. Yamilo said. Wu Heng stepped forward and asked directly, who ordered you to arrest the Nautilus Tavern? The corpse replied. The newly formed guard commander, Greco. When this was said, everyone was stunned. It's not the pirates' revenge. But the leader of the island? Just formed, not to catch pirates, the first person to target the association. Wu Heng glanced at the others. He didn't continue to ask questions, but avoided the gaze of the corpse and looked at Zalagui. Who is it? Lighthouse Street, the leader of the newly formed guard. Zalagui explained on the side, and asked in confusion. You don't know him, then why did he kill you? I don't know him, this newly formed guard. I don't even know who is in it. Yimi Luo stretched out his hand to interrupt the conversation between the two, and said directly, Zalagui, you know this person, now take the team to capture him. If he resists, you can kill him directly. Yes. Zalagui agreed, and walked out with her hand on the hilt of the sword, called 2 teams, and went directly off the boat to capture people. Emilo turned around. Keep asking. Wu Heng nodded, then looked at the corpse. Greco. What did he tell you? The corpse replied. Kidnap the tavern owner. Lead out the person behind the scenes. And get 5 gold coins afterwards. 5 gold coins. One doesn't sound like much, but it is far more than the normal reward price. Catching a tavern owner is already a sky-high price. Wu Heng continued to ask. Before you saw me, did you know who was behind the tavern owner? I don't know. If I didn't show up, what would your next plan be? The corpse replied. Kill people, bury the bodies, and go back to get the money. Besides Greco, who else is the main person? No one. I only know him. After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. The investigator began to record. Then, Wu Heng continued to the second body, releasing talking to the dead. He confirmed the person who ordered it, and some other questions. The answers were basically the same as the first one. 5 people were hired by this Greco to kidnap Millicent directly from the tavern. But they didn't know that this matter was related to the association, and just thought it was a simple kidnapping and murder. If they knew, they would probably not take this job. It seems that this Greco really did it. Wu Heng turned around. The others all looked at him in surprise. The questions about the second body also helped them understand the situation. Someone was caught at dusk, and they were rescued at nightfall. He killed a squad and found out the mastermind behind the scenes. What a speed. You tied them up. But it wasn't that fast. The others were surprised. And the investigators were still recording. Emilo looked at him. What's the conflict between you and the guards? I don't know them. And we haven't even talked to each other, Wu Heng said. And then said with some doubt, a few days ago, some guards went to check where I live, and were driven out by the skeletons. But they didn't want to kill me. It won't be because of such a small matter, Emilo said lightly. Wu Heng thought so too. Then it could be the blank envelope or the secret society. Because of some previous cases, I have a grudge against them. You mean, this leader is from these 2 organizations? That's the only explanation. I haven't had much contact with other forces. The fact that I can find out about the Nautilus Tavern proves that someone has been investigating me for a long time. Wu Heng analyzed. Well, the analysis makes sense. While the two were talking, a team member ran in quickly. Deacon, Greco was found at the port, and he has already fought with Deacon Zalagwi. At the port? He is leaving the port. It was indeed him. Deacon, what should we do? Imolo said, catch him, before the island guards intervene, catch him back. Understood. Wu Heng walked out of the cabin quickly with the skeleton. Walked onto the deck. Looked towards the location of the public port. Zalagwi held a long sword, with circles of magic halos under her feet, and her body was fast and agile, and she kept attacking, and attacked the young man opposite. The rest of the team members were also cooperating in the attack. On the other side, a young man in a gray cloak was retreating while resisting the siege of the association. It's him. Wu Heng had actually seen this man before, and he had a deep impression of him. Last time, when he brought Philippa back to see her mother, this man gave a speech at the port. The content was average, but there was a group of ladies, and ladies cheering and supporting him. At that time, he even took a special look at his appearance. He is Greco? I don't know him. At this time, the man was dealing with the attack of Zalagwi and the other members. Although he kept retreating, he was still able to hold on. His strength was definitely above level 12. Among humans, he was also a genius. Wu Heng took the skeleton off the boat, pushed through the crowd, and hurried over. I am the commander of the Treasure Island Guard. You have no reason to arrest a local ruler. Zalagwi, recognize your strength. I want to fight to the death, and you won't get any benefit, the man said while fighting. When he saw Wu Heng and the attendants behind him, his face became even uglier. He swung the long sword in his hand away from the Zalagwi. Stepped back 2 steps. Flipped his hand and tore open a scroll. Whoosh! A blizzard rose in the middle, blowing everyone to the ground and blocking their sight. He wants to escape. A team of rangers shouted. Wu Heng ran sideways quickly to avoid the gust of wind. He raised his hand and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and the leader of the running guard staggered. Thighs, buttocks, lower back, all were shot. The body fell to the ground. Zalagwi's figure forced through the wind and snow, burst out, and rushed to the front. The long sword was pressed against the opponent's neck. Don't move, the deacon said. I can kill you directly. The scroll effect disappeared. The team members also rushed over. Take him to the deacon. The team members took the opponent away and walked towards the direction of the ship. The man's eyes glared at Wu Heng fiercely. The cabin. Greco gritted his teeth and said, I just arrested a woman. I should pay her some money. There is no need to make such a fuss. What you did is totally against the rules. I am the commander of the island's guards. Your association is arresting people at random. The interrogation still yielded no results. Greco insisted on one thing. He was just lustful and fell in love with the tavern owner, and was kidnapped. He had no idea that he had any relationship with the association. Wu Heng looked at Imolo. Since he was following the association's procedures, the next step would depend on what Imolo said. Kill him and interrogate the corpse. Chapter 436, The Head is Missing. I heard that Imolo wanted to kill someone and interrogate the body. Greco paused in his argument, and then he seemed to explode, and shouted, Imolo, you are crazy. I am the leader of Treasure Island. The association has no right to deal with me privately, Imolo. You must follow the association's procedures. Treasure Island will not let you go when the time comes. Greco spoke quickly, and saw that no one on the other side spoke, and his expression began to become frightened. Imolo was in charge of Treasure Island, and he was not an ordinary resident deacon. If he said he wanted to kill someone and interrogate the body, then he would really kill people. Wu Heng waved his hand, and the skeleton Karanmu drew his sword and stepped forward. Okay. You win. I admit that I did it. I am willing to pay enough compensation to make up for it. Just ask me anything you want to ask, Greco said anxiously, his eyes glancing at the opposite side. Seeing that the skeleton did not stop, he suddenly jumped up, broke free from the team members who were holding him, and was about to hold one of them hostage. But Karanmu was faster. The long sword slashed out, and the cold light cut across the neck. Greco's face changed drastically, and he covered his neck tightly with both hands, and blood gushed out from his fingers. Then, he staggered and fell to his knees, struggling to squeeze out a broken voice. Save me. I was wrong. Save me. I will tell you everything. The people in the association on the opposite side just watched coldly, waiting for him to die bit by bit. His body fell to the ground. Wu Heng walked forward and released talking to the dead. The falling corpse sat up again, without any emotion in his eyes. Wu Heng asked directly, "Besides you, who else was involved in this matter?" The corpse's voice was hoarse. "Vitagis." Wu Heng frowned. A new name appeared. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and then asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" The corpse replied, "Your bounty is very high outside. I owe a sum of money. As long as you die, Vitagis can help me get the bounty outside." The blank envelope. It is indeed related to this matter. Wu Heng and other investigators took notes, and then asked, "Who is this Vitagis?" "An official from the city hall." Wu Heng asked, "How can he get the money?" "I don't know." There is one last question left. Wu Heng could only ask, "Where does he live?" Snowburn Street, 153 East Mansion. After 5 questions, the body lay back down. "Take the body back," Yimi Luo ordered, and continued, "It's not time for the city hall to work yet. You two go directly to the residence to arrest him, and when the guards arrive, take him to the association." "Yes." The two nodded. The body was put away, and everyone left the boat. In the carriage, Shilagui took off his helmet and put it aside. Treasure Island is really not a good place. The commander in charge of public security, killing the deputy deacon of the association for gambling debts. This will become a joke if it gets out. Yes, I didn't expect this result. Wu Heng didn't expect that the commander of the guards did this. But from the development of the whole thing, the other party is the leader of the guard, which is more logical. Otherwise, people would not be kidnapped so easily. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Zalagui looked at him and continued, "In the future, if there is such a thing again, remember to bring the association team. You are a mage. It is very dangerous to go out alone. I will be more careful next time." Wu Heng agreed, but he didn't think so in his heart. After all, he has a lot of secrets. He is ghost reconnaissance and can call out the skeleton army. It is actually more convenient not to bring people. Seeing Zalagui stop talking, Wu Heng said, "Why didn't you believe in our first level reward last time? When we killed the Devil's Hand pirates, we got a total of 6 second level merits. At that time, the quality of the reward was average, and the quantity was not enough. So I listened to the advice of Imolo and applied for 1 first level merit for every 6. According to the quality and rarity of the reward, the first level merit is definitely a rare treasure. However, after a period of time, the reward did not come, and Imolo did not mention this matter again. I don't know. The process may be complicated. Let's wait a little longer. An association cannot be short of the rewards of our 2 deputy deacons," Zalagui said softly. "That's right. And there is no better way." "Yes, you are right." Then, the two continued to chat about some things on the island. The carriage gradually slowed down. The team following came over and said, "2 deputy deacons. We have arrived." The two opened the door and walked out directly. On one side, there is a mansion. The team members gathered around, all gathered at the door. Hillary held the hilt of the sword with one hand. Knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. A member stepped forward and knocked hard on the door. Soon, footsteps were heard, and a middle-aged man looked over. When he saw the people from the association gathered outside the door, his eyes narrowed slightly. "What's going on?" Hillary looked him up and down. "Whose residence is this?" "The property of Master Vitagis." "Where are they?" Hillary pushed him away, and asked as she led the people inside. The man walked quickly in front and said, "My dears, our master is an official of the city hall. It is not polite to barge in like this." Zalagui waved her hand, and someone immediately grabbed the man and stopped the guards, who surrounded him. The remaining few people entered the residence and began to check. The living room was empty, and several young maids stood aside in a somewhat restrained manner. Then, they began to search upstairs floor by floor. "There is a person here." The voice of a team member came from the bedroom on the 4th floor. Everyone went upstairs quickly. Before they reached the 4th floor, they smelled a strong bloody smell. They walked into the room quickly and looked inside. The curtains in the bedroom were closed, and the light was dim. A fat figure was lying naked on the bed. There was only the body, and the head was gone. Blood dripped down the bed sheet. It gathered into a bright red stream on the ground. Someone died? Died on the way they came? After the corpse was informed, they rushed over immediately. "Bring someone up to identify the identity," Zalagui said to the people below. The middle-aged man who had just opened the door was brought up. Seeing the headless body, He stepped back several steps and almost fell down the stairs. Master! How did the master die? Is he Vitagese? Zalagwi asked. Yes. Yes. The middle-aged man replied tremblingly. Chapter 437, What is his profession? You didn't even know he was dead? Zalagwi frowned and looked at him. No, I don't know. The man was pushed back by the team members and hurriedly added. In the morning, I delivered breakfast to the room. Zalagwi looked him up and down and saw that his legs were swinging, which didn't seem to be fake. She said to the team members, Keep an eye on everyone and follow us back to the association for questioning. The team members dispersed and gathered all the servants and guards. In the room, Wu Heng checked the body and released the ghost to search around. But there were no obvious clues. How is it? Zalagwi came over and asked. He died not long ago. He should have died around the same time as us. Wu Heng said. Zalagwi frowned and looked at the body again. The murderer took the head away, because he was afraid that you would ask about the body. It should be. That means someone knew you found this place, and rushed over, and killed the person, so that the clues were completely cut off here. Zalagwi frowned and analyzed. The matter is obvious. It is definitely related to Millicent's kidnapping and his killing of the guard leader. Wu Heng also said, the other party should be a high-level professional. That's too fast. We came here directly. He can still act before us. Zalagwi pulled open the curtains and glanced at the open window. It's possible that when we arrested Greco, the other party had already started to deal with the subsequent matters. Zalagwi frowned. Well, the other party didn't have the opportunity to kill Greco to stop you from asking for the body. So he came here to kill this person. At this point, Zalagwi's eyes widened a little. There are other people involved. Only in this way can it make sense. Check the room first and go back to the association to tell the deacon. Okay. The team members dispersed. Several people checked the room to collect clues, while the others continued to watch the servants outside. When the inspection was almost complete, they returned to the association together. Association. Deacon's study. Zalagwi told Imolo what happened afterwards. The body has been sent to the morgue, and the others are interrogating the servants in that residence. Imolo was a little surprised that the target had his head taken away. But he was not surprised. He just pondered for a while, and said, let the investigator record it normally. At the same time, notify all the association's field envoys to be careful and report any situation in time. Understood? The two nodded. I will go to the city hall to negotiate. You continue to investigate this matter. Especially Wu Heng. Don't go out to sea yet. Imolo spoke again. Oh. Okay. Imolo waved his hand. And Zalagwi left directly. Wu Heng did not leave. Imolo asked, why? Do you have anything else to do? Deacon. Should the tavern be closed? If this matter spreads, other people should know that the tavern is related to the association. Wu Heng directly expressed his thoughts. Nautilus Tavern still provided some useful information. Moreover, it has already been built, and it is developing quite well. It is a bit hard to close it down. Imolo still looked at him. You have also investigated the case of Old Barrel. Why haven't you thought about it? Others suspect that Old Barrel is the spy of the association. This is another way to look at the problem. Old Barrel is a well-known force in Lighthouse Street. Even if the association assists the other party in handling things, no one will suspect that Old Barrel is the spy of the association. The business model of the Old Barrel is different, and it is deeply rooted. It is normal that no one believes it. Yimi Luo still said calmly. It is the same with your tavern. When the time comes, find a more reasonable reason to sever ties with your tavern. Even if someone doubts it, it will not have much impact. Wu Heng rescued Millicent, and outsiders did not know, unless the person behind the scenes said it, or the blank envelope directly told everyone. Outsiders would not know what happened. At most, the association and the commander of the guards had a conflict at the port. It has nothing to do with the tavern. Okay, I understand, thank you. Butler. Wu Heng nodded, and also left the room. Returned to his office study. Sat for a while. The door opened, and Veer walked in with a cloaked Millicent. Master, the person is back. Millicent took off his hood, saluted slightly. My lord. Wu Heng said, Wire, you go again, prepare some food for her. Okay. Master. Anvir left. Wu Heng looked at Millicent. Sit down. Do you feel uncomfortable? Millicent sat down carefully, subconsciously touching his butt. Nothing is wrong. Thank you. Sir. The person who kidnapped you is dead. But there may be others behind the scenes. I will arrange 2 skeletons to protect you. Millicent nodded. Okay. Well, you stay in the association for the next 2 days, and see if there is anything else. If not, I will arrange some reasons for you to open the tavern again. Millicent looked happy, and he didn't want to give up the hard work he spent on the tavern. Yes, sir. It's okay. You've worked hard. 2. Go back to your room after dinner and rest up. Wu Hung said, and then continued to add. By the way, Philippa has joined the association. She asked me to tell you. Really, that's great. Millicent was a little excited. Then, she asked Wu Hung about the details of her daughter's joining the association. Wu Hung also briefly explained it to her. The 2 chatted for a while, and Veer brought back food. Millicent ate carefully, and then went to the prepared dormitory to rest. Wu Hung also left the association and walked towards his residence. He returned to his residence. After saying hello to Minnie, he entered the radio room on the 3rd floor. He picked up the microphone and asked, Philippa, are you there? As soon as he finished speaking, Philippa's voice came from the other side. I'm eating. I miss me. Wu Hung leaned on the edge of the table. Your identity as a secret speaker has been confirmed. And you also have a coat of arms. You can use the coat of arms to prove your identity wherever you go. Really? Damn. I'm also a member of the association. Philippa exclaimed. When I have time, I will give you the emblem. It is a kind of guarantee to hold it in your hand. Wu Hung said. The other side paused for a moment, and replied, It will be in a while. I have been building relations with the crazy lion pirates these days. He can't always run here. If he does it too frequently, the crew will probably notice something is wrong. No hurry. I will give it to you when I have time. Okay. I'm not in a hurry. I may not be able to use it in my hand. I am afraid of places like the association, Philippa said casually. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and continued, Your mother was kidnapped yesterday, and she has been rescued now. She is not in any danger. How could this happen? Philippa's tone suddenly became serious. Remember? The last time you came back? The man who gave a speech at the port? The pretty boy? Yes. He seems to have a strong insight. He saw us entering the tavern and talking to your mother, and planned this kidnapping. Wu Hung explained. Fuck. What's his name? I'm going to kill his whole family tomorrow. Philippa cursed angrily. On the sea, pirates are the symbol of toughness and ferocity. If they threaten their families, they will also take more crazy ways to retaliate. I have killed the person. This matter involves a lot of things. You should also pay attention at sea, so as not to get any intelligence that may involve you. Hearing that the person was dead, Philippa had nothing to say. Agreed. Okay. I will be careful. By the way, will her tavern fail to open? It may not be impossible. I will pay attention to the news outside in the next 2 days. If there is no problem, I will release some false information to let your mother sever her relationship with the association. Then the tavern will open again. Okay. She still likes this tavern more. If possible, I hope she can keep it open. Well, don't worry. I will have someone protect her. If the Lighthouse Street Tavern fails to open, let her open one outside the association. Wu Hung promised again. Hey. Thank you. Philippa smiled and thanked. Any information about the pirates? Wu Hung asked again. No. There has been no latest news in the past 2 days. I will inform you in advance if there is any situation. Okay. Be safe. Goodbye. Dad. Hang up the phone. Wu Hung went upstairs again and entered the study. He poured himself a cup of tea and sat down behind the desk. He leaned back and pondered what happened this time. The leader of a guard actually wanted to lure me out and kill me. Moreover, I found out the second person behind the scenes, and he was beheaded, which cut off the subsequent investigation. Now, the island is no longer so safe. But think about it carefully. These people on Treasure Island were originally pirates, attracted by the high bounty. It is not so strange to take risks. It's not a bad thing. At least it reminds me that there are dangers on the island. I still need to speed up the level upgrade and ensure the safety of the people around me. Knock. Knock. As she spoke softly, the door was knocked, and Minnie's voice came from outside. Master, it's time for dinner. Wu Hung opened the door and put his arm around the little maid's shoulder and went downstairs. Minnie was talking excitedly about the ingredients said by Shannara and the dishes she developed. Downstairs, And we also came back from the association. They sat at the dining table together and started eating. After dinner, the three of them finished their training. Then they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Wu Hong went to the association early in the morning. In the office study, Zalagui said, "The headless body yesterday. It can be confirmed. Is the person we are looking for." In the afternoon, the guards came and took away both bodies, saying that they would investigate the matter later. "Didn't you say anything more?" "No. Deacon Yamilo was there at the time, and they didn't have any objections," Zalagui said with a smile. Wu Hong nodded. "Strong. That's awesome. Of course, Imalo also has a very high status in the elves. Otherwise he wouldn't be arranged here," Zalagui said with a little pride. "Really? What status?" Zalagui blinked at him, but didn't continue to talk, and took a sip from the teacup. Wu Hong didn't continue to ask, and didn't care who was more powerful in the elves, or what their status was. He was still from another world, who didn't have a special status. He also took a sip from the teacup, and his mind turned, and he continued to ask, "What is the occupation of the owner of Treasure Island?" Zalagui looked up and said uncertainly, "It should be a warrior. There is no specific information." Chapter 438, I have something to announce. Last time at the port, Wu Hong had seen the rumored island owner when he had just returned from the sea and had captured a group of pirates. He had a rough face, a burly body, and a long sword hanging from his waist. From the appearance, he was indeed close to the profession of a warrior or swordsman. Such a famous person, but his profession is not confirmed. Wu Hong was curious. Zalagui pondered for a moment. Pirates or some wanted criminals are judged by their professional abilities, or their attire and the equipment they wear, and they are generally the same. Well, a pirate leader created a popular profession, Wu Hong said sarcastically. In the past, when I read novels and played games, special professions or hidden professions were more powerful. This time, I made the most common one. Your idea is wrong. Common professions will be more perfect in the inheritance system, and more suitable for ordinary people to improve. Zalagui took a sip of tea and continued, "You still want to ask about the training method of ghosts? Have you seen warriors or rangers looking for skill books everywhere?" "You are right." "That's right. Common professions have advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there are many job transfers. The system is complete, and the threshold is low, so you can get started quickly. Even ordinary families can cultivate professionals. The disadvantage is also obvious. For popular professions, everyone knows their abilities and characteristics, and there are no trump cards. When fighting, the opponent may be able to guess what moves you will make at the beginning." "Why did you think of asking him?" Zalagui looked up. "It's okay. I just feel that he doesn't care much about this island. I haven't seen him twice in total." Wu Hong answered casually. Last night, before going to bed, he thought about the treasure island during this period. Suddenly, he felt that the island was not as safe as before. It was as if there was an undercurrent, and a danger was gradually approaching. "Do you suspect that this kidnapping is related to him?" Zalagui asked. The kidnapping was investigated, and the heads were chopped off. Obviously there were other people. Now that this matter is mentioned again, it is easy to guess that the suspicion is on the island owner. Wu Hong did not deny it. "Is it impossible?" Zalagui pondered for a while, and said, "It is unlikely. He has just been exempted from becoming the island owner. The association and various forces are also keeping an eye on him. If you have no grudge, why bother to compete with you? Even if there is a grudge, you should avoid this period of time." Wu Hong listened, and it seemed to make sense. He and the island owner originally did not know each other. Even if he could receive the blank envelope, he might not take the risk for these 1,200 gold coins. "Well, you have a point." Zalagui smiled, and mentioned something else again. "The Old Barrel Tavern has reopened, but the person has changed." "Who has changed?" "It seems that the people from Black Crow Nest have taken over, and now they are planning to follow the path of the Old Barrel and share the port business." Zalagui said lightly. "Maybe there will be another fight or something." "No way, after all. Most of them are pirates, and they are more barbaric in their actions." "That's right." The two chatted in the study for a while. Zalagui also stood up and went back to her study. Wu Hong also learned some news and said hello to Andweir. He left the association and returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, he had lunch with Minnie. He went directly to the 4th floor. He sat in the study and rested for a while, opened the door, and went to the zombie world. On the other side, it was still the renovated bedroom. Wu Hung opened the door and walked out. The corridor was full of skeletons waiting for orders. Last night, he was not sure whether there would be any more battles, so he let the skeletons wait at the door. If there was any danger, he could open the door and summon them immediately. But it was not used later. Go back outside, Wu Hung ordered. The skeletons turned around, went down the stairs, and then walked towards the area where the skeleton army was stationed outside. Wu Hung followed behind, and also walked down the stairs. The entire station has undergone significant changes this time. The waiting room was divided into two areas, one of which was set up as a market for exchanging supplies. Several survivors who were obviously from outside carefully bypassed the skeletons standing guard with guns and came in to exchange supplies. In another area, some tools and equipment were piled up, as well as flour for exchange. At this time, the back door of the station opened. Chi Honkai walked in wearing a white down jacket, brushed off the snow on his body, and said, "Why didn't you call me? Just take a look." Chi Honkai followed his gaze and also looked at the area for exchanging supplies, and said, "Some shelters, through the cleared roads, came to exchange food. In 2 days, when the news spreads, there should be more shelters coming to exchange. Well, arrange more people at the intersection. And these people from the shelters may bring zombies with them," Wu Hung instructed. "I understand. We have arranged for the survivors and skeletons to stand guard." Wu Hung nodded. Chi Honkai continued to count. Sister Yang sent a message that the provinces and regions came to exchange again. In addition to some gold, there are also drawings of machine gun bullets. As for the drawings of machine guns and shells, they said that they will provide them to us after both sides have more trust. Hearing this, his eyebrows raised. He still remembered the last time that Deputy Commander Lu vowed to unite and help more shelters and survivors. The blueprints will also be provided to others. Now we have to trust each other again. Of course, the blueprints for the machine gun bullets provided to me are actually pretty good. Even a level 10 professional cannot withstand the power of the machine gun. If I can find a way to produce it, my combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. I have the necessary resources such as food, so we can still talk about it later. No hurry, we'll talk about it later. Wu Hung was not worried. Chi Honkai continued. Tomorrow morning, the train will come with the blueprints, and I will give them to you then. Yes. Then, Chi Honkai pointed to the opposite side, the area for exchanging materials, and talked about the arrangement. The survivors who came to exchange supplies. From time to time, they looked over here, curiously looking at the two people talking. From their clothes and complexion, they could see obvious differences. From time to time, they gathered together, whispering a few words. The things here were finished. Wu Hung glanced at the time, 1:20 in the afternoon. There was still plenty of time. Let the convoy prepare. We will try to clear another batch of zombies before dark. Chi Honkai nodded, took out the walkie-talkie, and asked to prepare the convoy. Soon, the convoy stopped at the back door. Chi Honkai got on the driver's seat, and Wu Hung sat on the co-pilot, surrounded by a large number of skeletons. They left the station. They headed to the area where zombies had not been cleared. Roar! Snowflakes fell one after another. A dense group of zombies rushed out from the alleys and roads around. Their tattered clothes and rotten skin were pale after being frozen. They quickly gathered on the main road to form a dense group of zombies. Whoosh! Overhead, a skeleton flying dragon roared past. Dense solid iron bullets, like a rainstorm, fell on the zombies. Sparse smoke and dust rose. The earth trembled. The zombies farther away, attracted by the explosion, rushed over again, gathering on the road. The skeleton flying dragon, after 3 consecutive bombings. The smoke and dust dissipated. On the entire road, only scattered zombies were left, and a mess of the road. Push forward. Wu Hung gave the order directly. The skeleton army on standby stood up instantly. Holding spears, they pushed forward along the road. Wherever he passed, the zombies that were close to him were pierced through the body, and fell helplessly among the broken flesh and limbs on the ground. Wu Hung stood behind him, opened the panel, and looked at the experience value. Level 15, 147852/195000. The speed of experience value increase is quite good. Now it has reached 147,000. After clearing the zombies once more, it can be upgraded to level 16. He looked at the shops on both sides of the road. The battle between the skeletons and the zombies has also ended. 2 corpses of level 2 deformed zombies, and about 200 corpses of evolved zombies were dragged over. Throw it in front of him. Fearing that the corpse cores would be hard to find, Wu Hung released bone art one by one, and got 2 level 2 corpse cores, and 73 level 1 corpse cores. After collecting them all, continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way, while Chi Honkai led people into the shops on both sides. Take a look at the situation in the shops, so as to arrange work tomorrow. Wait until all the corpses are transformed. It was already dark. The sky in the north becomes very short after winter. Get back on the bus, and the army returns to the station. After returning to the station, I said a few words to Chi Honkai, opened the gate, and walked in. It was still bright here, and the sun was shining brightly. I shivered involuntarily due to the alternation between cold and heat. I sent the corpse core to the alchemy laboratory, washed myself briefly, and went downstairs. When I went downstairs, I saw several women sitting in the living room and chatting. Minnie, Anvil, and Shawnera, who was wearing a light blue dress, wearing a headdress similar to a flower crown, looked like a graceful princess. Seeing him coming down, the 3 girls smiled. Master, wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon, Minnie said. Yes, Wu Hung agreed, and looked at Shannara again. What are you busy with recently? I haven't seen you for a while. Shannara knew that he said he didn't come in the evening. Her face flushed a little. You didn't come to me about the business group. I'm also busy with a case. Wu Hung sat down aside. Then we're even, Shannara said. The 2 sat together and chatted for a while. And the dinner was brought to the table by the skeleton. The 4 sat down together and started to eat dinner. Wu Hung glanced at the 3 women chatting, thought for a while, and grabbed Shannara's hand from under the table. The latter was a little flustered, unable to break free, so she let the other party hold it, interlocking their fingers. Minnie, wait, I want to tell you something. Wu Hung suddenly spoke. Shannara's body stiffened. One hand was held by the other party, and she lowered her head to eat with the other hand. Minnie and Anwir, as well as the owl pecking at the corner of the table, all looked up. Wu Hung lifted the 2 people's tightly clasped hands and introduced, Sayonara will also be a member of our family in the future. Chapter 439, 1 for each person, it's mine. Sayonara lowered her head even more, her face and neck flushed red as if congested. She thought to herself, I'm in such a big chamber of commerce, and she looks good. She's no worse than the vice deacon of the association. She raised her head with a red face. Yes. However, after this matter was announced, the expressions of the 2 maids remained calm. It was as if they had known about this matter for a long time. There was no surprise, just that it was as expected. Do you want to prepare a room for Sister Sayonara? Minnie asked. Chanella waved her hand immediately. No. I live next door. You can stay at my place when you have time. She lowered her head again, feeling a little embarrassed. Anwir looked at Minnie curiously. You also know about the master and Sister Chanella? Yes. When I was cleaning the master's bedroom, I found the bra I gave to Sister Chanella under the pillow, Minnie said, and then asked, How did you know? I recognized it by the sound at night. Okay. You are great. Don't say any more. Eat quickly. I prepared gifts for you. Let's look at the gifts together later. Chanella couldn't listen anymore, and immediately interrupted the 2 people's way of knowing the matter. It was embarrassing to find a bra under the pillow, and I recognized her by her voice. Wu Hung also said with a smile, Don't tease her, let's eat first. If the gift tonight is not good, I won't let Chanella go. Minnie and Anwir also smiled and echoed. Continue eating. After dinner, in the living room, Chanella took out 2 gifts and gave them to the 2 girls in a rather formal manner. Although they were just jewelry, but from the workmanship and materials, it can be seen that the value must be not low. They must have been prepared for this, waiting to talk about it today. The 2 maids were very happy to receive the gifts. After all, this was the first time someone gave them a gift other than Wu Hung, and it was so good. Shawnera was not as shy as she was at the beginning. When asked when the 2 of them got together, she roughly told the story of how Wu Hung rescued her from the pirates. They developed a good impression of each other again. Minnie was surprised and said, Wow, you guys are like a scene in a story. Sister Shawnera is so happy. Unlike me and Sister Wire, who were bought back. After saying this, Shannara also felt that she and Wu Hung had experienced it. It's really like a story of a knight and a princess. It's just that their relationship is not so tortuous. They get along well with each other and get together directly. Thinking in her heart, a kind of sweetness also rises, and she looks at the smiling man sitting beside her with a gentle face. Sister Shannara, are you going back tonight? Minnie asked. This time. Wu Hung interrupted, not going back tonight. Shannara could only whisper. Then I won't go back. Oh, then I'll prepare an extra quilt, so that you don't catch a cold at night. Thank you. Minnie. 2 maids went upstairs to help prepare new bedding. Normally, 1 is enough. But it is hard to say whether it will be used. So we still need to prepare it first. Wu Hung looked at Shannara. See, they have already treated you as a family member. Shannara stood up and hit him lightly. Did you tell them in advance? How is it possible? Shannara saw that he did not seem to be lying, and asked suspiciously, is it really so obvious? Okay. Let's be open and above board from now on. Don't think too much. Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulders. Shannara was also somewhat leaning gently against him. Wu Hung thought of something and asked, when will the caravan be back? It will take some time. Are you in a hurry? Not really. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, I want to customize some more sophisticated metal parts. I wonder if you have any channels to customize them. Shannara looked up at him. It depends on what you do. Weapon parts can be easily customized. If the quantity is large, they can be mass-produced separately. If it is a part of a strange machine, it will be relatively complicated, but it is not a problem as long as the money is enough. Wu Hung thought for a while and continued to ask. For example, I have a machine that requires a lot of parts to assemble, but I don't want the maker to fully understand all the specifications and final styles of the parts. What would be better? Shannara answered directly. It's simple. Divide the production into several places. If it is really that important, you can hire a few blacksmiths and strange machine masters. Oh, that's right. Wu Hung picked up the teacup and took a sip. Shannara asked curiously, do you have any sophisticated equipment that needs to be made? I can recommend you to go to our Wood Elf factory for production. But if you hand over the complete drawings, they will definitely be kept as a backup. If you don't have the production capacity, it is actually difficult to avoid this. Wu Hung shook his head. It's just an idea, and the drawings haven't been made yet. Shannara thought that he was studying the equipment drawings, rolled his eyes at him, and said, you are a mage. Why don't you level up properly? Why do you always study these weird things? If I had known, I would have set the level to 18, and I could have motivated you. It's okay to motivate you now. For example, give me a baby, or some new tricks. Shannara twisted her body and complained. Don't talk nonsense. It will be bad if you are heard. The 2 whispered a few words downstairs. Minnie and Annabelle came down from upstairs. The bed is ready. Wu Hung gave her a thumbs up, and as Shannara exclaimed, he held her in his arms and walked upstairs. What are you doing? It's so early. I haven't seen you for a few days. You don't miss me, but I miss you. Shannara also leaned gently in his arms, muttering, really, you've ruined my image. Return to the room. Minnie took Annabelle and carefully went up to the 4th floor. Listened quietly to the movement inside. When a humming sound was heard, they looked at each other. Yeah, that's the sound. It's Shannara. I recognized it a long time ago. In the morning, Wu Hung opened his eyes and looked out the window. Shannara, who was nestled in his arms, also woke up. His eyes curved into crescents, and he pecked the other's lips lightly. You got up so early. Yeah, I'm used to it. You can sleep a little longer. You won't be in a hurry to go back in the future. Wu Hung hugged the smooth body in his arms. Shannara's life is more casual. It is common for her to go to bed late and get up late. It is completely different from his living habits. Shannara shook her head. How can that be? I can't be too lazy in front of Minnie and the others. As she said that, she got up gently and started to put on her clothes. Wu Hung sat beside her, yawning, and reached out to touch the other's skin, rubbing it gently. This made Shannara feel embarrassed and annoyed. After the 2 of them put on their clothes, they went downstairs to eat together. The 3 women also arranged their own procedures. Anderville had to go to the association to work. Shannara took Minnie to Lighthouse Street to check the goods, and waited for the afternoon to pick up Anderville after get-off work. A set of procedures fully arranged. Wu Hung had no time to participate with them. He could only say, provide the money, and the expenses would be on his own. After breakfast, the three women left their residence. Wu Hong also packed up and went to the zombie world. Walked out of the room. Called Shi Han Kai directly. The convoy was ready and continued to rush towards the uncleared area. Soon, they arrived at the location. After confirming that there were no strange zombies, the skeleton dogs were still used to attract the monsters, and the iron rain from the sky cleared the zombies. When the zombies were cleared, the system prompt also appeared. Level increased to level 16. Intelligence 2. Perception +1. Charm +1. Finally upgraded. The level reached level 16, which is one step closer to the target level 18. Moreover, it seems that starting from level 15, the attribute points increase by 4 points per level. It's just a pity that no talent was unlocked. Soon, the battlefield ended. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Wu Hong collected corpse cores and transformed skeletons. After everything was completed, the convoy began to return. He walked into the waiting room with Shi Han Kai, a survivor, carrying a suitcase. Walked over quickly and said, "My king, Sister Chi, these are the drawings sent." "So many?" Wu Hong opened the suitcase and took a look. There was a suitcase full of drawings inside. I took a quick look. Not only the drawings of machine gun bullets, but also a set of drawings of mechanical production lines, that is, the production lines for making bullets and shells. But this number is also somewhat surprising. I am afraid that even if this set of drawings is given to ordinary people, they cannot assemble a complete machine. Okay, you have worked hard. Wu Hong closed the suitcase. It should be done. The survivor smiled and then left. Shi Han Kai looked at the suitcase and asked, "Do you need to back it up? Don't let it be damaged, and then you have to waste time with the provincial government." "That's right, back it up and save it later." "Okay." In the current situation, these drawings are not of much use to ordinary shelters. Who can make so many accessories by hand? Shi Han Kai took the blueprint. Wu Hong also went to arrange patrol tasks for the intelligent skeleton. In another world, on an island. Bang! The door of the tavern was kicked open. Philippa, with a green parrot on her shoulder, walked in with her men. She tilted her head and glanced at the tavern, saying, "Bartender, everyone in the tavern will have a woman, and the money will be on my account." "Captain, there are not so many." "Fuck, go find them. Bring all the good-looking ones here. I have plenty of money," Philippa said loudly. The bartender glanced at the boss, then went out to find someone. In the tavern, cheers were heard. He gave a thumbs up to the heroic Captain Philippa. Philippa waved her hand, indicating that it was all a small matter, and then walked to the bar with a swagger, sat next to a man with a blonde afro, and said, "Boss Joaquim, do you have any work recently? Take me with you." The man glanced at her. "You are not short of money. Why go to sea? Who is afraid of having too much money? Besides, if I follow you, I will go to sea in the future, and I will have something to brag about." Philippa patted her chest. "You have a good plan." The man snorted, and then said, "No. If there was, I would take you with me to see how we fight." Philippa ordered a beer, took a sip, and continued, "Boss Joaquim, there are rumors about the Pirate King outside. Is it true?" Chapter 440, You are not as good as your father. "Where did you hear these things?" Joaquim, who was beside her, looked at her and asked. Philippa leaned against the bar and said, "I have been reading a book recently, called A Brief History of Pirates, which says that there was a pirate king before the Emerald Sea, and I was curious if it was true." "Can you read?" Joaquim asked doubtfully. Philippa said, "If my father was not a pirate, I would be a talent that the kingdom has focused on training." The tavern was silent for a moment, and then the pirates burst into laughter. "You wild girl, how can you be a talent? Which kingdom is so unlucky to train you? The Iron Bucket Pirates, you only have 3 ships left, you are not as good as your father." Bang! Philippa slapped the bar hard, and cursed loudly, "Bullshit, if I am not a pirate, I can at least be a member of the association. I will arrest you all and poke your ass with a stick." "Poke your ass, poke your ass." The parrot also followed and imitated. Ha ha ha. The laughter around became louder, and the whole tavern became lively in an instant. Philippa's face turned red with anger, and he continued to scold, "If you keep laughing, you have to pay for the women yourself." "No. No. No. You are talented. Yes. Yes. You can be a deacon of the association." The pirates started to make a noise again. Joaquim also laughed for a while. and said, "What is written in the book is of course true. It is normal that you young people don't know it." Philippa ignored the other pirates and turned around and asked, "Is this pirate king really that powerful?" "The Sea King's letter. You should have seen it too." Philippa nodded. "I know. I robbed several ships. And the news was in the letter. Is it really related to the pirate king? He has lived so long?" Joachim smiled, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and didn't continue. Philippa frowned. "Boss Joachim, you don't know either. Are you telling me nonsense?" Joachim raised his eyebrows. "Of course I know more than you do." "Really? Who do you think this pirate king is?" Joachim frowned at her, looking her up and down. "Are you so interested?" Philippa was not at all shy, drinking and shaking her legs, and said doubtfully, "It's okay if you don't know. I'll ask other pirate groups later." Joachim's expression froze, and he was about to speak. With a creak, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and the bartender, with several heavily made-up women, walked in with a twist of his waist, and instantly threw himself into the arms of the pirates in the tavern. Joachim also stood up, and hugged the two women. "Philippa, do you want to join us tonight?" Philippa waved her hand. "Forget it, you look too old." Joachim laughed, and walked upstairs with the women in his arms, saying, "I think you, a wild girl, are quite pleasing to the eye. Don't go out to sea recently. I'll take you to broaden your horizons in a few days, if you can pass the inspection." "What kind of horizons?" Philippa asked. Joachim disappeared into the stairwell, and a voice came down. "About what you were curious about just now." Philippa chased him to the stairwell, and shouted upward, "Boss Joachim, you are still particular. Like the kind-hearted Babucci." There was no reply from upstairs. Downstairs, the pirates and the women were already fighting. Even the few pirates brought by Philippa buried their heads in the women's chests. Philippa glanced at all the pirates. After cursing, she walked out of the tavern with the parrot. They walked around the street. Wu Hung returned to Treasure Island. He walked down from the upstairs. Sanera was there today, chatting and laughing with the two maids on the first floor. She was not as shy as yesterday. I could still hear them faintly, the three of them talking about Wu Hung, where he was ticklish, what movements he liked, and so on. When Wu Hung approached, the three of them noticed, their faces blushed, and they immediately changed the subject, talking about what happened today while shopping. Wu Hung sat down at the side, and also chatted for a few words. Soon, dinner was served, and the four of them sat at the table and started eating. After dinner, Minnie and Sanella went to the yard to play shuttlecock, and Wu Hung kept Anderville. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Anderville poured him a glass of water, and asked curiously. Wu Hung drank a sip and said, "Is there any progress in the kidnapping?" Anderville shook her head. "No news has reached me yet. I will ask when I go to the association tomorrow." "No need. I will go there tomorrow too." Wu Hung asked, "What about Millicent?" "Mrs. Millicent is still living in the dormitory of the association. There has been no rumors about Nautilus and the association in the past few days. Assistant Moya is making arrangements to release her while severing the relationship." Wu Hung nodded. "And Moya would be more cautious in arranging this matter." "That's good, you can go play with them." Anweir replied, and walked out of the room, to play shuttlecock with Minnie and Chanella. Wu Hung went back to the study to read a book. After midnight, he went back to his room to rest. The next day, the association dungeon. The heavy iron door was opened. The young man dressed as a bartender walked down carefully. He walked through several iron cages, identified the prisoners lying on the ground, and walked inside. Finally, in an iron cage, I saw a familiar figure. And he lowered his voice and said, "Boss, are you okay?" In the cage, Millicent raised his head, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. "How is it? Is it done?" The bartender lowered his voice again. "It's done. The money has been sent out." "Then when can you let me out?" "No." The bartender shook his head, and then asked carefully, "Boss, this money will not be given away for nothing, right?" "It shouldn't be," the two whispered, and the iron door of the dungeon was opened again. Two guards of the association walked down while chatting. Millicent and the bartender immediately shut up and watched the two figures approach. The guard stood outside the iron cage and looked inside. "Millicent, right?" "Yes," Millicent replied. The guard opened the cage and said, "We have completed the investigation of your case. You can leave now." "Thank you." Millicent walked out of the iron cage, thanked him, and walked out with the bartender. After passing through the hall, They walked out of the door of the association. The bartender said dissatisfiedly, I thought the association was better. But it also asks for money randomly. Millicent looked around. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go back first. Called a carriage and rushed to Lighthouse Street. Upstairs of the association. Wu Hung looked at the disappearing carriage and closed the curtains again. According to Moya's idea, Millicent should be detained for a few more days, waiting for the assassination to have some results. Then she will be released. After Wu Hung came over, he still planned to release her directly. The clues on the association side had been cut off. Moreover, the other party cut off the head and did not take the body away. Obviously, they have a certain degree of confidence, and there is no point in dragging it out. Therefore, today, Millicent will be released as planned. And we are said behind him. Some people know that she is your spy, and we may not be able to collect any information at that time. It's not a big problem. There are all kinds of rumors outside, true and false, and there are all kinds of sayings, and it may not be spread. Wu Hung added, if we really can't collect any information, let her maintain this tavern, and it will also be an explanation to Philippa. Well, you are thoughtful. Wu Hung turned around, touched her little head. Okay, I'll go back first, and go home early if there is nothing to do in the afternoon. Okay, master. Wu Hung walked out of the association. After standing at the door and thinking for a while, he walked towards the direction of the Snake Emblem group. He entered the Snake Emblem group with the skeleton attendant. After showing the emblem, he was taken to the VIP room by the staff. Following him, the middle-aged staff member knocked on the door and walked in. Bowed. Good morning. Guest. Good morning. Is there any result for the commission I issued last time? Wu Hung handed the emblem to the other party. The middle-aged man took it. Please wait a moment. After that, he walked out directly. Not long after, the man came back again, holding a wooden brocade box in his hand. Guest, the commission you issued has collected a precious material. The blood of the bottom-dwelling demon fish. The remaining materials are still being collected. The wooden box opened, revealing a glass bottle with a viscous red liquid inside. When can the rest of the materials be collected? Wu Hung asked. I can't give you an accurate answer to this. If I collect them, I will notify you. The middle-aged man continued. Okay, leave it to me. After settling the balance, Wu Hung collected the materials. After asking the other party to speed up the collection as much as possible, he also left the consortium. Chapter 441, Telekinesis holding the sword. Return to the mansion. Minnie is watering the flowers in the flower bed with Shannara. These 2 days, there should be nothing going on at the Starflower, and Shannara has come here more frequently. And she treats this place as her own home. Wu Hung greeted the 2 girls, and went upstairs to the room where the ceremony was performed last time. The 2 ghosts were released. Xiao Xiao circled half a circle above his head, and Granada asked directly, Did you find any results for the last incident? No, the clues were broken, and we didn't continue to investigate. Wu Hung said. The means of investigating cases in this world are not as perfect as those in modern times. It is just some basic investigations, with the assistance of strange objects or props. The necromancer's corpse questioning, or some props that tell the truth, are considered very advanced methods in this world. Now Wu Hung has not found anything, and it will be even more difficult to find out anything if he hands it over to the association and the guards. Granda advised, then be careful on the island. The enemy is more dangerous than pirates. Well, I know. Wu Hung continued, today, I got the materials that were missing from the consortium, and I can upgrade them for you. The 2 ghosts did not speak, and continued to wait. Wu Hung continued, last time it was Xiao Xiao. This time let's upgrade Granda. Xiao Xiao also nodded, indicating his agreement. Yes, let's upgrade Aunt Granda. Granda did not refuse, but asked, what type of ability? Wu Hung took out the necromancer's notes. It's called Telekinetic Sword. You only collected the materials, but didn't understand the type of ability? Granda looked down with some dissatisfaction. No, I've seen it before, and it's more accurate to compare it. What is the effect? Wu Hung introduced, it can allow ghosts to have the ability to hold weapons. Ghosts have no bodies, so they cannot hold weapons. The telekinetic push in the feature can lift objects, but it cannot produce the effect of slashing. It is still useful to stop or move objects. To kill enemies, it is necessary to lift the rolling thunder and throw it at the pirates, like in the pirate village. After hearing this, Grinda did not ask any more questions and nodded and agreed. I have no objection. As Wu Hang's level increases, the enemies he faces become more and more powerful. If the ghost can only provide reconnaissance, it can no longer keep up with the effect Wu Hang wants. Especially, Xiao Xiao also gained the ability to see the enemy's level. Granda continued to improve his ability, which was what he had to do. Okay. Then I'll prepare the materials for the ceremony. You wait for a while, Wu Hang said. Xiao Xiao raised her hand in the air. Uncle, I don't have anything to do. Can I go upstairs to watch cartoons? Come down when Auntie is ready. Go ahead. Keep your voice down in the study. Got it. Xiao Xiao agreed and flew up through the roof. Wu Hang also took out the prepared materials one by one. Blood and gold powder were mixed in a bowl. And then the type of formation required for the ceremony was drawn according to the records in the manuscript. Compared with Xiao Xiao's last time, the type of formation this time was more complicated. But the records were still clear, and it could be drawn completely according to the records. When the last stroke was finished, the entire formation was completely closed. A dark energy of the dead spirit permeated the surroundings. Without any delay, all the materials were placed in fixed positions according to quantity and type. After everything was ready, he looked up into the air. Glenda, go in. It's okay. Even in ghost form, Glenda was still nervous. He nodded and flew directly to the center of the formation. As Glenda entered, the formation began to emit light. The materials were crushed like fine sand, turned into energy, flew towards Glenda, entangled with each other, and formed a rotating vortex. As time passed, Glenda absorbed all the energy and returned to his original appearance. Ghost unlock skill, telekinetic sword. Unlocked successfully. And it went smoothly. Glenda looked at her translucent body and asked, Is it over? It's over, I can come out now, Wu Hang said. Glenda flew out and said, Actually, I don't feel any improvement. No hurry, Wu Hang said, and then checked her panel attributes. Inside, a new skill telekinetic sword appeared. Telekinetic sword. This spirit has the ability to concentrate telekinesis, and can attach telekinesis to weapons, achieving a similar effect to holding a sword. It is similar to what is recorded. It is just that it cannot really grasp the weapon, which is unlikely because it has no body. Instead, it can concentrate telekinesis and attach it to weapons. It is similar to the effect of holding a sword. It feels very useful. Looking up again, Grenda is also feeling the ability in midair. Wu Hang took out a sword and placed it on the table beside him. Try it. Can you use it like holding a sword normally? Grenda looked at the iron sword beside him. He began to concentrate and use his telekinesis. After several attempts, the weapon on the table was grasped by the hilt by the hand of the sword. He took it off the table. Wu Hang was a little surprised. And Grenda's soul was also a little surprised. It really works. Try swinging it. Swish. A series of air-breaking sounds were heard, and the iron sword split the air in the air. It was indeed different from the normal soft telekinesis control. The effect is so good. Grenda was a little surprised. Wu Hang continued to take out a pistol. Try this. Grenda had seen him use the pistol before, so he consciously grabbed it, held it in his hand, and aimed forward. Tried to be invisible. Glenda hit his body, only the gun was floating in the air. It looked a little weird. How is the effect? In the air, Glenda's voice came. The effect is very good. Glenda reappeared from midair and returned the gun to him. Wu Hang said, In the future, you can also help in the battle. Yes, I can finally help a little. After completing the skill, Wu Hang returned to the study upstairs. Xiao Xiao was watching cartoons. Looking up, Auntie, did the ceremony succeed? It succeeded. Oh, Auntie. What ability do you have? Show me now. Glenda smiled, reached out to pick up the water cup beside her, and moved it. Xiao Xiao was a little disappointed. That's it? It turned out to be possible. It's different. I can hold weapons, and participate in battles. Xiao Xiao was not very interested. Okay, as long as you are satisfied. Wu Hang sat in the study for a while. Towards evening, Minnie's voice came from downstairs calling for dinner. Let the two ghosts stay upstairs and don't go out. Go downstairs to eat. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hang went directly to the zombie world. Walked out of the room. Looked in the direction of the waiting room. There were not many people who came to exchange supplies today, only 2 people, carrying bags and chatting with the survivors in charge of the exchange. Wu Hang went downstairs. After a few steps, Chi Honkai came over in a hurry. called him aside, said, "Something happened?" "What happened?" "Yesterday, arranged a few people to go to the military area to investigate the situation in advance, but they never came back, and arranged rescuers to go, said they didn't find any trace of him." Chi Hankai said seriously. Wu Heng's brows also slightly wrinkled. "People are missing. Given the current situation of the shelter, it is impossible for people to escape with supplies. More likely, they are in danger. If it is a zombie, then the rescue team that comes later will also find the location of the accident. After all, zombies kill people, and will not move the vehicles away. From this point of view, something happened, but it has nothing to do with zombies." Wu Heng was about to speak when someone came out of the room in charge of the radio station and shouted, "Sister Chi, come here." Chi Hankai looked back and walked over with Wu Heng. After entering the room, the female survivor in charge of the radio station said, "Just now, the shelter contacted us, saying that the person is in their hands. If they want to keep the person alive, they need 2,000 bags of food and 500 guns and bullets." 500 guns? They have 500 people? Chapter 442, Testing Abilities. Sure enough, the missing people were kidnapped by survivors from other bases. From the demands made by the other party, I already know some of the situation on my side. But they want 500 guns. It makes people doubt whether there are really 500 people. In the current situation, 500 people are a big burden. "Did they say which shelter?" Chi Hankai asked solemnly. The girl in charge of the radio shook her head. "No, they just said the requirements and the location of the exchange, and then we couldn't contact each other." "Where is the transaction?" "Over on Ren Street. They said there is a viaduct under it." Chi Hankai nodded. "Keep watching the radio, and notify me in time if there is any news." "Okay, Sister Chi." The two walked out of the room. Chi Hankai's face was gloomy, and she apologized softly. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen." Wu Heng glanced at her, and just nodded. "Let someone prepare the convoy. Let's go rescue people first, and the rest will be dealt with later." In the past, Chi Hankai's management of the base was pretty good. This time it was an accident. After rescuing the people, we just need to be more careful in the future. Do we need to prepare the food and ammunition needed by the other party? No. Just let the convoy be ready, Wu Heng said directly. Chi Hankai nodded, picked up the intercom, and began to explain. Soon, the convoy arrived at the door. Wu Heng also called a large number of skeleton troops and rushed to the place the other party said. The road the convoy took was the area that had been cleared before. According to the map, it took about 4 minutes to drive. Gradually entered the branch road. Chi Hankai said, "Turn this intersection. It is on Ren Street. Do you need all the skeleton troops to go over there?" Wu Heng glanced at the map. "Let the rest of the vehicle stop here, and we too will go over to see the situation." "Will there be any danger?" Chi Hankai was a little worried. "Let's go and have a look first. It'll be fine if you don't get off the car," Wu Heng said directly. Two ghosts were observing the situation nearby. Especially with the little psychic ability. The energy emitted by zombies and living beings is completely different. If there is an ambush or any danger, it can be detected at the first time. Okay. Chi Hankai picked up the walkie-talkie and gave instructions. Wu Heng also told the big-headed skeleton to order the skeleton army to stand by. After they were ready, Chi Hankai drove the truck, turned the intersection, and continued to the transaction location. After driving for a distance, Chi Hankai said, "There is an overpass ahead, they are on it." Through the front windshield, you can see the overpass ahead, and the figures standing on the bridge. They are not zombies, but survivors looking over here. They are smart, we are from below, they are on top. Wu Heng said, and then said, "Slow down, move forward slowly." On the overpass, more than 30 men and women dressed as scavengers gathered on the overpass. More than 10 of them were wearing bulletproof vests and carrying rifles, while the remaining few were wearing simple homemade armor, carrying iron spears, machetes, and fully armed. One of them looked into the distance and shouted, "Here they come." Just one car, without the skeletons. The others gathered immediately. Looking into the distance, they saw a modified truck that looked like an iron can, driving towards them. It's the car of the people at the station. They are really stupid. At this time, they are really using food to exchange for hostages. They dare to exchange with foreign countries, which proves that they are not short of food. We have to ask for less. Not a few. Too much. It will be over if they don't come. Several people's eyes lit up, and they talked in a low voice. The man standing in the middle of the group, holding a cigarette, said, "Throw them down." The 2 men squatted down and threw the 3 men tied with ropes down the fence. The ropes tightened, and they hung in the middle of the viaduct, under the bridge hole. Several zombies heard the sound and gathered around, looking up, trying to catch the 3 figures in the air with their claws and teeth. "Boss, give us food and guns when the time comes. Will you let them go?" another person asked. The man called the boss took 2 puffs of the cigarette. "Let them go. They go back. Remember? None of us can survive." He glanced sideways. "Let the brothers with guns hide. Wait for the car to come. And then call me up. And kill them directly." The faces of the others froze, and they nodded in agreement. "Got it." The crowd dispersed, crouching and hiding behind the guardrail of the viaduct. And gradually, the truck in the distance slowly stopped. It didn't come as close as expected. "Fuck, why did they stop there? Maybe they want us to pass." The boss cursed. "Only idiots would go down and talk to them. Who knows if the truck is pulling those skeletons? Let's fight them. I don't believe that if they come over, I can still watch the hanging people freeze to death." The rest of the people continued to hide, and did not make any moves. On the truck, the 2 of them could see the scene in the distance clearly. Their 3 people were hanging under the viaduct, and Shihansai's face became even uglier. Now it was impossible to tell whether the other party was alive or dead. But if it dragged on like this, they would be frozen to death there sooner or later. Moreover, from the other party's posture, it didn't seem like they wanted to complete the transaction at all. At least the positions of both parties were obviously wrong. They were on top, and they could attack from a high position, and it would be very difficult for them to fight back. If we don't rely on the skeleton dragon, the skeleton army will have to go a long way to find the intersection to the viaduct if they want to go up. What should we do? They are well prepared, Shihankai said. No hurry. Wait a little longer, Wu Hung said. Shihankai stopped talking, just staring at the front. If the other party has any action, so as to inform Wu Hung in advance. After waiting for a while, 2 reconnaissance ghosts flew back, drilling into the body, the scene on the viaduct, and a conversation of approaching and directly shooting were also shared. The other party had guns, which was a bit surprising. A total of 12 people had guns, and the rest had cold weapons. There were 12 vehicles in total, and they were all modified. After checking, the 2 ghosts were released again. Wu Hung said, "Try your ability. Kill them all." Grenda flew out directly, and Xiao Xiao followed behind, flying towards the viaduct. On the side, he was still staring at Shihankai in the distance, thinking that he was talking to her, and pointed at himself. "Ah? I went over and killed them." "Not you. You will know later," Wu Hung said. Shihankai continued to ask, "Do we need to ask the skeleton to come over?" "Wait a minute." Shihankai stopped talking and began to wait silently. On the viaduct, the truck still did not move, making the people here agitated. After all, it was not an easy task to ambush on the viaduct. The cold wind was howling, and everyone was shivering from the cold, whispering, what was the other party doing? Whether they came or not, whether they left or not, they were just wasting time with me. Even if someone came out to communicate with each other, it would be good to confirm each other's identities. Just stop there. What does it mean? And at this moment, a man with dyed yellow hair suddenly stood up from behind the cover. The sudden movement scared his companions beside him. Fuck. What are you doing standing up? The yellow-haired man took 2 steps forward stiffly, with fear on his face. It's not me. I can't control my body. Bang. After saying that, he hit his head on the fence. Blood splattered, and the whole person fell down. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. Then, the rifle on the yellow-haired man flew up out of thin air. The muzzle pointed at a person. In the other person's horrified eyes, the safety was released and the trigger was pulled. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, and the man's head exploded instantly, and his body fell backwards. The others also reacted immediately, with even more horror on their faces. The boss, who was holding a cigarette, immediately shouted, "It's an invisible superpower. Shoot at the gun's position. Don't hurt your own people." Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets, shooting randomly. The bullets aimed at the invisible superpower were just like hitting the air, without any reaction, nor any bleeding as expected. Instead, They were just random shots, hitting many of their own people. The floating rifle started shooting again, killing the enemies around. The shooting was not accurate, but it could not help but fly over and shoot at the face. Fuck. Damn. Damn. The leading man cursed and rushed to the pickup truck beside him. He closed the door and started the car. What kind of person did I offend? He actually has the ability to control a gun out of thin air. How can I fight him? The vehicle started, and I was about to drive away. Suddenly, I felt a cold feeling entering my body, and then I couldn't control my limbs. My neck began to twist, and with a click, it turned to the back. The viaduct became quiet. Two translucent ghosts also appeared from midair. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in applause. Wow, Auntie, you are so powerful. Glinda smiled and said, It's the ability I gained yesterday, which improves the effect of holding objects with my mind. So cool, just like a superhero. I want to get this ability next time. Okay, I'll ask Wu Hung to get one for you then. Yeah. Xiao Xiao nodded. Glinda looked around and said, Xiao Xiao, go get Wu Hung to come over. This is over. Okay. Xiao Xiao flew down on the truck. From the angle below, you can vaguely see the scene above, when she saw a rifle flying out of thin air and killing all the people around. Chi Honkai couldn't believe her eyes. She also thought about how to solve this battle. After all, with the current strength of the base, there is no pressure to kill these people. But she never thought that she would let a gun kill people by herself. What's going on? Chi Honkai widened her eyes and turned around to ask. Chapter 443, Pirates Gather. Wu Hung said, You mean flying guns? Chi Honkai nodded. Is it convenient? If it's not convenient, forget it. Wu Hung thought for a while and waved his hand. The mineral water bottle in front of the car flew up out of thin air. Some simple abilities, just know it, don't tell outsiders. Glinda's matter? She couldn't understand it even if I explained it to her. So, I just used animated objects to explain it briefly. I know. Chi Hansai's eyes widened and nodded subconsciously. This is a new awakening of superpowers. It's so scary. It's simply a collection of superpowers. Soon, Wu Hung received a small hint and said directly, Go to the viaduct. Chi Honkai, who was still shocked, immediately reacted, started the car, and found the location of the viaduct. While holding the walkie-talkie, he asked everyone else to come over. Go up to the viaduct. The ground was full of corpses. Wu Hung got out of the car and said to Chi Honkai, Go and pull our people up. Okay. Chi Honkai walked over quickly and pulled the rope and pulled the people below up. Wu Hung walked to the front, and Glinda's voice rang in his ears. This ability is really good. Well, the effect is beyond my expectation. Wu Hung agreed. The effect recorded in the manuscript is to let the ghost hold the sword and fight the enemy. But this involves the issue of swordsmanship. The effect is not great. Now this kind of mind holding the gun and shooting. The effect is more obvious, and it does not require any strong technical requirements. Wu Hung bent down and collected all the guns and ammunition on the bodies. I found a corpse and directly released talking with the dead. The corpse sat up suddenly and looked over here. Wu Hung asked, Tell me your complete plan. The corpse replied, We will exchange food with you, and then kill you all to avoid retaliation later. Where did you get the guns? The corpse replied, There is a military area near the south. We lured some zombies and killed them to get these guns. The military area in the south? That should be the location of the military area that Chi Honkai found out. Wu Hung continued to ask, The military area over there, what do you know? There are many guns. There are many armored vehicles in the yard. Tank? There are tanks. I rely on this kind of thing. How could it appear in the city? Is there a lot of zombies? A lot of. Is there a special zombie? I mean distorted zombies. I didn't see it. 5 questions are answered. The corpse lay back and lay back. Wu Hung continued to the second corpse, released talking of the dead. The corpse sat up again. Wu Hung asked, Where is your shelter? The corpse replied, God Street, Brewery Shelter. How many people are left in your shelter? More than 10 people are left. Are there any superpowers? No. Do they all have guns? 2 guns were left. Wu Hung thought for a moment and then asked, Who are they? All women under our control. After 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. At this time, Chi Honkai also came over from behind, looked at the corpse, and said, The people have been rescued. They are not dead. And they will definitely catch a bad cold after returning. It's better to be alive than anything else. Be more careful in the future. I will pay more attention in the future, Chi Honkai said solemnly. Wu Hung continued to ask, have you heard of the brewery shelter? Chi Hansai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. I know. They exchanged some food with us 2 days ago. Does this mean that this incident is related to them? Yes. These people are from the brewery shelter. These shameless guys. They can come out to exchange food. But we have cleared the zombies along the way. And now they bite us instead. Chi Honkai cursed. Whether it was exchanging food with them, or clearing the surrounding zombies, even if it was mainly our side that had to clear the road, it was indirectly helping them. Now they have kidnapped our own people, and are extorting food. It feels like feeding the dog and getting bitten by the dog again. Wait for the army to come, and we will flatten them, Chi Honkai said angrily. There are still some controlled women over there. Let's see what happens then. Okay. Soon. The rest of the convoy caught up. Chi Honkai asked people to check the vehicles left by these people. Wu Hung released Dead Corpse Battlefield, transforming the corpses on the ground into skeletons. When everything was over, the army went directly to the brewery shelter. Outside the brewery shelter, when the skeleton army approached in a mighty manner, inside the gate, 2 people walked out, a man and a woman. With their arms raised high, they walked out directly. Chi Honkai suppressed the anger in his heart. Don't resist? The man replied. We have no ability to resist, the rest are women inside, please don't kill us. Chi Honkai glanced at the yard. He continued, let everyone come out. Take out all the weapons and guns. If anyone dares to hide them, you will all be implicated. Okay. I'll go and notify them. The woman who came out with him went back to notify them. A large group of women came out. In addition to the knives, there were also 2 guns thrown aside. Enter the yard, Chi Honkai said. The convoy and the skeleton army went directly into the yard, and all the gates were closed. Chi Honkai officially took over the factory area. Wu Hung began to arrange the skeletons to deploy defenses in the factory area. Not long after, Chi Honkai came back. No problem. There are so many people here, because the brewery was originally a warehouse for storing grain and brewing wine. The others are also willing to cooperate. I plan to observe them for a while. Well, you are in charge here. Ask more about the military region. Next time, we will clean up that place directly, Wu Hung said. Okay, Chi Honkai replied, and continued, this was originally their leader's room. I asked someone to clean it up. You can live here. I will live next to you. Wu Hung nodded, and went directly into the room. Open the gate, return to Treasure Island. Return to Treasure Island. Wu Hung first went to the alchemy laboratory to take a look. He collected all the finished potions, and then went downstairs. Shawnera didn't come today, and the 2 maids chatted in the living room. They had dinner together. Wu Hung distributed the corpse core potion to the 2 girls, to strengthen their own attributes. After taking the potion, he did daily training again. Wu Hung took the 2 girls to the bathroom to take a bath. In the bathtub, 2 maids, one on the left and one on the right, were lying on his chest. Wu Hung patted the little fox's hips and asked, is everything okay with Millicent? It's okay. The tavern is reopened, and there are no rumors. Envier twisted slightly and said, well, I'm glad it's okay. Minnie on the other side licked his chest gently and said, Master, I have information. Minnie, what information? Wu Hung looked at her. Minnie said, the number of guards has increased. Now many people are patrolling, and several teams have been added. Envier also added, the port has also been taken over by the guards. The gangs that originally planned to divide the port business have gathered people to protest because of this matter. These 2 pieces of information made Wu Hung a little stunned. The guards were originally increased to catch pirates at sea. Now a larger part of them are used on the island. Minnie continued, as long as they don't bother us. Envier agreed. Yes. It feels safer than Rentam City. Yeah. Wu Hung didn't say anything, thinking for a while. After the 3 of them soaked for a while, they returned to the room to rest. The next day, at sea, the Iron Bucket Pirates ship followed closely behind the Mad Lion Pirates in front. Philippa stood on the deck, shook the red headscarf he had bought at a high price, put it back on his head, and put on the captain's hat. At this time, the sailor on the lookout shouted, Captain, the people of the Crazy Lion Pirates sent a flag signal, asking us to slow down and continue to follow. Philippa looked into the distance. and small dots appeared faintly on the sea level. Follow them. Everyone should pay attention to safety. If the other party makes any dangerous moves, we will turn around immediately, Philippa said loudly. It was not easy to establish a relationship with a large pirate group like the Crazy Lion. But you have to pay attention to safety. Apart from your own identity, it is not uncommon for pirates to rob each other. If there is any situation, it is easy to escape. At the same time, I am a little excited. If I can't find out the news of the Pirate King, I can pass on the information of the Crazy Lion pirate group, which is also a great achievement. At that time, I will ask Wu Hung to equip me with that kind of iron pipe weapon. If anyone disobeys on the sea, I will use that weapon to blow the opponent to pieces. However, as I get closer, Philippa's face is a little serious. The dense sea ships in the distance appeared in front of me. Pirate groups of all sizes in the Emerald Sea gathered here. Why are they all here? Suddenly, a very good premonition rose from my heart. Chapter 444, Dealing with the Traitors. As the ship continued to move forward, Philippa also saw many familiar pirate groups. And at the location where the ship was docked, there was also a black pirate flag with dragon wings printed on it, the Black Dragon Pirates. What's going on? It's a ghost. Just when he was about to return to the cabin to report the situation here first, a ship of the Mad Lion Pirates slowly approached. Brown afro, like a lion's Joaquin. She jumped directly from the boat and onto the boat. She put one hand on Philippa's shoulder and said, "Isn't it a spectacular scene?" Philippa narrowed her eyes and shook off his arm. "Why are you all gathered here?" Joaquin looked her up and down and said with a smile, "Let's go. You'll know when you get to the island." Philippa saw his look and didn't ask any more questions. She said to the pirates on her ship, "Leave some people to guard the boat, and the rest of you go to the island to rest. Be restrained and don't cause trouble everywhere." "Yes, Captain," the pirates answered loudly. "There is no fixed port on the island. Stop near the shore, take 2 small wooden boats, go directly to the island." Philippa followed behind Joaquin. "Go directly into a stone fortress-like building in the middle. Walk into the stone fortress. A smell of sweat and salty seawater hits you in the face. The dim space is filled with pirates in different costumes. Some are sitting on chairs, wiping their scimitars, some are grinning with broken teeth, and pouring wine from a jug into their mouths. The pirates were making a lot of noise, and the room was filled with vulgar words and loud laughter." Joaquin patted Philippa on the shoulder and turned to leave. Philippa stood there, still looking around. What the hell? It really was the notorious pirates on various routes. What a great appeal. They all gathered here. After looking around, he finally found an acquaintance. The Flying Fish Pirates. Babuzi. Philippa squeezed over and patted the other person on the shoulder. "Babuzi, why did you shave your beard? In memory of your ex-wife?" "Fuck. Philippa, can you please not mention this everywhere you go?" Babuzi said dissatisfiedly. "Don't mention it." Philippa pulled him aside and asked directly, "What are you doing here? Why are there so many pirates?" Babuki frowned and looked at her in confusion. "No, you don't know anything. How did you get here?" "Don't mention it. After we separated, I met the Crazy Lion Pirates, and he brought me here," Philippa said. "I mean, didn't you receive the letter?" Philippa's heart skipped a beat. Ever since the news from Treasure Island that her mother was kidnapped, she tried to lure Wu Hung to the sea. "I haven't received any letters since then. I thought nothing happened recently, but it seems that I am missing. Why did the Mad Lion Pirates bring me here?" This made her think more, and sweat gradually broke out on her forehead. She glanced at the door, and someone was already guarding that place. It was unlikely to rush out. She took a deep breath and said, "I did receive it, but I didn't pay attention to it at the time, and then the words disappeared." "Tell me what it said. Are you serious?" Philippa raised her eyebrows. "Bobsy, I saved you last time, and you doubted me. Okay, just assume you are real. Some people say this is Barbary Island, the island where the first pirate king was identified by the pirates. This time the envelope brought everyone together to divide up the property of several major merchant groups, and at the same time to unify the next plan." Philippa nodded, and was even more surprised. The Pirate King is indeed real. During this period, the guidance of the blank letter has made the pirates completely trust the instructions above. But at this time, I am no longer trusted by the letter. Tap, tap, tap. The two of them were talking in a low voice. A sound of footsteps was heard. On the wooden platform in front, several people walked out quickly. The leader, a black cloak covered with leather armor, one-eyed, and a long sword hanging from his waist. The second person is the captain of the Crazy Lion Pirates, Joachim. The whole audience was silent instantly. The man in the black cape glanced at the whole audience and said loudly, "Hello, my brave brothers and sisters. I am the captain of the Black Dragon Pirates, Heller." He introduced himself and clapped his hands to one side. Then, figures in different costumes were pushed and dragged up. They knelt at the bottom of the wooden platform. "They are from the Kingdom Fleet and the guards of the merchant groups. Where did you capture so many people?" Below, the pirates began to discuss. People from all forces were surprised and curious about the gathering of so many people. Philippa, however, had a slightly condensed look in her eyes. The people from Treasure Island, who drove away the pirate fleet. The people from the merchant groups and mercenaries, who gathered were all sent here, waiting for the pirates to deal with them like defeated dogs. The captain of the Black Dragon Pirates stretched out his hand and pressed in the air, signaling everyone not to speak. Then she said, "The property we robbed is the glory we deserve. We have been fighting in the wind and waves, and have never been defeated by difficulties. These people are our enemies. They tried to block our way, but they didn't know that our warships were as fierce as giant sharks, and our warriors were as powerful as violent bears." As she spoke, someone behind her carried out wooden boxes. After opening it, it was full of gold. The pirates' eyes became fiery, and their expressions became more and more excited. Captain Black Dragon smiled, and his voice rose again. "Everyone will remember our glory." Puff, puff, puff. A sharp blade slashed across the neck of the hostage in front. Blood spurted like a fountain, and the hostage struggled and fell to the ground, gradually becoming silent. The whole room was covered with pungent blood. But the pirates just avoided the splashing blood, and their eyes were still fixed on the boxes of gold coins in the distance. After the bloodshed, Captain Black Dragon clapped his hands again. "Give everyone the money. This is what the Pirate King promised you." The coins in the barrel were put into the money bag. According to the size of the pirate group, the money was directly distributed. "Praise the Pirate King." The pirates followed and shouted, "Praise the Pirate King." Captain Black Dragon continued, "This time we gather everyone together to carry out a feat that will change the pattern of the Emerald Sea. We will gather all the pirates, reoccupy the entire Emerald Sea, reshape the route rules. Pirates are no longer losers. Everyone who wants to trade through the route needs to pay enough money. All the captains present here will no longer be afraid of the association and the fleet. You will have your own men and women like the nobles. And you will have a steady stream of gold coins delivered to you every day. You will only have to count money at home. You will no longer be wanted. And you will not be cursed by everyone." The pirates also began to talk about it at this time, but no one raised any objections. Most of them were still discussing what to do. Philippa stood below, holding a bag of gold coins in her hand. Even though she was not in any danger now, she was still a little uneasy. She didn't care about re-establishing the rules at sea. She just hoped it would end quickly so that she could leave here. She told Wu Hung the information. Those people on Treasure Island were all dead, and they were all killed at once. "Tonight, we will set off. I will inform everyone what we will do." Black Dragon paused slightly, and then said, "But the first step is to catch the traitors among the pirates before setting off and sacrifice them to the sea god." As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding pirate guards immediately walked towards the crowd. Instantly, there were sounds of pushing and fighting all around. Several figures appeared around Philippa, holding weapons in their hands, surrounding her. "Let's go and show ourselves on the stage." Philippa's face changed drastically, and her heart was shaking like thunder. She glanced at the stage. The people from the Crazy Lion Pirates were looking at this side, with a playful look on their faces. "Damn, this shit is hurting me." Treasure Island, office study. Wu Hung sat in the study and looked at the information that had been sent over recently. It was really as Anweer said, the number of guards on the island had increased exponentially. It is not reasonable for an island that has just been pardoned and is still under surveillance to have so many guards. The door opened and Anweer came back from outside. She said softly, "Master, Deacon Yamilo asked you to come over and said that the last reward has been issued." Wu Hung was stunned at first, and then he was happy. The only reward that could be received from the deacon was the first-level merit reward transferred from the headquarters. After such a long time, it finally came. "Well, I'll go take a look." Wu Hung stood up and walked out directly. He came to the deacon's study. When he entered the room, Zalogwi had already arrived and was sitting on the sofa. Yimi Luo was sitting behind the desk, and his assistant Moya was beside him, making tea for several people. "Deacon," Wu Heng said. Yimi Luo nodded, walked out from behind the desk, and waved his hand. 2 items appeared on the coffee table. The first level rewards for the 2 of you have come down. The types are selected by the headquarters based on your professional characteristics. On the table, there were 2 items in total. Wu Heng had a robe with many colors, while Zalogwi had a long sword with a light blue hilt. His eyes fell on the robe. 100 Soldier's Robe, Special Item. Category, Special Item. Effect, Ability Clone. Side Effect, Remove Ability. Split mind for a certain period of time. Description, each one is me, and each one is also an independent individual. Chapter 445, 100 Soldiers. 100 Soldier's Robe. The effect is to clone the power. The explanation is a bit vague, but it seems to have a similar effect to Mirror Image. Mirror Image can also produce clones. The effect of the clone is an illusion, confusing the enemy, making it difficult for the opponent to distinguish between the main body and the energy body. But it has basically no practical effect. If it is really the same as an illusion, then this strange item is really too weak. It can't achieve the effect of the first level merit at all. He quickly glanced at Zalogwi's reward. A long sword. The hilt is blue, and the scabbard looks ordinary, but some complex runes can be vaguely seen. White Phoenix Evil Sword, Rare Item. Category, Rare Item. Effect, Ice Attribute Damage. The elf blood can assimilate the White Phoenix. Side Effect, Physical Damage. Description, a long sword that accompanies the White Phoenix. Damn, this is good. Evil Sword. At the auction, the Evil Sword is a very expensive rare item. Moreover, this Evil Sword is very effective, and the side effects are not harsh. In this world, professionals are strong, and the effects of medicines can also have good recovery. Obviously, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Is there discrimination against my profession? I deliberately chose this kind of robe. It is better to change it for 6 second-level merits. Zalogwi could not view the attributes of the item, but from the appearance. She had some guesses in her heart. She waited expectantly in her eyes. Assistant Moya brought the brewed tea to the 2, picked up the notebook beside, and began to introduce. 100 Weapons Robe allows you to have the ability of multiple clones, gaining an advantage in battle. The side effect is that after the ability is cancelled, the mind will have a strong sense of division, if it is easy to be in danger in battle. It is the same as the introduction. There is not much difference. Moya turned to the next page, and continued. White Phoenix Evil Sword. A very powerful weapon in the Evil Sword series. In addition to the ice damage when swinging, the elf bloodline can activate the White Phoenix bloodline, which has special abilities. The side effect is that after the end, the blood freezes and the body is damaged. This weapon is good. Skeletons don't have blood, so they are not afraid of freezing. No, skeletons can't be considered as elf bloodline. After the introduction, Moya closed the record in his hand and walked aside again. Zalogwi looked at the weapon in her hand with joy. She fiddled with it over and over again. Wu Heng was much calmer. He touched the cloth, and then put it directly into the space ring without looking at it. Yimi Luo said, go back and take a look. The first level meritorious items are very precious items of the association. Even if you don't need them in the future, remember to give them to the association first, and you will be rewarded for your merit. Zalogwi nodded. Wu Heng thought to himself, that's it. There has been some chaos on the island recently. You should pay attention to arrange your work properly. There is no need to leave the island and go out to sea. Yimi Luo continued. The 2 nodded again. Wu Heng recalled what he had just thought of in his study, and asked, Deacon, the number of guards on the island has more than doubled. For such a person who has just been pardoned, is this a little unusual? Yimi Luo looked up at him. That's why I said it was a little chaotic. This matter, also reported to the association headquarters, and they will make arrangements as soon as possible. In other words, Yimi Luo also knew that something was wrong with this. There was no evidence of what the other party was going to do, and some transfers would take time. Okay, Deacon. We got it. Go back first. And remember to tell me if you find anything. Yes. The 2 bowed and walked out of the deacon's study. They put it back in the corridor of their respective offices. Zalogwi said, thank you. I am considered to have followed you, and got a first-level merit. Everyone contributed. At that time, without you, no matter how much we contributed, we couldn't beat the devil's hand. Zalogwi said bluntly. We fought together. Wu Hung continued, you should also be careful about what the deacon said. The island has been in chaos recently. Be careful. Yes. You too. Come to me if you are in danger. Zalodwi raised the sword in her hand. If you are in danger, shout my name too, and I will save you. Zalodwi smiled and nodded. After that, the two returned to their own study. Back to the study. Andwire looked up. Master, how is the reward? After all, it was from the deacon. It must not be too bad. Wu Hung took out the robe. It doesn't look good. It feels like a loss. Andwire picked up the robe. Looked at it. The style is very nice. It must look better on you. Then try it. Wu Hung took off the leather armor and the robe inside, and put on the new robe with the help of Andwire. The fabric and the feeling are both very comfortable. Wait until all the buttons are fastened. Wire, move back a little. I'll try the effect. Andwire stepped back. Wu Hang's mind moved, and his body blurred for a moment like a high frequency. The next second, 6 identical figures appeared in front of him. They looked the same and were dressed the same. Aren't you phantoms? Said the first Wu Hung. The third Wu Hung stepped back half a step. Can you talk? The second Wu Hung explained. The ability of the robe is to create entities. The first said, what abilities can you use? The second said, I only remember the illusion ability. The third said, I remember the spells of the necromancy faction. I know the protection system. I'm a spell system. I'm a prophecy system. In an instant, all the clones were stunned. And Envir in the back also widened her eyes, looking at the 6 masters with surprise. Chatting together. Let's try to remove the ability, and see what the side effects are. The 6th one said. Okay. I have no objection. The ability was cancelled, and the 6 figures appeared at the same time. They gathered together, and returned to the same person. At the same time, a sharp pain appeared in my mind. I just felt like I had a split personality, and different scenes and thoughts flashed in my mind like fragments. Andwire ran over quickly, hugged Wu Hang's head in her arms, and said anxiously, Master, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. After a brief dizziness and headache, all kinds of thoughts disappeared from her mind. It's okay. It's the side effect of the strange object. It will be fine after you get used to it. Then she asked, how many people did you see me just now? There are 6 masters. It's true. Wu Hung was delighted. It seems that the effect of the strange object is still powerful. Barbary Island. On the wooden platform, one by one, the pirate traders were pointed out the reasons for their betrayal. Then their throats were cut, and blood spurted forward. As long as they did not give a reasonable explanation, they would be killed directly. There was no other treatment. Finally, a dagger was placed across Philippa's neck, and the cold and sharp blade made her feel cold. Philippa, a spy for the Treasure Island Association, whose mother runs a tavern on Lighthouse Street, and is also collecting intelligence for the association. You betrayed the sea and betrayed the pirates. You will be executed on Barbary Island. The captain of the Black Dragon Pirates said loudly. Below, there was a discussion. Treasure Island spy. Mother is still collecting intelligence for them. This is a family of traitors, more hateful than the previous ones. Philippa's back was wet with sweat, and she shouted, I'm not a spy. My father is the captain of the Iron Bucket Pirates. My mother has long forgotten who he is, and I have also received a letter from the Pirate King. I am a recognized pirate. The captain of the Crazy Lion Pirates was stunned, and said, I brought you here. Where do you get any letters? Black Dragon said, do it. Wait, I have a witness. Philippa shouted, her eyes fell down. The captain of the Flying Fish Pirates condensed his eyes, wanted to avoid, but remembered that sentence. I saved you. He coughed lightly. I don't know if what I said can be proved. She did tell me just now that she received a letter. Chapter 446. Wait for my father to avenge me. Someone spoke up. The pirate captains present all turned around, and all looked at Bobsy. Bobsy has been a pirate captain for many years, and now he was being tortured and scrutinized, and a kind of panic rose in his heart. He said, I am not exonerating her. I am not sure whether she is the spy of the association, but when she first came in, she did mention the letter from the Pirate King. Then he added, search her space ring to see if there is any letter in it, and you can confirm whether she has been recognized by the Pirate King. Moreover, when the Iron Bucket Pirates were galloping on the sea, there was no association in Treasure Island. This statement aroused the approval of many pirates. Although the Iron Bucket Pirates have fallen, They were indeed glorious for a while. Such a notorious pirate group. The bad things they did were worse than most of the pirates present. According to the rules and regulations of the association, choosing the Iron Bucket Pirates is somewhat unreasonable. Captain Black Dragon listened to the discussion below and looked at Babuki. Which pirate ship are you from? Flying Fish Pirates? Captain Heller. Captain Black Dragon frowned and examined. I have seen the Flying Fish Pirates. The captain is a very burly and resolute man. When did the captain change? Babuki touched his chin awkwardly. Captain Heller. I had the honor of robbing a caravan with you back then. I still had a beard at that time. It's really you. Black Dragon recognized the other party and asked. Are you sure she just told you? Yes. And with her personality, and not very good brain, I don't think the association would choose her as a spy. On the wooden platform, the captain of the Crazy Lion Pirates stepped forward and said, there is nothing to discuss. I took a detour and followed the instructions in the Pirate King's letter to capture her. It's just that her brain is not very good. So she took the initiative to follow me. Philippa's expression froze. I was still curious. How did I meet the Crazy Lion Pirates? It turned out that they were there to capture me. But now was not the time to think about these things, and it was even more impossible for me to admit it. He shouted, you are talking nonsense. You asked me to sleep with you in the tavern, and I refused, so he asked to bring me out to broaden my horizons. Now that we are here, you insist that I betrayed the pirates. You can go out and ask the Crazy Lion crew members separately. They were all there at the time, and they can all testify for me. Walala. The pirates looked up and looked at the captain of the Crazy Lion. The latter's face flushed, and there was a kind of anger that was about to explode. Seeing that it worked, Philippa continued to shout. He can find any reason to kill me, and he will find any reason to kill others in the future. Don't believe it. Black Dragon waved her hand, and someone immediately covered her mouth. But more people also became worried. Philippa mentioned the crew of the Crazy Lion. It was hard to say whether this kind of thing was true. Pirates don't have any high moral standards. Seeing that the discussion below was louder, Captain Black Dragon said directly, check her space ring. The ring on Philippa's hand was taken off, and the things inside were placed one by one on the wooden table. Daily necessities, thunder, food, coins, crossbow arrows. A messy mass. Among them, there are quite a few blank envelopes. In terms of quantity, there are more than what an ordinary pirate captain receives. However, the characteristic of the letters is that they disappear immediately after reading. The contents of these envelopes cannot be verified. I am not a traitor. I have robbed the association's ships. My father is a pirate. I also grew up on a ship. They framed me. Today they can kill me without any evidence. Tomorrow, they will find a reason to kill others. Philippa shook off the hand covering her mouth and shouted loudly. Below, the other pirates were talking even louder. There was no basis for their arguments. They even suspected that the reasons for the previous pirates being killed were all made up. At this time, Babuzi of Flying Fish said again, Captains, why don't you lock up Philippa and the remaining few first? They are not high-ranking, and there is no danger as long as they are well guarded. We can ask the Pirate King to deal with this matter later, so as to avoid suspicion among each other. The others also began to agree. Whether he is a traitor or not, wait for the Pirate King to decide, that is, lock him up first. It is also more acceptable than directly executing him. The two captains, Crazy Lion and Black Dragon, looked a little ugly. If Philippa is executed, the subsequent actions may be uncontrollable. The quality of the pirates has always been low. If they don't believe in me, I don't know whether they will obey me at that time. It is very likely that they will scatter now. After looking at each other, Captain Black Dragon said, Okay, then listen to everyone, lock up the remaining few first, and let the Pirate King confirm their identities later, take them away, and lock them up in the cages of Black Dragon and Crazy Lion in 2 batches. Philippa did not resist, but let herself be taken away. He just shouted on the way, I'm going to Black Dragon. Crazy Lion will definitely find a reason to kill me. Send her to Black Dragon's cage. Philippa and others were taken away. Black Dragon signaled everyone to be quiet again, and said, Don't let these things affect our plan. The island provides materials and supplies. Everyone can go back and prepare. Follow us before dark to proceed to the next step. Everyone nodded, and then left the building. Returned to their respective fleets to prepare. At the bottom of the cabin, Philippa was pushed into the iron cage. It was dark all around, and one could faintly hear moans coming from the darkness not far away. The escort locked the cage and said, You are lucky, you are still alive. Philippa was lying on the damp straw mat inside, and said indignantly, "Humph, my father will avenge me, and let you bully me. Fuck, don't say your father is dead. If he is not dead, you have to kowtow to his black dragon." TSK. Philippa turned his head and ignored them. The escort ignored her and turned away. The entrance door was completely closed. The entire cabin was plunged into darkness. Philippa slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She felt a chill on her back, and her legs weakened uncontrollably. The eyes in front of her had their necks cut open. If it weren't for Babuzi speaking for her, they would have suffered the same fate. As expected, traitors will be punished by the sea god. She suppressed the panic in her heart, took 2 deep breaths, and calmed herself down. I started thinking about what I could do next. I must find a way to escape, return to my ship and leave here. Then pass the message to Wu Hung. Let him kill the 2 people who bullied me. What bad luck. Treasure Island. After testing the 100 soldiers' robe, Wu Hung had a great change of mind about this strange item. Even if it was just a preliminary attempt, he had not figured out too detailed usage and distribution. But what is certain is that it can play a huge role if used well. First level merit really won't disappoint. He looked at the time. It was almost noon. After saying hello to Andweir, he left the association directly. He didn't go home, but walked out of the city. He waited until he reached a place where no one was. He took out the train conductor's hat and put it on his head, and the whistle sounded. The ghost train stopped in front of him out of thin air. Wu Hung took Karanmu on the train and wrote Lopez City on the itinerary book. The train started again and went into the void. Wu Hung found a seat and sat down. Outside the window was a flash of nothingness. This morning, Yimi Luo had specifically told him not to go out to sea or leave the island unless there were special circumstances. But after thinking about it, Wu Hung decided to go out, to prepare for what was to come. As for safety, Wu Hung was not too worried. The ghost train traveled in a state of emptiness, and would not follow the traditional route. At present, the enemy of the association was the pirates, and no matter how powerful they were, they could not stop Wu Heng's actions. It took about 3 hours. A scene suddenly appeared outside the window, the train stopped, and the door opened. Wu Hung got off the train, and the train disappeared again. There was a wasteland under his feet. He looked around, and in the distance to the east, he could see the outline of a city. Lopez City was the city that he had docked from the sea when investigating the pirate village. It was quite prosperous. Wu Hung covered his cloak and walked directly into the city. He called a carriage on the way, and headed for the Snake Emblem Consortium building. He got off the carriage, put on a mask and entered the building. Go to the front desk. Take out a purple gold emblem, and show it to the other party. Is Miss Ledelai here? The moment they saw the emblem, the staff's pupils shrank. They immediately saluted. Sir, please come this way. Miss Ledelai will be here soon. Someone went to find Ledelai, and Wu Hung was taken to a VIP room. He sat in the room for 2 or 3 minutes. The door opened, and a female elf in a red dress, with pointed ears and blonde hair, and delicate and beautiful features, walked in quickly. Seeing Wu Hung wearing a cloak and a mask, a smile appeared on his face. Guest, long time no see. Lay Dilly, the auctioneer at the Snake Emblem Group auction. Last time, after the auction, she asked someone to find her alone. As the buyer with the highest consumption in the whole venue, she gave him a purple gold emblem, which belongs to the Snake Emblem Group, the highest level emblem, and can enjoy many special rights. At the same time, she suggested that if he needs anything in the future, he can come here to find her. She is the head of the consortium responsible for Lopez City. Long time no see. Wu Hung also said. While the two were talking, Ledelai sat down on the chair opposite. Her long skirt was tight, and her buttocks were plump. Then, the door opened again. An attendant brought tea and fruit, which was quite thoughtful. After waiting for the others to leave, Ledelai asked, Guest, what do you want? Wu Heng's voice came from behind the mask. I do have a commission, and I want Miss Ledelai to help me collect it. You say? Wu Hung said directly. I need the corpse of a level 15 alchemist, and the corpse of a mechanic, the sooner the better. Chapter 447, Bad Premonition. Rayleigh frowned slightly. She thought of props, strange thing, or some rare materials. I didn't expect it. This is from the auction. Sweep all the items of the guests. This time I came here to buy a corpse. But through this information, you can also roughly infer the identity of the other party. Sure. Rayleigh thought about it, continued to ask. Is there a topic request for alchemists? There is also the direction of the research and development of strange weapons. The alchemy warlock requires pharmacy, the tendency of pharmaceutical development. There are not too many requirements for the strange weapon, just reach the level. Wu Heng looked at her and said. Lady Dilly nodded. I'll fill out the letter of authorization for you. Then, she opened the door and walked out. After returning, she squatted beside the coffee table and began to fill out the letter of authorization. Wu Heng sat aside, waiting silently. This time, the main purpose of coming here was to collect corpses. The consortium on the treasure island must have had a problem. The corpse collection commissions that I issued, from the first 15 level corpses, to the later ordinary corpses that were difficult to hand over to me, even if I didn't know what was wrong. But we can't just sit there like this, especially Treasure Island, which is no longer as safe as before. So, I came here directly and reissued the commission. Guest, I have filled in the form, and you need to pay a deposit of 100 gold coins. Lady Dilly passed the commission to the other side. Wu Heng took a look and gave the money directly, and then stamped the emblem. The commission took effect. Lady Dilly handed the completed commission to the person outside the door, and walked back again. Guest, after the commission is completed, how should we notify you? If it is convenient, it is best to leave an address, so that we can send it to you, or write a letter to notify you. No need, I will come over in a while. Lady Dilly did not force it, still smiling. Okay. Wu Heng thought for a while, and continued. I also need a prop or a strange object that can conceal my identity, which must be able to achieve the effect that professionals above level 15 cannot see through. Please wait, I will go to check the local prop reserves. Lady Dilly walked out again. Wu Heng stood up in the room and looked at the paintings around. Leteli came back again. She held a black cloak in her hand. Concealment cloak, description, a cloak etched with multiple runes, which can cover the face and block special marks and perception. This cloak, Wu Heng recognized, each person had one at the consortium auction. It can block anyone's detection. Is she going to sell herself? Leteli put the cloak on the coffee table. Guest, there are currently no props and strange objects with corresponding effects. We can fill out a purchase request for you and purchase the corresponding items. During this period, this consortium's concealment cloak can be temporarily provided for your use, but you must ensure that it is not lost or damaged when you return it. This service is really thoughtful. Moreover, the effect of this item is also very good. I wanted to buy one at that time. Thank you, fill in the commission. Lady Dilly wrote a new commission again, and Wu Heng put away the cloak. Everything is over. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, Have you completed the gold acquisition performance this year? Lady Dilly was stunned, and then reacted, and said awkwardly, Not yet. How much is missing? It's a bit much, more than 5,000 grams. There are always problems at sea recently, and the route is unstable. Go and prepare the silver coins. I'll help you complete these. Wu Heng said directly. Leteli paused in her explanation, somewhat unable to believe her ears. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Are you serious? Yes, I'm leaving soon, not long. Leteli was surprised. I'll prepare it for you right away. Returning to Treasure Island, it was already approaching dusk. After dinner, Wu Heng went straight to the study on the 4th floor. He put on the 100 soldier's robe again, and with a thought. 6 identical Wu Hengs appeared in the open space in the middle of the study. 6 pairs of eyes looked at each other. Observing oneself from this angle is much stranger than looking in the mirror. Wu Heng, the first one, said, Let's confirm first whether the panel can be opened in this state. The others nodded. They began to try. I can't open it here. There is no response here either. Me neither. 6 people reported in succession that none of them could open the panel. It can also be confirmed that, in this state, the panel cannot be opened. The first Wu Heng continued, The second experiment, can we use the space ring? I can't use it here. I can't communicate either. The third Wu Heng took out the staff, raised it and said, I can take it out. Among the 6 Wu Heng, only the third one can communicate with the space ring. But it makes sense, the ones in the hands of the others are more like ordinary rings with the same appearance. Then, the 6 Wu Hengs tested their abilities again. It was the same as in the office study. Each Wu Heng can only use the ability of one school. Even if you have the relevant knowledge in your head, you can't use spells that don't belong to you. That is to say, there are 6 of us because we have learned spells from 6 schools, said one person. Another person leaned against the side cabinet and said, That is to say, among the 8 major schools. We still lack enchantment and transformation. If we learn these two, we can add 2 more bodies. Another person said. The 3rd level merits behind can be exchanged for the skills of these 2 schools. Let's get the bodies out first. Well, we don't expect the spells to be very powerful. We can all use guns. That's a solution. The 6 people gathered together to discuss for a while. There are not many things left to test. With a thought, the 6 bodies began to shake like high frequency and reunited into one person. Then, there was a dizziness and tingling. Countless broken images and contents rolled through his mind. This split did have a sense of unreality. Release activate object. The kettle beside him automatically poured a glass of water. Wu Heng took a sip and began to sort out the results of the experiment. In the clone state, the panel cannot be opened, and the space ring can only be effective in one person's hand. The number of bodies most likely has something to do with the school spells. I learned the skills of 6 schools and split into 6. If I learn all 8 orthodox ones, I wonder if I can add 2 more. Now I still need to know the distance and duration of the separation of several bodies, and whether there will be any impact if a single body is killed. We can't test being killed, the risk is too high. Don't give me a mental defect. Ask Moya when you have time. The props of the association should be recorded accordingly. Knock. 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 At this time, there was a knock on the door. Minnie's voice came in. Master, the bath water is ready. And the little fox is ready too. Minnie, you are talking nonsense up there again. Anweer's voice came from below. Wu Heng stretched his body, released the 2 ghosts, and moved freely in the study. He opened the door and walked out. He put his arm around Minnie's shoulders. What has Chanela been busy with these 2 days? I went to see her during the day, and she said she was busy with the business group. It seems something happened. Minnie hugged his waist and said softly, Sister Chanela is good, but you can't stay with her every day. Listening to Minnie's sour words, Wu Heng smiled, patted Minnie's hips. Go get the little fox ready, we'll sleep together tonight. She's already ready. Pushed open the bathroom door. Anveer wrapped a towel around her chest and thighs. Master, Minnie said as she changed her clothes, you see, you're still a little impatient. Let's go, just wash up, and go back to rest early. Wu Heng led the 2 of them into the bathroom. Day 2 Zombie World. Outside the military area, the skeleton army began to charge, knocking all the remaining zombies to the ground. The spears and battle axes in their hands kept attacking the already broken bodies. When the sounds of chopping and stabbing ended, the huge area was already filled with blood-red energy. Clean up the battlefield. The skeleton soldiers began to move. The corpses blocking the road were moved to one side, and the corpses of the deformed zombies and evolved zombies were moved to Wu Heng's side. Bone service technique released, the corpses were transformed, and all the corpse cores were collected. Then, the convoy behind also drove over directly. Chi Honkai got out of the car. Are you okay? No. Let's go in and take a look. The other survivors stayed in front and began to search some office buildings. Wu Heng and Chi Honkai went to the backyard. Warehouses appeared one after another. Open these, Wu Heng ordered. The heavy iron door was completely opened. Armored vehicles of various models were parked inside. Machine guns, and vehicles with various antenna receiving devices on the top looked very complete. Really? There are so many. Chi Hansai's eyes lit up. Even though he got some information, it was still vague. If all the warehouses behind were opened, how much would it be? It was simply a fortune. Wu Heng did not open all the warehouses one by one, but through a small perspective. He found the warehouse where ammunition and firearms were stored. He put all these weapons away. Later, he would distribute them to the skeletons with the talent of precise aiming. Should we occupy this place first? Wu Heng said. Let's occupy it first. Count the supplies. Keep an eye on the newly joined survivors. Don't let them touch the weapons, so as not to hurt our own people. Chi Honkai also understood the seriousness of the matter. I understand. I will keep an eye on them. Also, Li Yong has trained skeletons who can drive and operate machine guns and cannons. Let the train bring some over. Wu Heng looked around again. Repair the gate? Let's stay here first. Wait until the supplies are transported, and then proceed to the next step. Okay. I'll arrange it immediately. Chi Honkai made the arrangements, and Wu Heng looked for a room again. Return to Treasure Island. Come down from upstairs. Shannara is sitting downstairs chatting with Minnie. Wu Hung sits down on the first floor, one on the left and one on the right, holding the two in his arms. Minnie giggles. Shannara is a little shy. What are you doing, just like this in the living room? Wu Hung asks. You haven't come for a few days. Shannara blushes slightly. You can't come every day. What if someone finds out? What are you afraid of? We live together. Minnie says on the other side. It's not that simple. Shannara said. I'm different from you guys. But she didn't say the second half of the sentence. What's so difficult about it? Minnie muttered. Shannara looked up at Wu Hung. I want to ask you something. Well, what's wrong? Has the association got any news about the joint fleet recently? It's been a while since we went out to sea. And there's been no news at all. Shannara asked. Wu Hung frowned. Is it only the Starflower that hasn't come back? Or are there other merchant groups that haven't come back? None of them have come back. These are the guards of the merchant group. And they are also a kind of garrison of various forces and countries on Treasure Island. They haven't come back for a long time. And I always have a bad feeling. Shannara's tone was a little worried. Chapter 448. Kill him first. Garrison? I suddenly heard this word in a different world. It felt a bit strange. Shannara curled her legs on the sofa and continued to explain. The location of Treasure Island is special. Most of the trade needs to be transferred from here. So each merchant group and force has arranged a certain number of people to protect the merchant group and also have a supervisory role. Wu Hung understood what she meant. Treasure Island is an important hub for maritime trade. But because of pirates, it is not trusted by merchant groups and countries. In the form of guards, we have placed people here to protect their respective caravans if there is danger. The guards of each caravan will unite, which is also a considerable fighting force. Didn't you go to the city hall or the guards to ask? Shannara sighed. I asked, but there was no clear answer, just some official words. So I came to ask you, does the association have any information? Before, Wu Hung thought that this joint fleet was not reliable. But he had no evidence, it was just a feeling. There was no reason to stop Starflower to participate in the action of encircling and suppressing pirates. At that time, pirates were rampant, which seriously affected the trade of the route, and all the merchant groups were quite impatient. Wu Hung thought for a while, and said, Tomorrow, I will ask the deacon to see if there is any information, and tell you when I come back. Shannara nudged into his arms. Well, you are so nice. Minnie saw that the two had finished talking about business, and poked her head from the other side, and asked jokingly, What's good? Shannara turned her face to her arms, and muttered softly, Everything is good. Then Sister Shannara, what do you like most about the master? Shannara's face turned even redder. Go away, you are not old, and you dare to ask anything. Hee hee. Minnie laughed at the side. Wu Hung glanced at the sky. Hugged the blushing wood elf beside him. Are you going home tonight? In a smaller voice. It's up to you. Then I won't go back. Wu Hung stood up. Picked up the wood elf. How about? Let's go together tonight. Minnie? Shannara leaned on his chest. Looked at Minnie carefully. Give me some more time. Okay. Minnie! Listen to my sister. Minnie smiled. Wu Hung hugged her and walked upstairs. The next day, after breakfast, Shannara left. And Andweir also went to the association to work. After disguising herself, she went out directly, called a carriage, and headed to Lighthouse Street. The carriage slowly stopped at the door of the Nautilus Tavern. Pushing the door and entering the tavern, several bartenders were cleaning. The bartender near the door said, Guest, it's not open yet. You can come in the afternoon. I'm here to find Millicent. I'm her friend. Oh! The bartender suddenly realized, and gestured upstairs. Come with me. The boss is in the room. They climbed the stairs together, stopping in front of Millicent's room. The bartender knocked on the door. Boss, a lady is here to see you. She said she is your friend. Let her in. Madam. Please, the bartender said, and turned to leave. Entering the room, Millicent was wearing a loose beige nightgown, and her face was still hazy with sleepiness. Frowning, he looked at the figure standing at the door. Who are you? Wu Hung took off the illusion veil on his head, revealing the black cloak underneath. He continued to take off the hood of the cloak. And then, he saw his original appearance. Sir! Millicent stood up immediately. She knew about the illusion veil, but she didn't expect that. There was another layer of protection inside. She was more careful than before. Wu Hung nodded. There have been a lot of things going on recently. Try to be more careful. You are right. Millicent agreed. Wu Hung sat down and asked, have you collected any information recently? Yes. Millicent pulled out the space ring covering her chest and took out a notebook. Looking at the content above, he said, a guest said that some pirates were found to come to the island through the port. But nothing special happened. The second point is that the fleet that encircled and suppressed pirates has achieved obvious results. Many fleets docked at the port have not been harassed by pirates. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. How did you know about the fleet's encirclement and suppression of pirates? Millicent replied. Some people from the fleet lived in the tavern and mentioned it during the chat. They said that they did not encounter pirates when they came. So they attributed it to the fleet. Had those people seen the combined fleet of Treasure Island? Millicent shook his head. I shouldn't have seen it. The meaning of the words is that it is speculated that the disappearance of pirates is related to the fleet. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he understood. Millicent closed the notebook. No more information. The tavern has been crowded recently, but they are all caravan members. Yeah, it's okay. Wu Hung continued, pack up, and leave with me later, stay at my place for the time being, and come back later. What about the tavern? Millicent was a little surprised, and asked subconsciously. Close it, or let an employee you trust run it first, you choose. Wu Hung said directly. Millicent didn't dare to say no. While packing the things he wanted to take away, he said, Sir, I choose the second one. After packing everything, Wu Hung put on his clothes and went downstairs with Millicent. When they reached the first floor, Millicent said that he wanted to go back to his hometown, and he directly entrusted the tavern to a clerk. Then, they walked out of the tavern together. They took a carriage, took a tour of Lighthouse Street, and returned to Central Street. Master, who is this? Minnie looked at Millicent, a little curious. Philippa's mother. She will stay here temporarily. Arrange a room for her, Wu Hung said directly. Then, he said to Millicent, this is Minnie, who is in charge of all the daily life work here. If you need anything, you can talk to her. Miss Minnie. Millicent saluted. Minnie smiled. There are vacant rooms on the second and third floors. Miss Minnie will arrange it. If it faces south, the room on the second floor is bigger, and the lighting is good, so let's go to the second floor. Okay, the two girls said as they walked towards the room on the second floor. Wu Hung went directly to the fourth floor and entered the study. Sitting down at the desk, Wu Hung began to collect the intelligence he had collected in the past 2 days. The merchant fleet that had no news was transferred away, pirates entered Treasure Island, and the guards on the island were expanded. This island owner is indeed related to the blank envelope. Moreover, now the cards are basically exposed. He must be killed in advance. Letting the other party take action first will only make him more passive. After thinking about it, Wu Hung got up and went downstairs. When he reached the second floor, Minnie was directing the skeletons to move some furniture into the room. Master, are you going out? Minnie turned around and asked. Well, you stay at home, don't go out. Got it, master. Wu Hung took the skeleton attendants and went out directly, and rushed to the association. Deacon's study. Wu Hung pushed the door open and entered. Imai Luo was looking at the sea chart. He looked up and asked, What's wrong? Deacon, I have collected some information and need to report it to you. Go ahead. Imai Luo put down the map. Wu Hung quickly told the scattered information he had collected before. The owner of Treasure Island is level 18, and has been pardoned by the association and various forces. If he kills him directly, it will not only be risky, but also difficult to explain afterwards. Besides, there is absolutely no need for me to do this. With the association and Imolo present, why should I take the risk myself? Imolo's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, The intelligence analysis is good, what do you think? Wu Hung said, Deacon, it is now certain that the island owner has basically rebelled, and has never thought of restoring the route after pardoning him. It is just that we cannot be sure whether he is also acting according to the blank envelope, or is the one who sent the blank envelope. Do you know his profession? Imolo said. I heard from Zalagwi that it was a warrior. Imolo nodded. From the perspective of occupational positioning, a warrior is more suitable for execution, rather than decision-making, and is more likely to execute the blank envelope. Wu Hung looked serious. He said directly, Deacon, I think even if we don't kill him immediately, we should control him to avoid any problems. Chapter 449, Crazy, all crazy. The combined fleet of the merchant group was transferred away. All the arrangements on the island at present are aimed at the association. Whether it is related to the blank envelope or not, it is not wrong to kill him. And, the sooner the better. Imolo took a sip of the teacup and said, "Your analysis is very good, basically the same as the intelligence I have. But once I take action against him, there will be a riot on the island immediately. You should have heard of the pirates' fighting style, which will only make the situation worse." Glanced at him again. "And, if he just acts according to the blank envelope, kill him, the envelope will also appear in the hands of the next person. We will lose the target of tracking down." Wu Hung frowned. Yini Luo was thinking in this direction. One was that they were afraid of chaos on the island and more deaths. The second point was that they now knew the other party's plan, and could investigate according to the plan. If they killed him, the clues would be cut off, and the other party would have new plans. "Should we do something?" Wu Hung asked. Yini Luo was silent for a moment, and said, "The association's reinforcements are on the way, and will arrive within 3 days. Then we will act in unison." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It turns out that they had already prepared for this. "Okay, Deacon. Don't tell anyone outside about this." "Yes." Wu Hung nodded. It would be good to have reinforcements. Imolo was strong enough. The reinforcements he invited, they would definitely be stronger. After finishing the business, Wu Hung continued, "Deacon, I want to ask about the robe of the 100 soldiers. Moya, you check the information for him," Imolo said to the side. Moya came over, smiled and asked, "What do you want to ask?" "I have already tested the effect of the robe clone. I want to ask about the distance of the clone's movement, and whether there will be any impact after the clone dies." Moya flipped through the information and took a rough look. The answer was, there is no restrictive distance. It is recorded above. Keep the same space. When the distance reaches the critical point, the user can feel something. You can try it out then. The dead clone will disappear instantly. When you end the effect of the strange object, you will suffer the pain of death. Wu Hung continued to ask, "Among these clones, are they divided into main body or clone?" Moya checked the information. "No." "Okay. I understand," Wu Hung said. Moya smiled. "Nothing else to ask?" "No. If there is anything you don't understand, I will ask you again. In fact, these are the only records here. If there is anything you don't understand, you have to try it yourself." Moya got up and returned to his desk. Wu Hung also said goodbye to the two of them, and left the deacon's study directly. He returned to his own office and sat for a while. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the afternoon, he was a little dangerous recently. He asked Anweer to lock the door and go home early after get off work. Dinner. There was one more seat at the table. Millicent was a little reserved and ate in small bites. Shannara looked up from time to time, and then looked at Wu Hung. Wu Hung said, "I mentioned the fleet to the deacon today, and there is no new information from him." Shannara's face suddenly became ugly. Now it seems that the fleet is unlikely to return. She looked up and said softly, "I'll arrange the boats. Let's go first." Shannara is a smart person, and her intuition is always sharp. She must have noticed something wrong with the situation on Treasure Island. It's not safe on the sea, and I'm the deputy deacon of the association. If I run away at this time, how can I face others in the future? Don't be a deputy deacon. I have money. Enough for us to spend. After Shannara finished speaking, her face turned red, and she added, "It's enough to support Minnie and Wei." Wu Hung grabbed her hand. "Don't worry. I can protect you if there is danger. At worst, I can take you away. It's still okay. If I'm not here, come to my side. The guards are enough to protect you. I also have guards here, who can protect you if there is danger. Let's protect each other." After dinner, Millicent went back to her room early. Wu Hung and a few people chatted downstairs for a while. Then they went back to their rooms. Because of this incident, Shannara did not stay. She should go back and arrange her own affairs. Wu Hung opened the door and went to the zombie world. The night was as dark as ink, and a few weak light stones hung on the neck of the skeleton flickered. The roar of zombies came from all around. Groups of figures, like ghosts, gathered on the road, forming a huge tide of corpses. Whoosh whoosh, the skeleton dragon flew over the head, and dense solid iron bullets smashed to the ground. A roar sounded. In the dim moonlight, you could see broken limbs and flesh flying all over the sky. The skeleton dragon carried out 2 or 3 bombings in succession. The whole area also had a brief silence. After that, the faint roar of zombies continued, coming from all around. Wu Hung glanced at the surrounding situation. With a thought, he immediately dispersed 6 identical clones. You form a square formation, and follow me forward. Divide into 2 teams, follow me on the left. The rest follow me on the right. Each group of 2 clones divided the skeleton army into 3 groups. They began to clear the zombies along the roads ahead, and to the left and right. The skeleton army and the zombies fought fiercely. In the air, 2 ghosts responsible for investigation stood there in a daze. Xiao Xiao looked around several times. What happened? Who are these? Why are there so many uncles? Glenda was also a little confused. Use your psychic vision to see if these are illusions. I saw it. It's all real. It's over. The uncles are broken. Xiao Xiao exclaimed with his hands on his face. At this time, Wu Hung in front shouted, Xiao Xiao. Glenda, go ahead and investigate. Wu Hung on the left said, come to my side. The view ahead is too dark. The one on the right also said, look in the building. See if there are any special zombies. Xiao Xiao said, it's over. I'm going to split up too. The 2 ghosts still flew up quickly. They kept shuttling between the 3 areas, investigating the situation. The sky was getting brighter. Wu Hung had cleared the zombies all night. The effect of the rogue clone was removed, and the tingling and splitting sensations attacked the brain directly. He stood there to recover. He opened the experience points and took a look. Level 16, 73542/225000. In one night, he gained almost 50,000 experience points. The speed was not slow. After converting the corpse, Wu Hung got back on the truck. Let's walk back. Chi Honkai started the car and said, don't tire yourself out. The whole base depends on you. It's okay. It's not a big problem. Treasure Island, on the sea. Philippa lay on her side in the dark cage, boredly chewing the hay in her hand. During this period, the people of the Black Dragon Pirates did not make things difficult for her. But they did not take care of her either. She was barely starving, but she had no strength either. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded, and 2 people from the Black Dragon Pirates came down. They kicked the iron cage hard. It's time to eat. They threw the cakes in their hands to the ground, and turned and left. One of them said, I heard that the strongest person below the hero of Imolo. Can we go to the island? The other said, you are out of your mind. Imolo will naturally have others to deal with. It's not our turn. That's right. I heard that there are many noble women on the island, whose skin is smoother than silk. That's also the captain's play. After the play, it's our turn, and it won't be broken, so what's there to be afraid of? Hee hee, that's the best. As the 2 talked, they gradually walked away. Philippa turned over and sat up, looking outside the iron cage, her eyes widened. Pirates gathered to attack Treasure Island. Crazy, all crazy. Philippa's eyes moved quickly in the dark. She opened her dreadlocks, pulled out the space ring entangled by her hair from the root of one of the dreadlocks. She put it on her hand. Military District Warehouse. Wu Hung listened to Chi Hansai's material statistics. She put all 4 armored vehicles into the space sachet. When the car disappeared from sight, Chi Honkai was startled, and stepped back several steps subconsciously, before she realized that this was Wu Heng's ability. Originally, he could only collect some items. Now he can even collect armored vehicles, which is simply amazing. Where are the driving skeletons? Here. I'll bring them over. Chi Honkai walked aside and brought a few skeletons. These were skeletons who had learned to drive and operate guns and machine guns from Liyong. They are considered technical workers among the skeletons. It's okay. Go have breakfast. I'll find you if there's anything. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded, waved goodbye, and walked towards the building next to him. Wu Hung took a few skeletons back to his room. Chapter 450, School of Fish and Treasure. Return to Treasure Island. Minnie and the others are still resting. Let the skeleton that followed him go to the courtyard to wait, and he went into the radio room on the 3rd floor. Enter the room. Pick up the record book in front of the skeleton investigator and take a look. It is still empty, without any records. With a chatterbox like Philippa, even if there is no information, she will leave a few casual naggings. There is also a problem on her side. Wu Hung did not pick up the microphone to try to contact Philippa. If the ship is occupied by others, a voice suddenly came from the radio. It will only make things worse. Take out the tracking pendant from the space ring, and a sailor's scarf. Prick your fingertips. Blood drips on the pendant skull. The scarf leans over. The skull begins to chew the edge of the scarf. Then, the blue ghost fire struggles towards the east. The person is still alive. 2 days left. The association's reinforcements will arrive. Philippa must hold on. Wu Heng said. Only 2 days left. Then we can go out to sea to rescue her. Philippa is a little crazy, and I don't want her to get into trouble. Leave the room. Wu Heng stood in the courtyard, looking at the layout around. There are large open spaces in the front and back courtyards, where many planted flowers, fruit trees, and some vegetables. After looking around, he took out 4 armored vehicles from the space ring and placed them on the open space in the courtyard. 2 in each of the front and back courtyards. Although it looks a bit in the way, it also covers up a lot of flower beds. But the safety issue is still more important. Flowers, plants, and vegetables can be planted later. From now on, you will be responsible for operating the armored vehicles and protecting the safety here, Wu Heng said to the newly brought skeletons. Several skeletons immediately took action, got into the driving position, and operated the weapons. After this was dealt with, Wu Heng continued to return to his residence, added skeletons to guard the balcony of the building, and set up machine guns on the guardrails. It can be ensured that if anyone intends to attack here, they will be immediately covered by bullets and shot into a sieve. Walking out of the room with balcony, Minnie, Anweer and Millicent walked down from upstairs one after another. Master. My lord. The 2 maids called out tenderly, and Millicent bowed respectfully. Did I wake you up? Minnie smiled. No, it's time to get up. What would you like to eat in the morning? Just arrange it casually. I'll introduce the layout to you. If there is any danger, and I'm not here, you can command the skeletons to control the equipment to fight. Ah, okay. Wu Heng led the 3 people to the courtyard, and introduced the situation of the armored vehicles and the characteristics of the weapons. Minnie and Anweer. Both of them had seen firearms, and they understood it very well. In addition to the attack of weapons, armored vehicles can also play a good protective role. In terms of the fighting style of this world, it is also difficult for cold weapons to smash through armored vehicles. After introducing everything, and giving a few instructions to a few people, they returned to the room to eat. After breakfast, Anweer went to the association. The situation has been tense recently, and she had to go to the association to sit for at least half a day. In the office study, I cleaned up the zombies all night last night. I felt a little sleepy today. I put my hands behind my head, leaned on the back of the chair, closed my eyes and rested, while thinking about the treasure island. At the moment, the person who controlled the blank envelope, that is, the Pirate King, has completed the layout of Treasure Island. The merchant group guards on the island were led out to sea, and all disappeared. A large number of pirates went to the island, and the number of guards was also increasing. Once the war started, the pirates could quickly mobilize a large number of people, and the merchant group leaders on the entire island would be the fat meat. As for the association, it will take 2 days for the reinforcements to arrive. The association is waiting for reinforcements. But what are the pirates waiting for? No, what the pirates think is none of my business. If a war really breaks out, and the association is not in an advantageous position, I can send Ware and the others to the boundary gate, and then I can leave Treasure Island by the ghost train. Or, I can open the boundary gate directly and sweep everyone away. In this case, if I want to keep the secret of the boundary gate, I have to kill everyone. In the end, maybe the association will investigate me. The gain is not worth the loss. On my side, I must also try to prepare as much as possible. Go back in the afternoon, continue to kill zombies to increase experience, and strive to reach level 17 in the next 2 days. Knock. Knock. Thinking in his heart, there was a light knock on the door. Wu Heng squinted and looked at the door. Anweer had already opened the door and asked about the situation. Closed the door again. Walked over and said, Master, there is a letter for you. The staff delivered it directly. Letter? Wu Heng took a look. It was not a blank envelope. Wu Heng took it, tore it open directly, and took out the letter inside. The letter paper was a little yellowed, and the handwriting was smooth, looking like a woman's handwriting, and very powerful and deep. It was not the handwriting of Wanmanshaw, nor Slater. In terms of content, it was not a letter at all. It was a story. There has always been a legend of mysterious treasures in the fish school, where there are countless pearls, and the power to make the fish school strong again. Finally, a small fish appeared with a pair of bright eyes, which could see through things and predict the dangers in the sea. The fish school was ecstatic, and set off in a mighty procession, swimming through the trench, through the turbulent undercurrent, and began to head to the location of the treasure. When the treasure was about to be opened, there was an internal conflict among the fish, and the mature fish elected a new leader. He also had a pair of bright eyes. The new leader got the treasure and gained the ability to observe other fish in the ocean. What is this? Wu Hung frowned, looking at the letter in his hand. Is this a story? He picked up the envelope again and took a look. There was no address, only the recipient, Treasure Island, Wu Hung Deputy Deacon. Master, what's wrong? Aside, Anweer saw him looking over and over again and asked in confusion. Wu Hung said, this letter, something is not right. Isn't it from Sister Wenman Shah? No, the handwriting is wrong. Wire, go to the front desk and ask, where did this letter come from? Wu Hung handed her the envelope. Oh, okay. And Wire took it and walked out with the envelope. Wu Hung was the only one left in the room again. He began to concentrate and rethink the content of the letter. The letter tells the story of a school of fish searching for treasure. If you put aside the fairy tale and link it to the current world, it is more like talking about the treasure of the Pirate King. Pirates always compare themselves to sharks. But from whose perspective did he write this letter to himself? What did he want to express? Wu Hung took out a pen and paper from the drawer. He wrote down a few important words. A fish had bright eyes and was qualified to get the treasure. When getting the treasure, the fish swarm quarreled and elected a new fish, who also had bright eyes and got the treasure. He gained the ability to observe other fish swarms. Fish equals pirates. Bright eyes, see through things, predict danger. Insight and prediction, more like a prophet you have come into contact with. The prophet on the island, the leader of the Old Barrel Tavern, Macintosh. Wu Hang's brows further furrowed. With a thought, the ghost Grinda flew out of his body, floated aside, and looked around. Something? Wu Hung said, last time, the leader of the Old Barrel Tavern, do you remember where the burial was? The cemetery in the back mountain, I know where it is. Grinda nodded. Go and take a look, is her body still there? Grinda stared at him. See the body? You want to steal the body?